Hi, so this is Tony Walker of the Classic Ghost Stories podcast, and I've got another 12-hour compilation of stories that I've done on the podcast for you. And this time, they are the scariest stories. So just to say, I've put an ad at the beginning. There's no real point putting an ad at the end because you'll all be asleep, and there's no ads throughout. It's black screen, and so there is no real advertising on this, and there's no music. This is designed for you to go to sleep to if you can. And of course, the scariest story is subjective, so these scare me. And I've been asked to do this, so that's why I'm doing it for you. Now, the thing to say about scary stories is most of these stories, these are the most scary stories I find. And I put a poll out on my Patreon to see what they found. And so, you know, it's a combination of both those things. I'm not massively scared by stories, but Poe's Valdemar is a bit scary. The room in the tower I found a little bit scary. There's a couple of M.R. Jameses I've included, and some slightly disturbing ones. So I hope you will find them, if that's what you want. I hope you find them scary. Now, given that I'm kind of doing this with minimal advertising, so minimal payback for me, it would be really great if you could support me in some way, either just by going and buying me a coffee. Is probably the easiest thing. Just click on the link above, or if you want to actually be more supportive of the channel, you can become a Patreon and pay $5 to get an ad-free set of stories, like hundreds of stories. But you know, hope you like it, hope you appreciate it, and sweet dreams. A Warning to the Curious by M.R. James. This story has kindly been sponsored by Gavin Critchley. The place on the east coast which the reader is asked to consider is Seabra. It is not very different now from what I remember it to have been when I was a child. Marshes intersected by dykes to the south, recalling the early chapters of Great Expectations. Flat fields to the north merging into heath, fir woods, and above all, gorse inland. A long seafront and a street. Behind that, a spacious church of flint with a broad, solid western tower and a peal of 6 bells. How well I remember their sound on a hot Sunday in August, as our party went slowly up the white, dusty slope of road towards them, for the church stands at the top of a short, steep incline. They rang with a flat, clacking sort of sound on those hot days, but when the air was softer, they were mellower too. The railway ran down to its little terminus farther along the same road. There was a gay white windmill just before you came to the station, and another down near the shingle at the south end of the town, and yet others on higher ground to the north. There were cottages of bright red brick with slate roofs. But why do I encumber you with these commonplace details? The fact is that they come crowding to the point of the pencil when it begins to write of Seabra. I should like to be sure that I had allowed the right ones to get onto the paper, but I forgot. I have not quite done with the word-painting business yet. Walk away from the sea and the town, past the station and turn up the road on the right. It is a sandy road, parallel with the railway, and if you follow it, it climbs to somewhat higher ground. On your left, you are now going northward, is heath. On your right, the side towards the sea, is a belt of old firs, wind-beaten, thick at the top, with the slope that old seaside trees have. Seen on the skyline from the train, they would tell you in an instant, if you did not know it, that you were approaching a windy coast. Well, at the top of my little hill, a line of these firs strikes out and runs towards the sea, for there is a ridge that goes that way, and the ridge ends in a rather well-defined mound commanding the level fields of rough grass, and a little knot of fir trees crowns it. And here you may sit on a hot spring day, very well content to look at blue sea, white windmills, red cottages, bright green grass, church tower, and distant Martello tower on the south. As I have said, I began to know Seabra as a child, but a gap of a good many years separates my early knowledge from that which is more recent. Still, it keeps its place in my affections, and any tales of it that I pick up have an interest for me. One such tale is this. It came to me in a place very remote from Sebra, and quite accidentally, from a man whom I had been able to oblige enough in his opinion to justify his making me his confidant to this extent. "I know all that country more or less," he said. "I used to go up to Sebra pretty regularly for golf in the spring. I generally put up at the Bear with a friend, Henry Long it was. You knew him, perhaps?" "Slightly," I said. "And we used to take a sitting-room and be very happy there. Since he died, I haven't cared to go there. And I don't know that I should, anyhow, after the particular thing that happened on our last visit. It was in April 19 we were there, and by some chance we were almost the only people in the hotel, so the ordinary public rooms were practically empty, and we were the more surprised when, after dinner, our sitting-room door opened, and a young man put his head in. We were aware of this young man. He was rather a rabbity, anemic subject, light hair and light eyes, but not unpleasing. So when he said, "I beg your pardon, is this a private room?" we did not growl and say, "Yes, it is," but Long said, or I did, no matter which, "Please come in." "Oh, may I?" he said, and seemed relieved. Of course, it was obvious that he wanted company, and as he was a reasonable kind of person, and not the sort to bestow his whole family history on you, we urged him to make himself at home. "I dare say you find the other rooms rather bleak," I said. Yes, he did, but it was really too good of us, and so on. That being got over, he made some pretence of reading a book. Long was playing Patience, I was writing. It became plain to me after a few minutes that this visitor of ours was in rather a state of fidgets or nerves, which communicated itself to me, and so I put away my writing and turned to at engaging him in talk. After some remarks, which I forget, he became rather confidential. "You'll think it very odd of me," this was the sort of way he began, "but the fact is I've had something of a shock." Well, I recommended a drink of some cheering kind, and we had it. The waiter, coming in, made an interruption, and I thought our young man seemed very jumpy when the door opened. But after a while he got back to his woes again. There was nobody he knew in the place, and he did happen to know who we both were, for it turned out there was some common acquaintance in town. And really he did want a word of advice, if we didn't mind. Of course we both said, "By all means," or "Not at all," and Long put away his cards, and we settled down to hear what his difficulty was. "It began," he said, "more than a week ago, when I bicycled over to Froston, only about 5 or 6 miles, to see the church. I'm very much interested in architecture, and it's got one of those pretty porches with niches and shields. I took a photograph of it. And then an old man who was tidying up in the churchyard came and asked if I'd care to look into the church. I said yes, and he produced a key and let me in. There wasn't much inside, but I told him it was a nice little church and he kept it very clean. But, I said, the porch is the best part of it. We were just outside the porch then, and he said, "Ah, yes, that is a nice porch. And do you know, sir, what's the meaning of that coat of arms there?" It was the one with the 3 crowns, and though I'm not much of a herald, I was able to say yes. I thought it was the old arms of the kingdom of East Anglia. "That's right, sir," he said. "And do you know the meaning of them 3 crowns that's on it?" I said I'd no doubt it was known, but I couldn't recollect to have heard it myself. "Well then," he said, "for all that you're a scholard, I can tell you something you don't know. Them's the 3 holy crowns, what was buried in the ground near by the coast to keep the Germans from landing." "Ah, I can see you don't believe that. But I tell you, if it hadn't been for one of them holy crowns being there still, them Germans would have landed here time and again, they would. Landed with their ships and killed man, woman and child in their beds. Now then, that's the truth, what I'm telling you, that is. And if you don't believe me, you ask the rector. There he comes. You asked him, I says." I looked round, and there was the rector, a nice-looking old man, coming up the path. And before I could begin assuring my old man, who was getting quite excited, that I didn't disbelieve him, the rector struck in and said, "What's this all about, John? Good day to you, sir. Have you been looking at our little church?" So then there was a little talk which allowed the old man to calm down, and then the rector asked him again what was the matter. "Oh," he said, "it weren't nothink, only I was telling this gentleman he'd ought to ask you about them holy crowns." "Ah, yes, to be sure," said the rector. "That's a very curious matter, isn't it? But I don't know whether the gentleman is interested in our old stories, eh?" "Oh, he'll be interested fast enough," says the old man. "He'll put his confidence in what you tells him, sir. Why, you known William Aiger yourself, father and son too." Then I put in a word to say how much I should like to hear all about it. And before many minutes I was walking up the village street with the rector, who had one or two words to say to parishioners and then to the rectory, where he took me into his study. He had made out, on the way, that I really was capable of taking an intelligent interest in a piece of folklore, and not quite the ordinary tripper. So he was very willing to talk, and it is rather surprising to me that the particular legend he told me has not made its way into print before. His account of it was this. There has always been a belief in these parts in the 3 holy crowns. The old people say they were buried in different places near the coast to keep off the Danes or the French or the Germans, and they say that one of the 3 was dug up a long time ago, and another has disappeared by the encroaching of the sea, and one still left doing its work, keeping off invaders. Well, now, if you have read the ordinary guides and histories of this county, you will remember perhaps that in 1687 a crown, which was said to be the crown of Redwald, King of the East Angles, was dug up at Rendlesham, and alas, alas, melted down before it was even properly described or drawn. Well, Rendlesham isn't on the coast, but it isn't so very far inland, and it's on a very important line of access. And I believe that this is the crown which the people mean when they say that one has been dug up. Then, on the south, you don't want me to tell you where there was a Saxon royal palace which is now under the sea, eh? Well, there was the second crown, I take it. And up beyond these 2, they say, lies the third. Do they say where it is? Of course, I asked. He said, yes, indeed they do, but they don't tell. And his manner did not encourage me to put the obvious question. Instead of that, I waited a moment and said, "What did the old man mean when he said you knew William Aiger, as if that had something to do with the crowns?" "To be sure," he said. "Now, that's another curious story. Those Aigers, it's a very old name in these parts, but I can't find that they were ever people of quality or big owners. These Aigers say, or said, that their branch of the family were the guardians of the last crown. A certain old Nathaniel Aiger was the first one I knew. I was born and brought up quite near here, and he, I believe, camped out at the place during the whole of the war in 1870. William, his son, did the same, I know, during the South African War, and young William, his son, who has only died fairly recently, took lodgings at the cottage nearest the spot, and I've no doubt hastened his end, for he was a consumptive by exposure and night-watching. And he was the last of that branch. It was a dreadful grief to him to think that he was the last, but he could do nothing. The only relations at all near to him were in the colonies. I wrote letters for him to them, imploring them to come over on business very important to the family, but there has been no answer. So the last of the Holy Crowns, if it's there, has no guardian now." That was what the rector told me, and you can fancy how interesting I found it. The only thing I could think of when I left him was how to hit upon the spot where the crown was supposed to be. I wish I'd left it alone. But there was a sort of fate in it, for as I bicycled back past the churchyard wall, my eye caught a fairly new gravestone, and on it was the name of William Aiger. Of course I got off and read it. It said, "Of this parish, died at Sebra, 19, aged 28. There it was, you see. A little judicious questioning in the right place, and I should at least find the cottage nearest the spot. Only I didn't quite know what was the right place to begin my questioning at. Again, there was fate. It took me to the curiosity shop down that way, you know, and I turned over some old books, and if you please, one was a prayer book of 1740-odd, in a rather handsome binding. I'll just go and get it. It's in my room. He left us in a state of some surprise, but we had hardly time to exchange any remarks when he was back, panting, and handed us the book opened at the flyleaf, on which was, in a straggly hand, "Nathaniel Ager is my name, and England is my nation. Sebra is my dwelling place, and Christ is my salvation. When I am dead and in my grave, and all my bones are rotten, I hope the Lord will think on me when I am quite forgotten." This poem was dated 1754, and there were more entries of ages, Nathaniel, Frederick, William, and so on, ending with William, 19. "You see," he said, "anybody would call it the greatest bit of luck. I did, but I don't now. Of course, I asked the shopman about William Ager, and of course he happened to remember that he lodged in a cottage in the North Field, and died there. This was just chalking the road for me. I knew which the cottage must be. There's only one sizable one about there. The next thing was to scrape some sort of acquaintance with the people, and I took a walk that way at once. A dog did the business for me. He made at me so fiercely that they had to run out and beat him off, and then naturally begged my pardon, and we got into talk. I had only to bring up Ager's name and pretend I knew or thought I knew something of him, and then the woman said how sad it was, him dying so young, and she was sure it came of him spending the night out of doors in the cold weather. Then I had to say, did he go out on the sea at night? And she said, oh, no, it was on the hillock yonder, with the trees on it. And there I was. I know something about digging in these barrows. I've opened many of them in the down country, but that was with the owner's leave, and in broad daylight, and with men to help. I had to prospect very carefully here before I put a spade in. I couldn't trench across the mound, and with those old firs growing there, I knew there would be awkward tree roots. Still, the soil was very light, and sandy and easy, and there was a rabbit hole or so that might be developed into a sort of tunnel. The going out and coming back at odd hours to the hotel was going to be the awkward part. When I made up my mind about the way to excavate, I told the people that I was called away for a night, and I spent it out there. I made my tunnel. I won't bore you with the details of how I supported it and filled it in when I'd done, but the main thing is that I got the crown. Naturally, we both broke out into exclamations of surprise and interest. I, for one, had long known about the finding of the crown at Rendlesham, and had often lamented its fate. No one has ever seen an Anglo-Saxon crown, at least no one had, but our man gazed at us with a rueful eye. Yes, he said, and the worst of it is I don't know how to put it back. Put it back? We cried out. Why, my dear sir, you've made one of the most exciting finds ever heard of in this country. Of course, it ought to go to the jewel house at the Tower. What's your difficulty? If you're thinking about the owner of the land and treasure trove and all that, we can certainly help you through. Nobody's going to make a fuss about technicalities in a case of this kind. Probably more was said, but all he did was to put his face in his hands and mutter, I don't know how to put it back. At last Long said, You'll forgive me, I hope, if I seem impertinent, but are you quite sure you've got it? I was wanting to ask much the same question myself, for of course the story did seem a lunatic's dream when one thought it over, but I hadn't quite dared to say what might hurt the poor young man's feelings. However, he took it quite calmly, really, with the calm of despair, you might say. He sat up and said, Oh yes, there's no doubt about that. I have it here in my room, locked up in my bag. You can come and look at it if you like. I won't offer to bring it here. We were not likely to let the chance slip. We went with him. His room was only a few doors off. The Boots was just collecting shoes in the passage, or so we thought. Afterwards, we were not sure. Our visitor, his name was Paxton, was in a worse state of shivers than before, and went hurriedly into the room and beckoned us after him, turned on the light, and shut the door carefully. Then he unlocked his kit bag and produced a bundle of clean pocket handkerchiefs in which something was wrapped, laid it on the bed, and undid it. I can say now I have seen an actual Anglo-Saxon crown. It was of silver, as the Rendlesham one is always said to have been. It was set with some gems, mostly antique intaglios and cameos, and was of rather plain, almost rough workmanship. In fact, it was like those you see on the coins and in the manuscripts. I found no reason to think it was later than the 9th century. I was intensely interested, of course, and I wanted to turn it over in my hands, but Paxton prevented me. "Don't you touch it," he said. "I'll do that." And with a sigh that was, I declare to you, dreadful to hear, he took it up and turned it about so that we could see every part of it. "Seen enough?" he said at last, and we nodded. He wrapped it up and locked it in his bag and stood looking at us dumbly. "Come back to our room," Long said, "and tell us what the trouble is." He thanked us and said, "Will you go first and see if the coast's clear?" That wasn't very intelligible, for our proceedings hadn't been, after all, very suspicious, and the hotel, as I said, was practically empty. However, we were beginning to have inklings of we didn't know what, and anyhow, nerves are infectious. So we did go, first peering out as we opened the door, and fancying, I found we both had the fancy, that a shadow, or more than a shadow, but it made no sound, passed from before us to one side as we came out into the passage. "It's all right," we whispered to Paxton. Whispering seemed the proper tone, and we went, with him between us, back to our sitting room. I was preparing, when we got there, to be ecstatic about the unique interest of what we had seen, but when I looked at Paxton, I saw that would be terribly out of place, and I left it to him to begin. "What is to be done?" was his opening. Long thought it right, as he explained to me afterwards, to be obtuse, and said, "Why not find out who the owner of the land is? "Oh, no," Paxton broke in impatiently. "I beg your pardon, you've been very kind, but don't you see, it's got to go back, and I daren't be there at night, and daytime's impossible. Perhaps, though, you don't see. Well then, the truth is that I've never been alone since I touched it." I was beginning some fairly stupid comment, but Long caught my eye, and I stopped. Long said, "I think I do see, perhaps, but wouldn't it be a relief to tell us a little more clearly what the situation is?" Then it all came out. Paxton looked over his shoulder and beckoned to us to come nearer to him, and began speaking in a low voice. We listened most intently, of course, and compared notes afterwards. And I wrote down our version, so I'm confident I have what he told us, almost word for word. He said, "It began when I was first prospecting. A man standing by one of the firs. This was in daylight, you know. He was never in front of me. I always saw him with the tail of my eye on the left or the right, and he was never there when I looked straight for him. I would lie down for quite a long time and take careful observations and make sure there was no one, and then, when I got up and began prospecting again, there he was. And he began to give me hints besides, for wherever I put that prayer book, short of locking it up, which I did at last, when I came back to my room, it was always out on my table, open at the fly-leaf where the names are, and one of my razors across it to keep it open. I'm sure he just can't open my bag, or something more would have happened. You see, he's so light and weak, but all the same, I daren't face him. Well then, when I was making the tunnel, of course it was worse, and if I hadn't been so keen, I should have dropped the whole thing and run. It was like someone scraping at my back all the time. I thought for a long time it was only soil dropping on me, but as I got nearer The crown. It was unmistakable. And when I actually laid it bare and got my fingers into the ring of it and pulled it out, there came a sort of cry behind me. Oh, I can't tell you how desolate it was, and horribly threatening, too. It spoiled all my pleasure in my find, cut it off that moment, and if I hadn't been the wretched fool I am, I should have put the thing back and left it. But I didn't. The rest of the time was just awful. I had hours to get through before I could decently come back to the hotel. First, I spent time filling up my tunnel and covering my tracks, and all the while he was there, trying to thwart me. Sometimes, you know, you see him, and sometimes you don't. Just as he pleases, I think. He's there, but he has some power over your eyes. Well, I wasn't off the spot very long before sunrise, and then I had to get to the junction for Sebra and take a train back. And though it was daylight fairly soon, I don't know if that made it much better. There were always hedges or gorse bushes or park fences along the road, some sort of cover, I mean, and I was never easy for a second. And then, when I began to meet people going to work, they always looked behind me, very strangely. It might have been that they were surprised at seeing anyone so early, but I didn't think it was only that. And I don't now. They didn't look exactly at me. And the porter at the train was like that too. And the guard held open the door after I'd got into the carriage, just as he would if there was somebody else coming, you know. Oh, you may be very sure it isn't my fancy, he said with a dull sort of laugh. Then he went on, and even if I do get it put back, he won't forgive me. I can tell that. And I was so happy a fortnight ago. He dropped into a chair, and I believe he began to cry. We didn't know what to say, but we felt we must come to the rescue somehow, and so, it really seemed the only thing, we said if he was so set on putting the crown back in its place, we would help him. And I must say that after what we had heard, it did seem the right thing. If these horrid consequences had come on this poor man, might there not really be something in the original idea of the crown having some curious power bound up with it to guard the coast? At least, that was my feeling, and I think it was Long's too. Our offer was very welcome to Paxton anyhow. When could we do it? It was nearing 10:30. Could we contrive to make a late walk plausible to the hotel people that very night? We looked out of the window. There was a brilliant full moon, the Paschal moon. Long undertook to tackle the boots and propitiate him. He was to say that we should not be much over the hour, and if we did find it so pleasant that we stopped out a bit longer, we would see to it that he didn't lose by sitting up. Well, we were pretty regular customers of the hotel, and didn't give them much trouble, and were considered by the servants to be not under the mark in the way of tips, and so the boots was propitiated, and let us out onto the seafront, and remained, as we heard later, looking after us. Paxton had a large coat over his arm, under which was the wrapped-up crown. So we were off on this strange errand before we had time to think how very much out of the way it was. I have told this part quite shortly on purpose, for it really does represent the haste with which we settled our plan and took action. The shortest way is up the hill and through the churchyard, Paxton said, as we stood a moment before the hotel, looking up and down the front. There was nobody about, nobody at all. Sebra, out of the season, is an early, quiet place. We can't go along the dyke by the cottage because of the dog, Paxton also said, when I pointed to what I thought a shorter way along the front and across 2 fields. The reason he gave was good enough. We went up the road to the church and turned in at the churchyard gate. I confess to having thought that there might be some lying there who might be conscious of our business. But if it was so, They were also conscious that one who was on their side, so to say, had us under surveillance, and we saw no sign of them. But under observation we felt we were, as I have never felt it at another time. Specially was it so when we passed out of the churchyard into a narrow path with close high hedges, through which we hurried as Christian did through that valley, and so got out into open fields. Then along hedges, though I would sooner have been in the open, where I could see if anyone was visible behind me, over a gate or two, and then a swerve to the left, taking us up onto the ridge which ended in that mound. As we neared it, Henry Long felt, and I felt too, that there were what I can only call dim presences waiting for us, as well as a far more actual one attending us. Of Paxton's agitation all this time I can give you no adequate picture. He breathed like a hunted beast, and we could not either of us look at his face. How he would manage when we got to that very place we had not troubled to think. He had seemed so sure that that would not be difficult. Nor was it. I never saw anything like the dash with which he flung himself at that particular spot in the side of the mound and tore at it, so that in a very few minutes the greater part of his body was out of sight. We stood, holding the coat and that bundle of handkerchiefs, and looking very fearfully, I must admit, about us. There was nothing to be seen. A line of dark firs behind us made one skyline, more trees and the church tower half a mile off on the right, cottages and a windmill on the horizon on the left, calm sea dead in front, faint barking of a dog at a cottage on a gleaming dyke between us and it, full moon making that path we know across the sea, the eternal whisper of the Scotch firs just above us and of the sea in front. Yet, in all this quiet, an acute, an acrid consciousness of a restrained hostility very near us, like a dog on a leash that might be let go at any moment. Paxton pulled himself out of the hole and stretched a hand back to us. "Give it to me," he whispered. "Unwrapped." We pulled off the handkerchiefs, and he took the crown. The moonlight just fell on it as he snatched it. We had not ourselves touched that bit of metal, and I have thought since that it was just as well. In another moment Paxton was out of the hole again, and busy shovelling back the soil with hands that were already bleeding. He would have none of our help, though. It was much the longest part of the job to get the place to look undisturbed, yet, I don't know how, he made a wonderful success of it. At last he was satisfied, and we turned back. We were a couple of 100 yards from the hill when Long suddenly said to him, "I say, you've left your coat there. That won't do. See?" And I certainly did see it, the long dark overcoat lying where the tunnel had been. Paxton had not stopped, however. He only shook his head and held up the coat on his arm. And when we joined him, he said, without any excitement, but as if nothing mattered any more, "That wasn't my coat." And indeed, when we looked back, the dark thing was not to be seen. Well, we got out onto the road and came rapidly back that way. It was well before 12 when we got in, trying to put a good face on it and saying, Long and I, what a lovely night it was for a walk. The Boots was on the lookout for us, and we made remarks like that for his edification as we entered the hotel. He gave another look up and down the seafront before he locked the front door and said, "You didn't meet many people about, I suppose, sir?" "No, indeed, not a soul," I said, at which I remember Paxton looked oddly at me. "Only I thought I see someone turn up the station road after you gentlemen," said the Boots. "Still, you was 3 together, and I don't suppose he meant mischief." I didn't know what to say. Long merely said, "Good night," and we went off upstairs, promising to turn out all lights and to go to bed in a few minutes. Back in our room, we did our very best to make Paxton take a cheerful view. "There's the crown safe back," we said, "and very likely you'd have done better not to touch it," and he heavily assented to that. "But no real harm has been done, and we shall never give this away to anyone who'd be so mad as to go near it. Besides, don't you feel better yourself?" "I don't mind confessing," I said, that on the way there I was very much inclined to take your view about being followed. But going back, it wasn't at all the same thing, was it? No, it wouldn't do. You've got nothing to trouble yourselves about, he said, but I'm not forgiven. I've got to pay for that miserable sacrilege still. I know what you're going to say. The church might help. Yes, but it's the body that has to suffer. It's true, I'm not feeling that he's waiting outside for me just now. But... Then he stopped. Then he turned to thanking us, and we put him off as soon as we could. And naturally we pressed him to use our sitting room next day, and said we should be glad to go out with him. Or did he play golf, perhaps? Yes, he did, but he didn't think he should care about that tomorrow. Well, we recommended him to get up late and sit in our room in the morning while we were playing, and we would have a walk later in the day. He was very submissive and piano about it, ready to do just what we thought best, but clearly quite certain in his own mind that what was coming could not be averted or palliated. You wonder why we didn't insist on accompanying him to his home and seeing him safe into the care of brothers or someone. The fact was he had nobody. He had had a flat in town, but lately he had made his mind up to settle for a time in Sweden, and he had dismantled his flat and shipped off his belongings, and was whiling away a fortnight or 3 weeks before he made a start. Anyway, we didn't see what we could do better than sleep on it, or not sleep very much, as was my case, and see what we felt like tomorrow morning. We felt very different, Long and I, on as beautiful an April morning as you could desire. And Paxton also looked very different when we saw him at breakfast. The first approach to a decent night I seem ever to have had, was what he said. But he was going to do as we had settled, stay in probably all the morning and come out with us later. We went to the links. We met some other men and played with them in the morning, and had lunch there rather early so as not to be late back. All the same, the snares of death overtook him. Whether it could have been prevented, I don't know. I think he would have been got at somehow, do what we might. Anyway, this is what happened. We went straight up to our room. Paxton was there, reading quite peaceably. "Ready to come out shortly," said Long. "Say in half an hour's time?" "Certainly," he said. And I said we would change first, and perhaps have baths, and call for him in half an hour. I had my bath first, and went and lay down on my bed, and slept for about 10 minutes. We came out of our rooms at the same time, and we went together to the sitting-room. Paxton wasn't there, only his book. Nor was he in his room, nor in the downstairs rooms. We shouted for him. A servant came out and said, "Why, I thought you gentlemen was gone out already, and so did the other gentleman. He heard you a-calling from the path there and run out in a hurry, and I looked out of the coffee-room window, but I didn't see you. However, he run off down the beach, that way." Without a word, we ran that way too. It was the opposite direction to that of last night's expedition. It wasn't quite 4 o'clock, and the day was fair, though not so fair as it had been. So there was really no reason, you'd say, for anxiety. With people about, surely a man couldn't come to much harm. But something in our look as we ran out must have struck the servant, for she came out on the steps and pointed and said, "Yes, that's the way he went." We ran on as far as the top of the shingle bank, and there pulled up. There was a choice of ways, past the houses on the seafront, or along the sand at the bottom of the beach, which, the tide being now out, was fairly broad. Or, of course, we might keep along the shingle between these 2 tracks and have some view of both of them, only that was heavy going. We chose the sand, for that was the loneliest, and someone might come to harm there without being seen from the public path. Long said he saw Paxton some distance ahead, running and waving his stick, as if he wanted to signal to people who were on ahead of him. I couldn't be sure. One of these sea mists was coming up very quickly from the south. There was someone, that's all I could say, and there were tracks on the sand, as of someone running who wore shoes. And there were other tracks made before those, for the shoes sometimes trod in them and interfered with them, of someone not in shoes. "Oh, of course it's only my word you've got to take for all of this. Long's dead, we'd no time or means to make sketches or take casts, and the next tide washed everything away. All we could do was to notice these marks as we hurried on, but there they were over and over again, and we had no doubt whatever that what we saw was the track of a bare foot, and one that showed more bones than flesh. The notion of Paxton running after anything like this, and supposing it to be the friends he was looking for, was very dreadful to us. You can guess what we fancied, how the thing he was following might stop suddenly and turn round on him, and what sort of face it would show, half seen at first in the mist, which all the while was getting thicker and thicker. And as I ran on, wondering how the poor wretch could have been lured into mistaking that other thing for us, I remembered his saying, "He has some power over your eyes," and then I wondered what the end would be, for I had no hope now that the end could be averted, and, well, there is no need to tell all the dismal and horrid thoughts that flitted through my head as we ran on into the mist. It was uncanny, too, that the sun should still be bright in the sky, and we could see nothing. We could only tell that we were now past the houses, and had reached that gap there is between them and the old Martello Tower. When you're past the tower, you know, there's nothing but shingle for a long way, not a house, not a human creature, just that spit of land, or rather shingle, with the river on your right and the sea on your left. But just before that, just by the Martello Tower, you remember there's the old battery close to the sea. I believe there are only a few blocks of concrete left now. The rest has all been washed away. But at this time there was a lot more, though the place was a ruin. Well, when we got there, we clambered to the top as quick as we could to take breath and look over the shingle in front, if by chance the mist would let us see anything. But a moment's rest we must have. We had run a mile at least. Nothing whatever was visible ahead of us, and we were just turning by common consent to get down and run hopelessly on, when we heard what I can only call a laugh. And if you understand what I mean by a breathless, a lungless laugh, you have it. But I don't suppose you can. It came from below and swerved away into the mist. That was enough. We bent over the wall. Paxton was there, at the bottom. You don't need to be told that he was dead. His tracks showed that he had run along the side of the battery, had turned sharp round the corner of it, and, small doubt of it, must have dashed straight into the open arms of someone who was waiting there. His mouth was full of sand and stones, and his teeth and jaws were broken to bits. I only glanced once at his face. At the same moment, just as we were scrambling down from the battery to get to the body, we heard a shout, and saw a man running down the bank of the Martello Tower. He was the caretaker stationed there, and his keen old eyes had managed to descry through the mist that something was wrong. He had seen Paxton fall, and had seen us a moment after, running up. Fortunate this, for otherwise we could hardly have escaped suspicion of being concerned in the dreadful business. Had he, we asked, caught sight of anybody attacking our friend? He couldn't be sure. We sent him off for help, and stayed by the dead man till they came with the stretcher. It was then that we traced out how he had come, on the narrow fringe of sand under the battery wall. The rest was shingle, and it was hopelessly impossible to tell whither the other had gone. What were we to say at the inquest? It was a duty we felt not to give up there and then the secret of the Crown, to be published in every paper. I don't know how much you would have told, but what we did agree upon was this, to say that we had only made acquaintance with Paxton the day before, and that he had told us that he was under some apprehension of danger at the hands of a man called William Ager. Also that we had seen some other tracks, besides Paxton's, when we followed him along the beach, but of course by that time everything was gone from the sands. No one had any knowledge, fortunately, of any William Ager living in the district. The evidence of the man at the Martello Tower freed us from all suspicion. All that could be done was to return a verdict of wilful murder by some person or persons unknown. Paxton was so totally without connections that all the inquiries that were subsequently made ended in a no thoroughfare. And I have never been at Seabra, or even near it, since.
Negotium Perambulans by E.F. Benson. The casual tourist in West Cornwall may just possibly have noticed, as he bowled along over the bare high plateau between Penzance and Land's End, a dilapidated signpost pointing down a steep lane, and bearing on its battered finger the faded inscription, Polane, 2 miles. But probably very few have had the curiosity to traverse those 2 miles in order to see a place to which their guidebooks award so cursory a notice. It is described there, in a couple of unattractive lines, as a small fishing village, with a church of no particular interest, except for certain carved and painted wooden panels, originally belonging to an earlier edifice, which form an altar rail. But the church at St. Creed, the tourist is reminded, has a similar decoration, far superior in point of preservation and interest, and thus even the ecclesiastically disposed are not lured to Polane. So meagre a bait is scarce worth swallowing, and a glance at the very steep lane, which in dry weather presents a carpet of sharp-pointed stones, and after rain, a muddy watercourse, will almost certainly decide him not to expose his motor or his bicycle to risks like these in so sparsely populated a district. Hardly a house has met his eye since he left Penzance, and the possible trundling of a punctured bicycle for half a dozen weary miles seems a high price to pay for the sight of a few painted panels. Polane, therefore, even in the high noon of the tourist season, is little liable to invasion, and for the rest of the year I do not suppose that a couple of folk a day traverse those 2 miles, long ones at that, of steep and stony gradient. I am not forgetting the postman in this exiguous estimate, for the days are few when, leaving his pony and cart at the top of the hill, he goes as far as the village, since but a few hundred yards down the lane there stands a large white box like a sea-trunk by the side of the road, with a slit for letters and a locked door. Should he have in his wallet a registered letter, or be the bearer of a parcel too large for insertion in the square lips of the sea-trunk, he must needs trudge down the hill and deliver the troublesome missive, leaving it in person on the owner and receiving some small reward of coin or refreshment for his kindness. But such occasions are rare, and his general routine is to take out of the box such letters as may have been deposited there, and insert in their place such letters as he has brought. These will be called for, perhaps that day, or perhaps the next, by an emissary from the Polaine post office. As for the fishermen of the place, who in their export trade constitute the chief link of movement between Polaine and the outside world, they would not dream of taking their catch up the steep lane, and so, with 6 miles farther of travel to the market at Penzance, the sea route is shorter and easier, and they deliver their wares to the pierhead. Thus, though the sole industry of Polaine is sea fishing, you will get no fish there unless you have bespoken your requirements to one of the fishermen. Back come the trawlers as empty as a haunted house, while their spoils are in the fish train that is speeding to London. Such isolation of a little community, continued as it has been for centuries, produces isolation in the individual as well, and nowhere will you find greater independence of character than among the people of Polaine. But they are linked together, so it has always seemed to me, by some mysterious comprehension. It is as if they had all been initiated into some ancient rite, inspired and framed by forces visible and invisible. The winter storms that batter the coast, the vernal spell of the spring, the hot, still summers, the season of rains and autumnal decay, have made a spell which, line by line, has been communicated to them, concerning the powers, evil and good, that rule the world, and manifest themselves in ways benignant or terrible. I came to Polaine first at the age of 10, a small boy, weak and sickly, and threatened with pulmonary trouble. My father's business kept him in London, while for me the abundance of fresh air and a mild climate were considered essential conditions if I was to grow to manhood. His sister had married the vicar of Polaine, Richard Bolitho, himself native to the place, and so it came about that I spent 3 years as a paying guest with my relations. Richard Bolitho owned a fine house in the place, which he inhabited in preference to the vicarage, which he let to a young artist, John Evans, on whom the spell of Polaine had fallen, for from year's beginning to year's end he never left it. There was a solid roofed shelter, open on one side to the air, built for me in the garden, and here I lived and slept, passing scarcely 1 hour out of the 24 behind walls and windows. I was out on the bay with the fisher folk, or wandering along the gorse-clad cliffs that climbed steeply to the right and left of the deep coombe where the village lay, or pottering about on the pierhead, or birds nesting in the bushes with the boys of the village. Except on Sunday, and for the few daily hours of my lessons, I might do what I pleased, so long as I remained in the open air. About the lessons there was nothing formidable. My uncle conducted me through flowering bypaths among the thickets of arithmetic, and made pleasant excursions into the elements of Latin grammar, and above all, he made me daily give him an account in clear and grammatical sentences of what had been occupying my mind or my movements. Should I select to tell him about a walk along the cliffs, my speech must be orderly, not vague slipshod notes of what I had observed. In this way, too, he trained my observation, for he would bid me tell him what flowers were in bloom, and what birds hovered fishing over the sea, or were building in the bushes. For that I owe him a perennial gratitude, for to observe and to express my thoughts in the clear spoken word became my life's profession. But far more formidable than my weekday tasks was the prescribed routine for Sunday. Some dark embers compounded of Calvinism and mysticism smouldered in my uncle's soul, and it made it a day of terror. His sermon in the morning scorched us with a foretaste of the eternal fires reserved for unrepentant sinners, and he was hardly less terrifying at the children's service in the afternoon. Well do I remember his exposition of the doctrine of guardian angels. A child, he said, might think himself secure in such angelic care, but let him beware of committing any of those numerous offences which would cause his guardian to turn his face from him. For as sure as there were angels to protect us, there were also evil and awful presences which were ready to pounce, and on them he dwelt with peculiar gusto. Well, too, do I remember in the morning's sermon his commentary on the carved panels of the altar rails, to which I have already alluded. There was the angel of the Annunciation there, and the angel of the Resurrection, but not less was there the Witch of Endor, and on the fourth panel a scene that concerned me most of all. This fourth panel, he came down from his pulpit to trace its time-worn features, represented the lich gate of the churchyard at Polerne itself, and indeed the resemblance, when thus pointed out, was remarkable. In the entry stood the figure of a robed priest holding up a cross, with which he faced a terrible creature like a gigantic slug that reared itself up in front of him. That, so ran my uncle's interpretation, was some evil agency, such as he had spoken about to us children, of almost infinite malignity and power, which could alone be combated by firm faith and a pure heart. Below ran the legend Negotium Perambulans in Tenebris from the 91st Psalm. We should find it translated there, the pestilence that walketh in darkness, which but feebly rendered the Latin. It was more deadly to the soul than any pestilence that can only kill the body. It was the thing, the creature, the business that trafficked in the outer darkness, a minister of God's wrath on the unrighteous. I could see as he spoke the looks which the congregation exchanged with each other, and knew that his words were evoking a surmise, a remembrance. Nods and whispers passed between them. They understood to what he alluded. And with the inquisitiveness of boyhood, I could not rest till I had wormed the story out of my friends among the fisher boys, as next morning we sat basking and naked in the sun after our bathe. One knew one bit of it, one another, but it pieced together into a truly alarming legend. In bald outline it was as follows. A church far more ancient than that in which my uncle terrified us every Sunday had once stood not 300 yards away, on the shelf of level ground below the quarry from which its stones were hewn. The owner of the land had pulled this down and erected for himself a house on the same site out of these materials, keeping in a very ecstasy of wickedness the altar, and on this he dined and played dice afterwards. But as he grew old, some black melancholy seized him, and he would have lights burning there all night, for he had a deadly fear of the darkness. On one winter evening there sprang up such a gale as was never before known, which broke in the windows of the room where he had supped and extinguished the lamps. Yells of terror brought in his servants, who found him lying on the floor with the blood streaming from his throat. As they entered, some huge black shadow seemed to move away from him, crawled across the floor and up the wall and out of the broken window. There he lay a-dying, said the last of my informants, and him that had been a great burly man was withered to a bag of skin, for the critter had drained all the blood from him. His last breath was a scream, and he hollered out the same words as parson read off the screen. Negotium Perambulans in Tenebris, I suggested eagerly. Thereabouts. Latin, anyhow. And after that, I asked. Nobody would go near the place, and the old house rotted and fell in ruins till 3 years ago, when along comes Mr. Doolis from Penzance and built the half of it up again. But he don't care much about such critters, nor about Latin neither. He takes his bottle of whiskey a day and gets drunk as a lord in the evening. Hey, I'm going home to my dinner. Whatever the authenticity of the legend, I had certainly heard the truth about Mr. Doolis from Penzance, who, from that day, became an object of keen curiosity on my part, the more so because the quarry house adjoined my uncle's garden. The thing that walked in the dark failed to stir my imagination, and already I was so used to sleeping alone in my shelter that the night had no terrors for me. But it would be intensely exciting to wake at some timeless hour and hear Mr. Doolis yelling, and conjecture that the thing had got him. But by degrees the whole story faded from my mind, overscored by the more vivid interests of the day, and for the last 2 years of my outdoor life in the vicarage garden, I seldom thought about Mr. Doolis and the possible fate that might await him for his temerity in living in the place where that thing of darkness had done business. Occasionally I saw him over the garden fence, a great yellow lump of a man with slow and staggering gait, but never did I set eyes on him outside his gate, either in the village street or down on the beach. He interfered with none, and no one interfered with him. If he wanted to run the risk of being the prey of the legendary nocturnal monster, or quietly drink himself to death, it was his affair. My uncle, so I gathered, had made several attempts to see him when he first came to live at Polane, but Mr. Doolis appeared to have no use for parsons, and said he was not at home, and never returned the call. After 3 years of sun, wind, and rain, I had completely outgrown my early symptoms and had become a tough, strapping youngster of 13. I was sent to Eton and Cambridge, and in due course ate my dinners and became a barrister. In 20 years from that time, I was earning a yearly income of 5 figures, and had already laid by in sound securities a sum that brought me dividends which would, for one of my simple tastes and frugal habits, supply me with all the material comforts I needed on this side of the grave. The great prizes of my profession were already within my reach, but I had no ambition beckoning me on, nor did I want a wife and children, being, I must suppose, a natural celibate. In fact, there was only one ambition which through those busy years had held the lure of blue and far-off hills to me, and that was to get back to Polane and live once more isolated from the world, with the sea and the gorse-clad hills for playfellows, and the secrets that lurked there for exploration. The spell of it had been woven about my heart, and I can truly say that there had hardly passed a day in all those years of which the thought of it and the desire for it had been wholly absent from my mind. Though I had been in frequent communication with my uncle there during his lifetime, and after his death with his widow, who still lived there, I had never been back to it since I embarked on my profession, for I knew that if I went there, it would be a wrench beyond my power to tear myself away again. But I had made up my mind that when once I had provided for my own independence, I would go back there and not to leave it again. And yet I did leave it again, and now nothing in the world would induce me to turn down the lane from the road that leads from Penzance to the Land's End, and see the sides of the Coombe rise steep above the roofs of the village, and hear the gulls chiding as they fish in the bay. One of the things invisible of the dark powers leaped into light, and I saw it with my eyes. The house where I had spent those 3 years of boyhood had been left for life to my aunt, and when I made known to her my intention of coming back to Polane, she suggested that till I found a suitable house or found her proposal unsuitable, I should come to live with her. The house is too big for a lone old woman, she wrote, and I have often thought of quitting and taking a little cottage sufficient for me and my requirements. But come and share it, my dear, and if you find me troublesome, you or I can go. You may want solitude, most people in Polane do, and will leave me, or else I will leave you. One of the main reasons of my stopping here all these years was a feeling that I must not let the old house starve. Houses starve, you know, if they're not lived in. They die a lingering death, the spirit in them grows weaker and weaker, and at last fades out of them. Isn't this nonsense, your London notions? Naturally, I accepted the warmth of this tentative arrangement, and on an evening in June found myself at the head of the lane leading down to Polerne, and once more I descended into the steep valley between the hills. Time had stood still apparently for the Coombe. The dilapidated signpost, or its successor, pointed a rickety finger down the lane, and a few hundred yards farther on was the white box for the exchange of letters. Point after remembered point met my eye, and what I saw was not shrunk, as is often the case with the revisited scenes of childhood, into a smaller scale. There stood the post office, and there the church, and close beside it the vicarage, and beyond the tall shrubberies which separated the house for which I was bound from the road, and beyond that again the grey roofs of the quarry house, damp and shining with the moist evening wind from the sea. All was exactly as I remembered it, and above all, that sense of seclusion and isolation. Somewhere above the tree-tops climbed the lane which joined the main road to Penzance, but all that had become immeasurably distant. The years that had passed since last I turned in at the well-known gate faded like a frosty breath, and vanished into this warm, soft air. There were law courts somewhere in memory's dull book, which, if I cared to turn the pages, would tell me that I had made a name and a great income there. But the dull book was closed now, for I was back in Polerne, and the spell was woven around me again. And if Polerne was unchanged, so too was Aunt Hester, who met me at the door. Dainty and china white she had always been, and the years had not aged but only refined her. As we sat and talked after dinner, she spoke of all that had happened in Polerne in that score of years, and yet somehow the changes of which she spoke seemed but to confirm the immutability of it all. As the recollection of the names came back to me, I asked her about the quarry house and Mr. Doolis, and her face gloomed a little as with the shadow of a cloud on a spring day. "Yes, Mr. Doolis," she said. "Poor Mr. Doolis. How well I remember him, though it must be 10 years and more since he died. I never wrote to you about it, for it was all very dreadful, my dear, and I didn't want to darken your memories of Polerne. Your uncle always thought that something of the sort might happen if he went on in his wicked, drunken ways, and worse than that. And though nobody knew exactly what took place, it was the sort of thing that might have been anticipated." "But what more or less happened, Aunt Hester?" I asked. "Well, of course I can't tell you everything, for no one knew it. But he was a very sinful man, and the scandal about him at Newlyn was shocking. And then he lived, too, in the quarry house. I wonder if by chance you remember that sermon of your uncle's when he got out of the pulpit and explained that panel in the altar rails, the one I mean with the horrible creature rearing itself up outside the lich gate." "Yes, I remember perfectly," said I. "Ah, it made an impression on you, I suppose. And so it did on all who heard him. And that impression got stamped and branded on us all when the catastrophe occurred. Somehow Mr. Doolis got to hear about your uncle's sermon, and in some drunken fit he broke into the church and smashed the panel to atoms. He seems to have thought that there was some magic in it, and that if he destroyed that he would get rid of the terrible fate that was threatening him. For I must tell you that before he committed that dreadful sacrilege, he had been a haunted man. He hated and feared darkness, for he thought that the creature on the panel was on his track, but that as long as he kept lights burning, it couldn't touch him. But the panel, to his disordered mind, was the root of his terror, and so, as I said, he broke into the church and attempted, you'll see why I said attempted, to destroy it. It certainly was found in splinters next morning when your uncle went into church for matins, and knowing Mr. Doolis's fear of the panel, he went across to the quarry house afterwards and taxed him with its destruction. The man never denied it. He boasted of what he had done. There he sat, though it was early morning, drinking his whisky. "I've settled your thing for you," he said, "and your sermon too. A fig for such superstitions." Your uncle left him without answering his blasphemy, meaning to go straight into Penzance and give information to the police about this outrage to the church. But on his way back from the quarry house, he went into the church again. And there, in the screen, was the panel, untouched and uninjured. And yet he had himself seen it smashed. And Mr. Doolis had confessed that the destruction of it was his work. But there it was, and whether the power of God had mended it, or some other power, who knows? This was Pauline indeed, and it was the spirit of Pauline that made me accept all Aunt Hester was telling me as attested fact. It had happened like that. She went on in her quiet voice. Your uncle recognized that some power beyond police was at work, and he did not go to Penzance or give information about the outrage, for the evidence of it had vanished. A sudden spate of scepticism swept over me. There must have been some mistake, I said. It hadn't been broken. She smiled. Yes, my dear, but you have been in London so long, she said. Let me anyhow tell you the rest of my story. That night, for some reason, I couldn't sleep. It was very hot and airless. I dare say you'll think that the sultry conditions accounted for my wakefulness. Once and again, as I went to the window to see if I couldn't admit more air, I could see from it the quarry house, and I noticed the first time that I left my bed that it was blazing with lights. But the second time I saw that it was all in darkness, and as I wondered at that, I heard a terrible scream. And the moment afterwards, the steps of someone coming at full speed down the road outside the gate. He yelled as he ran. Light! Light! He called out. Give me light or it'll catch me. It was very terrible to hear that, and I went to rouse my husband, who was sleeping in the dressing room across the passage. He wasted no time, but by now the whole village was aroused by the screams, and when he got down to the pier, he found that it was all over. The tide was low, and on the rocks at its foot was lying the body of Mr. Doolis. He must have cut some artery when he fell on those sharp edges of stone, for he had bled to death, they thought. And though he was such a burly man, his corpse was but skin and bones. Yet there was no pool of blood around him, such as you would have expected, just skin and bones, as if every drop of blood in his body had been sucked out of him. She leaned forward. You and I, my dear, know what happened, she said, or at least can guess. God has his instruments of vengeance on those who bring wickedness into places that have been holy. Dark and mysterious are his ways. Now, what I should have thought of such a story if it had been told to me in London, I can easily imagine. There was such an obvious explanation. The man in question had been a drunkard. What wonder if the demons of delirium pursued him? But here, in Pauline, it was different. And who's in the quarry house now? I asked. Years ago, the Fisher boys told me the story of the man who first built it and of his horrible end, and now again it has happened. Surely no one has ventured to inhabit it once more. I saw in her face, even before I asked that question, that somebody had done so. Yes, it's lived in again, said she, for there is no end to the blindness. I don't know if you remember him. He was a tenant of the vicarage many years ago. John Evans, said I. Yes, such a nice fellow he was too. Your uncle was pleased to get so good a tenant. And now, she rose. Aunt Hester, you shouldn't leave your sentences unfinished, I said. She shook her head. My dear, that sentence will finish itself. But what a time of night. I must go to bed, and you too, or they think we'll have to keep lights burning here through the dark hours. Before getting into bed, I drew my curtains wide and opened all the windows to the warm tide of the sea air that flowed softly in. Looking out into the garden, I could see in the moonlight the roof of the shelter in which for 3 years I had lived, gleaming with dew. That, as much as anything, brought back the old days to which I had now returned, and they seemed of one piece with the present, as if no gap of more than 20 years sundered them. The two flowed into one, like globules of mercury uniting into a softly shining globe of mysterious lights and reflections. Then, Raising my eyes a little, I saw against the black hillside the windows of the quarry house still alight. Morning, as is so often the case, brought no shattering of my illusion. As I began to regain consciousness, I fancied that I was a boy again, waking up in the shelter in the garden, and though, as I grew more widely awake, I smiled at the impression, that on which it was based I found to be indeed true. It was sufficient now as then to be here, to wander again on the cliffs and hear the popping of the ripened seed pods on the gorse bushes, to stray along the shore to the bathing cove, to float and drift and swim in the warm tide and bask on the sand, and watch the gulls fishing, to lounge on the pierhead with the fisher folk, to see in their eyes and hear in their quiet speech the evidence of secret things not so much known to them as part of their instincts and their very being. There were powers and presences about me. The white poplars that stood by the stream that babbled down the valley knew of them, and showed a glimpse of their knowledge sometimes like the gleam of their white underleaves. The very cobbles that paved the street were soaked in it. All that I wanted was to lie there and grow soaked in it too, unconsciously as a boy. I had done that, but now the process must be conscious. I must know what stir of forces, fruitful and mysterious, seethed along the hillside at noon and sparkled at night on the sea. They could be known. They could even be controlled by those who were masters of the spell. But never could they be spoken of, for they were dwellers in the innermost, grafted into the eternal life of the world. There were dark secrets as well in these clear, kindly powers, and to these no doubt belonged the Negotium Perambulans in Tenebris, which, though of deadly malignity, might be regarded not only as evil, but as the avenger of the sacrilegious and impious deeds. All this was part of the spell of Pollen, of which the seeds had lain long dormant in me. But now they were sprouting, and who knew what strange flower would unfold on their stems? It was not long before I came across John Evans. One morning, as I lay on the beach, there came shambling across the sand a man stout and middle-aged, with the face of Silenus. He paused as he drew near me and regarded me from narrow eyes. "Why, you're the little chap that used to live in the parson's garden," he said. "Don't you recognize me?" I saw who it was when he spoke. His voice, I think, instructed me, and recognizing it, I could see the features of the strong, alert young man in this gross caricature. "Yes, you're John Evans," I said. "You used to be very kind to me. You used to draw pictures for me." "So I did, and I'll draw you some more. Been bathing? That's a risky performance. You never know what lives in the sea, nor what lives in the land, for that matter. Not that I heed them. I stick to work and whiskey. God, I've learned to paint since I saw you. And drink, too, for that matter. I live in the quarry house, you know, and it's a powerful thirsty place. Come and have a look at my things if you're passing. Staying with your aunt, are you? I could do a wonderful portrait of her. Interesting face. She knows a lot. People who live at Pollen get to know a lot, though I don't take much stock in that sort of knowledge myself. I do not know when I've been at once so repelled and interested. Behind the mere grossness of his face there lurked something which, while it appalled, yet fascinated me. His thick, lisping speech had the same quality, and his paintings, what would they be like? "I was just going home," I said. "I'll gladly come in, if you'll allow me." He took me through the untended and overgrown garden into the house which I had never yet entered. A great grey cat was sunning itself in the window, and an old woman was laying lunch in a corner of the cool hall into which the door opened. It was built of stone, and the carved mouldings let into the walls, the fragments of gargoyles and sculptured images, bore testimony to the truth of its having been built out of the demolished church. In one corner was an oblong and carved wooden table, littered with a painter's apparatus, and stacks of canvases leaned against the walls. He jerked his thumb towards a head of an angel that was built into the mantelpiece, and giggled. "Quite as sanctified air," he said, "so we tone it down for the purposes of ordinary life by a different sort of art. Have a drink? No? Well, turn over some of my pictures while I put myself to rights. He was justified in his own estimate of his skill. He could paint, and apparently he could paint anything. But never have I seen pictures so inexplicably hellish. There were exquisite studies of trees, and you knew that something lurked in the flickering shadows. There was a drawing of his cat sunning itself in the window, even as I had just now seen it, and yet it was no cat, but some beast of awful malignity. There was a boy stretched naked on the sands, not human, but some evil thing which had come out of the sea. Above all, there were pictures of his garden, overgrown and jungle-like, and you knew that in the bushes were presences ready to spring out on you. "Well, you like my style?" he said, as he came up, glass in hand. The tumbler of spirits that he held had not been diluted. "I try to paint the essence of what I see, not the mere husk and skin of it, but its nature, where it comes from, and what gave it birth. There's much in common between a cat and a fuchsia bush, if you look at them closely enough. Everything came out of the slime of the pit, and it's all going back there. I should like to do a picture of you some day. I'd hold the mirror up to nature, as that old lunatic said." After this first meeting, I saw him occasionally throughout the months of that wonderful summer. Often he kept to his house and his painting for days together, and then perhaps some evening I would find him lounging on the pier, always alone, and every time we met thus the repulsion and interest grew, for every time he seemed to have gone farther along a path of secret knowledge towards some evil shrine where complete initiation awaited him. And then, suddenly, the end came. I had met him thus one evening on the cliffs while the October sunset still burned in the sky, but over it with amazing rapidity there spread from the west a great blackness of cloud, such as I have never seen for denseness. The light was sucked from the sky. The dusk fell in ever thicker layers. He suddenly became conscious of this. "I must get back as quick as I can," he said. "It'll be dark in a few minutes, and my servant's out. The lamps won't be lit." He stepped out with extraordinary briskness for one who shambled and could scarcely lift his feet, and soon broke out into a stumbling run. In the gathering darkness, I could see that his face was moist with the dew of some unspoken terror. You must come with me," he panted, "for so we shall get the lights burning the sooner. I cannot do without light." I had to exert myself to the full to keep up with him, for terror winged him, and even so I fell behind, so that when I came to the garden gate, he was already halfway up the path to the house. I saw him enter, leaving the door wide, and found him fumbling with matches, but his hand so trembled that he could not transfer the light to the wick of the lamp. "But what's the hurry about?" I asked. Suddenly his eyes focused themselves on the open door behind me, and he jumped from his seat beside the table which had once been the altar of God, with a gasp and a scream. "No, no, keep it off!" I turned and saw what he had seen. The thing had entered, and now was swiftly sliding across the floor towards him, like some gigantic caterpillar. A stale, phosphorescent light came from it, for though the dusk had grown to blackness outside, I could see it quite distinctly in the awful light of its own presence. From it, too, there came an odour of corruption and decay, as from slime that has long lain below water. It seemed to have no head, but on the front of it was an orifice of puckered skin, which opened and shut and slavered at the edges. It was hairless and slug-like in shape and in texture. As it advanced, its forepart reared itself from the ground, like a snake about to strike, and it fastened on him. At that sight, and with the yells of his agony in my ears, the panic which had struck me relaxed into a hopeless courage, and with palsied, impotent hands, I tried to lay hold of the thing, but I could not. though something material was there, it was impossible to grasp it. My hands sunk in it as in thick mud. It was like wrestling with a nightmare. I think that but a few seconds elapsed before all was over. The screams of the wretched man sank to moans and mutterings as the thing fell on him. He panted once or twice and was still. For a moment longer, there came gurglings and sucking noises, and then it slid out even as it had entered. I lit the lamp which he had fumbled with, and there, on the floor, he lay. No more than a rind of skin in loose folds over projecting bones.
Lodgers by Joan Aiken. Are you sure, Doctor? Said Rose Burdock. You really mean that he's got mumps and she's got measles? You couldn't be mistaken. No mistake, said Dr. Cobb briskly. Seen too many cases this week. Half the town's got one or the other. Bob's got the stiff neck, Titch has the spots. Nothing you can do but keep 'em warm, give 'em aspirin, and lots to drink. Wrap up their necks and ears and keep 'em isolated, because what's sure to happen is that in a couple of weeks they'll swap bugs. It's then you'll really have to worry, because they'll be a bit pulled down by the first bug, so they may take the next one harder. How long will it last? She said, faintly. He was scribbling prescriptions. You'll probably have 'em both at home for about a month from first to last. Here, this is for Titch. Every 4 hours around the clock, and these are for Bob, same, till their temperatures are back to normal. Call me if the fever goes on for more than 2 days, or if there is any delirium. Delirium? Not likely, unless mumps meningitis sets in. Watch out for bronchitis or pneumonia, though, of course. Have you had mumps and measles, by the way? Oh, yes. Well, you can get mumps again, so look out, he said with callous cheer, running down the front steps. Rose dully watched him go. There was a small disused graveyard beside her house. A heavy rain followed by a sharp January frost had left all the gravestones neatly cased in ice. They looked like playing cards laid out for patience. Patience. How peaceful, she thought, to be lying stretched out in one's bones under there with an ice pack overhead, and went back into the house where Titch, hot and miserable, wanted a drink and to be rubbed with eau de cologne. Bob, feverish and with acutely painful glands, wanted a hot poultice round his neck to take away the pain. Both asked to be read aloud to, and both wished to be made instantly better. Rose presently dragged herself wearily downstairs for the next disagreeable duty. A woman's seen. Can I speak to Mrs. Joubert, please? Mrs. Joubert, this is Rose Burdock. Mrs. Joubert, I am most terribly sorry, but it looks as if I shan't be able to get into the office on Monday. Both my children are sick, one with mumps, other with measles, and my lodger left 2 days ago. I've got no one at home to look after them. Yes, of course I will. But yes, I know. Yes, I do realise that. Yes, I know Wednesday is press day. I'll certainly see what I can do. I just thought I'd better warn you in case. Yes, I will. Yes, of course. You do remember, Mrs. Burdock, came the editor's clear voice over the wire, that when we gave you this job, it was on the strict understanding that there were to be no extra days off, no emergencies or crises, that if you came to us, you promised never to leave us in a lurch on press days. Rose remembered the conversation extremely well. Mrs. Joubert, who had a face like an isosceles triangle on its apex, with a crest of blue hair and 2 0 signs for eyes, had terrified her so much that she had made the promise unhesitatingly with every intention of keeping it. Besides, with a well-disposed lodger who was always at home at tea time before the children had finished school,
The future seemed secure. Who could have foretold that the lodger would be summoned to Scotland to nurse a dying mother, or that the children would succumb to mumps and measles simultaneously? "I'll do my very best, Mrs. Joubert," she said in despair. "Please do, dear, because this sort of thing really mustn't happen, you know. We've been very good to you, made special arrangements for you to work a 4-day week." "Yes, I know. Very well, then." After the formidable click with which Mrs. Joubert rang off came the immediate peal of the front door. "Oh, God, now what?" Rose thought, and dragged herself to the door. If that's the meter, it means another electricity bill. It was not the meter man, but a frail-looking woman with badly waved hair dangling on either side of her face like a cocker spaniel's ears. Her face was somehow ineffectual, pale and long, with anxious grey eyes and a mouth that made efforts to be firm, but kept dropping back into a weakly placating curve. Her skin was dry and chalky, and her clothes hung on her like dead leaves after the first rains of winter. "Mrs. Burdock?" Her voice was placating too, refined yet shallow, as if she never took in quite enough breath. "You won't know me, but I've heard of you through your professional associates. Well, through Mrs. Joubert, actually." "If it's life insurance, I'm afraid I'm not interested," said Rose swiftly. "And you must excuse me, but I've got 2 sick children in the house. I have to get back to them." "No, you misunderstand me. I'm giving Mrs. Joubert as a reference. Actually, she's a friend of my husband's father, Admiral Colgate at South Dean." "Oh, I see." In fact, Rose saw nothing. It was true that Mrs. Joubert had a weekend cottage at the village of South Dean 5 miles away, and no doubt she knew dozens of admirals there. But why should that bring this dithering woman to stand on her threshold? "The fact is, we're a bit desperate, my husband and I," Mrs. Colgate went on rapidly, with what she seemed to hope was a winning smile. "And we happened to hear, through the local grapevine, you know, that you might have some rooms to let in your house. We wondered if there might be a chance for us to rent them." "You want to rent rooms?" Suddenly, the sunlight on the graveyard's frosted grass seemed to have acquired the heat of midsummer. Mrs. Colgate's chalky face was haloed in a golden fuzz of hair. Oh, now I do see. Please come in and look at them, won't you? I'm afraid they're nothing very grand, just 2 rooms, a bathroom and kitchenette. Won't you come upstairs?" "We don't want anything grand," pattered Mrs. Colgate in a soft, conciliating voice, following up the stairs. She had to duck her skimpy length to get in at the spare bedroom door, for the house was Tudor, with lintels to match, and she quite tall. Nonetheless, she instantly exclaimed, "Oh, how delightful! Why, this would suit us down to the ground. It's really an answer to a prayer, you see, as my husband has been disqualified for driving for 6 months, just on a technicality, you know, so silly. And he has to catch the 8:15 twice a week to town. And there's no bus to South Dean. And I'm a wretched driver in a fog, and you know how many fogs we've been having these mornings. We have been living at South Dean with the Admiral. You see, my husband's father, ever since we had to come back from Iran so suddenly, Desmond had an excellent job in Tehran. It was so sad when things got difficult there." All this flowed out in a gentle, unaccented stream as she, rather inattentively it seemed to Rose, inspected the bathroom, kitchenette, and 2 bed-sitting rooms. "Quite perfect. And is there a shed or something where we can garage the car?" That, Rose was obliged to confess, there was not. Her own Minnie lived across the lane, where there was a slot just big enough for 1 car. But I'm afraid they won't allow any more. You can park overnight in the main square, though. That's only 3 minutes' walk. Mrs. Colgate declared that would be absolutely super, and that the whole thing was just what they'd been looking for. "Only 3 minutes to the bus, too. Couldn't be more convenient. May we move in this afternoon?" "Don't you want your husband to come and look first?" said Rose, a little startled. "Oh, no need at all. He'll love it just as much as I do." "There's just one thing." Rose hesitated, feeling that, heaven sent though this chance seemed, it behoved her to be honest. "I have 2 children, aged 6 and 8. Oh, the pets! We love children, cried Mrs. Colgate. I've had children of my own, you see, grown now, alas. We shall be so happy to live in a house with children once more. Oh, that's, I'm very sorry. But the thing is, went on Rose desperately, that one of my children has mumps at present, and the other has measles. And in about 10 days' time, or even sooner, they are due to reverse the pattern. Are you sure you want to face that? Have you had mumps or measles yourself, Mrs. Colgate? Bless you, yes, my dear, long ago, and so has my husband. Mumps and measles are nothing to us. We shall be happy to nurse your children for you. It will make us feel needed. I gather you go up to town every day. I feel quite certain that we're going to fit into your house very well. That's all settled then, and we'll move in this afternoon between 3 and 4, if that's a good time. Yes, of course, Rose said. I'll give you some keys. Mrs. Colgate's smile had been so continuous and persevering that it was rather a shock for Rose to observe the violent shaking of her hands as she received the keys. Poor thing. Perhaps she had arthritis or Parkinson's disease, was it, that made her hands shake, or somebody's palsy? Who was that at the door? Called the children's voices from their separate bedrooms. It was no use putting them in together. First they argued, then they quarrelled, finally they fought. Rose went to tell them that the 2 new lodgers were due to arrive, who would be happy to read aloud, fetch drinks, and do shopping errands. Bob took the news indifferently. He had a temperature of 102. Titch's face fell. I thought you'd stay at home and look after us, she said dolefully. Honey, you know I'd like to, but I can't. I have to go to my office. But I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Colgate will be very nice. At 2:30, the bell rang again. And it was a short, very fat man with a green eye shade over his face, who had an immense untidy bundle wrapped in a red baize cloth. Mrs. Burdock, I'm Desmond Colgate. Delighted to meet you. Can't shake hands. May I carry this little lot upstairs? His voice was startlingly high and shrill. The only thing higher, Rose thought, would be a bat's squeak. What she could see of his face, below the green shade, was almost as startlingly white and moist, like the underside of a plaice. Taking her silence for assent, he nipped past her, and locating the stairs by instinct, it seemed, went quickly up with his load. Finding her wits, Rose followed and directed him into the lodgers' rooms. Delightful, delightful, he said, dumping the cloth-wrapped bundle on the bed and crossing to the window. I'm sorry it looks out on the graveyard, Rose said, after clearing her throat. My son's room does too. I do hope you don't mind. Mind? Why should I mind? Oh, he said, chuckling. Do you mean worry about the spirits of the departed, that sort of thing? But, my dear young lady, that little graveyard is old. Why, I dare say no one has been buried in it for 100 years. Nothing spooky is going to come out of there. Dear me, no. A very pleasant prospect. Aha! I believe I hear my wife down below. You mean only recent graves produce ghosts? Rose asked, trying for a light note, as she followed him downstairs again. Spirits, my dear, spirits. Of course. They wear out in the end. Burn out, if you like, just like a candle flame. Spirits are not immortal any more than bodies. They simply have a more energy and a longer lifespan. Thank you, Laura, he added, receiving a plastic garment bag, evidently stuffed with clothes, from his wife, who stood nervously by the open front door. And of course, he added to Rose, nonplussed in the hall, it is when they have just left their bodies that spirits are most agitated, not yet knowing, you see, quite where they stand. Ha ha! His chuckle was like ice cubes falling into a glass. He retired up the stairs again with the dress bag, and Mrs. Colgate went back to their car, which was parked on the pavement outside, with the policeman eyeing it thoughtfully. I hope you don't mind our coming a little earlier, he said. Mrs. Colgate fluttered up the front steps again with the bundle of golf clubs and fishing rods and the tube of a vacuum cleaner. The Admiral thought it would be more practical to leave during the daylight. It gets dark so early these days, and then it's so hard to find things. She handed the clubs and rods to her husband, who, still in pursuit of his previous theme, said airily, waving a butterfly net, "Yes, yes, spirits, when they have just left their bodies, buzz around in quite a panic. Like wasps, you know, positively distilling energy." He bustled off up the stairs again. He could move amazingly nimbly for one so fat, calling back what sounded like, "That's the time to catch them." Rose went away to her own kitchen to be by herself. She supposed she had better make the Colgates a cup of tea. That was the proper way to welcome people. She wished that she had not taken such an instantaneous aversion to Desmond Colgate. Probably he was quite ordinary and pleasant when one got to know him. He couldn't help that unnerving voice and fish-like complexion. During the weekend, the Colgates seemed to settle in very completely in their own way. They had brought no furniture. Indeed, they had no need to, for the rooms were fully furnished, but they had an incredible quantity of paraphernalia: bundles, boxes, rolls, frames, cages, baskets. As they carried these up, Rose could not conceive where they would stow all the stuff in her 2 moderate-sized rooms, and indeed, when she tapped and entered with the ceremonial cups of tea, the floor was completely covered with objects dumped higgledy-piggledy, and the owners were making no attempt to organize the chaos. They were seated, he on the chaise-longue and she on the divan, each with an half-empty glass in hand. A Johnny Walker bottle stood on a box midway between them. "You see us exhausted, my dear Rose," chirped Mr. Colgate. I may call you Rose, may I not?" "Such a charming name, recruiting our strength before embarking on the next stage of our labours. tea. What a considerate thought. How delicious." But Rose noticed when she carried the cups down again that he had hardly touched his, taken no more than a courtesy sip. Was the silence interrupted by her entry a sullen silence, an acrimonious silence, a conspiratorial silence? There had been a positive quality to it. Of that Rose felt certain. And on the Sunday, as she went about her weekend tasks and tended the children, she could not avoid the irrational notion that the Colgates, mousy quiet themselves, and they seemed to be late risers, were, as she swept or clinked pots in the kitchen, or merely ran up and down stairs, sitting motionless as she had first discovered them, listening to her. On Sunday evening, Dr. Cobb dropped in, unannounced. "Passing by, I thought I might as well. Temperature's down yet? Never mind, it has to take its course. Keep him in bed, though. No getting up to watch telly. That measles bug's a bad one. Young Pete Finn, the vet's son, know I mean. Round-faced boy," she nodded. "Took pneumonia. Died this morning. Couldn't get the temperature down." Pete Finn." She was transfixed by a pang of pity and terror. But he's such a big, strong boy. We know him well. He was a friend of Bob's." Cobb shook his head. "Didn't make it. Don't tell you this to scare you, just to warn. Well, keep on with the pills, all you can do." He made for the door fast, turned to say with a touch of inquisitiveness and something else, malice and his good nature, "Here you've got new lodgers." He jerked his thumb upwards. "They didn't stay in his father's house too long." "You know the Admiral, then?" He nodded. He knew everybody. "Patient. Haven't met the younger generation, though. Been in foreign parts, haven't they? Good thing they left the old boy, rubbing him up the wrong way. He said they were hastening his end. Behaving themselves here, are they?" "They seem fine. Why?" She was instantly alarmed. "Oh, nothing. Glad you found somebody. Only I did hear," he gestured, tipping up an invisible glass. Oh, thought Rose, that would explain the shaking hands and trouble about driving. "Both," she mouthed unhappily. He shrugged. "Only in moderation, I dare say. Could be worse. Could be heroin. Take care now. Call me at the least worry." With a carefree slam, he was into his car and away. On Monday, a prey to hideous qualms and misgivings, Rose drove to the office of Woman's Scene. She had left prepared food of every kind ready to be fed to her children, a paper tacked to the wall with her phone number, the doctor's number, the plumber, electrician, hospital, typed instructions, stock on all the household appliances. For Mrs. Colgate had asked if she might use the washing machine, the iron, sewing machine, vacuum. My father-in-law was always terribly difficult about letting us use his things, she confided. Press week on the magazine was always a scramble of last-minute work. Rose found it impossible to leave the office before 6:30. She arrived home late and in trepidation, though Mrs. Colgate that morning had been wholly friendly and reassuring. Mr. Colgate had not been visible. Don't you worry about a thing, my dear. It will really be a pleasure to look after your nice children, dear little things. She had seemed decidedly calmer than on the day they arrived. Her hands shook less. When Rose opened the door, the house was totally silent, and downstairs all in darkness. She flipped a switch, no light. In a panic, she ran up the stairs. Here, there was darkness too, though dim lights came from the children's rooms. When she went in to see Titch, Rose discovered the source of this subdued light. Mr. Colgate was there reading Kim aloud to her daughter by the flicker of 2 candles. His high, monotonous, bird-like voice, which had seemed, as she entered, mysteriously to come from somewhere in the ceiling, ceased when he saw Rose. Despite the dim light, he was still wearing his eyeshade. Ah, there you are at last, my dear, he said graciously to Rose. Then I will retire. Has everything been all right? Rose hoped that the nervousness and dislike in her voice were not as audible to him as they seemed to her. Just as right as it could be, Mr. Colgate declared with greater gaiety. He added judiciously, but I believe your daughter is not very used to men. My husband died when she was only 3. Ah, I see. That explains it. So long ago, he sighed. Might I ask, did your husband live here when he was alive, in this house? No, we moved here after his death. Ah, too bad. He seemed disappointed. I was asking the children about him. He took a step, and a strong, sweetish scent of whiskey and hair oil was released. Rose longed for him to be gone. She could see what seemed to have escaped Mr. Colgate's notice under the eye shade and the dim light, that Titch was in a silent agony of terrified tears that might at any minute reach screaming pitch. Well, good night, Mr. Colgate. Thank you so much. And as he mercifully left the room, and she heard his own door shut behind him, My lamb, what's the matter? Titch flung herself quivering into her mother's arms. He's horrible. I couldn't understand a single word he said, not a word. His voice is so strange. It seemed to come from the roof, and he smells awful. Please, don't let him come in here any more. No, of course I won't. With sinking heart, Rose wondered how this was to be achieved without mortally offending Mr. Colgate. She suspected that he might be a very touchy man. As soon as she could detach herself from the panic-stricken Titch, Rose went to visit Bob. Here the scene seemed calmer. Bob was sitting up in a bed, flushed but impassive, wrapped in a quilt, playing cards on a pastry board with Mrs. Colgate. 2 more flickering candles lit the room. Your son has a natural aptitude for cards, Mrs. Colgate said, smiling, ducking out from under the sloping roof. I've taught him Spider, and before he learned Napoleon, Streets and Alleys, Klondike, and the Beleaguered Castle. He learns like lightning. Bless him, Rose stroked the tousled fair head. It's so kind of you. With relief, she saw that Bob, though not in the best of spirits, had not been reduced to Titch's state of despair. She felt his forehead. It was very hot. He twitched away nervously from her street-cold hand. Why all the candles? Rose asked. Did the main fuse blow? I can't say. Mrs. Colgate looked vague. Something went wrong. But anyway, my husband and I really prefer candlelight. Rose did not. In a Tudor house largely constructed of timber and lath, candles were too great a fire hazard, and she groped her way down to the cellar and mended the 3 separate fuses that seemed to have blown. However, even when the rest of the rooms were blazing with light, she noticed, when outside, fetching her briefcase from the car, that only a dim flicker still emanated from the Colgate's windows. I hope to God they've tidied up all that clutter, she thought apprehensively. She could hardly forbid the Colgates to use candles if such was their preference, but it did seem risky with all those obstacles on the floor to trip them. Perhaps they were straight by now, though. Later on in the evening, she was obliged to visit their room. The phone rang. It was a male voice asking for Mr. Desmond Colgate. "What name shall I say?" inquired Rose. "Hugh Morgan Sleigh, Admiral Colgate's solicitor." "I've been trying this number all day," said the voice irritably. "I'll see if they're in, but I rather believe I heard them go out half an hour ago," said Rose. As she gulped down her hasty, late supper, she had heard footsteps and mutterings on the stairs. Pondering, she tapped on the Colgate's door. Twice during the day she had tried to phone home in order to ask after the children, but had got no reply on either occasion. Were the Colgates telephone shy? The tapping produced no response, and she cautiously opened the door, automatically switching on the light. Something scurried hastily in a corner. She caught a glimpse of a smallish, whitish creature which vanished under a corner of blanket hanging from the divan. The Colgates were nowhere to be seen, and the rooms were still just as untidy as they had been 4 days ago. A guttering candle leaned precariously over the edge of a saucer. Rose extinguished it and went back to the phone. "They must be out, I'm afraid. Shall I leave them a message to call you?" "That won't be any use," he said sourly. "I suppose I shall have to come and see them to explain the Admiral's intentions." He sounded as if he found the prospect intensely disagreeable. "You might catch them at friends, if you have any idea where to phone," Rose suggested. "More likely in a pub," he muttered to himself, not Rose, and rang off. She had intended to wait up in order to tell them about the call, and also ask about the creature. What could it have been? A ferret? A lizard? A koipu? But they returned home so extremely late that by the time they came in she had given up and, exhausted, retired to bed. She slept lightly, though, and heard their shuffling feet on the stairs after the church clock struck 1. Not a pub, then. Mr. Morgan's sleigh must have been wrong about that. In the morning, there was no sound from the Colgate area. Not daring to leave the children, both running fevers, without being certain that somebody was alert enough to tend to their needs, Rose waited as long as possible, then tapped at the door. A very long silence ensued. Rose tapped again. A drowsy voice called, "Who is it?" "It's me, Rose. I'm sorry to disturb you." After another long pause, Mrs. Colgate came flapping to the door in a faded silk wrapper that must have once been memorably ornate. Her face was chalk pale, her hands shook wildly. Rose passed on the lawyer's message, which Mrs. Colgate received without expression, and then added, "I'm sorry to bother you." Why did she keep saying that? It wasn't true. "But I just phoned the doctor, and he says if the children's temperatures aren't down by noon, get in touch with him and he'll come round. Just phone him and he'll come," she repeated, as Mrs. Colgate continued to look unreceptive. "Phone the doctor? Oh, I won't do that. I'll run round to the surgery," Mrs. Colgate said after a pause. "I've seen it. It's in the square, isn't it?" "Yes," said Rose, rather astonished. "But you'd much better phone. He won't be there. He'll be on his rounds. They'll have to find him." "I'll go," repeated Mrs. Colgate. "I like fresh air." "You won't forget, will you?" There was something so odd about the woman that Rose was deeply troubled at having to leave the children in her charge. She went on. I don't like to seem a silly, fussing parent, but since the news about poor little Peter Finn's death—" "Peter Finn's death?" Mrs. Colgate looked a little more intelligent. "The vet's boy at South Dean. Such a sweet boy. He used to wash our car, and my husband taught him to play cribbage." Mention of the vet reminded Rose of something. "By the way, do you have a pet? When I looked in here last night, I thought I saw... The thing is, I hadn't really reckoned. The house isn't very big." For several moments, Mrs. Colgate remained quite silent, her face non-committal. Then, as if after reflection, she said, "A pet? I thought when I went up about the phone call, I saw something like a ferret." "Oh, you mean my sister's Chinese rabbit," Mrs. Colgate said, as if suddenly enlightened. "Don't worry, I'll take it back to her today. And she added, "We don't like pets at all, don't worry," she finished absently. Rose nodded, left the house and ran to her car. She was very late, and it was beginning to snow. On both the following evenings, the lights were all fused when Rose arrived home. Some activity of the coal gates apparently put an excessive strain on the wiring. Mending the fuses, Rose resolved to ask them about it when she had a little more time. But there were so many things on her mind as well. The children's still soaring temperatures, the unsorted mess in the Colgate's rooms, visible whenever they briefly left the door open, ought Rose to help them tidy it. The intermittent snow, which made driving a terror to Rose, never confident in the car at the best of times. The hectic going-to-press non-stop action of the magazine. Then, on Wednesday evening, there came a call from the police. "Mrs. Burdock, Sergeant Grimble here. I believe you have a Mr. Colgate staying with you who owns a white Cortina, registration DDR 01439J. Would you mind telling him he's parked it illegally in Mary Lane, and unless it's removed within half an hour, it will be towed away at his expense?" Oh, yes, I'll tell him. Very kind of you to tip him off," Rose said to Sergeant Grimble, who was an old friend. And he said, "Confidentially, they keep leaving their car in all sorts of crazy places. You'd better warn them, or they're in for trouble." "Oh, good heavens," said Mr. Colgate irritably when Rose relayed this message to him, somewhat watered down. "I must say it is a great pity we are not permitted to put our car in the graveyard next door. There would be plenty of room among the trees. This town is so awkward and confusing at night, as the streets are so poorly lit." Ironic that he, with his preference for candlelight, should complain of that, Rose thought. He went on, "Quite often in the morning, other people have parked so inconsiderately that it is almost impossible for us to locate our car. My poor wife had to spend several hours today searching for it." This explained Bob's complaint. "We didn't get our lunch today till 4, Mum. Need these Colgates stay. I don't really like them." "Oh dear, love, nor do I much. But they are keeping an eye on you, and they paid a month's rent in advance. What don't you like about them?" "Everything. And his puppets are the absolute end." "Puppets? He makes them out of china or something. They clink. He showed me a couple this afternoon when we were playing cards. One moved by itself. Horrible. We played canasta, and he said if I won, I could have one of the smaller puppets. But I wouldn't want one. They gave me the creeps. Anyway, I didn't win." On Thursday morning, early, Mrs. Joubert sent for Rose. The magazine had been safely put to bed. There was time to draw breath. Rose hurried to the editor's office, wondering what fault or omission of hers had come under scrutiny. She could think of several possibilities in the last few desperate days. But this summons was of a personal nature. Mrs. Joubert came to the point directly. "I've just been talking to my housekeeper at South Dean. She tells me she heard the young Colgates had rented rooms in your house." Young Colgates? Rose would hardly have classified them as that, but she supposed that compared with the Admiral in his late 80s, they rated as young. "Yes, that's right." "Well, get them out at once. You can't let them stay in your house." But Rose stammered, utterly taken aback. "They gave you as a reference. That was why I let them come." "Like their impudence. They'd no right to," Mrs. Joubert said incisively. "My dear, they nearly drove that wretched old man mad. He said they were hurrying him towards his end. They are an appalling couple." "What's the matter with them?" "Well, they drink like fishes for a start. But there are much worse things. They have all kinds of murky habits. You have got to get rid of them." But they paid a month's rent. Pay it back. Get them out." "How can I possibly do that?" "Invent something. Say you've got your mother-in-law coming to live with you. I'm serious." "But they're looking after my children who have mumps and measles." Rose felt herself close to fainting with sheer despair. "You'll just have to take some time off," Mrs. Joubert said impatiently. "Luckily, we've just gone to press." In a small, detached, ironic corner of her mind, Rose wondered if the time off would have been granted otherwise. "Don't come until next Monday. Tell them some story. Fix something, okay? And you'd better leave early today." Nonetheless, there was much clearing up to do after the scrambled press day. The January afternoon was darkening by the time Rose parked the Mini opposite her front door. The sight of Dr. Cobb's car arrogantly straddling the double lines across the road turned her cold with apprehension. "I'm afraid a lad's coming down with measles too," the doctor told her outside Bob's door. "This is really going to be a tricky time. I've left a lot of new medicine for him to take. Try an ice pack and lots of fluids. I'll be back later this evening." You don't think he should go into hospital?" Rose tried to keep her voice level. "My dear, they're packed to the gills. Still, don't worry. See you later." "Don't worry," Rose thought, pressing both hands against her aching temples. 10 minutes afterwards, as she ran up the stairs with a jug of barley water, she found her way impeded by Mr. Colgate, fatly occupying most of the narrow landing. "I'm taking these in to amuse him," he chirped gaily. She was too exhausted to pretend. "No, he doesn't want anything like that, Mr. Colgate. He's far too sick." Yet, there was something rather repulsively fascinating about Mr. Colgate's puppets, which he held dangling from either hand. China, Bob had said, and she had thought he must be mistaken. But in fact, the puppets were made of ceramic, a series of bell-shaped pottery pieces, a large one for the body, with painted face, and smaller ones for the arms and legs, each slotting into the one above, threaded on leather thongs. They clinked slightly as they moved. The faces, though depicted by no more than half a dozen strokes of black and white paint, wore such expressions of malign hostility that it was easy to see why they had upset Bob. Thank heaven Titch had not seen them. "He's too sick," Rose repeated firmly. "Poor boy," Mr. Colgate sighed. "It's hard when one is young to be so very ill. You're sure I couldn't show him just one puppet?" "I have a big one, bigger than these." "Which moves all by itself. I've trained it to do that." "He liked that one." "No thanks, Mr. Colgate." Mrs. Colgate opened the door and put her face round. She looked fatigued and frightened. For a moment, Rose thought she could hear a faint, high-pitched crying coming from the room behind her. Then she stepped out and closed the door. "Ventriloquism," said her husband. "Did you know I could throw my voice, my dear Rose?" He twitched his face, and a squeaky voice came from among the rafters up above them. "Let me out! Let me out!" "Don't do that, Desmond," said his wife hastily. "Tell me, where did you put the collecting bottle? I need it for—" "I'm trying to divert our dear Rose, Laura." "Well, she isn't amused. Where did you leave the bottle?" "I dare say it's in the car," he replied pettishly. "Where's the car?" "God knows if you don't," he snapped, and went into their room, slamming the door. For the instant that it was open, Rose thought she heard the crying again. Then there was a thump and silence. "Am I going mad?" she wondered, carrying the barley water into Bob. He was slightly delirious and pushed her away, crying, "Don't you let them near me or I'll smash them." Titch, too, was worse that evening and complained of pains all round her neck, but she would still take fruit juice, which Bob refused. Rose, squeezing oranges in her kitchen, was interrupted by Mr. Colgate, who seemed aggrieved. "I'm very fond of your children," he announced aggressively. "That's kind of you, Mr. Colgate. I'm sure you are. Then why does your daughter scream like a maniac when I go into her room? She's very sick. She's only 8. She's not used to men. She's used to the doctor. That's different. She's known him for years. I would like to teach her to play clock patience. Any child her age can learn that." "Mr. Colgate, I would rather you didn't go into her room just at present." He looked at Rose loweringly, but at this moment his wife came in, flustered, brushing snowflakes off her shabby headscarf. "Desmond, I can't find the car. Can't you remember where we left it last?" "You were driving." "No, I wasn't," she began, but he dragged her sharply out into the passage. Rose heard them squabbling. "You must remember." "Well, I don't. You were driving." "Shut up. Try to think where you put it." "I didn't put it anywhere. I've looked all over the town. If we don't find that bottle soon, it'll be—" "They're getting fractious." "I don't hear anything." "That's because you're deaf, Desmond." He was a bit deaf, Rose had noticed. Often she had to repeat things she said to him. Did you try in the alley next to the library where it says librarian only? No, I didn't. I think it might be there. Go and see. You go and quiet them down then. Put them in the bird cage. When the Colgates had departed, Rose took Titch her orange juice. She thought she could hear a kind of scuffle taking place in the Colgates' room mixed with subdued curses. Just as she was carrying the empty beaker downstairs again, Mrs. Colgate came in through the front door. Evidently her quest this time had been successful. She bore a heavy-looking gallon-sized flagon made of black glass. It was encased in a sort of basket work, which was covered all over with beads, black, green, blue, red, and white. The beading formed letters, which ran crisscross, up, down, and sideways, like a crossword puzzle. In her brief glimpse, Rose saw no word she recognized, but noticed the letters O-A-T-N-E-S. It was an extremely foreign-looking article. Perhaps the Colgates had brought it back with them from Tehran. What could they keep in it that was required with such urgency? Although the black glass looked massively thick, the frail Mrs. Colgate appeared to be able to carry it without too much difficulty, as if the contents were light. It could be oxygen, thought Rose, or crushed laurel leaves for killing moths. Why did they call it a collecting bottle? She went upstairs again to read aloud to Titch, who complained that she ached all over. The crying from the Colgates' room had ceased. Rose decided that she had imagined it. Dr. Cobb came back at 11 and said that Bob was holding his own. You get a bit of sleep now, and have a look at him around 2. Call me if you're at all bothered, he said. Try to sleep a little now. Okay, you're very good, Rose muttered. The Colgates, according to evening custom, had gone out. Rose suppressed an urge to bolt the front door so that they could not get back in. She could not resist the temptation to peep into their room. The floor was still covered with things. The plastic garment bag hung from a rafter, swaying slightly. Near the door stood the large bird cage, covered by a square of red baize. Gingerly, Rose twitched the baize up and let it drop again, with a shudder of disgust. On the floor of the cage were 3 smallish, whitish, wrinkled things huddled together, motionless. What could they have been? They resembled embryos with horrible little tapering, attenuated limbs. They reminded her vaguely of William Blake's paintings. They couldn't have been alive. They couldn't have been real, she told herself. It was just a pile of chamois leather or something like that, bits of crumpled plastic, perhaps. Tomorrow, she would give the Colgates notice to go, the first thing in the morning, as soon as she saw them. Trembling, she shut the door again, went to her own room, set the alarm for 2 a.m., and fell on the bed, fully clothed. She had thought she would never go to sleep, but she went off instantly, as if she had swallowed a knockout dose, and immediately began to dream. She dreamed that she was watching Desmond Colgate and her son play cards. The cards were laid out like gravestones all over a flat board, and the room was lit by 2 candles, one black, one white. Mr. Colgate pointed to the candles and said, You remember what the Egyptians believed? We are split into 10 parts, of which this is the ka, or double, and that the ku, or spirit. Are you paying attention, boy? Yes, Bob said sleepily. He was lolling back on the pillow, hardly able to keep his eyes open. Very well. We shall play Devil's Bedpost, Colgate said, and he began moving the cards into a square formation. The winner takes both candles, right? Don't play with him, Bob, Rose wanted to scream, but her voice remained trapped inside. Her lips would not open. The players began moving the cards about, murmuring incomprehensible terms. I buy the devil. I cross the equator. Cold Hand takes the tiger. Go now. Queen of the night takes 10. Suddenly, Colgate slapped all his cards down on the board, shouting, "Dead hand. I win." And picking up a black conical candle extinguisher, he snuffed out both flames and put the candles in his pocket. Rose thought she had woken herself by shrieking, but found that it was the shrilling of the alarm in her ear that had roused her. She stumbled out of bed and quietly opened her bedroom door. On the landing, she was dismayed to see Desmond Colgate also fully clothed. He seemed to be coming from Bob's room and was carrying a flashlight which cast a small round pool of light before him on the floor. He did not observe Rose. He opened his own door and exclaimed in a harsh whisper, "Laura! Laura! The little brute got away! Where did you leave the bottle?" A sleepy voice answered, "It's back in the car." "Where's the bloody car?" "Don't you remember? You left it in the graveyard." He spun round, and Rose heard the thump of his feet down the stairs and the soft slam of the front door. Aghast, she stepped to the landing window, which also looked out onto the graveyard, thrust back the curtain, and saw in bright moonlight against the snow the Colgate's car drawn up askew just inside the gate. She was in time to see Colgate. He held the wicker-wrapped flask in one hand, what looked like a white towel in the other. He was dashing about among the gravestones, apparently in pursuit of some elusive and darting quarry. He made frantic flaps and lunges with the cloth, blundered into the stone slabs, tripped, picked himself up again, and stumbled on. But presently, dropping the bottle, he pressed both hands violently against his breastbone, as if coughing or choking, stood in this position anchored for several moments, then fell heavily onto the snow and lay still. Rose heard the shallow breathing behind her and turned to see Laura Colgate looking past her shoulder. "What is it? What is it?" she muttered apprehensively, pushing aside her dangling hair with tremulous hands. "Your husband's out in the graveyard, Mrs. Colgate," said Rose bleakly. "I think you had better go to him. He seems to have been taken ill." Whimpering in distress, the other woman shuffled down the stairs. "Desmond, Desmond, why wouldn't you wait for me?" she called plaintively, and the door slammed behind her. Rose waited a moment, saw her approach her husband's body, stoop and recoil with upflung hands, glancing suspiciously round her as if expecting crowds of onlookers. Rose turned and ran to her son's room. His window stood wide open. A scatter of cards lay over the quilt. Bob was sprawled in the bed, motionless, with his face to the wall. Rose, trying to keep her fingers steady on his wrist, could find no pulse. She ran down the stairs to the telephone. "Mum, I'm thirsty," came in a feeble croak from Titch's room. "Just a minute, love. Shan't be long." Rose began dialing the doctor's number. As she did so, she heard the front door close and Mrs. Colgate's dragging steps cross the front hall.
The Doll by Daphne du Maurier. Forward. The following pages were found in a shabby pocketbook, very much sodden and discoloured by salt water, tucked away between the crevices of a rock in Bay. The owner has never been traced, and the most diligent inquiries have failed to discover his identity. Either the wretched man drowned himself near the spot where he hid his pocketbook, and his body has been lost at sea, or he is still wandering about the world, trying to forget himself and his tragedy. Some of the pages of his story were so damaged by exposure as to render them completely illegible. Thus, there are many gaps, and much of it seems without sequence, including the abrupt and unsatisfactory termination. I have placed 3 dots between sentences when words or lines were undecipherable. Whether the wild improbabilities of the story are true, or whether the whole is but the hysterical product of a diseased mind, we shall never know. My sole reason for publishing these pages is to satisfy the entreaties of many friends who have been interested in my discovery. Signed, Dr. E. Strongman, Bay, Southern England. I want to know if men realize when they are insane. Sometimes I think that my brain cannot hold together. It's filled with too much horror, too great a despair. And there is no one I have never been so unutterably alone. Why should it help me to write this? Vomit forth the poison in my brain. For I am poisoned. I cannot sleep. I cannot close my eyes without seeing his damned face. If only it had been a dream, something to laugh over, a festive imagination. It's easy enough to laugh. Who wouldn't crack their sides and split their tongues with laughing? Let's laugh till the blood runs from our eyes. There's fun, if you like. No, it's the emptiness that hurts, the breaking up of everything inside me. If I could feel, I should have followed her to the ends of the earth. No matter how she pleaded or how she loathed me, I should have taught her what it is to be loved by a man. Yes, a man. And I would have thrown his filthy, battered body from the window, watched him disappear forever, his evil scarlet mouth distorted. It's the hot feeling that has filled me, the utter incapacity to reason. And am I deceiving myself when I say she would have come to me? I didn't follow her because I knew that it was hopeless. She would never have loved me. She will never love any man. Sometimes I can think of it all dispassionately, and I pity her. She misses so much, and no one will ever know the truth. What was her life before I knew her? What is it now? Rebecca, Rebecca, when I think of you with your pale, earnest face, your great, wide, fanatical eyes like a saint, the narrow mouth that hid your teeth, sharp and white as ivory, and your halo of savage hair, electric, dark, uncontrolled. There has never been anyone more beautiful. Who will ever know your heart? Who will ever know your mind? Intense, restrained, and soulless, for you must be soulless to have done what you have done. You have that fatal quality of silence, of a tight repression that suggests a hidden fire. Yes, a burning fire, unquenchable. What have I not done with you in dreams, Rebecca? You would be fatal to any man, a spark that lights and does not burn itself, a flame fanning other flames. What did I love in you but your indifference, and the suggestions that lay beneath your indifference? I loved you too much, wanted you too much, had for you too great a tenderness. Now all of this is like a twisted root in my heart, a deadly poison in my brain. You have made of me a madman. You fill me with a kind of horror, a devastating hate that is akin to love, a hunger that is nausea. If I could only be calm and clear for one moment only. I want to make a plan, an orderly arrangement of dates. It was at Olga's studio first, I think. I can remember how it rained outside, and the rain made dirty streaks on the window pane. The room was full. A lot of people were talking by the piano. Vorky was there. They were trying to make him sing, and Olga was screaming with laughter. I always hated the hard, thin reed of her laugh. You were sitting. Rebecca was sitting on a stool by the fire. Her legs were twisted under her, and she looked like an elf, a sort of boy. Her back was turned to me, and she wore a funny little fur cap on her head. I remember being amused at her position. I wanted her to see my face. I called out to Olga to introduce me. "Rebecca," she said, "Rebecca, show yourself," flinging off her cap as she turned. Her hair sprung from her head like a savage.
Her eyes opened wide, and she smiled at me, biting her lip. I can remember sitting down on the floor beside her and talking. What does it matter what I said? Dull stuff. Nonsense, of course. But she spoke breathlessly, with a sort of constrained eagerness. She didn't say much. She smiled. Eyes of a visionary, of a fanatic. They saw too much, demanded too much. One lost oneself in them and became incapable of resistance. It was like drowning. From the moment I saw her then, I was doomed. I left her and came away and walked down the embankment like a drunkard. Faces spluttered up at me and shoulders brushed me. I was aware of dim lights reflected on wet pavements and a hazy throb of traffic. Through it all were her eyes and her wild, impossible hair, her slim body like a boy, all coming clear now. I can see each event as it happened, each moment of the game. I went to Olga's again, and she was there. She came right up to me and said, "Do you care for music?" gravely like a child. Why did she say this? I don't know. There was no one at the piano. I answered vaguely and noticed the colour of her skin, pale, coffee, and clear as water. She was dressed in brown, some sort of velvet, I think, with a red scarf round her neck. Her throat was very long and thin, like a swan's. I remember thinking how easy it would be to tighten the scarf and strangle her. I imagined her face when dying, her lips parted, and the inquiring look in her eyes. They would show white, but she would not be afraid. All this in the space of a moment, and while she was talking to me. I could drag very little from her. She was a violinist, apparently, an orphan, and lived alone in Bloomsbury. Yes, she had travelled much, she said, and especially in Hungary. She had lived in Budapest for 3 years, studying music. She did not care for England. She wanted to go back to Budapest. It was the only city in the world. "Rebecca," someone called, and she glanced over her shoulder with a smile. How much I could write about Rebecca's smile. It was so vivid, so intensely alive, and yet apart, unearthly. It had no relation to anything, one said. Her eyes would be transfigured as if by a shaft of silver. She left early that day, and I crossed the room to ask Olga about her. I was in an agony of impatience to know everything. Olga could tell me very little. She comes from Hungary, she said. No one knows who were her parents. Jewish, I imagine. Vorky brought her here. He found her in Paris playing the violin in one of those Russian cafes. She won't have anything to do with him, though. She lives entirely alone. Vorky says her talent is marvellous. If she only goes on, there will be no one to touch her. But she won't work. She doesn't seem to care. I heard her at Vorky's flat. It sent cold shivers down my spine. She stood at the end of the room, looking like something off another planet, her hair sticking out, a sort of fur brush around her head. And she played. The notes were weird, haunting. I'd never known anything quite like it. It's impossible to describe. Once again I left Olga's studio in a dream, with Rebecca's face dancing before my eyes. I too could see her playing the violin. She would stand straight and firm as a child, her eyes wide open, her lips parted in a smile. She was to play at Vorky's flat the following evening, and I went to hear her. Olga had not exaggerated with all her palpable shallow insincerity. I sat like a drugged man, incapable of movement. I don't know what she played, but it was shattering, stupendous. I wasn't aware of anything but that I and Rebecca were together, out of the world, away, lost in unutterable bliss. We were climbing, then flying, higher and higher. At one time the violin seemed to protest, and it was as if she were refusing me, and I were pursuing her. Then there came a torrent of sound, a medley of acceptance and denial. a confusion of notes in which were mingled desire and sweetness and intolerable pleasure. I could feel my heart beating like the throb of some mighty vessel, and the blood pounded in my temples. Rebecca was part of me. She was myself. It was too much. It was too glorious. We had reached the summit. We could go no farther. The sun seemed to strike into my eyes. I looked up. Rebecca was smiling at me. The violin broke on a note of exquisite beauty. It was fulfillment. I leant back, exhausted, on the sofa, my senses swimming. It was all too wonderful. Too wonderful. 3 minutes passed before I came fully conscious again. I felt as if I had plunged into the black abyss of eternity to sleep, and had come awake once more. No one had noticed me. Vorky was handing round drinks, and Rebecca was sitting by the piano turning over some music. When they asked her to play again, she refused. She was tired, she said. They implored her, so she took up her violin and played once more, something quite short, but very lovely and pure, like a child's prayer. Later in the evening she came and sat beside me. For a few moments I was too moved to speak. Then I cursed myself for a fool and turned to her and looked into her face. You gave me a marvellous sensation when you played, I told her. It was beautiful, intoxicating. I shall never forget it. You have a rare, no, a very dangerous talent. She was silent and then spoke in her restrained, breathless little voice. I played for you, she said. I wanted to see what it was like to play to a man. Her words bewildered me. They seemed utterly inexplicable. She wasn't lying. Her eyes looked straight into mine and she was smiling. What do you mean? I asked her. Have you never played for anyone before? Do you use your gift just to satisfy yourself? I don't understand. Perhaps, she said slowly. Perhaps it's like that. I can't explain. I want to see you again, I told her. I'd like to come and see you alone, where we can talk, really talk. I've thought about you ever since I saw you in Olga's studio. You knew that, didn't you? That's why you played to me tonight, wasn't it? I wanted to drag the answer from her lips. I wanted to force her to say yes. She shrugged her shoulders. She refused to be definite. It was exasperating. I don't know, she said. I don't know. Then I asked for her address and she gave it to me. She was busy. She would not be able to see me until the end of the week. The party broke up soon after, and she disappeared. The days that passed seemed interminable. I couldn't wait to see her again. I thought about her ceaselessly. On Friday, I could stand it no longer, so I went to her. She lived in an odd sort of house somewhere in Bloomsbury. She rented the top floor as a flat. The outlook was dull and dreary. I wondered how she could bear to live there. She opened the door to me herself and took me into a large bare room like a studio with an oil stove burning. I was struck by the cheerlessness of it, but she didn't seem to notice anything and made me sit down in a shabby armchair. This is where I practice, Rebecca told me, and have my meals. It's a bright room, don't you think? I said nothing to this, and then she went to a cupboard and brought out some drinks and a few stale biscuits. She took nothing herself. I found her strange, detached. She seemed bored at my being there. Our conversation was forced, and there were pauses. I found it impossible to say any of the things I wanted to say. She played to me for a while, but they were all classical things that I knew and quite different from what she had played that evening at Vorky's. Before I left, she showed me round her tiny flat. There was a little scullery place she used for a kitchen, a poky bathroom, and her own small bedroom which was furnished like a nun's cell, quite plain and bare. There was another room leading from the studio, but she didn't show me this. It was obviously a fair-sized room, as I saw the window from the street afterwards, and watched her draw the heavy curtains across it. Note: here some pages were completely illegible, covered with blots and discoloured. The narrative appears to continue in the middle of a sentence. Dr. Strongman. Not really cold, she insisted. I've tried to explain to you that I'm odd in some ways. I've never met anyone to care for. I've never been in love. I've always disliked people, rather than be attracted by them. That doesn't explain your music, I broke in impatiently. You play as if you knew everything. Everything. I was becoming maddened by her indifference. It was not natural, but calculated. She always gave me the impression of concealment. I felt I should never discover what was in her mind, whether she was like a child asleep, a flower before it has blossomed, or whether she was lying to me throughout, in which case every man would have been her lover. Every man. I was tortured by doubt and jealousy, and the thought of other men was driving me insane. And she gave me no relief. She would look at me with her great pale eyes, pure as water, until I could swear that she was untouched, and yet, a look, a smile, and back would come my torture and misery. She was impossible, she evaded everything, and yet it was this fatal quality of restraint that tore at me and broke at me, until my love for her became an obsession, a terrible, driving force. I asked Olga about her, asked Vorky, asked everyone who knew her. No one could tell me anything. I'm forgetting days and weeks as I write this. Nothing seems to have any sequence for me. It's like rising from the dead. It's like being reincarnated from dust and ashes to live it again, to live my whole cursed life again. For what was my life before I loved Rebecca? Where was I? Who was I? I had better write that Sunday now. Sunday, that was really the end. And I didn't know it. I thought it was the beginning. I was like someone walking in the dark. No, walking into the light with his eyes open and not seeing, deliberately blinding himself. Sunday, day of hollow and mistaken happiness. I went to her flat about 9 in the evening. She was waiting for me. She was dressed in scarlet like Mephistopheles, odd, strange clothes that only Rebecca could wear. She seemed excited, intoxicated. She ran about the room like an elf. Then she sat down at my feet with her legs tucked under her and held out her thin brown hands to the stove. She laughed and giggled childishly. She reminded me of a mischievous child planning some naughtiness. Then, all at once, she turned to me, her face pale, her eyes strangely alight. She said, "Is it possible to love someone so much that it gives one a pleasure, an unaccountable pleasure? To hurt them, to hurt them by jealousy, I mean, and to hurt oneself at the same time. Pleasure and pain, an equal mingling of pleasure and pain, just as an experiment, a rare sensation." She puzzled me, but I tried to explain to her what was meant by sadism. She seemed to understand, and nodded her head thoughtfully once or twice. Then she rose and went slowly across the room to the door I had never yet seen opened. She looked oddly pale as she stood there, her mass of queer savage hair springing from her head, her hand on the knob of the door. "I want to introduce you to Julio," she said. I left my chair and went towards her. I had no idea of what she was talking about. She took my hand and then opened the door. I saw a low, round-shaped room whose walls were draped with some sort of velvet hangings, as if to deaden any sound, and long, thick curtains were drawn across the window. There was a log fire, but it had burnt very low. Near the fireplace was a divan covered with cushions thrown anyhow, and the only light came from a small shaded lamp, thus leaving the room in half darkness. There was one chair in the room, and this was facing the divan. Something was sitting in the chair. I felt an eerie cold feeling in my heart, as if the room were haunted. "What is it?" I whispered. Rebecca took the lamp and held it over the chair. "This is Julio," she said softly. I stepped closer, and saw what I took to be a boy of about 16, dressed in a dinner jacket, shirt and waistcoat, and long Spanish trousers. His face was the most evil thing I have ever seen. It was ashen pale in colour, and the mouth was a crimson gash, sensual and depraved. The nose was thin, with curved nostrils, and the eyes were cruel, gleaming and narrow and curiously still. They seemed to stare right through one, the eyes of a hawk. The hair was sleek and dark, brushed right back from the white forehead. It was the face of a satyr, a grinning, hateful satyr. Then I was aware of a sense of disappointment, a helpless sensation of not understanding, of dumb incredulity. There was no boy sitting in the chair. It was a doll, human enough, damnably lifelike, with a foul, distinctive personality, but a doll. Only a doll. The eyes stared into mine without recognition. The mouth leered foolishly. I looked at Rebecca. She was watching my face. I don't see, I said. What's the point of all this? Where did you get this loathsome toy? Are you having a joke with me? I spoke sharply. I felt uneasy and cold. The next moment, the room was in darkness. She had turned out the lamp. I felt her arms around my neck and her mouth upon mine. Now, shall I tell you that I love you? She whispered. Shall I? A hot wave of something swept over me. The floor seemed to swing beneath my feet. She clung to me and kissed my throat. I could feel her fingers at the back of my neck. I let her hands wander over my body, and she kissed me again. It was devastating. It was madness. It was like death. I don't know how long we stood there. I don't remember anything, words or thoughts or dreams. Only the silence of that dark room, the feeble glow of the fire, the beating of my heart, the singing in my ears, and Rebecca. When and whether hours had passed or years, I cannot tell. When I raised my eyes above her head, I looked straight into his eyes, his damned doll's eyes. They seemed to squint at me and leer. One eyebrow was cocked, and his crimson, treacherous mouth was twisted at the corner. I wanted to leap at it and smash its beastly, grinning face, trample on its sordid human body. Was Rebecca mad to keep such a toy? What was her motive? Where had she found it? But she wouldn't answer my questions. Come away, she said, and dragged me from the room back once more into the hard, glaring light of the bare studio. You must go now, she said breathlessly. It's late. I had forgotten. I tried to take hold of her once more. I wanted to kiss her again and again. She surely didn't mean me to go now. Tomorrow, she said impatiently. I promise you tomorrow, but not at the moment. I am tired and bewildered. Don't you see? Let me alone just for tonight. It's been too strong. I can't realize anything. She stamped her foot with impatience. She looked ill. I saw it was hopeless. I took my things and went and walked all night, I think. I watched the dawn break on Hampstead Heath, grey and sunless. Heavy rain fell from a leaden sky. My body was cold, but my brain was on fire. Once more I was certain that Rebecca had lied to me. From the moment she kissed me, I knew that she had lied to me. She had known 5, 10, what matter the number, 20 lovers, and I was not one of them. No, I was not one of them. I found myself near Camden Town. Buses rumbled along the streets. It was still raining. People straggled past me, their figures bent under umbrellas. I found a taxi somewhere and went home. I got into bed without undressing and slept. I slept for hours. When I awoke, it was dark once more. It must have been about 6 in the evening. I remember washing mechanically and then once more walking in the direction of Bloomsbury. I reached the flat and rang at her bell. She let me in without a word and then sat down in the studio before the old oil stove. I told her I was going to be her lover. She said nothing. There were red rims under her eyes as if she had been crying and thin lines round her mouth. I bent toward her to kiss her, but she pushed me away. She began to speak rapidly. You must forget what happened last night. Today I realize I made a mistake. I'm not well. I haven't slept. All this has worried me considerably. You must leave me alone. I tried to seize her and break down her iron restraint. It was like hammering on an iron wall. She lay cold and still in my arms. Her mouth was icy. I left her in despair. Then followed a week of doubt and torture. Sometimes she sat apart from me without a word. Sometimes I could have sworn that she loved me. And she would not let me touch her. She was not in the mood, she said. I must wait until she wanted me again. I must wait in suspense, in agony. She never mentioned Julio. We never went into that room again. I asked her what she had done with him. I wanted to know what was at the back of it all. She would answer evasively and change the subject. It was useless to press her. She was maddening. She was intolerable. And yet I could not keep away from her. I could not live without her. One evening she would be gentle and affectionate. She would sit at my feet and talk about her music, about her future plans. She was always changing. She was never the same. I felt hopeless. My position was ridiculous, but what was I to do? She had become a madness to me, an obsession. I've now come to the last evening, the very last. Then crash, blankness, the depths of hell, and desolation. Utter desolation. Let me get it clear. When was it? What time was it? 7, 8 perhaps. I can't remember. I was leaving the flat, and she came to the door with me. She suddenly put her arms around me and kissed me. There have been men in arid deserts where the sun has so disfigured them that they have become things of horror, parched and blackened, twisted and torn. Their eyes run blood, their tongues are bitten through, and then they come upon water. I know, because I was one of their number. Laugh at all these comparisons, call me a madman, but the laugh is on my side. There are women, but you have not kissed Rebecca. You cannot know. You are a fool asleep. You have never begun to imagine. Note, much of this seems completely unintelligible, and the quarter page that follows consists of nothing but broken sentences and half-formed ideas. Then the narrative continues. It was shattering. She let me kiss her again and again. I took her face in my hands and looked down into her eyes. Who were your lovers, I said. How often did you kiss them like that? Who taught you to kiss them like that? Who was the first, the very first? Tell me! A haze of fury was before my eyes. My hands shook. I swear to you that you are the first man I have ever kissed. I swear to you there has been no man before you. Never. Never. She looked straight at me. Her voice was firm. I saw that she was speaking the truth. Now you must go, she said. Tomorrow you shall come, and then we shall have so much to tell each other, so much. She smiled at me. I saw right through her wall of restraint, right through ice to the flame, the hidden fire. I remember leaving the flat and having dinner somewhere. My head was on fire. I seemed to walk among the gods. It was incredible that Rebecca should love me. It was incredible that I should know such happiness. I wanted to shout. I wanted to chuck myself off a roof. I went home and paced up and down the room. I couldn't sleep. Every nerve in my body seemed alive. Then suddenly at midnight I could stand it no longer. I had to go to Rebecca. I had to. I felt my love for her was so strong that she would know. She would wait for me. She would understand. She would have to understand. I don't know how I got to her flat. Seconds seemed to flash by, and I was standing outside in the street, gazing up at the windows. I persuaded the night porter to let me in. He was half asleep, and he let me pass upstairs. I listened outside her door. Not a sound came from within. It might have been the entrance to a tomb. I put my hand on the doorknob and turned it slowly. To my surprise, it was not locked. Rebecca must have forgotten to turn the key after I left. I stepped inside. Everything was in darkness. "Rebecca," I called softly. "Rebecca." No answer. The door of her bedroom was open. There was no one inside. Then I went into the kitchen and the bathroom. Both were empty. Then I knew. Something gripped my heart, cold, clammy fear. I looked towards that other room, his room, Giulio's room. I knew that Rebecca was in there, with the doll, with Giulio. I felt my way across the room and beat against the door. It was locked. I kicked against the panel and tore at it with my nails. It gave way beneath my weight. I heard a cry of fury from Rebecca, and she turned on the lamp. Oh, Christ! I shall never forget her eyes, the terrible light, the unholy rapture in her eyes, and her ashen, ashen face. I saw everything, the room, the divan. I knew everything. I was seized with a deadly sickness, a terrible despair, and all the time his vile, filthy face was looking at me. His eyes never left me, staring with a lifeless, glassy immobility. The wet, crimson mouth was sneering. The sleek, dark hair hung in streaks across his cheek. He was a machine, something worked by screws. He was not alive, not human, but terrible, ghastly. And Rebecca turned to me. Her voice was cold, apart, unearthly. "And you expect me to love you? Don't you see that I can't? I can't? How can I care for you or any man? Go away, leave me. I loathe you. I loathe you all. I don't need you. I don't want you." Something cracked inside my heart. I turned away. I left them. I left them alone. I ran into the street. Tears were pouring down my face. I sobbed aloud. I shook my fist at the stars. And that is all. There is no more to say, no more to tell. I went the next day, and she had gone. They had both gone. No one knew where she was. I asked everyone I saw. No one could tell me. Everything is dim. Everything is useless. I shall never see Rebecca again. No one will ever see her again. It will always be Rebecca and Giulio. Days will come, and nights, and nothing. They will haunt me. I shall never sleep. I'm cursed. I don't know what I'm saying, what I'm writing. What am I going to do? Oh, God, what am I going to do? I can't live. I can't cope. The empty house. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance, an ingenuous smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighbourhood shrink from them, as from a thing diseased. And perhaps with houses, the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose-flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evildoer and of the horror felt by his victim enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood, crowded into a corner of the square and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbours, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green with neat box borders running up to the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbours, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different. Horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of a genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it and been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a weekend visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the seafront at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom, but the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt with a mania for psychical research had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced in a delighted yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." "The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was the glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julie," he said politely. "Thanks awfully." "I shouldn't dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice, "but with you I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he said again. Is anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now." In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant in the house. One night he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone was asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue, threw her bodily over the banisters into the hall below. And the stableman was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story." Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused, but though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent me going," she said firmly, "but I may as well hear your condition, that you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you're sure you won't get too frightened "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves. But with you, I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them. A process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon this store of collected strength. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away white in the moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with two fears instead of one. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own, and as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure, that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice at his side. And neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed along the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, there was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion, for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth be told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience, seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandering down the empty street woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise this rattling of the key was the only sound audible. And at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, Another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close beside them, so close that it seemed they must have actually been by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him. "There's someone here," she whispered. "I heard him." "Be quiet," he said sternly. It was nothing but the noise of the front door. "Oh, get a light, quick," she added, as her nephew, fumbling with the box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumour, with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long, dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad, uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up, where the moonlight came in through the window and fell in a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to the objects within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. The filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and the Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house. He caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cosy, bright drawing-room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud severely, "we must go now through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said, in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree, we must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late?" I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously towards the shadows behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant." "As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said a little shakily after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search. Stealthily walking on tiptoe and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows, they went first into the big dining room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on their nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room, they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness, and dust. And from this, they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here, a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated, but only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorthouse stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow, and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in the way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had dishevelled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. "Only the beastly jumping candlelight," he said quickly in a voice that sounded like someone else's, and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt, there's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on, but over his body the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went around it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had travelled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously, they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor, they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between front and back drawing rooms and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly in a low tone, and turned to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough to even set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty, and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving, but at any rate both positively agreed that there came the sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he has always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For, as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward, so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt. But as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stockinged or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood. But his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena, for if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went on up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low sloping ceilings already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the third floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room then used as a clothes closet into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was, for himself, the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes, and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceiling. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door to the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window they could see the comforting stars like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one, the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds portending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness, not altogether due to the night air, invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning, very faintly, to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer, yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen with the scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal little scullery. But somehow or other they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside the house. Then suddenly the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms, with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings and cramped windows. Upstairs, where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall, but it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter, so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him, and when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, the awful veil had lifted, and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think of to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent coming from such a woman. "I feel cold and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered with an odd half-laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirits stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable, but this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs, the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got to his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own, and as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds which, minute by minute, grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm, and just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already, with a thud, the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing, not a hand or arm or face, or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the 2, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room where Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping and smothered screaming, and then, out onto the landing, came the step of a single person, treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm around her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea.
The Entrance by Gerald Durrell. My friends Paul and Marjorie Glenham are both failed artists, or perhaps to put it more charitably, they are both unsuccessful. But they enjoy their failure more than most successful artists enjoy their success. That is what makes them such good company, and is one of the reasons that I always go and stay with them when I'm in France. Their rambling farmhouse in Provence was always in a state of chaos, with sacks of potatoes, piles of dried herbs, plates of garlic and forests of dried maize jostling with piles of half-finished watercolours and oil paintings of the most hideous sort perpetrated by Marjorie, and strange Neanderthal sculpture, which was Paul's handiwork. Throughout this market-like mess prowled cats of every shade and marking, and a river of dogs, from an Irish wolfhound the size of a pony to an old English bulldog which made noises like Stevenson's rocket. Around the walls, in ornate cages, were housed Marjorie's collection of roller canaries, who sang with undiminished vigour regardless of the hour, thus making speech difficult. It was a warm, friendly, cacophonous atmosphere, and I loved it. When I arrived in the early evening, I had had a long drive and was tired, a condition that Paul set about remedying with a hot brandy and lemon of Herculean proportions. I was glad to have got there, for during the last half hour a summer storm had moved ponderously over the landscape like a great black cloak, and thunder reverberated among the crags like a million rocks cascading down a wooden staircase. I had only just reached the safety of the warm, noisy kitchen, redolent with the mouth-watering smells of Marjorie's cooking, when the rain started in torrents. The noise of it on the tile roof combined with the massive thunderclaps that made even the solid stone farmhouse shudder aroused the competitive spirit in the canaries, and they all burst into song simultaneously. It was the noisiest storm I had ever encountered. "Another noggin, dear boy?" inquired Paul hopefully. "No, no," shouted Marjorie above the bubbling songs of the birds and the roar of the rain. "The food's ready, and it'll spoil if we keep it waiting. Have some wine. Come and sit down, Jerry, dear." Wine, that's the thing. "I've got something special for you, dear boy," said Paul, and he went off into the cellar to reappear a moment later with his arms full of bottles, which he placed reverently on the table near me. "A special Gigonda I have discovered," he said. "Brontosaurus blood, I do assure you, my dear fellow. Pure prehistoric monster juice. It'll go well with the truffles and the guinea fowl Marjorie's run up." He uncorked a bottle and splashed the deep red wine into a generously large goblet. He was right. The wine slid into your mouth like red velvet, and then, when it reached the back of your tongue, exploded like a firework display into your brain cells. "Good, eh?" said Paul, watching my expression. "I found it in a small cave near Carpentras. It was a blistering hot day, and the cave was so nice and cool that I sat and drank 2 bottles of it before I realized what I was doing. It's a seducing wine, all right. Of course, when I got out into the sun again, the damn stuff hit me like a sledgehammer. Marjorie had to drive." "I was so ashamed," said Marjorie, placing in front of me a black truffle the size of a peach, encased in a fragile, feather-light overcoat of crisp brown pastry. He paid for the wine and then bowed to the patron and fell flat on his face. The patron and his sons had to lift him into the car. It was disgusting. "Nonsense," said Paul. "The patron was enchanted. It gave his wine the accolade it needed." "That's what you think," said Marjorie. "Now start, Jerry, before it gets cold." I cut into the globe of golden pastry in front of me and released the scent of the truffle, like the delicious aroma of a damp autumn wood. A million leafy, earthy smells rolled up into one. With the Gigonda as an accompaniment, this promised to be a meal for the gods. We fell silent as we attacked our truffles and listened to the rain on the roof, the roar of thunder, and the almost apoplectic singing of the canaries. The bulldog, who had for no apparent reason fallen suddenly and deeply in love with me, sat by my chair watching me fixedly with his protuberant brown eyes, panting gently and wheezing. "Magnificent, Marjorie," I said as the last fragment of pastry dissolved like a snowflake on my tongue. "I don't know why you and Paul don't set up a restaurant. With your cooking and Paul's choice of wines, you'd be one of the 3-star Michelin jobs in next to no time." "Thank you, dear," said Marjorie, sipping her wine. "But I prefer to cook for a small audience of gourmet rather than a large audience of gourmand." "She's right. There's no gainsaying it," agreed Paul, splashing wine into our glasses with gay abandon. A sudden, prolonged roar of thunder directly overhead precluded speech for a long minute, and was so fierce and sustained that even the canaries fell silent, intimidated by the sound. When it had finished, Marjorie waved a fork at her spouse. "You mustn't forget to give Jerry your thingamy," she said. "A thingamy?" asked Paul blankly. "What thingamy?" "You know," said Marjorie impatiently, "your thingamy, your manuscript. It's just the right sort of night for him to read it." "Oh, the manuscript, yes," said Paul enthusiastically. "The very night for him to read it." "I refuse," I protested. "Your paintings and sculptures are bad enough. I'm damned if I'll read your literary efforts as well." "Heathen," said Marjorie good-naturedly. "Anyway, it's not Paul's, it's someone else's." "I don't think he deserves to read it after those disparaging remarks about my art," said Paul. "It's too good for him." "What is it?" I asked. It's a very curious manuscript I picked up," Paul began, when Marjorie interrupted. "Don't tell him about it, let him read it," she said. "I might say it gave me nightmares." While Marjorie was serving helpings of guinea fowl wrapped in an almost tangible aroma of herbs and garlic, Paul went over to the corner of the kitchen, where a tottering mound of books, like some ruined castle, lay between 2 sacks of potatoes and a large barrel of wine. He rummaged around for a bit, and then emerged triumphantly with a fat red notebook, very much the worse for wear, and came and put it on the table. "There," he said with satisfaction. The moment I'd read it, I thought of you. I got it among a load of books I bought from the library of old Dr. Lepitre, who used to be the prison doctor down in Marseille. Oh, I don't know whether it's a hoax or what." I opened the book, and on the inside of the cover found a bookplate in black, 3 cypress trees, and a sundial under which was written in Gothic script, "Ex libras Lepitre." I flipped over the pages and saw the manuscript was in longhand. Some of the most beautiful and elegant copperplate handwriting I'd ever seen, the ink now faded to a rusty brown. "I wish I'd waited until daylight to read it," said Marjorie with a shudder. "What is it, a ghost story?" I asked curiously. "No," said Paul uncertainly, "at least not exactly. Old Lepitre is dead, unfortunately, so I couldn't find out about it. It's a very curious story. But the moment I read it, I thought of you, knowing your interest in the occult and the things that go bump in the night. Read it and tell me what you think. You can have the manuscript if you want it. It might amuse you anyway." "I would hardly call it amusing," said Marjorie. "Anything but amusing. I think it's horrid." Some hours later, full of good food and wine, I took the giant golden oil lamp carefully trimmed, and in its gentle daffodil yellow light, I made my way upstairs to the guest room and a feather bed the size of a barn door. The bulldog had followed me upstairs and sat wheezing, watching me undress and climb into bed. He now lay by the bed, looking at me soulfully. The storm continued unabated, and the rumble of thunder was almost continuous, while the dazzling flashes of lightning lit up the whole room at intervals. I adjusted the wick of the lamp, moved it closer to me, picked up the red notebook, and settled myself back against the pillows to read. The manuscript began without preamble. March 16th, 1901, Marseille. I have all night lying ahead of me, and as I know I cannot sleep, in spite of my resolve, I thought I would try to write down in detail the thing that has just happened to me. I'm afraid that setting it down like this will not make it any the more believable, but it will pass the time until dawn comes, and with it my release. Firstly, I must explain a little about myself and my relationship with Gideon de Villeray, so that the reader, if there ever is one, will understand how I came to be in the depths of France in midwinter. I am an antiquarian bookseller, and can say in all modesty that I am at the top of my profession, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I was at the top of my profession. I was even once described by one of my fellow booksellers, I hope more in the spirit of levity than of jealousy, as a literary truffle hound, a description which I suppose, in its amusing way, does describe me. 100 or more libraries have passed through my hands, and I have been responsible for a number of important finds. The original Gottenstein manuscript, for example, the rare Conrad illustrated Bible, said by some to be as beautiful as the Book of Kells, the 5 new poems by Blake that I unearthed at an unpromising country house sale in the Midlands, and many lesser but nonetheless satisfying discoveries, such as the signed first edition of Alice in Wonderland that I found in a trunk full of rag books and toys in the nursery of a vicarage in Shropshire, and a presentation copy of the sonnets from the Portuguese, signed and with a 6-line verse written on the flyleaf by both Robert and Elizabeth Browning. To be able to unearth such things in unlikely places is rather like water divining. Either you're born with a gift or not. It is not something you can acquire, though most certainly with practice you're able to sharpen your perceptions and make your eye keener. In my spare time, I also catalogue some of the smaller and more important libraries, as I get enormous pleasure out of simply being with books. To me, the quietness of a library, the smell and the feel of the books, is like the taste and texture of food to a gourmet. It may sound fanciful, but I can stand in a library and hear the myriad voices around me as though I was standing in the middle of a vast choir, a choir of knowledge and beauty. Naturally, because of my work, it was at Sotheby's that I first met Gideon. I had unearthed in a house in Sussex a small but quite interesting collection of first editions, and being curious to know what they would fetch, had attended the sale myself. As the bidding was in progress, I got the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched. I glanced around but could see no one whose attention was not upon the auctioneer.
Yet, as the sail proceeded, I got more and more uncomfortable. Perhaps this is too strong a word, but I became convinced that I was the object of an intense scrutiny. At last the crowd in the sail-room moved slightly, and I saw who it was. He was a man of medium height, with a handsome but somewhat plump face, piercing and very large dark eyes, and smoky black curly hair, worn rather long. He was dressed in a well-cut dark overcoat with an astrakhan collar, and in his elegantly gloved hands he carried the sales catalogue and a wide-brimmed dark velour hat. His glittering gypsy-like eyes were fixed on me intently, but when he saw me looking at him, the fierceness of his gaze faded, and he gave me a faint smile and a tiny nod of his head, as if to acknowledge that he had been caught out staring at me in such a vulgar fashion. He turned then, shouldered his way through the people that surrounded him, and was soon lost to my sight. I don't know why, but the intense scrutiny of this stranger disconcerted me to such an extent that I didn't follow the rest of the sale with any degree of attention, except to note that the items I had put up fetched more than I had anticipated. The bidding over, I made my way through the crush and out into the street. It was a dank, raw day in February, with that unpleasant smoky smell in the air that augurs fog and makes the back of your throat raw. As it looked unpleasantly as though it might drizzle, I hailed a cab. I have one of those tall, narrow houses in Smith Street, just off the King's Road. It was bequeathed to me by my mother and does me very well. It's not in a fashionable part of town, but the house is quite big enough for a bachelor like myself and his books, for I have over the years collected a small but extremely fine library on the various subjects that interest me: Indian art, particularly miniatures, some of the early natural histories, a small but rather rare collection of books on the occult, a number of volumes on plants and great gardens, and a good collection of first editions of contemporary novelists. My home is simply furnished, but comfortable. Although I am not rich, I have sufficient for my needs, and I keep a good table and a very reasonable wine cellar. As I paid off the cab and mounted the steps to my front door, I saw that, as I had predicted, the fog was starting to descend upon the city. Already it was difficult to see the end of the street. It was obviously going to turn out to be a real peace super, and I was glad to be home. My housekeeper, Mrs. Manning, had a bright and cheerful fire burning in my small drawing-room, and next to my favourite chair she had, as usual, laid out my slippers, for who can relax without slippers? And on a small table all the accoutrements for a warming punch. I took off my coat and hat, slipped off my shoes, and put on my slippers. Presently Mrs. Manning appeared from the kitchen below and asked me, in view of the weather, if I would mind if she went home, since it seemed as if the fog was getting thicker. She had left me some soup, a steak and kidney pie, and an apple tart, all of which only needed heating. I said that this would do splendidly, since on many occasions I had looked after myself in this way. "There was a gentleman came to see you a bit earlier," said Mrs. Manning. "A gentleman? What was his name?" I asked, astonished that anyone should call on such an evening. "He wouldn't give no name, sir," she replied, "but said he'd call again." I thought that in all probability it had something to do with the library I was cataloguing, and thought no more about it. Presently Mrs. Manning reappeared, dressed for the street. I let her out of the front door and bolted it securely behind her before returning to my drink and the warm fire. My cat Neptune appeared from my study upstairs, where his comfortable basket was, gave a faint meow of greeting, and jumped gracefully onto my lap, where, after paddling with his forepaws for a short while, he settled down to dream and doze, purring like a great tortoiseshell hive of bees. Lulled by the fire, the punch, and the loud purrs of Neptune, I dropped off to sleep. I must have slept heavily, for I awoke with a start and was unable to recall what it was that had awakened me. On my lap, Neptune rose, stretched, and yawned, as if he knew he was going to be disturbed. I listened, but the house was silent. I had just decided that it must have been the rustling scrunch of coals shifting in the grate, when there came an imperious knocking at the front door. I made my way there, repairing as I went the damage that sleep had perpetrated on my neat appearance, straightening my collar and tie, and smoothing down my hair, which is unruly at the best of times. I lit the light in the hall, unbolted the front door, and threw it open. Shreds of mist swirled in, and there, standing on the top step, was the curious, gypsy-like man that I had seen watching me so intently at Sotheby's. Now he was dressed in a well-cut evening suit, and was wearing an opera cloak, lined with red silk. On his head was a top hat whose shining appearance was blurred by the tiny drops of moisture deposited on it by the fog, which moved like an unhealthy yellow backdrop behind him. In one gloved hand he held a slender ebony cane with a beautifully worked gold top, and he swung this gently between his fingers like a pendulum. When he saw that it was I who had opened the door and not a butler or some skivvy, he straightened up and removed his hat. "Good evening," he said, giving me a most charming smile that showed fine, white, even teeth. His voice had a peculiar, husky, lilting, musical quality that was most attractive, an effect enhanced by his slight but noticeable French intonation. "Good evening," I said, puzzled as to what this stranger could possibly want of me. "Am I addressing Mr. Letting? Mr. Peter Letting?" "Yes, I'm Peter Letting." He smiled again, removed his glove, and held out a well-manicured hand on which a large blood opal gleamed in a gold ring. "I am more delighted than I can say at this opportunity of meeting you, sir," he said, as he shook my hand. "And I must first of all apologize for disturbing you at such a time, on such a night." He drew his cloak around him slightly and glanced at the damp yellow fog that swirled behind him. Noting this, I felt it incumbent upon me to ask him to step inside and state his business, for I felt it would hardly be good manners to keep him standing on the step in such unpleasant weather. He entered the hall, and when I had turned from closing and bolting the front door, I found that he had divested himself of his hat, stick, and cloak, and was standing there, rubbing his hands together, looking at me expectantly. "Come into the drawing-room, Mr. I paused on a note of interrogation. A curious, childlike look of chagrin passed over his face, and he looked at me contritely. "My dear sir," he said, "my dear Mr. Letting, how excessively remiss of me. You'll be thinking me totally lacking in social graces, forcing my way into your house on such a night, and then not even bothering to introduce myself. I do apologize. I am Gideon de Tellera-Villeray." "I'm pleased to meet you," I said politely, though in truth, I must confess, in spite of his obvious charm, I was slightly uneasy, for I couldn't see what a Frenchman of his undoubted aristocratic lineage would want of an antiquarian bookseller such as myself. "Perhaps," I continued, "you would care to come in and partake of a little refreshment, some wine perhaps, or maybe, since the night is so chilly, a little brandy." "You are very kind and very forgiving," he said with a slight bow, still smiling his beguiling smile. "A glass of wine would be most welcome, I do assure you." I showed him into my drawing-room, and he walked to the fire and held his hands out to the blaze, clenching and unclenching his white fingers so that the opal in his ring fluttered like a spot of blood against his white skin. I selected an excellent bottle of Margaux and transported it carefully up to the drawing-room with 2 of my best crystal glasses. My visitor had left the fire and was standing by my bookshelves, a volume in his hands. He glanced up as I entered and held up the book. "What a superb copy of Eliphas Levi," he said enthusiastically. "And what a lovely collection of grimoires you have got. I did not know you were interested in the occult." "Not really," I said, uncorking the wine. "After all, no sane man would believe in witches and warlocks and sabbaths and spells and all that taradiddle. No, I merely collect them as interesting books which are of value and in many cases, because of their contents, exceedingly amusing." "Amusing?" he said, coming forward to accept the glass of wine I held out to him. "How do you mean amusing?" "Well, don't you find amusing the thought of grown men mumbling all those silly spells and standing about for hours in the middle of the night expecting Satan to appear? I confess I find it very amusing indeed." "I do not," he said. And then, As if he feared that he had been too abrupt and perhaps rude, he smiled and raised his glass. "Your very good health, Mr. Letting." We drank. He rolled the wine round his mouth and then raised his eyebrows. "May I compliment you on your cellar?" he said. "This is an excellent Margot." "Thank you," I said, flattered, I must confess, that this aristocratic Frenchman should approve my choice in wine. "Won't you have a chair and perhaps explain to me how I may be of service to you?" He seated himself elegantly in the chair by the fire, sipped his wine, and stared at me thoughtfully for a moment. When his face was in repose, you noticed the size and blackness and lustre of his eyes. They seemed to probe you, almost as if they could read your very thoughts. The impression they gave me made me uncomfortable, to say the least. But then he smiled, and immediately the eyes flashed with mischief, good humour, and an overwhelming charm. "I am afraid that my unexpected arrival so late at night, and on such a night, must lend an air of mystery to what is, I'm afraid, a very ordinary request that I have to make of you. Simply, it is that I should like you to catalogue a library for me, a comparatively small collection of books, not above 1,200, I surmise, which was left to me by my aunt when she died last year. As I say, it's only a small collection of books, and I have done no more than give it a cursory glance. However, I believe it to contain some quite rare and valuable things, and I feel it necessary to have it properly catalogued, a precaution my aunt never took, poor dear. She was a woman with a mind of cotton wool, and never, I dare swear, opened a book from the start of her life until the end of it. She led an existence untrammelled and unruffled by the slightest breeze of culture. She had inherited books from her father, and from the day they came into her possession she never paid them the slightest regard. They are a muddled and confused mess, and I would be grateful if you'd lend me your expertise in sorting them out. The reason that I've invaded your house at such an hour is force of circumstances, for I must go back to France tomorrow morning very early. And this was my only chance of seeing you. I do hope you can spare the time to do this for me." "I shall be happy to be of what assistance I can," I said, for I must admit that the idea of a trip to France was a pleasant thought. "But I'm curious to know why you have picked on me when there are so many people in Paris who could do the job just as well, if not better." "I think you do yourself an injustice," said my visitor. "You must be aware of the excellent reputation you enjoy. I asked a number of people for their advice, and when I found that they all spontaneously advised me to ask you, then I was sure that if you agreed to do the work, I would be getting the very best, my dear Mr. Letting." I confess I flushed with pleasure, since I had no reason to doubt the man's sincerity. It was pleasant to know that my colleagues thought so highly of me. "When would you wish me to commence?" I asked. He spread his hands and gave an expressive shrug. "I'm in no hurry," he said. "Naturally, it would have to fall in with your plans, but I was wondering if, say, you could start sometime in the spring. The Loire Valley is particularly beautiful then, and there's no reason why you shouldn't enjoy the countryside as well as catalogue books." "The spring would suit me admirably," I said, pouring out some more wine. "Would April be all right?" "Excellent," he said. "I would think that the job would take you a month or so, but from my point of view, please stay as long as it's necessary. I have a good cellar and a good chef, so I can minister to the wants of the flesh at any rate." I fetched my diary, and we settled on April the 14th as being a suitable date for both of us. My visitor rose to go. "Just one other thing," he said, as he swirled his cloak around his shoulders. "I would be the first to admit that I have a difficult name both to remember and to pronounce. Therefore, if you would not consider it presumptuous of me, I would like you to call me Gideon. And may I call you Peter?" "Of course," I said immediately, and with some relief, for the name de Villeray was not one that slid easily off the tongue. He shook my hand warmly, once again apologized for disturbing me, promised he would write with full details of how to reach him in France, and then strode off confidently into the swirling yellow fog, and was soon lost to view. I returned to my warm and comfortable drawing room and finished the bottle of wine while musing on my strange visitor. The more I thought about it, the more curious the whole incident became. For example, why had Gideon not approached me when he first saw me at Sotheby's? He said that he was in no hurry to have his library catalogued, and yet felt it imperative that he should see me late at night, as if the matter was of great urgency. Surely he could have written to me. Or did he perhaps think that the force of his personality would make me accept a commission that I might otherwise refuse? I was in two minds about the man himself. As I said, when his face was in repose, his eyes were so fiercely brooding and penetrating that they made me uneasy and filled almost with a sense of repugnance. But then, when he smiled and his eyes were filled with laughter and he talked with that husky musical voice, I had been charmed in spite of myself. He was, I decided, a very curious character, and I determined that I would try to find out more about him before I went over to France. Having made this resolution, I made my way down to the kitchen, preceded by a now hungry Neptune, and cooked myself a late supper. A few days later, I ran into my old friend Edward Mallinger to sail. During the course of it, I asked him, casually, if he knew of Gideon. He gave me a very penetrating look from over the top of his glasses. Gideon de Tildra-Villeray, he asked. Do you mean the Count, the nephew of the old Marquis de Tildra-Villeray? He didn't tell me he was a Count, but I suppose it must be the same one. I said, do you know anything about him? When the sail's over, we'll go and have a drink, and I'll tell you, said Edward. They are a very odd family. At least, the old Marquis is distinctly odd. The sail over, we repaired to the local pub, and over a drink, Edward told me what he knew of Gideon. It appeared that many years previously, the Marquis de Tildra-Villeray had asked my friend to go to France, just as Gideon had done with me, to catalogue and value his extensive library. Edward had accepted the commission and had set off for the Marquis's place in the Gorge du Tarn. Do you know that area of France? Edward asked. I've never been to France at all, I confessed. Well, it's a desolate area. The house is in a wild and remote district right in the gorge itself. It's a rugged country with huge cliffs and deep, gloomy gorges, waterfalls and rushing torrents, not unlike the Gustave Doré drawings for Dante's Inferno, you know. Edward paused to sip his drink thoughtfully, and then occupied himself with lighting a cigar. When it was drawing to his satisfaction, he went on. In the house, apart from the family retainers, of which there only seemed to be 3, a small number for such a large establishment, was the uncle and his nephew, whom I take it was your visitor of the other night. The uncle was, well, not to put too fine a point on it, a most unpleasant old man. He must have been about 85, I suppose, with a really evil, leering face and an oily manner that he obviously thought was charming. The boy was about 14, with huge dark eyes and a pale face. He was an intelligent lad, old for his age, but the thing that worried me was that he seemed to be suffering from intense fear, a fear I felt of his uncle. The first night I arrived, after we had had dinner, which was to my mind a meagre and badly cooked fare for France, I went to bed early, for I was fatigued after my journey. The old man and the boy stayed up. As luck would have it, the dining room was directly below my bedroom, and so, although I couldn't hear clearly all that passed between them, I could hear enough to discern that the old man was doing his best to persuade his nephew into some course of action that the boy found repugnant, for he was vehement in his refusal. The argument went on for some time, the uncle's voice getting louder and louder and more angry. Suddenly I heard the scrape of a chair as the boy stood and shouted, positively shouted, my dear Peter, in French at his uncle, No, no, I will not be devoured so that you may live. I hate you. I heard it quite clearly, and I thought it an astonishing thing for a young boy to say. Then I heard the door of the dining salon open and bang shut, the boy's footsteps running up the stairs, and eventually the banging of what I assumed was his bedroom door. After a short while, I heard the uncle get up from the table and start to come upstairs. There was no mistaking his footfall, for one of his feet was twisted and misshapen, and so he walked slowly with a pronounced limp, dragging his left foot. He came slowly up the stairs, and I do assure you, my dear Peter, there was positive evil in his slow, shuffling approach that really made my hair stand on end. I heard him go to the boy's bedroom door, open it, and enter. He called the boy's name 2 or 3 times, softly and cajolingly, but with an indescribable menace. Then he said one sentence which I couldn't catch. After this, he closed the boy's door, and for some moments I could hear him dragging and shuffling down the long corridor to his own quarters. I opened my door, and from the boy's room I could hear muffled weeping, as though the poor child had his head under his bedclothes. It went on for a long time, and I was very worried. I wanted to go and comfort the lad, but I felt it might embarrass him, and in any case, it was really none of my business. But I did not like the situation at all. The whole atmosphere, my dear Peter, was charged with something unpleasant. I'm not a superstitious man, as you well know, but I lay awake for a long time and wondered if I could stay in the atmosphere of that house for the 2 or 3 weeks it would take me to finish the job which I had agreed to do. Fortunately, fate gave me the chance I needed. The very next day I received a telegram to say that my sister had fallen gravely ill, and so, quite legitimately, I could ask the Tilde Villeray to release me from my contract. He was, of course, most reluctant to do so, but he eventually agreed with ill grace. While I was waiting for the dog cart to arrive to take me to the station, I had a quick look round some of his library. Since it was really extensive, it spread all over the house, but the bulk of it was housed in what he referred to as the Long Gallery, a very handsome long room that wouldn't have disgraced one of our aristocratic country houses. It was hung with giant mirrors between the bookcases. In fact, the whole house was full of mirrors. I can never remember being in a house with so many before. He certainly had a rare and valuable collection of books, particularly on one of your pet subjects, Peter, the occult. I noticed in my hurried browse, among other things, some most interesting Hebrew manuscripts on witchcraft, as well as an original of Matthew Hopkins's Discovery of Witches, and a truly beautiful copy of De Mirabilius Naturae. But then the dog cart arrived, and making my farewells, I left. I can tell you, my dear boy, I was never so glad in my life to be quit of a house. I truly believe the old man to have been evil. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn that he practiced witchcraft and was trying to involve that nice young lad in his foul affairs. However, I have no proof of this, you understand? So that's why I wouldn't wish you to repeat it. I should imagine that the uncle is now dead, or if not, he must be in his 90s. As to the boy, I later heard from friends in Paris that there were some rumours that his private life was not at all what it should be. Some talk of his attachment to certain women, you know. But this was all circumstantial. And in any case, as you know, dear boy, foreigners have a different set of morals to an Englishman. It's one of the many things that sets us apart from the rest of the world, thank God. I listened with great interest to Edward's account, and I resolved to ask Gideon about his uncle, if I got the chance. I prepared myself for my trip to France with, I must admit, pleasurable anticipation, and on April the 14th I embarked on the train to Dover, and thence, uneventfully, even to Valdemar, to Calais. I spent the night in Paris, sampling the delights of French food and wine, and the following day I embarked once more on the train. Eventually, I arrived at the bustling station at Tours. Gideon was there to meet me, as he had promised he would. He seemed in great spirits and greeted me as if I was an old and valued friend, which, I confess, flattered me. I thanked him for coming to meet me, but he waved my thanks away. "It's nothing, my dear Peter," he said. "I have nothing to do except eat, drink, and grow fat. A visit from someone like you is a real pleasure." Outside the station, we entered a handsome brougham drawn by 2 beautiful bay horses, and we set off at a spanking pace through the most delicious countryside, all green and gold and shimmering in the sunlight. We drove for an hour along roads that got progressively narrower and narrower, until we were travelling along between high banks emblazoned with flowers of every sort, while overhead the branches of the trees on each side of the road entwined, covered with the delicate green leaves of spring. Occasionally there would be a gap in the trees and high banks, and I could see the silver gleam of the Loire between the trees. I realized that we were driving parallel to the great river. Once we passed the massive stone gateposts and wrought iron gates that guarded the drive up to an immense and very beautiful chateau in gleaming pinky yellow stone. Gideon saw me looking at it, perhaps with an expression of wonder, for it did look like something out of a fairy tale. He smiled. I hope, my dear Peter, that you do not expect to find me living in a monster like that. If so, you will be doomed to disappointment. I am afraid that my chateau is a miniature one, but big enough for my needs. I protested that I did not care if he lived in a cowshed. For me, the experience of being in France for the first time and seeing all these new sights, and with the prospect of a fascinating job at the end of it, was more than sufficient. It was not until evening, when the mauve tree shadows were stretched long across the green meadows, that we came to Gideon's establishment, the Château Saint-Clair. The gateposts were surmounted by two large, delicately carved owls in a pale, honey-coloured stone, and I saw that the same motif had been carried out most skilfully in the wrought iron gates that hung from the pillars. As soon as we entered the grounds, I was struck by the contrast of the countryside we had been passing through, which had been exuberant and unkempt, alive with wild flowers and meadows, shaggy with long, rich grass. Here the drive was lined with giant oak and chestnut trees, each the circumference of a small room, gnarled and ancient, with bark as thick as an elephant's hide. How many 100 years these trees had guarded the entrance of the Château Saint-Clair, I could not imagine, but many of them must have been well grown when Shakespeare was a young man. The greensward under them was as smooth as baize on a billiard table, and responsible for this were several herds of spotted fallow deer grazing peacefully in the setting sun's rays. The bucks, with their fine, twisted antlers, threw up their heads and gazed at us without fear as we clopped past them and down the avenue. Beyond the greensward, I could see a line of gigantic poplars, and gleaming between them, the Loire. The drive turned away from the river, and the chateau came into sight. It was, as Gideon had said, small, but perfect, as a miniature is perfect. In the evening sun, its pale straw-coloured walls glowed, and the light gave a soft and delicate patina to the bluish slate of the roofs of the main house and its two turrets. It was surrounded by a wide veranda of great flagstone, hemmed in by a wide balustrade, on which were perched above 30 peacocks, their magnificent tails trailing down towards the well-kept lawn. Around the balustrade, the flower beds, beautifully kept, were ablaze with flowers in 100 different colours that seemed to merge with the tails of the peacocks that trailed amongst them. It was a breathtaking sight. The carriage pulled up by the wide steps. The butler threw open the door of the brougham, and Gideon dismounted, took off his hat, and swept me a low bow, grinning mischievously. "Welcome to the Château Saint-Clair," he said. Thus for me began an enchanted 3 weeks, for it was more of a holiday than work. The miniature but impeccably kept and furnished chateau was a joy to live in. The tiny park that meandered along the riverbank was also beautifully kept, for every tree looked as if it were freshly groomed, the emerald lawns combed each morning, and the peacocks trailing their glittering tails amongst the massive trees, as if they had just left the careful hands of Fabergé. Combine this with a fine cellar and a kitchen ruled over by a red balloon of a chef whose deft hands would conjure up the most delicate and aromatic of meals, and you had a close approach to an earthly paradise. The morning would be spent sorting and cataloguing the books, and a most interesting collection it was, and then in the afternoon Gideon would insist that we went swimming or else for a ride around the park, for he possessed a small stable of very nice horses. In the evenings after dinner, we would sit on the still sun-warmed terrace and talk, our conversation made warm and friendly by the wine we had consumed and the excellent meal we had eaten. Gideon was an excellent host, a brilliant raconteur, and this, together with his extraordinary gifts for mimicry, made him a most entertaining companion. I shall never know now, of course, whether he deliberately exerted all his charm in order to ensnare me. I like to think not, that he quite genuinely liked me in my company. Not that I suppose it matters now, but certainly as day followed day, I grew fonder and fonder of Gideon. I am a solitary creature by nature, and I have only a very small circle of friends, close friends, whom I see perhaps once or twice a year, preferring for the most part my own company. However, my time spent at the chateau with Gideon had an extraordinary effect upon me. It began to dawn upon me that I had perhaps made myself into too much of a recluse. It was also borne upon me most forcibly that all my friends were of a different age group, much older than I was. Gideon, if I could count him as a friend, and by this time I certainly did, was the only friend I had who was, roughly speaking, my own age. Under his influence, I began to expand. As he said to me one night, a slim cigar crushed between his strong white teeth, squinting at me past the blue smoke, "The trouble with you, Peter, is that you're in danger of becoming a young fogey." I laughed, of course, but on reflection, I knew he was right. I also knew that when the time came for me to leave the chateau, I would miss his volatile company a great deal, probably more than I cared to admit, even to myself. In all our talks, Gideon discussed his extensive family with a sort of ironic affection, telling me anecdotes to illustrate their stupidity or their eccentricity, never maliciously, but rather with a sort of detached good humour. However, the curious thing was that he never once mentioned his uncle, the Marquis, until one evening. We were sitting out on the terrace, watching the white owls that lived in the hollow oaks along the drive doing their first hunting swoops across the greensward in front of us. I had been telling him of a book which I knew was to be put up for sale in the autumn, and which I thought could be purchased for some £2,000, a large price. But it was an important work, and I felt he should have it in his library, as it complemented the other works he had on the subject. Did he want me to bid for him? He had flipped his cigar butt over the balustrade into the flower bed where it lay gleaming like a monstrous red glowworm, and he chuckled softly. £2,000, he said. My dear Peter, I am not rich enough to indulge my hobby to that extent, unfortunately. If my uncle were to die now, it would be a different story. Your uncle? I queried cautiously. I didn't know you had any uncles. Only one, thank God, said Gideon. But unfortunately he holds the purse strings of the family fortunes, and the old swine appears to be indestructible. He's 91, and when I last saw him a year or two back, he didn't look a day over 50. However, in spite of all his efforts, I do not believe him to be immortal, and so one day the devil will gather him to his bosom, and on that happy day I will inherit a very large sum of money and a library that will make even you, my dear Peter, envious. But until that day comes, I cannot go around spending £2,000 on a book. But waiting for dead men's shoes is a tedious occupation. My uncle is an unsavoury topic of conversation. So let's have some more wine and talk of something pleasant. If he is unsavoury, then he is in contrast to the rest of your relatives you've told me about, I said lightly, hoping he would give me further information about his infamous uncle. Gideon was silent for a moment. Yes, a great contrast, he said. But as every village must have its idiot, so every family must have its black sheep or its madman. Oh, come now, Gideon, I protested. Surely that's a bit too harsh a criticism. You think so? He asked. And in the half-light I could see that his face was shining with sweat. You think I'm being harsh to my dear relative. But then, you have not had the pleasure of meeting him, have you? No, I said, worried by the savage bitterness in his voice and wishing I'd let the subject drop, since it seemed to disturb him so much. When my mother died, I had to go and live with my dear uncle for several years, until I inherited the modest amount of money my father left me in trust, and then I could be free of him. But for 10 years I lived in a purgatory with that corrupt old swine. For 10 years, not a day or night passed without my being terrified out of my soul. There are no words to describe how evil he is, and there are no lengths to which he would not go to achieve his ends. If Satan prowls the earth in the guise of a man, then he surely inhabits the filthy skin of my uncle. He got up abruptly and went into the house, leaving me puzzled and alarmed at the vehemence with which he had spoken. I didn't know whether to follow him or not, but presently he returned carrying the brandy decanter and 2 glasses. He sat down and poured us both a generous amount of the spirit. I I must apologise, my dear Peter, for my histrionics, for inflicting on you melodrama that would be more in keeping in the Grand Guignol than on this terrace," he said, handing me my drink. "Talking of my old swine of an uncle always has that effect on me, I'm afraid. At one time I lived in fear because I thought it captured my soul. You know the stupid ideas children get. It was many years before I grew out of that. But it still, as you can see, upsets me to talk of him. So let's drink and talk of other things, eh?" I agreed wholeheartedly, and we talked pleasantly for a couple of hours or so. But that night was the only time I saw Gideon go to the bed worse for liquor, and I felt most guilty since I felt it was due to my insistence that he talked to me about his uncle, who had obviously made such a deep, lasting, and unpleasant impression on his mind. Over the next 4 years, I grew to know Gideon well. He came to stay with me whenever he was in England, and I paid several delightful visits to the Château St. Clair. Then, for a period of 6 months, I heard nothing from him, and I could only presume that he had been overcome with what he called his travel disease, and had gone off to Egypt or the Far East or even America in one of his periodic jaunts. However, this coincided with the time when I was myself extremely busy, and so I had little time to ponder on the whereabouts of Gideon. Then one evening, I returned home to Smith Street, dead tired after a long journey from Aberdeen, and I found awaiting me a telegram from Gideon. Arriving London Monday 30. Can I stay? Stop. Uncle put to death. I inherit library. Would you catalogue? Value, move, stop. Explain all when we meet. Regards, Gideon. I was amused that Gideon, who prided himself on his impeccable English, should have written put to death instead of died, until he arrived and I discovered that this is exactly what had happened to his uncle, or at least what appeared to have happened. Gideon arrived quite late on the Monday evening, and as soon as I looked at him, I could see that he had been undergoing some harrowing experience. But surely, I thought, it couldn't be the death of his uncle that was affecting him so. If anything, I would have thought he would be glad. My friend had lost weight, his handsome face was gaunt and white, and he had dark circles under his eyes, which themselves seemed to have suddenly lost all of their sparkle and lustre. When I poured him a glass of his favourite wine, he took it with a hand that trembled slightly, and tossed it back in one gulp as if it had been mere water. "You look tired, Gideon," I said. "You must have a few glasses of wine, and then I suggest an early dinner and bed. We can discuss all there is to be discussed in the morning." "Dear old Peter," he said, giving me a shadow of his normal, effervescent smile. "Please don't act like an English nanny, and take that worried look off your face. I'm not sickening for anything. It's just I've had a rather hard time these last few weeks, and I'm suffering from reaction. However, it's all over now, thank God. I'll tell you all about it over dinner, but before then I would be grateful if I could have a bath, my dear chap." "Of course," I said immediately, and went to ask Mrs. Manning to draw a bath for my friend and take his baggage up to the guest room. He went upstairs to bathe and change, and very shortly I followed him. Both my bedroom and the guest room each had its own bathroom, for there was sufficient room on that floor to allow this little luxury. I was just about to start undressing in order to start my own ablutions when I was startled by a loud moaning cry, almost a strangled scream, followed by a crash of breaking glass which appeared to emanate from Gideon's bathroom. I hastened across the narrow landing and tapped on his door. "Gideon," I called. "Gideon, are you all right? Can I come in?" There was no reply, and so, greatly agitated, I entered the room. I found my friend in his bathroom, bent over the basin and holding onto it for support. His face the ghastly white of cheese, sweat streaming down it. The big mirror over the basin had been shattered, and the fragments, together with a broken bottle of what looked like shampoo, littered the basin and the floor around. "He did it! He did it! He did it!" muttered Gideon to himself, swaying, clutching hold of the basin. He seemed oblivious of my presence. I seized him by the arm and helped him into the bedroom, where I made him lie down on the bed and called down the stairs for Mrs. Manning to bring up some brandy and look sharp about it. When I went back into the room, Gideon was looking a little better, but he was lying there with his eyes closed, taking deep, shuddering breaths, like a man who has just run a grueling race. When he heard me approach the bed, he opened his eyes and gave me a ghastly smile. "My dear Peter," he said, "I do apologize. So stupid of me, I suddenly felt faint. I think it must be the journey and lack of food, plus your excellent wine. I fear I fell forward with that bottle in my hand and shattered your beautiful mirror. I'm so sorry. Of course I'll replace it. I told him quite brusquely not to be so silly. And when Mrs. Manning came panting up the stairs with the brandy, I forced him to take some in spite of his protests. While he was drinking it, Mrs. Manning cleaned up the mess in the bathroom. "Ah, that's better," said Gideon at last. "I feel quite revived now. All I want is a nice relaxing bath, and then I shall be a new man." I felt that he ought to have his food in bed, but he wouldn't hear of it, and when he descended to the dining room half an hour later, I must say he did look better and much more relaxed. He laughed and joked with Mrs. Manning as she served us and complimented her lavishly on her cooking, swearing that he would get rid of his own chef and kidnap Mrs. Manning and take her to his chateau in France to cook for him. Mrs. Manning was enchanted by him, as indeed she always was, but I could see that it cost him some effort to be so charming and jovial. When at last we had finished the sweet and cheese, and Mrs. Manning had put the decanter of port on the table and saying good night had left us, Gideon accepted a cigar, lighted it, and leant back in his chair and smiled at me through the smoke. "Now, Peter," he said, "I can tell you something of what's been happening. I'm most anxious to know what it is that has brought you to this low ebb, my friend," I said seriously. He felt in his pocket and produced from it a large iron key with heavy teeth and an ornate base. He threw it on the table, where it fell with a heavy thud. "This was one of the causes of the trouble," he said, staring at it moodily. "The key to life and death, as you might say." I don't understand you," I said, puzzled. "Because of this key, I was nearly arrested for murder," said Gideon with a smile. "Murder? You?" I said aghast, "but how can that possibly be?" Gideon took a sip of port and settled himself back in his chair. "About 2 months ago," he said, "I got a letter from my uncle asking me to go and see him. This I did with considerable reluctance, as you may imagine, for you know what my opinion of him was. Well, to cut a long story short, there were certain things he wanted me to do, family matters, which I refused to do. I flew into a rage and we quarrelled furiously. I am afraid that I left him in no doubt as to what I thought of him, and the servants heard us quarrel. I left his house and continued on my way to Marseille to catch a boat for Morocco, where I was going for a tour. 2 days later, my uncle was murdered." "So that's why you put to death in your telegram," I said. I wondered. "He had been put to death, and in the most mysterious circumstances," said Gideon. "He was found in an empty attic at the top of the house, which contained nothing but a large broken mirror. It was a hideous mess. His clothes torn off, his throat and body savaged as if by a mad dog. There was blood everywhere. I had to identify the body. It was not a pleasant task, for his face had been so badly mauled that it was almost unrecognizable." He paused and took another sip of port. Presently he went on, "But the curious thing about all this was that the attic was locked on the inside, with that key." "But how could that be?" I asked, bewildered. "How did this assailant leave the room?" "That's exactly what the police wanted to know," said Gideon dryly. "As you know, the French police are very efficient but lacking in imagination. Their logic worked something like this. I was the one who stood to gain by my uncle's death because I inherit the family fortune and his library and several extensive farms dotted about all over France. So, as I was the one who stood to gain, enfin, I must be the one who committed murder. But that's ridiculous." "Not to a policeman," said Gideon, "especially when they heard that at my last meeting with my uncle we had quarrelled bitterly. And one of the things the servants heard me saying to him was that I wished he would drop dead and thus leave the world a cleaner place." "But in the heat of a quarrel, one's liable to say anything," I protested. "Everyone knows that. And how did they suggest you killed your uncle and then left the room locked on the inside?" "Oh, it was possible, quite possible," said Gideon. "With a pair of long-nosed, very slender pliers it could be done. But it would undoubtedly have left marks on the end of the key, and as you can see, it's unmarked. The real problem was that at first I had no alibi. I'd gone down to Marseille, and as I'd cut my visit to my uncle short, I was too early for my ship. I booked into a small hotel and enjoyed myself for those few days in exploring the port. I knew no one there, so naturally there was no one to vouch for my movements. As you can imagine, it took time to assemble all the porters, maids, maîtres d'hôtel, restaurant owners, hotel managers, and so on. and through their testimony proved to the police that I was, in fact, in Marseille and minding my own business when my uncle was killed. It has taken me the last 6 weeks to do it, and it has been extremely exhausting. Why didn't you telegraph me, I asked. I could have come and at least have kept you company. You're very kind, Peter, but I didn't want to embroil my friends in such a sordid mess. Besides, I knew that if all went well and the police released me, which they eventually did after much protest, I would want your help on something appertaining to this. Anything I can do, I said. You know you have only to ask, my dear fellow. Well, as I told you, I spent my youth under my uncle's care, and after that experience I grew to loathe his house and everything about it. Now, with this latest thing, I really feel I cannot set foot in that place again. I'm not exaggerating, but I seriously think that if I were to go there and stay, I should become seriously ill. I agree, I said firmly. On no account must you even contemplate such a step. Well, the furniture in the house I can, of course, get valued and sold by a Paris firm. That's simple. But the most valuable thing in the house is, of course, the library. And this is where you come in, Peter. Would you be willing to go down and catalogue and value the books for me? And then I can arrange for them to be stored until I can build an extension to my library to house them. Of course I will, I said, with the greatest of pleasure. You just tell me when you want me to come. I shall not be with you. You'll be quite alone, Gideon warned. I'm a solitary creature, as I've told you, I laughed. And as long as I have a supply of books to amuse me, I shall get along splendidly, don't worry. I would like it done as soon as possible, said Gideon, so that I may get rid of the house. How soon could you come down? I consulted my diary and found that, fortunately, I was coming up to a rather slack period. What about the end of next week? I asked. Gideon's face lit up. So soon, he said delightedly. That would be splendid. I could meet you at the station at Fontaine next Friday. Would that be all right? Perfectly all right, I said, and I will soon have the books sorted out for you. Now, another glass of port, and then you must away to bed. My dear Peter, what a loss you are to Harley Street, joked Gideon, but he took my advice. Twice during the night I awakened, thinking that I heard him cry out, but after listening for a while and finding all was quiet, I concluded that it was just my imagination. The following morning he left for France, and I started making my preparations to follow him, packing sufficient things for a prolonged stay at his late uncle's house. The whole of Europe was in the grip of an icy winter, and it was certainly not the weather to travel in. Indeed, no one but Gideon could have got me to leave home in such weather. Crossing the Channel was a nightmare, and I felt so sick on arrival in Paris that I couldn't do more than swallow a little broth and go straight to bed. On the following day it was icy cold, with a bitter wind, grey skies and driving veils of rain that stung one's face. Eventually I reached the station and boarded the train for what seemed an interminable journey, during which I had to change and wait at more and more inhospitable stations until I was so numbed with cold I could hardly think straight. All the rivers wore a rim of lacy ice along their shores, and the ponds and lakes turned blank frozen eyes to the steel grey sky. At length, the local train I had changed to dragged itself grimy and puffing into the station of Fontaine, and I disembarked and made my way with my luggage to the tiny booking office and minute waiting room. Here, to my relief, I found that there was an old-fashioned pot-bellied stove stuffed with chestnut roots and glowing almost red-hot. I piled my luggage in the corner and spent some time thawing myself out, for the heating on the train had been minimal. There was no sign of Gideon. Presently, warmed by the fire and a nip of brandy I had taken from my travelling flask, I began to feel better. But half an hour later I began to worry about Gideon's absence. I went out onto the platform and discovered that the grey sky seemed to have moved closer to the earth, and a few snowflakes were starting to fall, huge lacy ones the size of a half-crown, that augured a snowstorm of considerable dimensions in the not-too-distant future. I was just wondering if I should try walking to the village, when I heard the clop of hooves and made out a dog-cart coming along the road, driven by Gideon, muffled up in a glossy fur coat and wearing an astrakhan hat. "I'm so very sorry, Peter, for keeping you waiting like this," he said, wringing my hand. "But we seem to have one catastrophe after another. Come, let me help you with your bags, and I'll tell you all about it as we drive." We collected my baggage, bundled it into the dog cart, and then I climbed up onto the box alongside Gideon and covered myself thankfully with the thick fur rug he had brought. He turned the horse, cracked his whip, and we went bowling down the snowflakes, which were now falling quite fast. The wind whipped our faces and made our eyes water, but still Gideon kept the horse at a fast trot. "I'm anxious to get there before the snowstorm really starts," he said. "That's why I'm going at this uncivilized pace. Once these snowstorms start up here, they can be very severe. One can even get snowed in for days at a time." "It's certainly becoming a grim winter," I said. "The worst we've had here for 50 years, said Gideon. He came to the village, and Gideon was silent as he guided his horse through the narrow, deserted streets, already white with settling snow. Occasionally, a dog would run out of an alley and run barking alongside us for a way, but otherwise there was no sign of life, and the village could have been deserted for all evidence to the contrary. "I'm afraid that once again, my dear Peter, I shall have to trespass upon your good nature," said Gideon, smiling at me, his hat and eyebrows white with snow. "Sooner or later, my demands on our friendship will exhaust your patience." "Nonsense," I said. "Just tell me what your problem is." "Well," said Gideon, "I was to leave you in charge of Francois and his wife, who are my uncle's servants. Unfortunately, when I went to the house this morning, I found that Francois's wife, Maurier, had slipped on the icy front steps and had fallen some 30 feet onto the rocks and broken her legs. They are, I'm afraid, splintered very badly, and I really don't hold out much hope for their being saved." "Poor woman, how dreadful!" I exclaimed. "Yes," Gideon continued. "Of course, Francois was nearly frantic when I got there, and so there was nothing for it but to drive them both to the hospital in Millau, which took me over 2 hours, hence the reason I was late meeting you." "That doesn't matter at all," I said. "Of course you had to drive them to the hospital." "Yes, but it creates another problem as well," said Gideon. "You see, none of the villagers liked my uncle, and Francois and Marie were the only couple who would work for him. So, with both of them in Millau, there's no one to look after you, at least for 2 or 3 days until Francois comes back." "My dear chap, don't let that worry you," I laughed. "I'm quite used to fending for myself, I do assure you. If I have food and wine and a fire, I'll be very well found, I promise you." "Oh, you'll have all that," said Gideon. "The larder's well stocked, and down in the game room there's a haunch of venison, half a wild boar, some pheasants and partridge, and a few brace of wild duck. There's wine aplenty, since my uncle kept quite a good cellar, and the cellar is full of chestnut roots and pine logs, so you'll be warm. You will also have for company the animals." "Animals? What animals?" I asked, curious. "A small dog called Agrippa," said Gideon, laughing. "A very large and idiotic cat called Claire de Lune, or Claire for short. A whole cage full of canaries and various finches, and an extremely old parrot called Octavius." "A positive menagerie," I exclaimed. "It's a good thing I like animals." "Seriously, Peter," said Gideon, giving me one of his very penetrating looks, "are you sure you'll be all right? It seems a terrible imposition to me." "Nonsense," I said heartily. "What are friends for?" The snow was now coming down with a vengeance, and we could see only a yard or two beyond the horses' ears, so dense were the whirling clouds of huge flakes. We had now entered one of the many tributary gorges that led into the Gorge du Tarn proper. On our left, the brown and black cliffs, dappled with patches of snow on sundry crevices and ledges, loomed over us, in places actually overhanging the narrow road. On our right, the ground dropped away, almost sheer, 500 or 600 feet into the gorge below, where, through the wind-blown curtains of snow, one could catch occasional glimpses of the green river, its tumbled rocks snow-wigged, their edges crusted with ice. The road was rough, snow and water-worn, and in places covered with a sheet of ice that made the horse slip and stumble and slowed our progress. Once a small avalanche of snow slid down the cliff face with a hissing sound and thumped onto the road in front of us, making the horse shy so badly that Gideon had to fight to keep control. And for several hair-raising minutes I feared that we, the dog-cart, and the terrified horse, might slide over the edge of the gorge and plunge down into the river below. But eventually Gideon got it under control, and we crawled along our way. At length the gorge widened a little, and presently we rounded a corner, and there before us was the strange bulk of Gideon's uncle's house. It was a very extraordinary edifice, and I feel I should describe it in some detail. To begin with, the whole thing was perched up on top of a massive rock that protruded from the river far below, so that it formed what can only be described as an island, shaped not unlike an isosceles triangle, with the house on top. It was connected to the road by a massive and very old stone bridge. The tall outside walls of the house fell straight down to the rocks and river below, but as we crossed the bridge and drove under the huge arch guarded by thick oak doors, we found that the house was built round a large centre courtyard, cobblestoned and with a pond with a fountain in the middle. This last depicted a dolphin held up by cherubs, and the whole thing polished with ice and with icicles hanging from it. All the many windows that looked down into the court were shuttered with a fringe of huge icicles hanging from every cornice. Between the windows were monstrous gargoyles depicting various forms of animal life, both known and unknown to science, each one seeming more malign than the last, and their appearance not improved by the ice and snow that blurred their outlines, so that they seemed to be peering at you from some snowy ambush. As Gideon drew the horse to a standstill by the steps that led to the front door, we could hear the barking of the dog inside. My friend opened the front door with a large rusty key, and immediately the dog tumbled out, barking vociferously and wagging its tail with pleasure. The large black and white cat was more circumspect and did not deign to come out into the snow, but merely stood, arching its back and mewing in the doorway. Gideon helped me carry my bags into the large marble hall, where a handsome staircase led to the upper floors of the house. All the pictures, mirrors, and furniture were covered with dust sheets. "I'm sorry about the covers," said Gideon, and it seemed to me that as soon as he entered the house, he became increasingly nervous and ill at ease. "I meant to remove them all this morning and make it more habitable for you, but what with one thing and another, I didn't manage it." "Don't worry," I said, making a fuss over the dog and cat, who were both vying for my attention. "I shan't be inhabiting all of the house, so I'll just remove the sheets in those parts that I shall use." Yes, said Gideon, running his hands through his hair in a nervous fashion. "Your bed's made up. The bedroom is the second door on the left as you reach the top of the stairs. Now come with me, and I'll show you the kitchen and cellar." He led me across the hall to a door that was hidden under the main staircase. Opening this, he made his way down broad stone steps that spiraled their way down into the gloom. Presently, we reached a passageway that led to a gigantic stone-flagged kitchen, and adjoining it, cavernous cellars and a capacious larder cold as a glacier, with the carcasses of game, chicken and duck, and legs of lamb and saddles of beef hanging from hooks or lying on the marble shelves that ran around the walls. In the kitchen was a great range, each fire carefully laid, and on the great table in the centre had been arranged various commodities that Gideon thought I may need: rice, lentils as black as soot, potatoes, carrots and other vegetables in large baskets, pottery jars of butter and preserves, and a pile of freshly baked loaves. On the other side of the kitchen, opposite to the cellars and the larder, lay the wine store, approached through a heavy door, bolted and padlocked. Obviously, Gideon's uncle had not trusted his staff when it came to alcoholic beverages. The cellar was small, but I saw at a glance that it contained some excellent vintages. "Do not stint yourself, Peter," said Gideon. "There are some really quite nice wines in there, and there'll be some small compensation for staying in the gloomy place alone." "You want me to spend my time in an inebriated state?" I laughed. "I would never get the books valued. But don't worry, Gideon, I should be quite all right. As I told you before, I like being on my own, and here I have food and wine enough for an army, plenty of fuel for the fire, a dog and a cat and birds to keep me company, and a large and interesting library. What more could any man want? The books, by the way, are mainly in the long gallery on the south side of the house. I won't show it to you, it's easy enough to find." "But I really must be on my way," said Gideon, leading the way up into the hall once more. He delved into his pocket and produced a huge bunch of ancient keys. The keys of the kingdom, he said with a faint smile. I don't think anything's locked, but if it is, please open it. I'll tell Francois that he's to come back here and look after you as soon as his wife is out of danger, and I myself will return in about 4 weeks' time. By then, you should have finished your task. Easily, I said. In fact, if I get it done before then, I'll send you a telegram. Seriously, Peter, he said, taking my hand, I am really most deeply in your debt for what you're doing. I shan't forget it. Rubbish, my friend, I said. It gives me great pleasure to be of service to you. I stood in the doorway of the house, the dog panting by my side, the cat arching itself round my legs and purring loudly, and watched Gideon get back into the dog-cart, wrap the rug around himself, and then flick the horses with the reins. As they broke into a trot and he steered them towards the entrance to the courtyard, he raised his whip in salute. He disappeared through the archway, and very soon the sound of the hoofbeats were muffled by the snow, and soon faded altogether. Picking up the warm silky body of the cat and whistling to the dog who had chased the dog-cart to the archway, barking exuberantly, I went back into the house and bolted the front door behind me. I decided that the first thing to do was to explore the house and ascertain where the various books were that I had come to work with, and thus to make up my mind which rooms I needed to open up. On a table in the hall, I had spotted a large 6-branched silver candelabra loaded with candles, and a box of matches lying beside it. I decided to use this in my exploration, since it would relieve me of the tedium of having to open and close innumerable shutters. So, lighting the candle, and accompanied by the eager, bustling dog whose nails rattled on the bare floors like castanets, I started off. The whole of the ground floor consisted of 3 very large rooms and 1 smaller one, which comprised the drawing room, the dining room, a study, and then this smaller salon. Strangely enough, this room, which I called the blue salon, as it was decorated in various shades of blue and gold, was the only one that was locked, and it took me some time to find the right key for it. This salon formed one end of the house, and so it was a long, narrow shoebox shape, with large windows at each end. The door by which you entered was midway down one of the longer walls, and hanging on the wall opposite was one of the biggest mirrors I have ever seen. It must have been fully 9 feet high, stretching from floor level to almost the ceiling, and some 35 feet in length. The mirror itself was slightly tarnished, which gave it a pleasant bluish tinge like the waters of a shallow lake, but it still reflected clearly and accurately. The whole was encompassed in a wide and very ornate gold frame, carved to depict various nymphs and satyrs, unicorns, griffins, and other fabulous beasts. The frame in itself was a work of art. By seating oneself in one of the comfortable chairs that stood one on each side of the fireplace, one could see the whole room reflected in this remarkable mirror, and although the room was somewhat narrow, this gave one a sense of great space. Owing to the size, the convenience, and I must admit the novelty of the room, I decided to make it my living room, and so, in a very short space of time, I had the dust covers off the furniture and a roaring blaze of chestnut roots in the hearth. Then I moved in the cage of finches and canaries and placed them at one end of the room together with Octavius the parrot, who seemed pleased by the change, for he shuffled his feathers, cocked his head to one side and whistled a few bars of the Marseillaise. The dog and cat immediately stretched out in front of the blaze and fell into a contented sleep. Thus, deserted by my companions, I took my candelabra and continued my investigation of the house alone. The next floor was comprised mainly of bed and bathrooms, but I found that one whole wing of the house, which formed the hollow square in which the courtyard lay, was one enormous room, the long gallery as Gideon had called it. Down one side of this long, wide room, which would have done credit to any great country house in England, there were very tall windows, and opposite each window was a tall mirror, similar to the one downstairs, but long and narrow. Between these mirrors stood the bookcases of polished oak, and piled on the shelves haphazardly were a myriad of books, some on their sides, some upside down, in total confusion. Even a cursory glance was enough to tell me that the library was so muddled It would take me some considerable time to sort the books into subjects before I could even start to catalogue and value them. Leaving the long gallery shrouded in dust sheets and with the shutters still closed, I went one floor higher. Here there were only attics, and in one of them I came upon the gilt frame of a mirror, and I shivered, for I presumed that this was the attic in which Gideon's uncle had been found dead. The mirror frame was identical to the one in the blue salon, but on a much smaller scale, of course. Here again were the satyrs, the unicorns, the griffins, and hippogriffs. But in addition, there was a small area at the top of the frame, carved like a medallion, in which were inscribed in French the words, "I am your servant. Feed and liberate me. I am you." It didn't seem to make sense. I closed the attic door, and chiding myself for being a coward, I locked it securely, and in consequence felt much better. When I made my way downstairs to the blue salon, I was greeted with rapture by both dog and cat, as if I had been away on a journey of many days, and I realized that they were hungry. Simultaneously, I realized that I was hungry too, for the excitement of arriving at the house and exploring it had quite made me forget to prepare myself any luncheon, and it was now past 6 o'clock in the evening. So, accompanied by the eager animals, I made my way down to the kitchen to cook some food for us all. For the dog, I stewed some scraps of mutton and a little chicken for the cat, both combined with some boiled rice and potatoes. They were delighted with this menu. For myself, I grilled a large steak with an assortment of vegetables and chose from the cellar an excellent bottle of red wine. When this was ready, I carried it up to the blue salon and, pulling my chair up to the fire, made myself comfortable and fell on the food hungrily. Presently, the dog and the cat, replete with food, joined me and spread out in front of the fire. I got up and closed the door once they were settled, for there was quite a cold draught from the big hall, which, with its marble floor, was now as cold as an ice chest. Finishing my food, I lay back contentedly in my chair, sipping my wine and watching the blue flames run to and fro over the chestnut roots in the fire. I was very relaxed and happy, and the wine, rich and heavy, was having a soporific effect on me. I slept for perhaps an hour. Then, suddenly, I was fully awake, with every nerve tingling, as if someone had shouted my name. I listened, but the only sounds were the soft breathing of the sleeping dog and the contented purr of the cat curled up on the chair opposite me. It was so silent that I could hear the faint bubble and crackle of the chestnut roots in the fire. Feeling sure I must have imagined the sound, and yet feeling unaccountably uneasy for no discernible reason, I threw another log on the fire and settled back in the chair to doze. It was then I glanced across at the mirror opposite me and noticed that in the reflection, the door to the salon, which I had carefully closed, was now ajar. Surprised, I twisted round in my chair and looked at the real door, only to find it was securely closed as I had left it. I looked again into the mirror and made sure my eyes, aided by the wine, were not playing tricks. But sure enough, in the reflection, the door appeared to be slightly ajar. I was sitting there looking at it and wondering what trick of light and reflection could produce the effect of an open door when the door responsible for the reflection was securely closed, when I noticed something that made me sit up, astonished and uneasy. The door in the reflection was being pushed open still further. I looked at the real door again and saw that it was still firmly shut, yet its reflection in the mirror was opening, very slowly, millimetre by millimetre. I sat watching it, the hair on the nape of my neck stirring, and suddenly, round the edge of the door, on the carpet, there appeared something that at first glance I thought was some sort of caterpillar. It was long, wrinkled, and yellowish white in colour, and at one end it had a long blackened horn. It humped itself up and scrabbled at the surface of the carpet with its horn in a way that I had seen no caterpillar behave. Then, slowly, it retreated behind the door. I found that I was sweating. I glanced once more at the real door to assure myself that it was closed because, for some reason or other, I did not fancy having that caterpillar, or whatever it was, crawling about the room with me. The door was still shut. I took a draught of wine to steady my nerves and was annoyed to see that my hand was shaking. I, who had never believed in ghosts or hauntings or magic spells or any of that claptrap, was imagining things in a mirror and convincing myself to such an extent that they were real that I was actually afraid. It was ridiculous, I told myself as I drank the wine. There was some perfectly rational explanation for the whole thing. I sat forward in my chair and gazed at the reflection in the mirror with great intentness. For a long time, nothing happened. And then, the door in the mirror swung open a fraction, and the caterpillar appeared again. But this time, it was joined by another, and then, after a pause, yet another. And suddenly my blood ran cold, for I realized what it was. They were not caterpillars, but attenuated yellow fingers with long black nails, twisted like gigantic misshapen rose thorns. The moment I realized this, the whole hand came into view, feeling its way feebly along the carpet. The hand was a mere skeleton covered with the pale yellow parchment-like skin through which the knuckles and joints showed like walnuts. It felt around on the carpet in a blind, groping sort of way, the hand moving from a bony wrist, like the tentacles of some strange sea anemone from the deep, one that has become pallid through living in perpetual dark. Then slowly it withdrew behind the door. I shuddered, for I wondered what sort of body was attached to that horrible hand. I waited for perhaps a quarter of an hour, dreading what might suddenly appear from behind the mirror door, but nothing happened. After a while, I became restive. I was still attempting to convince myself that the whole thing was an hallucination, brought on by the wine and the heat of the fire, but without success. But there was the door of the blue salon carefully closed against the draught, and the door in the mirror still ajar with apparently something lurking behind it. I wanted to walk over to the mirror and examine it, but I didn't have the courage, I regret to say. Instead, I thought of a plan which I felt would show me whether I was imagining things or not. I woke Agrippa the dog, and crumpling up a sheet of the newspaper I had been reading into a ball, I threw it down on the room so that it landed just by the closed door. In the mirror, it lay just near the door that was ajar. Agrippa, more to please me than anything else, for he was very sleepy, bounded after it. Gripping the arms of my chair, I watched his reflection in the mirror as he ran towards the door. He reached the ball of newspaper and paused to pick it up, and then something so hideous happened that I could scarcely believe my eyes. The mirror door was pushed open still further, and a hand and a long, white, bony arm shot out. It grabbed the dog in the mirror by the scruff of its neck and pulled it speedily, kicking and struggling behind the door. Agrippa had now come back to me, having retrieved the newspaper, but I took no notice of him, for my gaze was fixed on the reflection in the mirror. After a few minutes, the hand suddenly reappeared. Was it my imagination, or did it now seem stronger? At any event, it curved itself round the woodwork of the door and drew it completely shut, leaving on the white paint a series of bloody fingerprints that made me feel sick. The real Agrippa was nosing my leg, the newspaper in his mouth, seeking my approval, while behind the mirror door, God knows what fate had overtaken his reflection. To say that I was shaken means nothing. I could scarcely believe the evidence of my senses. I sat staring at the mirror for a long time, but nothing further happened. Eventually, and with my skin prickling with fear, I got up and examined both the mirror and the door into the salon, but both bore a perfectly ordinary appearance. I wanted very much to open the door to the salon and see if the reflection in the mirror opened as well, but to tell the truth, I was too frightened of disturbing whatever it was that lurked behind the mirror door. I glanced up at the top of the mirror and saw for the first time that it bore the same inscription as the one I had found in the attic. I am your servant. Feed and liberate me. I am you. Did this mean the creature behind the door, I wondered? Feed and liberate me. Was that what I had done by letting the dog go near the door? Was the creature now feasting upon the dog it had caught in the mirror? I shuddered at the thought. I determined that the only thing to do was to get a good night's rest, for I was tired and overwrought. In the morning, I assured myself, I would hit upon a ready explanation for all this mumbo-jumbo. So, picking up the cat and calling for the dog, for, if the truth be known, I needed the company of the animals, I left the blue salon. As I was closing the door, I was frozen into immobility, and the hair on my head prickled as I heard a cracked, harsh voice bid me bonne nuit in wheedling tones. It was a moment or two before I realized it was Octavius the parrot, and went limp with relief. Claire the cat drowsed peacefully in my arms, but Agrippa needed some encouragement to accompany me upstairs, for it was obvious that he had never been allowed above the ground floor before. At length, with reluctance that soon turned to excitement at the novelty, he followed me upstairs. The fire in the bedroom had died down, but the atmosphere was still warm. I made my toilet, and without further ado climbed into bed with Agrippa lying on one side of me and Claire on the other. I received much comfort from the feel of their warm bodies, but in addition, I am not ashamed to say I left the candles burning and the door to the room securely locked. The following morning, when I awoke, I was immediately conscious of the silence. Throwing open the shutters, I gazed out at a world muffled in snow. It must have been snowing steadily all night, and great drifts had piled up on the rock faces, on the bare trees, along the riverbank, and piled in a great cushion some 7 feet deep along the crest of the bridge that joined the house to the mainland. Every window-sill and every projection of the eaves were a fearsome armoury of icicles, and the sills themselves were varnished with a thin layer of ice. The sky was dark grey and lowering, so that I could see we were in for yet more snow. Even if I had wanted to leave the house, the roads were already impassable, and with another snowfall I would be completely cut off from the outside world. I must say that thinking back on my experiences of the previous night, this fact made me feel somewhat uneasy. But I chided myself, and by the time I had finished dressing, I had managed to convince myself that my experience in the blue salon was due entirely to a surfeit of good wine and an overexcited imagination. Thus comforting myself, I went downstairs, picked up Claire in my arms, called Agrippa to heel, and stealing myself threw open the door of the blue salon and entered. It was as I had left it, the dirty plates and wine bottle near my chair, the chestnut roots in the fire burnt to a delicate grey ash that stirred slightly at the sudden draught from the open door. But it was the only thing in the room that stirred. Everything was in order, everything was normal, and I heaved a sigh of relief. It was not until I was halfway down the room that I glanced at the mirror, and I stopped as suddenly as if I had walked into a brick wall, and my blood froze, for I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Reflected in the mirror was myself with the cat in my arms. But there was no dog at my heels, although Agrippa was nosing at my ankles. For several seconds I stood there thunderstruck, unable to believe the evidence of my own senses, gazing first at the dog at my feet, and then at the mirror, with no reflection of the animal. I, the cat, and the rest of the room were reflected with perfect clarity, but there was no reflection of Agrippa. I dropped the cat on the floor, and she remained reflected by the mirror, and picked Agrippa up in my arms. In the mirror, I appeared to be carrying an imaginary object in my arms. Hastily, I picked up the cat, and so, with Claire under one arm and an invisible dog under the other, I left the blue salon and securely locked the door behind me. Down in the kitchen, I was ashamed to find that my hands were shaking. I gave the animals some milk, and the way Agrippa dealt with his, there was no doubt he was a flesh and blood animal, and made myself some breakfast. As I automatically fried eggs and some heavily smoked ham, my mind was busy with what I had seen in the blue salon. Unless I was mad, and I had never felt saner in my life, I was forced to admit that I had really experienced what I had seen, incredible though it seemed, and indeed still seems to me. Although I was terrified at whatever it was that lurked behind the door in the mirror, yet I was filled with an overwhelming curiosity, a desire to see whatever creature it was that possessed that gaunt and tallow hand, yellow and emaciated arm. I determined that that very evening I would attempt to lure the creature out so that I could examine it. I was filled with horror at what I intended to do, but my curiosity was stronger than my fear, so I spent the day cataloguing the books in the study, and when darkness fell, I again lit the fire in the salon and cooked myself some supper and carried it and the bottle of wine upstairs and settled myself by the hearth. This time, however, I had taken the precaution of arming myself with a stout ebony cane, and this gave me a certain confidence, though if I had thought about it, what use a cane was going to be against a looking-glass adversary, heaven only knew. As it turned out eventually, arming myself with the stick was the worst thing I could have done, and nearly cost me my life. I ate my food, my eyes fixed on the mirror, the two animals lying asleep at my feet as they had done the night before. I finished my meal, and still there was no change in the mirror image of the door. I sat back, sipping my wine and watching. After an hour or so, the fire was burning low, and so I got up to put some logs on it. I had just settled back in my chair when I saw the handle of the mirror door start to turn, very slowly. Then, millimetre by millimetre, the door was pushed open a foot or so. It was incredible that the opening of a door should be charged with such menace, but the slow, furtive way it swung across the carpet was indescribably evil. Then the hand appeared, again moving very slowly, humping its way across the carpet until the wrist and part of the yellowish forearm was in view. It paused for a moment, lying flaccid on the carpet. Then, in a sickening sort of way, it started to grope its way around as if the creature in control of the hand was blind. Now, it seemed to me, was the moment to put my carefully thought-out plan into operation. I had deliberately starved Claire so that she would be hungry, and so now I woke her up and waved under her nose a piece of meat which I'd brought up from the kitchen for this purpose. Her eyes widened, and she let out a loud mew of excitement. I waved the meat under her nose until she was frantic to get the morsel, and then I threw it down the room so that it landed on the carpet near the firmly closed door of the salon. In the mirror, I could see that it had landed near, but not too near, the reflection of the hand, which was still groping around blindly. Uttering a loud wail of hunger, Claire sped down the room after it. I had hoped that the cat would be so far away from the door that it would tempt the creature out into the open, but I realized that I had thrown the meat too close to the door, for as Claire's reflection stopped and the cat bent down to take the meat in her mouth, the hand ceased its blind groping, and shooting out with incredible speed, it seized Claire by the tail and dragged her, struggling and twisting behind the door. As before, after a moment, the hand reappeared, curved round the door, and slowly drew it shut, leaving bloody fingerprints on the woodwork. I think what made the whole thing doubly horrible was the contrast between the speed and ferocity with which the hand grabbed its prey and the slow, furtive way it opened and closed the door. Claire now returned with the meat in her mouth to eat it in comfort by the fire, and like Agrippa, she seemed none the worse for now having no reflection. Although I waited up until after midnight, the hand did not appear again, and so I took the animals and went to bed, determined that on the morrow I would work out a plan that would force the thing behind the door to show itself. By evening on the following day, I had finished my preliminary sorting and listing of the books on the ground floor of the house, and so the next step was to move upstairs to where the bulk of the library was housed in the long gallery. I felt somewhat tired that day, and so towards 5 o'clock I decided to take a turn outside to get some fresh air in my lungs. Alas for my hopes! It had been snowing steadily since my arrival, and now the glistening drifts were so high I couldn't walk through them. The only way to have got out of the central courtyard and across the bridge would have been to dig a path, and this would have been through snow lying in a great crusty blanket some 6 feet deep. Some of the icicles hanging from the guttering, the window ledges and the gargoyles were 4 and 5 feet long and as thick as my arm. The animals would not accompany me, but I tried walking a few steps into this spacious white world, as silent and as cold as the bottom of a well. The snow squeaked protestingly like mice beneath my shoes, and I sank in over my knees and soon had to struggle back to the house. The snow was still falling in flakes as big as dandelion blooms, thickening the white pie crusts on the roof ridges and gables. There was that complete silence that snow brings, no sound, no bird song, no whine of wind, just an almost tangible silence, as though the living world had been gagged with a crisp white scarf. Rubbing my frozen hands, I hastened inside, closed the front door, and hastened down to the kitchen to prepare my evening meal. While this was cooking, I lit the fire in the blue salon once more, and when the food was ready, carried it up there, as had become my habit, the animals accompanying me. Once again I armed myself with my stout stick, and this gave me small measure of comfort. I ate my food and drank my wine, watching the mirror, but the hand did not put in an appearance. Where was it, I wondered? Did it stalk about and explore a reflection of the house that lay behind the door, a reflection I could not see, or did it exist only when it became a reflection in the mirror that I looked at? Musing on this, I dozed, warmed by the fire, and presently slept deeply, which I had not meant to do. I must have slept for about an hour when I was suddenly shocked awake by the sound of a voice, a thin, cracked voice, singing shrilly, Auprès de ma blonde, qu'il fait bon dormir. This was followed by a grating peal. Half asleep as I was, it was a moment before I realized that the singing and laughter came from Octavius. But the shock of suddenly hearing a human voice like that was considerable, and my heart was racing. I glanced down the room and saw that the cages containing the canaries and Octavius were still as I had placed them. Then I glanced in the mirror and sat transfixed in my chair at the sight I saw. I suffered a revulsion and terror that surpassed anything I had felt before, for my wish had been granted, and the thing from behind the door had appeared. As I watched it, how fervently I wished to God that I had left well alone, that I had locked the blue salon after the first night and never revisited it. The creature, I must call it that, for it seemed scarcely human, was small and humpbacked and clad in what I could only believe was a shroud, a yellowish linen garment spotted with gobbets of dirt and mould, torn in places where the fabric had worn thin, pulled over the thing's head and twisted round like a scarf. At that moment, all that was visible of its face was a tattered fringe of faded orange hair on a heavily lined forehead and 2 large, pale, yellow eyes that glared with the fierce, impersonal arrogance of a goat. While below them, the shroud was twisted round and held in place by one of the thing's pale, black-nailed hands. It was standing behind the big cage that had contained the canaries. The cage was now twisted and wrenched and disemboweled like a horse in a bull ring, and covered with a cloud of yellow feathers that stuck to the bloodstains on the bars. I noticed that there were a few yellow feathers between the fingers of the creature's hand. As I watched, it moved from the remains of the canary cage to the next table, where the parrot cage had been placed. It moved slowly and limped heavily, appearing more to drag one foot after the other than anything else. It reached the cage in which the reflection of Octavius was weaving from side to side on his perch. The real bird in the room with me was still singing and cackling with laughter periodically. In the mirror, the creature studied the parrot in its cage with its ferocious yellow eyes. Then suddenly 2 things happened. The thing's hand shot out and the fingers entwined round the bars of the cage and wrenched and twisted them apart. While both hands were thus occupied, a piece of shroud that had been covering the face fell away and revealed the most disgusting face I have ever seen. Most of the features below the eyes appeared to have been eaten away, either by decay or some disease akin to leprosy. Where the nose should have been, there were just 2 black holes with tattered rims. The whole of one cheek was missing, and so the upper and lower jaw with mildewed gums and decaying teeth were displayed, and trickles of saliva flooded out from the mouth and dripped down into the folds of the shroud. What was left of the lips was serrated with fine wrinkles so that they looked as though they had been stitched together and the cotton pulled tight. What made the whole thing even worse as a macabre spectacle was that on one of the creature's disgusting fingers it wore a large gold ring in which an opal flashed like flame as its hands moved, twisting the metal of the cage. This refinement on such a corpse-like apparition only served to enhance its repulsive appearance. Presently, it had twisted the wires enough so that there was room for it to put its hands inside the cage. The parrot was still bobbing and weaving on its perch, and the real Octavius was still singing and laughing. The creature grabbed the parrot in the reflection, and it flapped and struggled in its hands while Octavius continued to sing. The creature dragged the bird from the broken cage and lifted it to its obscene mouth and cracked the parrot's skull as it would a nut, and then, with enjoyment, started to suck out the brains, feathers, and fragments of brain and skull, mixing with the saliva that fell from the thing's mouth onto the shroud. I was filled with such revulsion and yet such rage at the creature's actions that I grasped my stick and leapt to my feet, trembling with anger. I approached the mirror, and as I did so and my reflection appeared, I realized that in the mirror I was approaching the thing from behind. I moved forward until, in the reflection, I was close to the thing, and then I raised my stick. But suddenly the creature's eyes appeared to blaze in its disintegrating face, and it stopped its revolting feast and dropped the corpse of the parrot to the ground, at the same time turning to face my reflection, that I was taken aback and stood there staring at it, my stick raised. The creature did not hesitate for a second, but dived forward and fastened its lean and powerful hands around my throat in the reflection. The sudden attack made my reflection stagger backwards, and it dropped the stick. The creature and my reflection fell to the floor behind the table, and I could see them both thrashing about together. Horrified, I dropped my stick and, running to the mirror, beat futilely against the glass. Presently, all movement ceased behind the table. I couldn't see what was happening, but convinced the creature was dealing with my reflection as it had done with the dog and the cat, I continued to beat upon the mirror's surface. Presently, from behind the table, the creature rose up unsteadily, panting. It had its back to me. It remained like that for a moment or two, and then it bent down, and seizing my reflection body, it dragged it slowly through the door. As it did so, I could see that the body had had its throat torn out. The creature then reappeared, licking its lips in an anticipatory sort of way. It picked up the ebony stick and once more disappeared. It was gone some 10 minutes, and when it came back, it was, to my horror and anger, feasting upon a severed hand as a man might eat the wing of a chicken. Forgetting all fear, I beat on the mirror again. Slowly, as if trying to decide where the noise was coming from, the beast turned round, its eyes flashing terribly, its face covered with blood that could only be mine. Then it saw me, and its eyes widened with a ferocious, knowing expression that turned me cold. Slowly, it started to approach the mirror, and as it did so, I stopped my futile hammering on the glass and backed away, appalled by the menace in the thing's goat-like eyes. Slowly, it moved forward, its fierce eyes fixed on me, as if stalking me. When it was close to the mirror, it put out its hands and touched the glass, leaving bloody footprints and yellow and grey feathers stuck to the glass. It felt the surface of the mirror delicately, as one would test the fragility of ice on a pond. And then it bunched its appalling hands into knobbly fists and beat a sudden, furious tattoo on the glass, emitting a sudden, startling rattle of drums in the silent room. Then it unbunched its hands and felt the glass again. It stood for a moment, watching me, as if it were musing. It was quite obvious that it could see me, and I could only conclude that although I possessed no reflection in my mirror, I must be visible as a reflection in the mirror that formed part of the looking-glass world which this creature inhabited. Suddenly, as if coming to a decision, it turned and limped off across the room, and then, to my alarm, it disappeared through the door, only to reappear a moment later, carrying in its hands the ebony stick that my reflection had been carrying. Terrified, I realized that if I could hear the creature beating on the glass with its hands, it must be in some way solid, and this meant that if it attacked the mirror with the stick, the chances were the glass would shatter, and that the creature then could, in some way, get through to me. As it limped down the room, I made up my mind. I was determined that neither I nor the animals would stay in the blue salon any longer. I ran to where the cat and the dog lay asleep in front of the fire and gathered them up in my arms. I ran down the room and threw them unceremoniously into the hall. As I turned and hurried towards the bird cages, the creature reached the mirror, whirled the stick around its head and brought it crashing down. I saw that part of the mirror whiten and star in the way that ice on a pond does when struck with a stone. I didn't wait. I seized the 2 cages and fled down the room with them and threw them into the hall and followed. As I grabbed the door to pull it shut, there was another crash, and I saw a large portion of the mirror shower onto the floor, and sticking through the void, protruding into the blue salon, the emaciated, twisted arm of the creature brandishing the ebony cane. I didn't wait to see more, but slammed the door and turned the key in the lock and leaned against the solid wood, the sweat running down my face, my heart hammering. I collected my wits after a moment and made my way down to the kitchen, where I poured myself a stiff brandy. My hand was trembling so much that I could hardly hold the glass. Desperately, I marshalled my wits and tried to think. It seemed to me that the mirror, when broken, acted as an entrance for the creature into my world. I didn't know whether it was just this particular mirror or all mirrors. Furthermore, I did not know if I broke any mirror that might act as an entrance for the thing, whether I would be preventing it or aiding it. I was shaking with fear, but I knew that I would have to do something, for it was obvious that the creature would hunt me through the house. I went into the cellar and found myself a short, broad-bladed axe, and then, picking up the candelabra, I made my way upstairs. The door to the blue salon was securely locked. I steeled myself and went into the study next door, where there was, I knew, a medium-sized mirror hanging on the wall. As I approached it, the candelabra held high, my axe ready. It was a curious sensation to stand in front of a mirror and not see yourself. I stood thus for a moment and then started with fright, for there appeared in the mirror suddenly, where my reflection should have been, the ghastly face of the creature glaring at me with a mad, lustful look in its eyes. I knew this was the moment that I would have to test my theory, but even so, I hesitated for a second before I smashed the axe head against the glass and saw it splinter and heard the pieces crash to the floor. I stepped back after I had dealt the blow and stood with my weapon raised, ready to do battle should the creature try to get at me through the mirror. But with the disappearance of the glass, it was as if the creature had disappeared as well. Then I knew my idea was correct. If the mirror was broken from my side, it ceased to be an entrance. I now knew that to save myself, I had to destroy every mirror in the house and do it quickly before the creature got to them and broke through. Picking up the candelabra, I moved swiftly to the dining salon where there was a large mirror and reached it just as the creature did. Luckily, I dealt the glass a shivering blow before the thing could break it with the cane that it still carried. Moving as quickly as I could without quenching the candles, I made my way up to the first floor. Here I moved swiftly from bedroom to bedroom, bathroom to bathroom, wreaking havoc. Fear must have lent my feet wings because I arrived at all these mirrors before the creature did and managed to break them without seeing a sign of my adversary. Then all that was left was the long gallery, with its 10 or so huge mirrors hanging between the tall bookcases. I made my way there as rapidly as I could, walking for some stupid reason on tiptoe. When I reached the door, I was overcome with terror that the creature would have reached there before me and broken through, and was, even now, waiting for me in the darkness. I put my ear to the door, but could hear nothing. Taking a deep breath, I threw open the door, holding the candelabra high. Ahead of me lay the long gallery in soft, velvety darkness, as anonymous as a mole's burrow. I stepped inside the door, and the candle flames rocked and twisted on the ends of the candles, flapping the shadows like black funeral pennants on the floor and walls. I walked a little way into the room, peering at the far end of the gallery, which was too far away to be illuminated by my candles. But it seemed to me that all the mirrors were intact. Hastily, I placed the candelabra on a table and turned to the long row of mirrors. At that moment, a sudden, loud crash and tinkle sent my heart into my mouth, and it was a moment or so before I realized with sick relief that it was not the sound of a breaking mirror I heard, but the sound of a great icicle that had broken loose from one of the windows and had fallen, with a sound like breaking glass, into the courtyard below. I knew I had to act swiftly before that shuffling, limping monstrosity reached the long gallery and broke through. Taking a grip on the axe, I hurried from mirror to mirror, creating wreckage that no delinquent schoolboy could have rivaled. Again and again I smashed the head of the axe into the smooth surface like a man clearing ice from a lake, and the surface would start and whiten and then slip, the pieces chiming musically as they fell to crash on the ground. The noise in that silence was extraordinarily loud. I reached the last mirror but one, and as my axe head splintered it, the one next door cracked and broke, and the ebony stick held in the awful hand came through. Dropping the axe in my fright, I turned and fled, pausing only to snatch up the candelabra. As I slammed the door shut and locked it, I caught a glimpse of something white struggling to disentangle itself from the furthest mirror in the gallery. I leaned against the door, shaking with fright, my heart hammering, listening. Dimly, through the locked door, I could hear faint sounds of tinkling glass, and then there was silence. I strained my ears, but could hear no more. Then, against my back, I could feel the handle of the door being slowly turned. Cold with fear, I leapt away, and fascinated, watched the handle move round until the creature realized that the door was locked. Then there came such an appalling scream of frustrated rage, shrill, raw, and indescribably evil and menacing, that I almost dropped the candelabra in my fright. I leaned against the wall, shaking, wiping the sweat from my face, but limp with relief. Now all the mirrors in the house were broken, and the only 2 rooms that the thing had access to were securely locked. For the first time in 24 hours, I felt safe. Inside the long gallery, the creature was snuffling round the door like a pig in a trough. Then it gave another blood-curdling scream of frustrated rage, and then there was silence. I listened for a few minutes, but I could hear nothing. So, taking up my candelabra, I started to make my way downstairs. I paused frequently to listen. I moved slowly so that the tiny scraping noises of my sleeve against my coat would not distract my hearing. I held my breath. All I could hear was my heart hammering against my ribs like a desperate hand, and the very faint rustle and flap of the candle flames as they danced to my movement. Thus, slowly, every sense alert, I made my way down to the lower floor of that gaunt, cold, empty house. It was not until I reached the bend in the staircase that led down into the hall that I realized I had made a grave mistake. I paused at the bend to listen, and I stood so still that even the candle flames stood upright, like a little grove of orange cypress trees. I could hear nothing. I let my breath out slowly in a sigh of relief, and then I rounded the corner and saw the one thing I had forgotten, the tall pier glass that hung at the foot of the stairs. In my horror, I nearly dropped the candelabra. I gripped it more firmly in my sweating hands. The mirror hung there innocently on the wall, reflecting nothing more alarming than the flight of steps I was about to descend. All was quiet. I prayed the thing was still upstairs, snuffling around in the wreckage of a dozen broken mirrors. Slowly, I started to descend the stairs. Then, halfway down, I stopped, suddenly paralyzed with fear, for reflected in the top of the mirror, descending as I was towards the hall, appeared the bare, misshapen feet of the creature. I was panic-stricken, didn't know what to do. I knew that I should break the mirror before the creature descended to the level where it could see me, but to do this, I would have to throw the candelabra at the mirror to shatter it, and this would then leave me in the dark. And supposing I missed? To be trapped on the stairs in the dark by that monstrous thing was more than I could bear. I hesitated and hesitated too long. With surprising speed, the limping creature descended the stairs, using the stick in one hand to support it, while the other ghastly hand clasped the banister rail, the opal ring glinting as it moved. Its head and decaying face came into view, and it glared through the mirror at me and snarled. Still, I could do nothing. I stood, rooted to the spot, holding the candles high, unable to move. It seemed to me more important that I should have light so that I could see what the thing was doing than that I should use the candelabra to break the mirror. But I hesitated too long. The creature drew back its emaciated arm, lifted the stick high and brought it down. There was a splintering crash. The mirror's splinters became opaque, and through the falling glass the creature's arm appeared. More glass fell, until it was all on the floor and the frame was clear. The creature, snuffling and whining eagerly like a dog that has been shown a plate of food, stepped through the mirror, and its feet, scrunching and squeaking, trod on the broken glass. Its blazing eyes fixed upon me. It opened its mouth and uttered a shrill, gurgling cry of triumph. The saliva flowed out of its decomposing ruins of cheeks, and I could hear its teeth squeak together as it ground them. It was such a fearful sight. I was panicked into making a move. Praying that my aim would be sure, I raised the heavy candelabra and hurled it down at the creature. For a moment it seemed that the candelabra hung in mid-air, the flames still on the candles, the creature standing in the wreckage of the mirror, glaring up at me, and then the heavy, ornate weapon struck it. As the candles went out, I heard the soggy thud and the grunt the creature gave, followed by the sound of the candelabra hitting the marble floor and the sound of a body falling. Then there was complete darkness and complete silence. I couldn't move. I was shaking with fear, and at any minute I expected to feel those hideous white hands fasten around my throat or round my ankles, but nothing happened. How many minutes I stood there, I do not know. At length I heard a faint gurgling sigh, and then there was silence again. I waited, immobile in the darkness, and still nothing happened. Taking courage, I felt in my pocket for the matches. My hands were shaking so much that I could hardly strike one, but at length I succeeded. The feeble light it threw was not enough for me to discern anything except that the creature lay huddled below the mirror, a hunched heap that looked very dark in the flickering light. It was either unconscious or dead, I thought, and then cursed as the match burnt my hand and I dropped it. I lit another and made my way cautiously down the stairs. Again the match went out before I reached the bottom, and I was forced to pause and light another. I bent over the thing, holding out the match, and then recoiled at what I saw. Lying with his head in a pool of blood was Gideon. I stared down at his face in the flickering light of the match, my senses reeling. He was dressed as I had last seen him. His astrakhan hat had fallen from his head, and the blood had gushed from his temple where the candelabra had hit him. I felt for his heartbeat and his pulse, but he was quite dead. His eyes, now lacking the fire of his personality, gazed blankly up at me. I relit the candles and then sat on the stairs and tried to work it out. I'm still trying to work it out today. I will spare the reader the details of my subsequent arrest and trial. All those who read newspapers will remember my humiliation, how they would not believe me, particularly as they found the strangled and half-eaten corpses of the dog, the cat, and the birds, that after the creature appeared, we had merely become reflections in its mirror. If I was baffled to find an explanation, you may imagine how the police treated the whole affair. The newspapers called me the monster of Gorge and were shrill in calling for my blood. The police, dismissing my story of the creature, felt they had enough evidence in the fact that Gideon had left me a large sum of money in his will. In vain I protested that it was I, at God knows what cost to myself, would fought my way through the snow to summon help. For the police, disbelievers in witchcraft, as I had been myself before this, the answer was simple. I had killed my friend for money, and then made up the taradiddle of the creature in the mirror. The evidence was too strongly against me, and the uproar of the press fanning the flames of public opinion sealed my fate. I was a monster and must be punished. So I was sentenced to death, sentenced to die beneath the blade of the guillotine. Dawn is not far away, and it is then that I am to die. So I have whiled away the time writing down this story in the hopes that anyone who reads it might believe me. I have never fancied death by the guillotine. It has always seemed to me to be a most barbarous means of putting a man to death. I am watched, of course, so I cannot cheat what the French call the widow with macabre sense of humour. But I have been asked if I have a last request, and they have agreed to let me have a full-length mirror to dress myself for the occasion. I shall be interested to see what will happen. Here the manuscript ended. Written underneath in a different hand was the simple statement: the prisoner was found dead in front of the mirror. Death was due to heart failure. Dr. Lepitre. The thunder outside was still tumultuous, and the lightning still lit up the room at intervals. I am not ashamed to say I went and hung a towel over the mirror on the dressing table, and then, picking up the bulldog,
The Facts in the Case of Monsieur Valdemar by Edgar Allan Poe. Of course, I shall not pretend to consider it any matter for wonder that the extraordinary case of Monsieur Valdemar has excited discussion. It would have been a miracle had it not, especially under the circumstances. Through the desire of all parties concerned to keep the affair from the public, at least for the present, or until we had further opportunities for investigation, through our endeavours to effect this, a garbled or exaggerated account made its way into society, and became the source of many unpleasant misrepresentations, and, very naturally, of a great deal of disbelief. It is now rendered necessary that I give the facts, as far as I comprehend them myself. They are, succinctly, these. My attention for the last 3 years had been repeatedly drawn to the subject of mesmerism, and about 9 months ago it occurred to me, quite suddenly, that in the series of experiments made hitherto there had been a very remarkable and most unaccountable omission. No person had as yet been mesmerized in articulo mortis. It remained to be seen, first, whether in such condition there existed in the patient any susceptibility to the magnetic influence. Secondly, whether, if any existed, it was impaired or increased by the condition. Thirdly, to what extent, or for how long a period, the encroachments of death might be arrested by the process. There were other points to be ascertained, but these most excited my curiosity, the last in especial, from the immensely important character of its consequences. In looking around me for some subject by whose means I might test these particulars, I was brought to think of my friend, Monsieur Ernest Valdemar, the well-known compiler of the Bibliotheca Forensica, and author, under the nom de plume of Issachar Marx, of the Polish versions of Wallenstein and Gargantua. Monsieur Valdemar, who has resided principally at Harlem, New York, since the year of 1839, is, or was, particularly noticeable for the extreme spareness of his person, his lower limbs much resembling those of John Randolph, and also for the whiteness of his whiskers, in violent contrast to the blackness of his hair, the latter in consequence being very generally mistaken for a wig. His temperament was markedly nervous, and rendered him a good subject for mesmeric experiment. On 2 or 3 occasions I had put him to sleep with little difficulty, but was disappointed in other results which his peculiar constitution had naturally led me to anticipate. His will was at no period positively or thoroughly under my control, and in regard to clairvoyance I could accomplish with him nothing to be relied upon. I always attributed my failure at these points to the disordered state of his health. For some months previous to my becoming acquainted with him, his physicians had declared him in a confirmed phthisis. It was his custom, indeed, to speak calmly of his approaching dissolution, as of a matter neither to be avoided nor regretted. When the ideas to which I have alluded first occurred to me, it was of course very natural that I should think of Monsieur Valdemar. I knew the steady philosophy of the man too well to apprehend any scruples from him, and he had no relatives in America who would be likely to interfere. I spoke to him frankly upon the subject, and, to my surprise, his interest seemed vividly excited. I say to my surprise, for although he had always yielded his person freely to my experiments, he had never before given me any tokens of sympathy with what I did. His disease was of that character which would admit of exact calculation in respect to the epoch of its termination in death, and it was finally arranged between us that he would send for me about 24 hours before the period announced by his physicians as that of his decease. It is now rather more than 7 months since I received from Monsieur Valdemar himself the subjoined note. My dear P., you might as well come now. D and F are agreed that I cannot hold out beyond tomorrow midnight, and I think they have hit the time very nearly. Valdemar. I received this note within half an hour after it was written, and in 15 minutes more I was in the dying man's chamber. I had not seen him for 10 days, and was appalled by the fearful alteration which the brief interval had wrought in him. His face wore a leaden hue, the eyes were utterly lustreless, and the emaciation was so extreme that the skin had been broken through by the cheekbones. His expectoration was excessive. The pulse was barely perceptible. He retained, nevertheless, in a very remarkable manner, both his mental power and a certain degree of physical strength. He spoke without distinctness, took some palliative medicines without aid, and, when I entered the room, was occupied in penciling memoranda in a pocket-book. He was propped up in the bed by pillows. Doctors D and F were in attendance. After pressing Valdemar's hand, I took these gentlemen aside, and obtained from them a minute account of the patient's condition. The left lung had been for 18 months in a semi-osseous or cartilaginous state, and was of course entirely useless for all purposes of vitality. The right, in its upper portion, was also partially, if not thoroughly, ossified, while the lower region was merely a mass of purulent tubercles running one into another. Several extensive perforations existed, and at one point permanent adhesion to the ribs had taken place. These appearances in the right lobe were of comparatively recent date. The ossification had proceeded with very unusual rapidity. No sign of it had been discovered a month before, and the adhesion had only been observed during the 3 previous days. Independently of the phthisis, the patient was suspected of aneurysm of the aorta, but on this point the osseous symptoms rendered an exact diagnosis impossible. It was the opinion of both physicians that Monsieur Valdemar would die about midnight on the morrow, Sunday. It was then 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. On quitting the invalid's bedside to hold conversation with myself, Doctors D and F had bidden him a final farewell. It had not been their intention to return, but at my request they agreed to look in upon the patient about 10 the next night. When they had gone, I spoke freely with Monsieur Valdemar on the subject of his approaching dissolution, as well as, more particularly, of the experiment proposed. He still professed himself quite willing, and even anxious to have it made, and urged me to commence it at once. A male and a female nurse were in attendance, but I did not feel myself altogether at liberty to engage in a task of this character with no more reliable witnesses than these people, in case of a sudden accident might prove. I therefore postponed operations until about 8 the next night, when the arrival of a medical student with whom I had some acquaintance, Mr. Theodore L., relieved me from further embarrassment. It had been my design originally to wait for the physicians, but I was induced to proceed, first by the urgent entreaties of Monsieur Valdemar, and secondly by my conviction that I had not a moment to lose, as he was evidently sinking fast. Mr. L. was so kind as to accede to my desire that he would take notes of all that occurred, and it is from his memoranda that what I have now to relate is, for the most part, either condensed or copied verbatim. It wanted about 5 minutes of 8 when, taking the patient's hand, I begged him to state, as distinctly as he could, to Mr. L., whether he, Monsieur Valdemar, was entirely willing that I should make the experiment of mesmerizing him in his then condition. He replied feebly, yet quite audibly, "Yes, I wish to be mesmerized," adding immediately afterwards, "I fear you have deferred it too long." While he spoke thus, I commenced the passes which I had already found most effectual in subduing him. He was evidently influenced with the first lateral stroke of my hand across his forehead, but although I exerted all my powers, no further perceptible effect was induced until some minutes after 10 o'clock, when Doctors D and F called, according to appointment. I explained to them in a few words what I designed, and as they opposed no objection, saying that the patient was already in the death agony, I proceeded without hesitation, exchanging, however, the lateral passes for downward ones, and directing my gaze entirely into the right eye of the sufferer. By this time his pulse was imperceptible, and his breathing was stertorous, and at intervals of half a minute. This condition was nearly unaltered for a quarter of an hour. At the expiration of this period, however, a natural, although a very deep sigh escaped from the bosom of the dying man, and the stertorous breathing ceased. That is to say, its stertorousness was no longer apparent. The intervals were undiminished. The patient's extremities were of an icy coldness. At 5 minutes before 11, I perceived unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was changed for that expression of uneasy inward examination, which is never seen except in cases of sleepwalking, and which is quite impossible to mistake. With a few rapid lateral passes, I made the lids quiver, as in incipient sleep, and with a few more I closed them altogether. I was not satisfied, however, with this, but continued the manipulations vigorously, and with the fullest exertion of the will, until I had completely stiffened the limbs of the slumberer, after placing them in a seemingly easy position. The legs were at full length, the arms were nearly so, and reposed on the bed at a moderate distance from the loins. The head was very slightly elevated. When I had accomplished this, it was fully midnight, and I requested the gentlemen present to examine Monsieur Valdemar's condition. After a few experiments, they admitted him to be in an unusually perfect state of mesmeric trance. The curiosity of both the physicians was greatly excited. Dr. D resolved at once to remain with the patient all night, while Dr. F took leave with a promise to return at daybreak. Mr. L and the nurses remained. We left Monsieur Valdemar entirely undisturbed till about 3 o'clock in the morning, when I approached him and found him in precisely the same condition as when Dr. F went away. That is to say, he lay in the same position. The pulse was imperceptible. The breathing was gentle, scarcely noticeable unless through the application of a mirror to the lips. The eyes were closed naturally, and the limbs were as rigid and as cold as marble. Still, the general appearance was certainly not that of death. As I approached Monsieur Valdemar, I made a kind of half-effort to influence his right arm into pursuit of my own. As I passed the latter gently to and fro above his person, in such experiments with this patient, I had never perfectly succeeded before, and assuredly I had little thought of succeeding now. But to my astonishment, his arm very readily, although feebly, followed every direction I assigned it with mine. I determined to hazard a few words of conversation. "Monsieur Valdemar," I said, "are you asleep?" He made no answer, but I perceived a tremor about the lips, and was thus induced to repeat the question again and again. At its third repetition,
His whole frame was agitated by a very slight shivering. The eyelids unclosed themselves so far as to display a white line of the ball. The lips moved sluggishly, and from between them, in a barely audible whisper, issued the words, "Yes, asleep now. Do not wake me. Let me die so." I here felt the limbs, and found them as rigid as ever. The right arm, as before, obeyed the direction of my hand. I questioned the sleepwalker again. "Do you still feel pain in the breast, Monsieur Valdemar?" The answer now was immediate, but even less audible than before. "No pain. I am dying." I did not think it advisable to disturb him further just then, and nothing more was said or done until the arrival of Dr. F., who came a little before sunrise, and expressed unbounded astonishment at finding the patient still alive. After feeling the pulse and applying a mirror to the lips, he requested me to speak to the sleepwalker again. I did so, saying, "Monsieur Valdemar, do you still sleep?" As before, some minutes elapsed ere a reply was made, and during the interval the dying man seemed to be collecting his energies to speak. At my fourth repetition of the question, he said, very faintly, almost inaudibly, "Yes, still asleep, dying." It was now the opinion, or rather the wish of the physicians, that Monsieur Valdemar should be suffered to remain undisturbed in his present apparently tranquil condition until death should supervene, and this, it was generally agreed, must now take place within a few minutes. I concluded, however, to speak to him once more, and merely repeated my previous question. While I spoke, there came a marked change over the countenance of the sleep-waker. The eyes rolled themselves slowly open, the pupils disappearing upwardly. The skin generally assumed a cadaverous hue, resembling not so much parchment as white paper, and the circular hectic spots which hitherto had been strongly defined in the centre of each cheek went out at once. I use this expression because the suddenness of their departure put me in mind of nothing so much as the extinguishment of a candle by a puff of the breath. The upper lip, at the same time, writhed itself away from the teeth which it had previously covered completely, while the lower jaw fell with an audible jerk, leaving the mouth widely extended and disclosing in full view the swollen and blackened tongue. I presume that no member of the party then present had been unaccustomed to deathbed horrors, but so hideous beyond conception was the appearance of Monsieur Valdemar at this moment that there was a general shrinking back from that region of the bed. I now feel that I have reached a point in this narrative at which every reader will be startled into positive disbelief. It is my business, however, simply to proceed. There was no longer the faintest sign of vitality in Monsieur Valdemar, and concluding him to be dead, we were consigning him to the charge of the nurses, when a strong vibratory motion was observable in the tongue. This continued for perhaps a minute. At the expiration of this period, there issued from the distended and motionless jaw a voice, such as it would be madness in me to attempt describing. There are, indeed, 2 or 3 epithets which might be considered as applicable to it in part. I might say, for example, that the sound was harsh and broken and hollow, but the hideous whole is indescribable, for the very simple reason that no similar sounds have ever jarred upon the ear of humanity. There were 2 particulars, nevertheless, which I thought then, and still think, might fairly be stated as characteristic of the intonation, as well adapted to convey some idea of its unearthly peculiarity. In the first place, the voice seemed to reach over our ears, at least mine, from a vast distance, or from some deep cavern within the earth. In the second place, it impressed me, I fear indeed that it will be impossible to make myself comprehended, as gelatinous or glutinous matters impress the sense of touch.
I have spoken both of sound and of voice. I mean to say that the sound was one of distinct, of even wonderfully, thrillingly distinct syllabification. Monsieur Valdemar spoke, obviously in reply to the question I had propounded to him a few minutes before. I had asked him, it will be remembered, if he still slept. He now said,
"No, I have been sleeping, and now, I am dead."
No person present even affected to deny or attempted to repress the unutterable, shuddering horror which these few words thus uttered were so well calculated to convey. Mr. L., the student, swooned. The nurses immediately left the chamber and could not be induced to return. My own impressions I would not pretend to render intelligible to the reader. For nearly an hour we busied ourselves silently, without the utterance of a word, in endeavours to revive Mr. L. When he came to himself, we addressed ourselves again to an investigation of Monsieur Valdemar's condition. It remained in all respects as I have last described it, with the exception that the mirror no longer afforded evidence of respiration. An attempt to draw blood from the arm failed. I should mention, too, that this limb was no further subject to my will. I endeavoured in vain to make it follow the direction of my hand. The only real indication, indeed, of the mesmeric influence was now found in the vibratory movement of the tongue whenever I addressed Monsieur Valdemar a question. He seemed to be making an effort to reply, but had no longer sufficient volition. To queries put to him by any other person than myself, he seemed utterly insensible, although I endeavoured to place each member of the company in mesmeric rapport with him. I believe that I have now related all that is necessary to an understanding of the sleep-waker's state at this epoch. Other nurses were procured, and at 10 o'clock I left the house in company with the 2 physicians and Mr. L. In the afternoon we all called again to see the patient. His condition remained precisely the same. We had now some discussion as to the propriety and feasibility of awakening him, but we had little difficulty in agreeing that no good purpose would be served by so doing. It was evident that, so far, death, or what is usually termed death, had been arrested by the mesmeric process. It seemed clear to us all that to awaken Monsieur Valdemar would be merely to ensure his instant, or at least his speedy dissolution. From this period until the close of last week, an interval of nearly 7 months, we continued to make daily calls at Monsieur Valdemar's house, accompanied now and then by medical and other friends. All this time the sleep-waker remained exactly as I have last described him. The nurse's attentions were continual. It was on Friday later that we finally resolved to make the experiment of awakening, or attempting to awaken him, and it is the perhaps unfortunate result of this latter experiment which has given rise to so much discussion in private circles, to so much of what I cannot help thinking unwarranted popular feeling. For the purpose of relieving Monsieur Valdemar from the mesmeric trance, I made use of the customary passes. These, for a time, were unsuccessful. The first indication of revival was afforded by a partial descent of the iris. It was observed as especially remarkable that this lowering of the pupil was accompanied by the profuse outflowing of a yellowish ichor from beneath the lids, of a pungent and highly offensive odour. It was now suggested that I should attempt to influence the patient's arm as heretofore. I made the attempt and failed. Dr. F. then intimated a desire to have me put a question. I did so, as follows. Monsieur Valdemar, can you explain to us what are your feelings or wishes now? There was an instant return of the hectic circles on the cheeks. The tongue quivered, or rather rolled violently in the mouth, although the jaws and lips remained rigid as before, and at length the same hideous voice which I have already described broke forth.
For God's sake, quick, put me to sleep, or quick, waken me. I say to you that I am dead.
I was thoroughly unnerved, and for an instant remained undecided what to do. At first I made an endeavour to recompose the patient, but failing in this through total abeyance of the will, I retraced my steps and as earnestly struggled to awaken him. In this attempt I soon saw that I should be successful, or at least I soon fancied that my success would be complete, and I am sure that all in the room were prepared to see the patient awaken. For what really occurred, however, it is quite impossible that any human being could have been prepared. As I rapidly made the mesmeric passes amid ejaculations of
Dead! Dead!
absolutely bursting from the tongue and not from the lips of the sufferer, his whole frame at once, within the space of a single minute or less, shrunk, crumbled, absolutely rotted away beneath my hands. Upon the bed, before that whole company, there lay a nearly liquid mass of loathsome, of detestable putrescence.
The Hounds of Tindalos by Frank Belknap Long. I'm glad you came, said Chalmers. He was sitting by the window, and his face was very pale. 2 tall candles guttered at his elbow, and cast a sickly amber light over his long nose and slightly receding chin. Chalmers would have nothing modern about his apartment. He had the soul of a medieval ascetic, and he preferred illuminated manuscripts to automobiles, and leering stone gargoyles to radios and adding machines. As I crossed the room to the settee he had cleared for me, I glanced at his desk and was surprised to discover that he had been studying the mathematical formulae of a celebrated contemporary physicist, and that he had covered many sheets of thin yellow paper with curious geometric designs. Einstein and John Dee are strange bedfellows, I said, as my gaze wandered from his mathematical charts to the 60 or 70 quaint books that comprised his strange little library. Plotinus and Emmanuel Moscopulus, St. Thomas Aquinas and Frenicle de Bessy stood elbow to elbow in the sombre ebony bookcase, and chairs, tables and desks were littered with pamphlets about medieval sorcery and witchcraft and black magic, and all of the valiant, glamorous things that the modern world has repudiated. Chalmers smiled engagingly and passed me a Russian cigarette on a curiously carved tray. We're just discovering now, he said, that the old alchemists and sorcerers were 2/3 right, and that your modern biologist and materialist is 9/10 wrong. You've always scoffed at modern science, I said a little impatiently. Only at scientific dogmatism, he replied. I've always been a rebel, a champion of originality and lost causes. That's why I've chosen to repudiate the conclusions of contemporary biologists. And Einstein? I asked. A priest of transcendental mathematics, he murmured reverently, a profound mystic and explorer of the great suspected. Then you don't entirely despise science? Of course not, he affirmed. I merely distrust the scientific positivism of the past 50 years, the positivism of Haeckel and Darwin and Mr. Bertrand Russell. I believe that biology has failed pitifully to explain the mystery of man's origin and destiny. Give them time, I retorted. Chalmers' eyes glowed. My friend, he murmured, your pun is sublime. Give them time. That's precisely what I would do. But your modern biologist scoffs at time. He has the key, but he refuses to use it. What do we know of time, really? Einstein believes that it's relative, that it can be interpreted in terms of space, of curved space. But must we stop there? When mathematics fails us, can we not advance by insight? You're treading on dangerous ground, I replied. That is a pitfall that your true investigator avoids. That's why modern science has advanced so slowly. It accepts nothing that it can't demonstrate. But I would take hashish, opium, all manner of drugs. I would emulate the sages of the East. And then, perhaps I would apprehend what? The fourth dimension. Theosophical rubbish. Perhaps. But I believe that drugs expand human consciousness. William James agreed with me, and I have discovered a new one. A new drug. It was used centuries ago by Chinese alchemists, but it's virtually unknown in the West. Its occult properties are amazing. With its aid and the aid of my mathematical knowledge, I believe that I can go back through time. I don't understand. Time is merely our imperfect perception of a new dimension of space. Time and motion are both illusions. Everything that has existed from the beginning of the world exists now. Events that occurred centuries ago on this planet continue to exist in another dimension of space. Events that will occur centuries from now exist already. We can't perceive their existence because we can't enter the dimension of space that contains them. Human beings, as we know them, are merely fractions, infinitesimally small fractions of one enormous whole. Every human being is linked with all the life that has preceded him on this planet. All of his ancestors are parts of him. Only time separates him from his forebears, and time is an illusion and does not exist. I think I understand. It will be sufficient for my purpose if you can form a vague idea of what I wish to achieve. I wish to strip from my eyes the veils of illusion that time has thrown over them, and see the beginning and the end. And you think this new drug will help you? I am sure that it will, and I want you to help me. I intend to take the drug immediately. I cannot wait. I must see. His eyes glittered strangely. I'm going back through time. He rose and strode to the mantel. When he faced me again, he was holding a small square box in the palm of his hand. I have here 5 pellets of the drug Liao. It was used by the Chinese philosopher Lao Tse, and while under its influence he visioned the Tao. The Tao is the most mysterious force in the world. It surrounds and pervades all things. It contains the visible universe and everything that we call reality. He who apprehends the mysteries of Tao sees clearly all that was and will be. Rubbish, I retorted. Tao resembles a great animal, recumbent, motionless, containing in its enormous body all the worlds of our universe, the past, the present, and the future. We see portions of this great monster through a slit, which we call time. With the aid of this drug, I shall enlarge the slit. I shall behold the great figure of life, the great recumbent beast in its entirety. And what do you wish me to do? Watch, my friend, watch, and take notes. And if I go back too far, you must recall me to reality. You can recall me by shaking me violently. If I appear to be suffering acute physical pain, you must recall me at once. Chalmers, I said, I wish you wouldn't make this experiment. You're taking dreadful risks. I don't believe that there is any fourth dimension, and I emphatically do not believe in Tao, and I don't approve of your experimenting with unknown drugs. I know the properties of the drug, he replied. I know precisely how it affects the human animal, and I know its dangers. The risk does not reside in the drug itself. My only fear is that I may become lost in time. You see, I shall assist the drug. Before I swallow this pellet, I shall give my undivided attention to the geometric and algebraic symbols that I've traced on this paper. He raised the mathematical chart that rested on his knee. I shall prepare my mind for an excursion in time. I shall approach the fourth dimension with my conscious mind before I take the drug, which will enable me to exercise occult powers of perception. Before I enter the dream world of the Eastern mystics, I shall acquire all of the mathematical help that modern science can offer. This mathematical knowledge, this conscious approach to an actual apprehension of the fourth dimension of time will supplement the work of the drug. The drug will open up stupendous new vistas. The mathematical preparation will enable me to grasp them intellectually. I have often grasped the fourth dimension in dreams, emotionally, intuitively, but I have never been able to recall in waking life the occult splendors that were momentarily revealed to me. But with your aid, I believe that I can recall them. You will take down everything that I say under the influence of the drug. No matter how strange or incoherent my speech may become, you will omit nothing. When I awake, I may be able to supply the key to whatever is mysterious or incredible. I am not sure that I shall succeed, but if I do succeed, his eyes were strangely luminous. Time will exist for me. No longer. He sat down abruptly. I shall make the experiment at once. Please stand over there by the window and watch. Have you a fountain pen? I nodded gloomily and removed a pale green waterman from my upper vest pocket. And a pad, Frank? I groaned and produced a memorandum book. I emphatically disapprove of this experiment, I muttered. You're taking a frightful risk. Don't be an asinine old woman, he admonished. Nothing you can say will induce me to stop now. I entreat you to remain silent while I study these charts. He raised the charts and studied them intently. I watched the clock on the mantel as it ticked out the seconds, and a curious dread clutched at my heart so that I choked. Suddenly, the clock stopped ticking, and exactly at that moment, Chalmers swallowed the drug. I rose quickly and moved toward him, but his eyes implored me not to interfere. The clock has stopped, he murmured. The forces that control it approve of my experiment. Time stopped, and I swallowed the drug. I pray God that I shall not lose my way. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. All of the blood had left his face and he was breathing heavily. It was clear that the drug was acting with extraordinary rapidity. It is beginning to get dark, he murmured. Write that. It is beginning to get dark, and the familiar objects in the room are fading out. I can discern them vaguely through my eyelids, but they are fading swiftly. I shook my pen to make the ink come, and wrote rapidly in shorthand as he continued to dictate. I am leaving the room. The walls are vanishing, and I can no longer see any of the familiar objects. Your face, though, is still visible to me. I hope that you're writing. I think that I am about to make a great leap, a leap through space. Or perhaps it's through time that I shall make the leap. I cannot tell. Everything is dark, indistinct. He sat for a while silent, with his head sunk upon his breast. Then suddenly he stiffened, and his eyelids fluttered open. God in heaven, he cried. I see. He was straining forward in his chair, staring at the opposite wall. But I knew that he was looking beyond the wall, and that the objects in the room no longer existed for him. Chalmers, I cried, Chalmers, shall I wake you? Do not, he shrieked. I see. Everything. All of the billions of lives that preceded me on this planet are bare before me at this moment. I see men of all ages, all races, all colours. They are fighting, killing, building, dancing, singing. They are sitting about rude fires on lonely grey deserts and flying through the air in monoplanes. They are riding the seas in bark canoes and enormous steamships. They are painting bison and mammoths on the walls of dismal caves and covering huge canvases with queer, futuristic designs. I watch the migrations from Atlantis. I watch the migrations from Lemuria. I see the elder races. A strange horde of black dwarfs overwhelming Asia, and the Neanderthals with lowered heads and bent knees ranging obscenely over Europe. I watch the Achaeans streaming into the Greek islands and the crude beginnings of Hellenic culture. I am in Athens, and Pericles is young. I am standing on the soil of Italy. I assist in the rape of the Sabines. I march with the imperial legions. I tremble with awe and wonder as the enormous standards go by and the ground shakes with the tread of the victorious Hastati. 1,000 naked slaves grovel before me as I pass in the litter of gold and ivory drawn by night-black oxen from Thebes, and the flower girls scream, Ave Caesar, as I nod and smile. I am myself a slave on a Moorish galley. I watch the erection of a great cathedral. Stone by stone it rises, and through months and years I stand and watch each stone as it falls into place. I am burned on a cross, head downward, in the time-scented gardens of Nero. I watch with amusement and scorn the torturers at work in the chambers of the Inquisition. I walk in the holiest sanctuaries. I enter the temples of Venus. I kneel in adoration before the Magna Mater, and I throw coins on the bare knees of the sacred courtesans who sit with veiled faces in the groves of Babylon. I creep into an Elizabethan theatre, and with the stinking rabble about me I applaud the Merchant of Venice. I walk with Dante through the narrow streets of Florence. I meet the young Beatrice, and the hem of her garment brushes my sandals as I stare, enraptured. I am a priest of Isis, and my magic astounds the nations. Simon Magus kneels before me, imploring my assistance, and Pharaoh trembles when I approach. In India, I talk with the masters and run screaming from their presence, for their revelations are as salt on wounds that bleed. I perceive everything. Simultaneously, I perceive everything from all sides. I am a part of all the teeming billions about me. I exist in all men, and all men exist in me. I perceive the whole of human history in a single instant, the past and the present. By simply straining, I can see farther and farther back. Now, I am going back through strange curves and angles. Angles and curves multiply about me. I perceive great segments of time through curves. There is curved time and angular time. The beings that exist in angular time cannot enter curved time. It's very strange. I'm going back and back. Man has disappeared from the earth. Gigantic reptiles crouch beneath enormous palms and swim through the loathly black waters of dismal lakes. No, the reptiles have disappeared. No animals remain upon the land, but beneath the waters, plainly visible to me, dark forms move slowly over the rotting vegetation. The forms are becoming simpler and simpler. Now they are single cells. All about me there are angles, strange angles, that have no counterparts on earth. I am desperately afraid. There is an abyss of being which man has never fathomed. I stared. Chalmers had risen to his feet and was gesticulating helplessly with his arms. I'm passing through unearthly angles. I am approaching. Oh, the burning horror of it! Chalmers, I cried, do you wish me to interfere? He brought his right hand quickly before his face, as though to shut out a vision unspeakable. Not yet, he cried. I will go on. I will see what lies beyond. A cold sweat streamed from his forehead, and his shoulders jerked spasmodically. Beyond life there are... His face grew ashen with terror. Things that I cannot distinguish. They move slowly through angles. They have no bodies, and they move slowly through outrageous angles. It was then that I became aware of the odour in the room. It was a pungent, indescribable odour, so nauseous that I could scarcely endure it. I stepped quickly to the window and threw it open. When I returned to Chalmers and looked into his eyes, I nearly fainted. I think they have scented me, he shrieked. They are slowly turning towards me. He was trembling horribly. For a moment he clawed at the air with his hands. Then his legs gave way beneath him, and he fell forward on his face, slobbering and moaning. I watched him in silence as he dragged himself across the floor. He was no longer a man. His teeth were bared, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Chalmers, I cried. Chalmers, stop it! Stop it! Do you hear? As if in reply to my appeal, he commenced to utter hoarse, convulsive sounds which resembled nothing so much as the barking of a dog, and began a sort of hideous writhing in a circle about the room. I bent and seized him by the shoulders violently, desperately. I shook him. He turned his head and snapped at my wrist. I was sick with horror, but I dared not release him for fear that he would destroy himself in a paroxysm of rage. Chalmers, I muttered, you must stop that. There's nothing in the room that can harm you. Do you understand? I continued to shake and admonish him, and gradually the madness died out of his face. Shivering convulsively, he crumbled into a grotesque heap on the Chinese rug. I carried him to the sofa and deposited him upon it. His features were twisted in pain, and I knew that he was still struggling dumbly to escape from abominable memories. "Whiskey," he muttered. "You'll find a flask in the cabinet by the window, upper left-hand drawer." When I handed him the flask, his fingers tightened about it until the knuckles showed blue. "They nearly got me," he gasped. He drained the stimulant in immoderate gulps, and gradually the colour crept back into his face. "That drug was the very devil," I murmured. It wasn't a drug," he moaned. His eyes no longer glared insanely, but he still wore the look of a lost soul. "They scented me in time," he moaned. I went too far." "What were they like?" I said to humour him. He leaned forward and gripped my arm. He was shivering horribly. "No words in our language can describe them," he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "They are symbolized vaguely in the myth of the fall, and in an obscene form that is occasionally found engraved on ancient tablets. The Greeks had a name for them, which veiled their essential foulness. The tree, the snake, and the apple, these are the vague symbols of a most awful mystery." His voice had risen to a scream. Frank, a terrible and unspeakable deed was done in the beginning, before time. The deed, and from the deed—" He had risen and was hysterically pacing the room. "The seeds of the deed move through angles in dim recesses of time. They are hungry and athirst." "Chalmers," I pleaded to quiet him, "we're living in the 3rd decade of the 20th century. "They are lean and athirst," he shrieked. "The hounds of Tindalos." "Chalmers, should I phone for a physician?" "A physician cannot help me now. They are horrors of the soul. And yet," he hid his face in his hands and groaned, "they are real, Frank. I saw them for a ghastly moment. For a moment I stood on the other side. I stood on the pale grey shores beyond time and space. In an awful light that was not light. In a silence that shrieked. I saw them. All the evil in the universe was concentrated in their lean, hungry bodies. Or had they bodies? I saw them for only a moment. I cannot be certain. But I heard them breathe. Indescribably for a moment I felt their breath upon my face. They turned toward me, and I fled screaming. In a single moment I fled screaming through time. I fled down quintillions of years. But they scented me. Men awake in them, cosmic hungers. We have escaped momentarily from the foulness that rings them round. They thirst for that in us which is clean, which emerged from the deed without stain. There is a part of us which did not partake in the deed, and that they hate. But do not imagine that they are literally prosaically evil. They are beyond good and evil as we know it. They are that which in the beginning fell away from cleanliness. Through the deed they became bodies of death, receptacles of all foulness. But they are not evil in our sense, because in the spheres through which they move there is no thought, no morals, no right or wrong, as we understand it. There is merely the pure and the foul. The foul expresses itself through angles, the pure through curves. Man, the pure part of him, is descended from a curve. Do not laugh. I mean that literally. I rose and searched for my hat. "I'm dreadfully sorry for you, Chalmers," I said as I walked towards the door. "But I don't intend to stay and listen to such gibberish. I'll send my physician to see you. He's an elderly, kindly chap, and he won't be offended if you tell him to go to the devil. But I hope you'll respect his advice. A week's rest in a good sanatorium should benefit you immeasurably." I heard him laughing as I descended the stairs, but his laughter was so utterly mirthless that it moved me to tears. 2. When Chalmers phoned the following morning, my first impulse was to hang up the receiver immediately. His request was so unusual and his voice so wildly hysterical that I feared any further association with him would result in the impairment of my own sanity. But I could not doubt the genuineness of his misery, and when he broke down completely and I heard him sobbing over the wire, I decided to comply with his request. Very well, I said. I will come over immediately and bring the plaster. En route to Chalmers' home, I stopped at a hardware store and purchased 20 pounds of plaster of Paris. When I entered my friend's room, he was crouching by the window, watching the opposite wall out of eyes that were feverish with fright. When he saw me, he rose and seized the parcel containing the plaster with an avidity that amazed and horrified me. He had extruded all of the furniture, and the room presented a desolate experience. "It is just conceivable that we can thwart them," he exclaimed. "But we must work rapidly, Frank. There's a step-ladder in the hall. Bring it here immediately, and then fetch a pail of water." "What for?" I murmured. He turned sharply, and there was a rush on his face. "To mix the plaster, you fool," he cried. "To mix the plaster that will save our bodies and souls from a contamination unmentionable. To mix the plaster that will save the world from... Frank, they must be kept out." "Who?" I murmured. "The hounds of Tindalos," he muttered. "They can only reach us through angles. We must eliminate all angles from the room. I shall plaster up all of the corners, all of the crevices. We must make this room resemble the interior of a sphere." I knew that it would have been useless to argue with him. I fetched the step-ladder. Chalmers mixed the plaster, and for 3 hours we laboured. We filled in the 4 corners of the wall, in the intersections of the floor and the wall and ceiling, and we rounded the sharp angles of the window seat. I shall remain in this room until they return in time," he affirmed when our task was complete. "When they discover that the scent leads through curves, they will return. They will return ravenous and snarling and unsatisfied to the foulness that was in the beginning, before time, before space." He nodded graciously and lit a cigarette. "It was very good of you to help," he said. "Will you not see a physician, Chalmers?" I pleaded. "Perhaps tomorrow," he murmured. "But now I must watch and wait." "Wait for what?" I urged. Chalmers smiled wanly. "I know you think me insane," he said. "You have a shrewd but prosaic mind, and you can't conceive of an entity that doesn't depend for its existence on force and matter. But did it ever occur to you, my friend, that force and matter are merely the barriers to perception imposed by time and space? When one knows, as I do, that time and space are identical, and that they are both deceptive because they are merely imperfect manifestations of a high reality, one no longer seeks in the visible world for an explanation of the mystery and terror of being." I rose and walked toward the door. "Forgive me," he cried. "I didn't mean to offend you. You have a superlative intellect, but I have a superhuman one. It's only natural that I should be aware of your limitations." "Phone if you need me," I said, and descended the stairs 2 at a time. "I'll send my physician over at once," I muttered to myself. "He's a hopeless maniac, and heaven knows what'll happen if someone doesn't take charge of him immediately." 3. The following is a condensation of 2 announcements which appeared in the Partridgeville Gazette for July the 5th, 1928. Earthquake shakes financial district. At 2 o'clock this morning, an earth tremor of unusual severity broke several plate glass windows in Central Square and completely disorganized the electric and street railway systems. The tremor was felt in the outlying districts, and the steeple of the First Baptist Church on Angel Hill, designed by Christopher Wren in 1717, was entirely demolished. Firemen are now attempting to put out a blaze which threatens to destroy the Partridgeville glue works. An investigation is promised by the mayor, and an immediate attempt will be made to fix responsibility for this disastrous occurrence. Occult writer murdered by unknown guest. Horrible crime in Central Square. Mystery surrounds death of Halpin Chambers. At 9 a.m. today, the body of Halpin Chambers, author and journalist, was found in an empty room above the jewellery store of Smithick and Isaacs, 24 Central Square. The coroner's investigation revealed that the room had been rented furnished to Mr. Chalmers on May the 1st, and that he had himself disposed of the furniture a fortnight ago. Chalmers was the author of several recondite books on occult themes and a member of the Bibliographic Guild. He formerly resided in Brooklyn, New York. At 7 a.m., Mr. L.E. Hancock, who occupies the apartment opposite Chalmers' room in the Smithick and Isaacs establishment, smelt a peculiar odour when he opened his door to take in his cat and the morning edition of the Partridgeville Gazette. The odour he describes as extremely acrid and nauseous, and he affirms that it was so strong in the vicinity of Chalmers' room that he was obliged to hold his nose when he approached that section of the hall. He was about to return to his own apartment when it occurred to him that Chalmers might have accidentally forgotten to turn off the gas in his kitchenette. Becoming considerably alarmed at the thought, he decided to investigate, and when repeated tappings on Chalmers' door brought no response, he notified the superintendent. The latter opened the door by means of a pass key, and the two men quickly made their way into Chalmers' room. The room was utterly destitute of furniture, and Hancock asserts that when he first glanced at the floor his heart went cold within him, and that the superintendent, without saying a word, walked to the open window and stared at the building opposite for fully 5 minutes. Chalmers lay stretched upon his back in the centre of the room. He was starkly nude, and his chest and arms were covered in the particular bluish pus or ichor. His head lay grotesquely upon his chest. It had been completely severed from his body, and the features were twisted and torn and horribly mangled. Nowhere was there a trace of blood. The room presented a most astonishing appearance. The intersections of the walls, ceiling, and floor had been thickly smeared with plaster of Paris, but at intervals fragments had cracked and fallen off, and someone had grouped these upon the floor about the murdered man so as to form a perfect triangle. Beside the body were several sheets of charred yellow paper. These bore fantastic geometric designs and symbols, and several hastily scrawled sentences. The sentences were almost illegible and so absurd in content that they furnished no possible clue to the perpetrator of the crime. "I am waiting and watching," Chalmers wrote. "I sit by the window and watch walls and ceiling. I do not believe they can reach me, but I must be aware of the doles. Perhaps they can help them break through. The satyrs will help, and they can advance through the scarlet circles. The Greeks knew a way of preventing that. It is a great pity we have forgotten so much." On another sheet, the most badly charred of the 7 or 8 fragments found by Detective Sergeant Douglas of the Partridgeville Reserve was scrawled the following: "Good God, the plaster's falling. A terrific shock has loosened the plaster, and it is falling. An earthquake, perhaps. I never could have anticipated this. It is growing dark in the room. I must phone Frank. But can he get here in time? I will try. I will recite the Einstein formula. I will... God, they are breaking through. They are breaking through. Smoke is pouring from the corners of the room. Their tongues... Ah! In the opinion of Detective Sergeant Douglas, Chalmers was poisoned by some obscure chemical. He has sent specimens of the strange blue slime found on Chalmers' body to the Partridgeville chemical laboratories, and he expects the report will shed new light on one of the most mysterious crimes of recent years. That Chalmers entertained a guest on the evening preceding the earthquake is certain, for his neighbour distinctly heard a low murmur of conversation in the former's room as he passed it on his way to the stairs. Suspicion points strongly to this unknown visitor, and the police are diligently endeavouring to discover his identity. 4. Report of James Morton, chemist and bacteriologist. My dear Mr. Douglas, the fluid sent to me for analysis is the most peculiar that I have ever examined. It resembles a living protoplasm, but it lacks the peculiar substances known as enzymes. Enzymes catalyze the chemical reactions occurring in living cells, and when the cell dies, they cause it to disintegrate by hydrolyzation. Without enzymes, protoplasm should possess enduring vitality, id est immortality. Enzymes are the negative component, so to speak, of unicellular organisms, which is the basis of all life. That living matter can exist without enzymes, biologists emphatically deny. And yet the substance that you have sent to me is alive, and it lacks these indispensable bodies. Good God, sir, do you realize what astounding new vistas this opens up? 5. Excerpt from The Secret Watches by the late Halpin Chalmers. What if, parallel to the life we know, there is another life that does not die, which lacks the elements that destroy our life? Perhaps in another dimension there is a different force from that which generates our life. Perhaps this force emits energy, or something similar to energy, which passes from the unknown dimension where it is and creates a new form of life in our dimension. No one knows that such new cell life does exist in our dimension. But I have seen its manifestations. I have talked with them. In my room at night, I have talked with the doles. and in dreams I have seen their maker. I have stood on the dim shore beyond time and matter and seen it. It moves through strange curves and outrageous angles. Some day I shall travel in time and meet it, face to face.
The house with the brick-kiln. The hamlet of Trevor Major lies very lonely and sequestered in a hollow below the north side of the South Downs that stretch westward from Lewis and run parallel with the coast. It is a hamlet of some 3 or 4 dozen inconsiderable houses and cottages, much girt about with trees. But the big Norman church and the manor house, which stands a little outside the village, are evidence of a more conspicuous past. This latter, except for a tenancy of rather less than 3 weeks now, 4 years ago, has stood unoccupied since the summer of 1896, and though it could be taken at a rent almost comically small, it is highly improbable that either of its last tenants, even if times were very bad, would think of passing a night in it again. For myself, I was one of those tenants. I would far prefer living in a workhouse to inhabiting those low-pitched, oak-panelled rooms, and would sooner look from my garret windows onto the squalor and grime of Whitechapel than from the diamond-shaped and leaded panes of the manor of Trevor Major onto the boscage of its cool thickets and the glimmering of its clear chalk stream, where the quick trout glance among the waving water-weeds and over the chalk and gravel of its sliding rapids. It was the news of these trout that led Jack Singleton and myself to take the house for a month between mid-May and mid-June. But, as I have mentioned, a short 3 weeks was all the time we passed there, and we had more than a week of our tenancy yet unexpired when we left the place, though, on the very last afternoon, we enjoyed the finest dry fly fishing that has ever fallen to my lot. Singleton had originally seen the advertisement of the house in a Sussex paper, with the statement that there was good dry fly fishing belonging to it, but it was with but faint hopes of the reality of the dry fly fishing that we went to look at the place, since we had before this so often inspected depopulated ditches which were offered to the unwary under high-sounding titles. Yet, after a half-hour's stroll by the stream, we went straight back to the agent, and before nightfall had taken it for a month with option of renewal. We arrived accordingly from town at about 5 o'clock on a cloudless afternoon in May, and through the mists of horror that now stand between me and the remembrance of what occurred later, I cannot forget the exquisite loveliness of the impression then conveyed. The garden, it is true, appeared to have been for years untended. Weeds half choked the gravel paths, and the flower beds were a congestion of mingled wild and cultivated vegetations. It was set in a wall of mellowed brick, in which snapdragon and stonecrop had found an anchorage to their liking, and beyond that there stood sentinel a ring of ancient pines in which the breeze made music as of a distant sea. Outside that, the ground sloped slightly downwards in a bank covered with a jungle of wild rose to the stream that ran round 3 sides of the garden, and then followed a meandering course through the 2 big fields which lay towards the village. Over all this we had fishing rights. Above, the same rights extended for another 1/4 of a mile to the arched bridge over which there crossed the road which led to the house. In this field above the house, on the 4th side, where the ground had been embanked to carry the road, stood a brick-kiln in a ruinous state. A shallow pit, long overgrown with tall grasses and wild field flowers, showed where the clay had been digged. The house itself was long and narrow. Entering, you passed direct into a square-panelled hall, on the left of which was the dining-room, which communicated with the passage leading to the kitchen and offices. On the right of the hall were 2 excellent sitting-rooms looking out, the one onto the gravel in front of the house, the other onto the garden. From the first of these you could see, through the gap in the pines by which the road approached the house, the brick-kiln of which I have already spoken. An oak staircase went up from the hall, and round it ran a gallery, onto which the 3 principal bedrooms opened. These were commensurate with the dining-room, and the 2 sitting rooms below. From this gallery there led a long narrow passage shut off from the rest of the house by a red baize door which led to a couple more guest rooms and the servants' quarters. Jack Singleton and I shared the same flat in town, and we had set down in the morning Franklin and his wife, 2 old and valued servants, to get things ready at Trevor Major and procure help from the village to look after the house. And Mrs. Franklin, with her stout, comfortable face, all wreathed in smiles, opened the door to us. She had had some previous experience of the comfortable quarters which go with fishing, and had come down prepared for the worst, but found it all of the best. The kitchen boiler was not furred, hot and cold water was laid on in the most convenient fashion, and could be obtained from taps that neither stuck nor leaked. Her husband, it appeared, had gone into the village to buy a few necessaries, and she brought up tea for us, and then went upstairs to the 2 rooms over the dining room and bigger sitting room, which we had chosen for our bedrooms, to unpack. The doors of these were exactly opposite one another to right and left of the gallery, and Jack, who chose the bedroom above the sitting room, had thus a smaller room above the second sitting room, unoccupied, next his, and opening out from it. We had a couple of hours fishing before dinner, each of us catching 3 or 4 brace of trout, and came back in the dusk to the house. Franklin had returned from the village from his errand, reported that he had got a woman to come in to do the housework in the mornings, and mentioned that our arrival had seemed to arouse a good deal of interest. The reason for this was obscure. He could only tell us that he was questioned a dozen times as to whether we really intended to live in the house, and his assurance that we did produced silence and a shaking of heads. But the country folk of Sussex are notable for their silence and chronic attitude of disapproval, and we put this down to local idiosyncrasy. The evening was exquisitely warm, and after dinner we pulled out a couple of basket chairs onto the gravel by the front door and sat for an hour or so, while the night deepened in throbs of gathering darkness. The moon was not risen, and the ring of pines cut off much of the pale starlight, so that when we went in, allured by the shining of the lamp in the sitting room, it was curiously dark for a clear night in May. And at that moment of stepping from the darkness into the cheerfulness of the lighted house, I had a sudden sensation, to which, during the next fortnight, I became almost accustomed, of there being something unseen and unheard and dreadful near me. In spite of the warmth, I felt myself shiver, and concluded instantly that I had sat out of doors long enough, and without mentioning it to Jack, followed him into the smaller sitting room, in which we had scarcely yet set foot. It, like the hall, was oak-panelled, and in the panels hung some 6 of water-colour sketches, which we examined idly at first, and then with a growing interest, for they were executed with extraordinary finish and delicacy, and each represented some aspect of the house or garden. Here you looked up the gap in the fir trees into a crimson sunset. Here the garden, trim and carefully tended, dozed beneath some languid summer noon. Here an angry wreath of storm cloud brooded over the meadow where the trout stream ran grey and leaden below a threatening sky, while another, the most careful and arresting of all, was a study of the Brick-Kiln. In this, alone of them all, was there a human figure. A man dressed in grey peered into the open door, from which issued a fierce red glow. The figure was painted with miniature-like elaboration. The face was in profile and represented a youngish man, clean-shaven, with a long aquiline nose and singularly square chin. The sketch was long and narrow in shape, and the chimney of the kiln appeared against a dark sky. From it there issued a thin stream of grey smoke. Jack looked at this with attention. "What a horrible picture," he said, "and how beautifully painted. I feel as if it meant something, as if it was a representation of something that happened, not a mere sketch. By Jove!" He broke off suddenly and went in turn to each of the other pictures. "That's a queer thing," he said. "See if you notice what I mean." With the brick-kiln rather vividly impressed on my mind, it was not difficult to see what he had noticed. In each of the pictures appeared the brick-kiln, chimney and all, now seen faintly between trees, now in full view, and in each the chimney was smoking. And the odd part is that from the garden side you can't really see the kiln at all, observed Jack. It's hidden by the house, and yet the artist, F.A., as I see by his signature, puts it in just the same. What do you make of that? I asked. Nothing. I suppose he had a fancy for brick-kilns. Let's have a game of piquet. A fortnight of our 3 weeks passed without incident, except that again and again the curious feeling of something dreadful being close at hand was present in my mind. In a way, as I said, I got used to it. But on the other hand, the feeling itself seemed to gain in poignancy. Once, just at the end of the fortnight, I mentioned it to Jack. Odd you should speak of it, he said, because I felt the same. When do you feel it? Do you feel it now, for instance? We were again sitting out after dinner, and as he spoke, I felt it with far greater intensity than ever before. And at the same moment the house door, which had been closed, though probably not latched, swung gently open, letting out a shaft of light from the hall, and as gently swung to again, as if something had stealthily entered. Yes, I said, I felt it then. I only feel it in the evening. It was rather bad that time. Jack was silent a moment. Funny thing, the door opening and shutting like that, he said. Let's go indoors. We got up, and I remember seeing at that moment that the windows of my bedroom were lit. Mrs. Franklin probably was making things ready for the night. Simultaneously, as we crossed the gravel, there came from just inside the house the sound of a hurried footstep on the stairs, and entering, we found Mrs. Franklin in the hall, looking rather white and startled. Anything wrong? I asked. She took 2 or 3 quick breaths before she answered. No, sir, she said, at least nothing that I can give an account of. I was tidying up in your room, and I thought you came in, but there was nobody, and it gave me a turn. I left my candle there. I must go up for it. I waited in the hall a moment while she again ascended the stairs and passed along the gallery to my room. At the door, which I could see was open, she paused, not entering. What is the matter? I asked from below. I left a candle alight, she said, and it's gone out. Jack laughed. And you left a window and door open, said he. Yes, sir, but not a breath of wind is stirring, said Mrs. Franklin, rather faintly. This was true, and yet a few moments ago the heavy hall door had swung open and back again. Jack ran upstairs. We'll brave the dark together, Mrs. Franklin, he said. He went into my room, and I heard the sound of a match struck. Then through the open door came the light of the rekindled candle, and simultaneously I heard a bell ring in the servants' quarters. In a moment came steps, and Franklin appeared. What bell was that? I asked. Mr. Jack's bedroom, sir, he said. I felt there was a marked atmosphere of nerves about, for which there was really no adequate cause. All that had happened of a disturbing nature was that Mrs. Franklin had thought I had come into my bedroom and had been startled by finding I had not. She had then left a candle in a draught, and it had been blown out. As for a bell ringing, that, even if it had happened, was a very innocuous proceeding. Mouse on a wire, I said. Mr. Jack's in my room this moment, lighting Mrs. Franklin's candle for her. Jack came down at this juncture, and we went into the sitting-room. But Franklin apparently was not satisfied, for we heard him in the room above us, which was Jack's bedroom, moving about with his slow and rather ponderous tread. Then his steps seemed to pass into the bedroom adjoining, and we heard no more. I remember feeling hugely sleepy that night, and went to bed earlier than usual, to pass rather a broken night with stretches of dreamless sleep, interspersed with startled awakenings, in which I passed very suddenly into complete consciousness. Sometimes the house was absolutely still, and the only sound to be heard was the sighing of the night breeze outside in the pines. But sometimes the place seemed full of muffled movements, and once I could have sworn that the handle of my door turned. That required verification, and I lit my candle, but found that my ears must have played me false. Yet even as I stood there, I thought I heard steps just outside. And with a considerable qualm, I must confess, I opened the door and looked out. But the gallery was quite empty, and the house quite still. Then, from Jack's room opposite, I heard a sound that was somehow comforting, the snorts of the snorer, and I went back to bed and slept again. And when next I woke, morning was already breaking in red lines on the horizon, and the sense of trouble that had been with me ever since last evening had gone. Heavy rain set in after lunch next day, and as I had arrears of letter writing to do, and the water was soon both muddy and rising, I came home alone about 5, leaving Jack still sanguine by the stream, and worked for a couple of hours sitting at a writing table in the room overlooking the gravel at the front of the house, where hung the watercolours. By 7 I had finished, and just as I got up to light candles, since it was already dusk, I saw, as I thought, Jack's figure emerge from the bushes that bordered the path to the stream, on the space in front of the house. Then, instantaneously, and with a sudden queer sinking of the heart quite unaccountable, I saw that it was not Jack at all, but a stranger. He was only some 6 yards from the window, and after pausing there a moment, he came close up to the window, so that his face nearly touched the glass, looking intently at me. In the light from the freshly kindled candles, I could distinguish his features with great clearness. But though, as far as I knew, I had never seen him before, there was something familiar about both his face and figure. He appeared to smile at me, but the smile was one of inscrutable evil and malevolence, and immediately he walked on, straight towards the house door opposite him, and out of sight of the sitting-room window. Now, little though I liked the look of the man, he was, as I have said, familiar to my eye, and I went out into the hall, since he was clearly coming to the front door, to open it to him and learn his business. So, without waiting for him to ring, I opened it, feeling sure I should find him on the step. Instead, I looked out into the empty gravel sweep, the heavy falling rain, the thick dust, and even as I looked, I felt something that I could not see push by me through the half-open door and pass into the house. Then the stairs creaked, and a moment after, a bell rang. Franklin is the quickest man to answer a bell I've ever seen, and next instant he passed me, going upstairs. He tapped at Jack's door, entered, and then came down again. "Mr. Jack still out, sir?" he asked. "Yes, is bell ringing again?" "Yes, sir," said Franklin, quite imperturbably. I went back into the sitting-room, and soon Franklin brought a lamp. He put it on the table above, which hung the careful and curious picture of the Brick-Kiln. And then, with a sudden horror, I saw why the stranger on the gravel outside had been so familiar to me. In all respects he resembled the figure that peered into the kiln. It was more than a resemblance. It was an identity. And what had happened to this man who had inscrutably and evilly smiled at me, and what had pushed in through the half-closed door? At that moment, I saw the face of fear. My mouth went dry, and I heard my heart leaping and cracking in my throat. That face was only turned on me for a moment and then away again, but I knew it to be the genuine thing. Not apprehension, not foreboding, not a feeling of being startled, but fear, cold fear. And then, though nothing had occurred to assuage the fear, it passed, and a certain sort of reason usurped, for so I must say, its place. I had certainly seen somebody on the gravel outside the house. I had supposed he was going to the front door. I had opened it and found that he had not come to the front door, or, and once again the terror resurged, had the invisible pushing thing been that which I had seen outside? And if so, what was it? And how came it that the face and figure of the man I had seen were the same as those which were so scrupulously painted in the picture of the Brick-Kiln? I set myself to argue down the fear for which there was no more foundation than this, and the repetition of the ringing bell, and my belief is that I did so. I told myself, till I believed it, that a man, a human man, had been walking across the gravel outside, and that he had not come to the front door, but had gone, as he might easily have done, up the drive into the high road. I told myself that it was mere fancy that was the cause of the belief that something had pushed in by me. And as for the ringing of the bell, I said to myself, as was true, that this had happened before. And I must ask the reader to believe also that I argued these things away and looked no longer on the face of fear itself. I was not comfortable, but I fell short of being terrified. I sat down again by the window looking onto the gravel in front of the house, and finding another letter that asked, though it did not demand an answer, proceeded to occupy myself with it. Straight in front led the drive through the gap in the pines, and passed through the field where lay the brick-kiln. In a pause of page-turning, I looked up and saw something unusual about it. At the same moment, an unusual smell came to my nostril. What I saw was the smoke coming out of the chimney of the kiln. What I smelt was the odour of roasting meat. The wind, such as there was, set from the kiln to the house. But as far as I knew, the smell of roast meat probably came from the kitchen where dinner, so I supposed, was cooking. I had to tell myself this. I wanted reassurance, lest the face of fear should look whitely on me again. Then there came a crisp step on the gravel, a rattle at the front door, and Jack came in. "Good sport," he said. "You gave up too soon." And he went straight to the table above which hung the picture of the man at the brick-kiln and looked at it. Then there was silence, and eventually I spoke, for I wanted to know one thing. "Seen anybody?" I asked. "Yes. Why do you ask?" Because I have also." "The man in that picture." Jack came and sat down near me. "It's a ghost, you know," he said. "He came down to the river about dusk and stood near me for an hour. At first I thought he was real, and I warned him that he had better stand further off if he didn't want to be hooked. And then it struck me he wasn't real, and I cast, well, right through him. And about 7 he walked up towards the house." "Were you frightened?" "No, it was so tremendously interesting." "So you saw him too? Whereabouts?" "Just outside." I think he's in the house now." Jack looked round. "Did you see him come in?" he asked. "No, but I felt him." "There's another queer thing too. The chimney of the brick-kiln is smoking." Jack looked out of the window. It was nearly dark, but the wreathing smoke could just be seen. "So it is," he said. "Fat, greasy smoke. I think I'll go up and see what's on." "Come to?" "I think not," I said. "Are you frightened?" "It isn't worthwhile. Besides, it is so tremendously interesting." Jack came back from his little expedition still interested. He had found nothing stirring at the kiln, but though it was then nearly dark, the interior was faintly luminous, and against the black of the sky he could see a wisp of thick white smoke floating northwards. But for the rest of the evening we neither heard nor saw anything of abnormal import, and the next day ran a course of undisturbed hours. Then, suddenly, a hellish activity was manifested. That night, while I was undressing for bed, I heard a bell ring furiously, and I thought I heard a shout also. I guessed where the ring came from, since Franklin and his wife had long ago gone to bed, and went straight to Jack's room. But as I tapped at the door, I heard his voice from inside calling loud to me. "Take care," it said. "He's close to the door." A sudden qualm of black fear took hold of me, but mastering it as best I could, I opened the door to enter, and once again something pushed softly by me, though I saw nothing. Jack was standing by his bed, half undressed. I saw him wipe his forehead with the back of his hand. He's been here again," he said. "I was standing just here a minute ago when I found him close by me. He came out of the inner room, I think. Did you see what he had in his hand?" I saw nothing. "It was a knife, a great long carving knife. Do you mind me sleeping on the sofa in your room tonight? I got an awful turn then. There was another thing, too. All round the edge of his clothes, at his collar, and at his wrists, there were little flames playing, little white licking flames." But next day, again, we neither heard nor saw anything, nor that night did the sense of that dreadful presence in the house come to us. And then came the last day. We had been out till it was dark, and, as I said, had a wonderful day among the fish. On reaching home, we sat together in the sitting-room, when suddenly from overhead came a tread of feet, a violent pealing of the bell, and a moment after, yell, as of someone in mortal agony. The thought occurred to both of us that this might be Mrs. Franklin in terror of some fearful sight, and together we rushed up and sprang into Jack's bedroom. The doorway into the room beyond was open, and just inside it we saw the man bending over some dark, huddled object. Though the room was dark, we could see him perfectly, for a light, stale, and impure seemed to come from him. He had again a long knife in his hand, and as we entered he was wiping it on the mass that lay at his feet. Then he took it up, and we saw what it was, a woman with the head nearly severed. But it was not Mrs. Franklin. And then the whole thing vanished, and we were standing looking into a dark and empty room. We went downstairs without a word, and it was not until we were both in the sitting-room below that Jack spoke. "And he takes her to the Brick-Kiln," he said rather unsteadily. "I say, have you had enough of this house? I have. There is hell in it." About a week later, Jack put into my hand a guidebook to Sussex, open at the description of Trevor Major, and I read, "Just outside the village stands the picturesque manor house, once home of the artist and notorious murderer Francis Adam. It was here he killed his wife in a fit, it is believed, of groundless jealousy, cutting her throat and disposing of her remains by burning them in a brick-kiln. Certain charred fragments found 6 months afterwards led to his arrest and execution. So, I prefer to leave the house with the brick-kiln and the pictures signed F.A. to others." The Judge's House by Bram Stoker. When the time for his examination drew near, Malcolm Malcolmson made up his mind to go somewhere to read by himself. He feared the attractions of the seaside, and also he feared completely rural isolation, for of old he knew its charms, and so he determined to find some unpretentious little town where there would be nothing to distract him. He refrained from asking suggestions from any of his friends, for he argued that each would recommend some place of which he had knowledge, and where he had already acquaintances. As Malcolmson wished to avoid friends, he had no wish to encumber himself with the attention of friends' friends, and so he determined to look out for a place for himself. He packed a portmanteau with some clothes and all the books he required, and then took ticket for the first name on the local timetable, which he did not know. When, at the end of the 3 hours' journey, he alighted at Benchurch, he felt satisfied that he had so far obliterated his tracks as to be sure of having a peaceful opportunity of pursuing his studies. He went straight to the one inn which the sleepy little place contained, and put up for the night. Benchurch was a market town, and once in 3 weeks was crowded to excess, but for the remainder of the 21 days it was as attractive as a desert. Malcolmson looked around the day after his arrival to try to find quarters more isolated than even so quiet an inn as the Good Traveller afforded. There was only one place that took his fancy, and it certainly satisfied his wildest ideas regarding quiet. In fact, quiet was not the proper word to apply to it,
Desolation was the only term conveying any suitable idea of its isolation. It was an old, rambling, heavy-built house of the Jacobean style, with heavy gables and windows, unusually small, and set higher than was customary in such houses, and was surrounded with a high brick wall massively built. Indeed, on examination, it looked more like a fortified house than an ordinary dwelling. But all these things pleased Malcolmson. Here, he thought, is the very spot I have been looking for, and if I can only get opportunity of using it, I shall be happy. His joy was increased when he realized beyond doubt that it was not at present inhabited. From the post office he got the name of the agent, who was rarely surprised at the application to rent a part of the old house. Mr. Carnford, the local lawyer and agent, was a genial old gentleman, and frankly confessed his delight at anyone being willing to live in the house. "To tell you the truth," said he, "I should be only too happy, on behalf of the owners, to let anyone have the house rent-free for a term of years, if only to accustom the people here to see it inhabited. It has been so long empty that some kind of absurd prejudice has grown up about it, and this can be best put down by its occupation. If only," he added, with a sly glance at Malcolmson, "by a scholar like yourself who wants its quiet for a time." Malcolmson thought it needless to ask the agent about the absurd prejudice. He knew he'd get more information, if he should require it, on that subject, from other quarters. He paid his 3 months' rent, got a receipt, and the name of an old woman who would probably undertake to do for him, and came away with the keys in his pocket. He then went to the landlady of the inn, who was a cheerful and most kindly person, and asked her advice as to such stores and provisions as he would be likely to require. She threw up her hands in amazement when he told her where he was going to settle himself. "Not the judge's house," she said, and grew pale as she spoke. He explained the locality of the house, saying that he didn't know its name. When he had finished, she answered, "Aye, sure enough, the very place. It is the judge's house, sure enough." He asked her to tell him about the place, why so called, and what there was against it. She told him that it was so called locally because it had been, many years before, how long she couldn't say, as she was herself from another part of the country, but she thought it must have been 100 years or more, the abode of a judge who was held in great terror on account of his harsh sentences and his hostility to prisoners at assizes. As to what there was against the house itself, she couldn't tell. She had often asked, but no one could inform her. But there was a general feeling that there was something. And for her own part, she wouldn't take all the money in Drinkwater's bank and stay in the house an hour by herself. Then she apologised to Malcolmson for her disturbing talk. "It's too bad of me, sir, and you, and a young gentleman too, if you'll pardon me saying it, going to live there all alone. If you were my boy, and you'll excuse me for saying it, you wouldn't sleep there a night, not if I had to go there myself and pull the big alarm bell that's on the roof." The good creature was so manifestly in earnest, and was so kindly in her intentions, that Malcolmson, although amused, was touched. He told her kindly how much he appreciated her interest in him, and added, "But my dear Mrs. Witham, indeed you need not be concerned about me. A man who is reading for the mathematical tripos has too much to think of to be disturbed by any of these mysterious somethings, and his work is of too exact and prosaic a kind to allow of his having any corner in his mind for mysteries of any kind. Harmonical progressions, permutations and combinations, and elliptic functions have sufficient mysteries for me." Mrs. Witham kindly undertook to see after his commissions, and he went himself to look for the old woman who'd been recommended to him. When he returned to the judge's house with her, after an interval of a couple of hours, he found Mrs. Witham herself waiting with several men and boys carrying parcels, and an upholsterer's man with a bed in a cart, for he said, though tables and chairs might be all very well, a bed that hadn't been aired for mayhap 50 years was not proper for young bones to lie on. She was evidently curious to see the inside of the house, and though manifestly so afraid of the somethings
that at the slightest sound she clutched on to Malcolmson, whom she never left for a moment, went over the whole place. After his examination of the house, Malcolmson decided to take up his abode in the great dining room, which was big enough to serve for all his requirements, and Mrs. Witham, with the aid of the charwoman, Mrs. Dempster, proceeded to arrange matters. When the hampers were brought in and unpacked, Malcolmson saw that with much kind forethought she had sent from her own kitchen sufficient provisions to last for a few days. Before going, she expressed all sorts of kind wishes, and at the door turned and said, "And perhaps, as the room is big and draughty, it might be well to have one of those big screens put round your bed at night. Though, truth to tell, I would die myself if I were to be so shut in with all kinds of things that put their heads round the sides or over the top and look on me." The image which she had called up was too much for her nerves, and she fled incontinently. Mrs. Dempster sniffed in a superior manner as the landlady disappeared, and remarked that for her own part she wasn't afraid of all the bogies in the kingdom. "I'll tell you what it is, sir," she said. "Bogies is all kinds and sorts of things, except bogies. Rats and mice and beetles and creaky doors and loose slates and broken panes and stiff drawer handles that stay out when you pull them and then fall down in the middle of the night. Look at the wainscot of the room. It's old, hundreds of years old. Do you think there's no rats and beetles there? And do you imagine, sir, that you won't see none of them? Rats is bogies, I tell you, and bogies is rats, and don't you get to think anything else." "Mrs. Dempster," said Malcolmson gravely, making her a polite bow, "you know more than a senior wrangler, and let me say that as a mark of esteem for your indubitable soundness of head and heart, I shall, when I go, give you possession of this house and let you stay here by yourself for the last 2 months of my tenancy, for 4 weeks will serve my purpose." "Thank you kindly, sir," she answered, "but I couldn't sleep away from home a night. I'm in greenhouse charity, and if I slept away from my rooms, I should lose all I have got to live on. The rules is very strict, and there's too many watching for a vacancy for me to run any risks in the matter. Only for that, sir, I'd gladly come here and attend on you altogether during your stay." "My good woman," said Malcolmson hastily, "I've come here on purpose to obtain solitude, and believe me that I am grateful to the late Greenhow for having so organised his admirable charity, whatever it is, that I am perforce denied the opportunity of suffering from such a form of temptation. St. Anthony himself could not be more rigid on the point." The old woman laughed harshly. "Ah, you young gentleman," she said, "you don't fear for naught, and belike you'll get all the solitude you want here." She set to work with her cleaning, and by nightfall, when Malcolmson returned from his walk, he always had one of his books to study as he walked, he found the room swept and tidied, a fire burning in the old hearth, the lamp lit, and the table spread for supper with Mrs. Witham's excellent fare. "This is comfort indeed," he said, as he rubbed his hands. When he had finished his supper and lifted the tray to the other end of the great oak dining table, he got out his books again, fresh wood on the fire, trimmed his lamp, and set himself down to a spell of real hard work. He went on without pause till about 11 o'clock, when he knocked off for a bit to fix his fire and lamp, and to make himself a cup of tea. He'd always been a tea drinker, and during his college life had sat late at work and taken tea late. The rest was a great luxury to him, and he enjoyed it with a sense of delicious, voluptuous ease. The renewed fire leaped and sparkled, and threw quaint shadows through the great old room, and as he sipped his hot tea, he revelled in the sense of isolation from his kind. Then it was that he began to notice, for the first time, what a noise the rats were making. Surely, he thought, they cannot have been at it all the time I was reading. Had they been, I must have noticed it. Presently, when the noise increased, he satisfied himself that it really was new. It was evident that at first the rats had been frightened at the presence of a stranger, and the light of the fire and the lamp.
but that as the time went on they had grown bolder, and were now disporting themselves as was their wont. How busy they were! And hark to the strange noises. Up and down behind the old wainscot, over the ceiling and under the floor they raced, and gnawed, and scratched. Malcolmson smiled to himself as he recalled to mind the saying of Mrs. Dempster, "Bogies is rats, and rats is bogies." The tea began to have its effect of intellectual and nervous stimulus. He saw with joy another long spell of work to be done before the night was past, and in the sense of security which it gave him, he allowed himself the luxury of a good look around the room. He took his lamp in one hand and went all around, wondering that so quaint and beautiful an old house had been so long neglected. The carving of the oak on the panels of the wainscot was fine, and on and round the doors and windows it was beautiful and of rare merit. There were some old pictures on the walls, but they were coated so thick with dust and dirt that he could not distinguish any detail of them, though he held his lamp as high as he could over his head. Here and there, as he went round, he saw some crack or hole blocked for a moment by the face of a rat, with its bright eyes glittering in the light. But in an instant it was gone, and a squeak and a scamper followed. The thing that most struck him, however, was the rope of the great alarm bell on the roof, which hung down in a corner of the room on the right-hand side of the fireplace. He pulled up, close to the hearth, a great high-backed carved oak chair, and sat down to his last cup of tea. When this was done, he made up the fire and went back to his work, sitting at the corner of the table, having the fire to his left. For a little while the rats disturbed him somewhat with their perpetual scampering, but he got accustomed to the noise, as one does to the ticking of a clock or to the roar of moving water, and he became so immersed in his work that everything in the world, except the problem which he was trying to solve, passed away from him. He suddenly looked up, his problem still unsolved, and there was in the air that sense of the hour before the dawn which is so dread to doubtful life. The noise of the rats had ceased. Indeed, it seemed to him that it must have ceased but lately, and that it was a certain cessation which had disturbed him. The fire had fallen low, but still it threw out a deep red glow. As he looked, he started, in spite of his sang-froid. There, on the great high-backed carved oak chair, by the right side of the fireplace, sat an enormous rat, steadily glaring at him with baleful eyes. He made a motion to it as though to hunt it away, but it did not stir. Then he made the motion of throwing something. Still it did not stir, but showed its great white teeth angrily, and its cruel eyes shone in the lamplight with an added vindictiveness. Malcolmson felt amazed, and seizing the poker from the hearth, ran at it to kill it. Before, however, he could strike it, the rat, with a squeak that sounded like the concentration of hate, jumped upon the floor, and running up the rope of the alarm bell, disappeared in the darkness beyond the range of the green-shaded lamp. Instantly, strange to say, the noisy scampering of the rats in the wainscot began again. By this time, Malcolmson's mind was quite off the problem, and as a shrill cock-crow outside told him of the approach of morning, he went to bed and to sleep. He slept so sound that he was not even waked by Mrs. Dempster coming in to make up his room. It was only when she had tidied up the place and got his breakfast ready and tapped on the screen which closed in his bed that he woke. He was a little tired still after his night's hard work, but a strong cup of tea soon freshened him up, and taking his book, he went out for his morning walk, bringing with him a few sandwiches lest he should not care to return till dinner-time. He found a quiet walk between high elms some way outside the town, and here he spent the greater part of the day studying his Laplace. On his return, he looked in to see Mrs. Witham and to thank her for her kindness. When she saw him coming through the diamond-paned bay window of her sanctum, she came out to meet him and asked him in. She looked at him searchingly and shook her head as she said it. "You must not overdo it, sir. You are paler this morning than you should be. 2 late hours and too hard work on the brain isn't good for any man. But tell me, sir, how did you pass the night? Well, I hope. But my heart, sir, I was glad when Mrs. Dempster told me this morning that you were all right and sleeping sound when she went in." "Oh, I was all right," he answered smilingly. "The some things didn't worry me as yet. Only the rats, and they had a circus, I tell you, all over the place. There was one wicked-looking old devil that sat up on my own chair by the fire and wouldn't go till I took the poker to him, and then he ran up the rope of the alarm bell and got to somewhere up the wall or the ceiling. I couldn't see where, it was so dark." "Mercy on us," said Mrs. Witham. "An old devil and sitting on the chair by the fireside. Take care, sir, take care. There's many a true word spoken in jest." "How do you mean? 'Pon my word, I don't understand." "An old devil. The old devil, perhaps. There, sir, you needn't laugh." For Malcolmson had broken into a hearty peal. "You young folks thinks it easy to laugh at things that makes older ones shudder. Never mind, sir, never mind. Please God, you laugh all the time. It's what I wish you, myself." And the good lady beamed all over in sympathy with his enjoyment, her fears gone for a moment. "Oh, forgive me," said Malcolmson presently. "Don't think me rude, but the idea was too much for me, that the old devil himself was on the chair last night." And at the thought he laughed again. Then he went home to dinner. This evening the scampering of the rats began earlier. Indeed, it had been going on before his arrival, and only ceased whilst his presence by its freshness disturbed them. After dinner he sat by the fire for a while and had a smoke, and then, having cleared his table, began to work as before. Tonight the rats disturbed him more than they had done on the previous night. How they scampered up and down and under and over. How they squeaked and scratched and gnawed. How they, getting bolder by degrees, came to the mouths of their holes and to the chinks and cracks and crannies in the wainscoting, till their eyes shone like tiny lamps as the firelight rose and fell. But to him, now doubtless accustomed to them, their eyes were not wicked, only their playfulness touched him. Sometimes the boldest of them made sallies out on the floor or along the mouldings of the wainscot. Now and again, as they disturbed him, Malcolmson made a sound to frighten them, smiting the table with his hand or giving a fierce "shh, shh," so that they fled straight away to their holes. And so the early part of the night wore on, and despite the noise, Malcolmson got more and more immersed in his work. All at once he stopped, as on the previous night, being overcome by a sudden sense of silence. There was not the faintest sound of gnaw or scratch or squeak. The silence was as of the grave. He remembered the odd occurrence of the previous night, and instinctively he looked at the chair standing close by the fireside, and then a very odd sensation thrilled through him. There, on the great old high-backed carved oak chair beside the fireplace, sat the same enormous rat, steadily glaring at him with baleful eyes. Instinctively he took the nearest thing to his hand, a book of logarithms, and flung it at it. The book was badly aimed, and the rat did not stir, so again the poker performance of the previous night was repeated, and again the rat, being closely pursued, fled up the rope of the alarm bell. Strangely, too, the departure of this rat was instantly followed by the renewal of the noise made by the general rat community. On this occasion, as on the previous one, Malcolmson could not see at what part of the room the rat disappeared, for the green shade of his lamp left the upper part of the room in darkness, and the fire had burned low. And looking at his watch, he found it was close on midnight, and not sorry for the divertissement, he made up his fire and made himself his nightly pot of tea. He had got through a good spell of work and thought himself entitled to a cigarette, and so he sat on the great carved oak chair before the fire and enjoyed it. Whilst smoking, he began to think that he would like to know where the rat disappeared to, for he had certain ideas for the morrow not entirely disconnected with a rat trap. Accordingly, he lit another lamp and placed it so that it would shine well into the right-hand corner of the wall by the fireplace. Then he got all the books he had with him and placed them handy to throw at the vermin. Finally, he lifted the rope of the alarm bell and placed the end of it on the table, fixing the extreme end under the lamp. As he handled it, he couldn't help noticing how pliable it was, especially for so strong a rope, and one not in use. You could hang a man with it, he thought to himself. When his preparations were made, he looked around and said complacently, "There now, my friend, I think we shall learn something of you at this time." He began his work again, and though, as before, somewhat disturbed at first by the noise of rats, soon lost himself in his propositions and problems. Again he was called to his immediate surroundings suddenly. This time it might not have been the sudden silence only which took his attention. There was a slight movement of the rope, and the lamp moved. Without stirring, he looked to see if his pile of books was within range, and then he cast his eye along the rope. As he looked, he saw the great rat drop from the rope on the oak armchair and sit there, glaring at him. He raised a book in his right hand and, taking careful aim, flung it at the rat. The latter, with a quick movement, sprang aside and dodged the missile. He then took another book and a third and flung them one after another at the rat, but each time unsuccessfully. At last, as he stood with a book poised in his hand to throw, the rat squeaked and seemed afraid. This made Malcolmson more than ever eager to strike, and the book flew and struck the rat a resounding blow. It gave a terrified squeak, and turning on his pursuer a look of terrible malevolence, ran up the chair back and made a great jump to the rope of the alarm bell, and ran up it like lightning. The lamp rocked under the sudden strain, but it was a heavy one and did not topple over. Malcolmson kept his eyes on the rat, and saw it by the light of the second lamp leap to a moulding of the wainscot, and disappear through a hole in one of the great pictures which hung on the wall, obscured and invisible through its coating of dirt and dust. "I shall look up my friend's habitation in the morning," said the student, as he went over to collect his books. "The third picture from the fireplace. I shall not forget." He picked up the books one by one, commenting on them as he lifted them. Conic sections he does not mind, nor cycloidal oscillations, nor the Principia, nor quaternions, nor thermodynamics. Now for the book that fetched him. Malcolmson took it up and looked at it. As he did so, he started, and a sudden pallor overspread his face. He looked round uneasily and shivered slightly as he murmured to himself, "The Bible my mother gave me." He sat down to work again, and the rats in the wainscot renewed their gambols. It did not disturb him, however. Somehow their presence gave him a sense of companionship. But he couldn't attend to his work, for after striving to master the subject on which he was engaged, gave it up in despair, and went to bed as the first streak of dawn stole in through the eastern window. He slept heavily but uneasily, and dreamed much. And when Mrs. Dempster woke him late in the morning, he seemed ill at ease, and for a few minutes did not seem to realize exactly where he was. His first request rather surprised the servant. "Mrs. Dempster, when I'm out today, I wish you would get the steps and dust or wash those pictures, especially that one, the third from the fireplace. I want to see what they are." Late in the afternoon, Malcolmson worked at his books in the shaded walk, and the cheerfulness of the previous day came back to him as the day day wore on, and he found that his reading was progressing well.
He had worked out to a satisfactory conclusion all the problems which had as yet baffled him, and it was in a state of jubilation that he paid a visit to Mrs. Witham at the Good Traveller. Found a stranger in the cosy sitting-room with the landlady, who was introduced to him as Dr. Thornhill. She was not quite at ease, and this, combined with the doctor's plunging at once into a series of questions, made Malcolmson come to the conclusion that his presence was not an accident. So without preliminary he said, "Dr. Thornhill, I shall with pleasure answer you any question you may choose to ask me, if you will answer me one question first." The doctor seemed surprised, but he smiled and answered at once, "Done. What is it?" "Did Mrs. Witham ask you to come here and see me and advise me?" Dr. Thornhill for a moment was taken aback. Mrs. Witham got fiery red and turned away, but the doctor was a frank and ready man, and he answered at once and openly, "She did, but she didn't intend you to know it. I suppose it was my clumsy haste that made you suspect. She told me that she didn't like the idea of your being in that house all by yourself, and that she thought you took too much strong tea. Fact, she wants me to advise you, if possible, to give up the tea and the very late hours. I was a keen student in my time, so I suppose I may take the liberty of a college man, and without offence, advise you not quite as a stranger." Malcolmson, with a bright smile, held out his hand. "Shake, as they say in America," he said. "I must thank you for your kindness, and Mrs. Witham too, and your kindness deserves a return on my part. I promise to take no more strong tea, no tea at all till you tell me, and I shall go to bed tonight at 1 o'clock at latest. Will that do?" "Capital," said the doctor. "Now tell us all that you noticed in the old house." And so Malcolmson then and there told in minute detail all that had happened in the last 2 nights. He was interrupted every now and then by some exclamation from Mrs. Witham, till finally, when he told of the episode of the Bible, the landlady's pent-up emotions found vent in a shriek, and it was not till a stiff glass of brandy and water had been administered that she grew composed again. Dr. Thornhill listened with a face of growing gravity, and when the narrative was complete and Mrs. Witham had been restored, he asked, "The rat always went up the rope of the alarm bell?" "Always." "I suppose you know," said the doctor, after a pause, "what the rope is?" "No." "It is," said the doctor slowly, "the very rope which the hangman used for all the victims of the judge's judicial rancour." Here he was interrupted by another scream from Mrs. Witham, and steps had to be taken for her recovery. Malcolmson, having looked at his watch and found that it was close to his dinner hour, had gone home before her complete recovery. When Mrs. Witham was herself again, she almost assailed the doctor with angry questions as to what he meant by putting such horrible ideas into the poor young man's mind. "He has quite enough there already to upset him," she added. Dr. Thornhill replied, "My dear madam, I had a distinct purpose in it. I wanted to draw his attention to the bell rope and to fix it there. It may be that he is in a highly overwrought state and has been studying too much, although I am bound to say that he seems as sound and healthy a young man, mentally and bodily, as I ever saw. But then, the rats, and that suggestion of the devil." The doctor shook his head and went on. "I would have offered to go and stay the first night with him, but that I felt sure it would have been a cause of offence. He may get in the night some strange fright or hallucination, and if he does, I want him to pull that rope. All alone as he is, it will give us warning, and we may reach him in time to be of service. I shall be sitting up pretty late tonight, and shall keep my ears open. Do not be alarmed if Benchurch gets a surprise before morning." "Oh, doctor, what do you mean? What do you mean?" "I mean this, that possibly, nay, more probably, we shall hear the great alarm bell from the judge's house tonight." And the doctor made about as effective an exit as could be thought of. When Malcolmson arrived home, he found that it was a little after his usual time, and Mrs. Dempster had gone away. The rules of greenhouse charity were not to be neglected. He was glad to see that the place was bright and tidy, with a cheerful fire and a well-trimmed lamp. The evening was colder than might have been expected in April, and a heavy wind was blowing with such rapidly increasing strength that there was every promise of a storm during the night. For a few minutes after his entrance, the noise of the rats ceased, but so soon as they became accustomed to his presence, they began again. He was glad to hear them, for he felt once more the feeling of companionship in their noise, and his mind ran back to the strange fact that they only ceased to manifest themselves when the other, the great rat with the baleful eyes, came upon the scene. The reading lamp only was lit, and its green shade kept the ceiling and the upper part of the room in darkness, so that the cheerful light from the hearth, spreading over the floor and shining on the white cloth laid over the end of the table, was warm and cheery. Malcolmson sat down to his dinner with a good appetite and a buoyant spirit. After his dinner and a cigarette, he sat steadily down to work, determined not to let anything disturb him, for he remembered his promise to the doctor and made up his mind to make the best of the time at his disposal. For an hour or so he worked all right, and then his thoughts began to wander from his books. The actual circumstances around him, the calls on his physical attention, and his nervous susceptibility were not to be denied. By this time, the wind had become a gale, and the gale a storm. The old house, solid though it was, seemed to shake to its foundations, and the storm roared and raged through its many chimneys and its queer old gables, producing strange, unearthly sounds in the empty rooms and corridors. Even the great alarm bell on the roof must have felt the force of the wind, for the rope rose and fell slightly, as though the bell were moved a little from time to time, and the limber rope fell on the oak floor with a hard and hollow sound. As Malcolmson listened to it, he bethought himself of the doctor's words. It is the rope which the hangman used for the victims of the judge's judicial rancour. And he went over to the corner of the fireplace and took it in his hand to look at it. There seemed a sort of deadly interest in it, and as he stood there, he lost himself for a moment in speculation as to who these victims were, and the grim wish of the judge to have such a ghastly relic ever under his eyes. As he stood there, the swaying of the bell on the roof still lifted the rope now and again, but presently there came a new sensation, a sort of tremor in the rope, as though something was moving along it. Looking up instinctively, Malcolmson saw the great rat coming slowly down towards him, glaring at him steadily. He dropped the rope, started back with a muttered curse, and the rat, turning, ran up the rope again and disappeared, and at the same instant Malcolmson became conscious that the noise of the rats, which had ceased for a while, began again. Set him thinking, and it occurred to him that he had not investigated the lair of the rat, or looked at the pictures as he had intended. He lit the other lamp without the shade, and holding it up, went and stood opposite the third picture from the fireplace on the right-hand side, where he had seen the rat disappear on the previous night. At the first glance he started back so suddenly that he almost dropped the lamp, and a deadly pallor overspread his face. His knees shook, and heavy drops of sweat came on his forehead, and he trembled like an aspen. But he was young and plucky, and pulled himself together, and after the pause of a few seconds stepped forward again, raised the lamp, and examined the picture which had been dusted and washed, and now stood out clearly. It was of a judge, dressed in his robes of scarlet and ermine. His face was strong and merciless, evil, crafty and vindictive, with a sensual mouth, hooked nose of ruddy colour, and shaped like the beak of a bird of prey.
The rest of the face was of a cadaverous colour. The eyes were of peculiar brilliance, and with a terribly malignant expression. As he looked at them, Malcolmson grew cold, for he saw there the very counterpart of the eyes of the great rat. The lamp almost fell from his hand. He saw the rat with its baleful eyes peering out through the hole in the corner of the picture, and noted the sudden cessation of the noise of the other rats. However, he pulled himself together and went on with his examination of the picture. The judge was seated in a great high-backed carved oak chair on the right-hand side of a great stone fireplace, where in the corner a rope hung down from the ceiling, its end lying coiled on the floor. With a feeling of something like horror, Malcolmson recognized the scene of the room as it stood, and gazed around him in an awestruck manner, as though he expected to find some strange presence behind him. Then he looked over to the corner of the fireplace, and with a loud cry he let the lamp fall from his hand. There, in the judge's armchair, with the rope hanging behind, sat the rat with the judge's baleful eyes, now intensified and with a fiendish leer. Save for the howling of the storm without, there was silence. The fallen lamp recalled Malcolmson to himself. Fortunately, it was of metal, and so the oil was not spilt. However, the practical need of attending to it settled at once his nervous apprehensions. When he had turned it out, he wiped his brow and thought for a moment. "This will not do," he said to himself. "If I go on like this, I shall become a crazy fool. This must stop. I promised the doctor I would not take tea. Faith, he was pretty right. My nerves must have been getting into a queer state. Funny I didn't notice it. I never felt better in my life. However, it's all right now, and I shall not be such a fool again." Then he mixed himself a good stiff glass of brandy and water, and resolutely sat down to his work. It was nearly an hour when he looked up from his book, disturbed by the sudden stillness. Without, the wind howled and roared louder than ever, and the rain drove in sheets against the windows, beating like hail on the glass. But within, there was no sound whatever, save the echo of the wind as it roared in the great chimney, and now and then a hiss as a few raindrops found their way down the chimney in a lull of the storm. The fire had fallen low and had ceased to flame, though it threw out a red glow. Malcolmson listened attentively, and presently heard a thin squeaking noise, very faint. It came from the corner of the room where the rope hung down, and he thought it was the creaking of the rope on the floor as the swaying of the bell raised and lowered it. Looking up, however, he saw in the dim light the great rat clinging to the rope and gnawing it. The rope was already nearly gnawed through. He could see the lighter colour where the strands were laid bare. As he looked, the job was completed, and the severed end of the rope fell, clattering on the oaken floor, whilst for an instant the great rat remained like a knob or tassel at the end of the rope, which now began to sway to and fro. Malcolmson felt for a moment another pang of terror as he thought that now the possibility of calling the outer world to his assistance was cut off. But an intense anger took its place, and seizing the book he was reading, he hurled it at the rat. The blow was well aimed, but before the missile could reach him, the rat dropped off and struck the floor with a soft thud. Malcolmson instantly rushed over towards him, but it darted away and disappeared in the darkness of the shadows of the room. Malcolmson felt that his work was over for the night, and determined then and there to vary the monotony of the proceedings by a hunt for the rat, and took off the green shade of the lamp so as to ensure a wider spreading light. As he did so, the gloom of the upper part of the room was relieved, and in the new flood of light, great by comparison with the previous darkness, The pictures on the wall stood out boldly. From where he stood, Malcolmson saw right opposite to him the third picture on the wall from the right of the fireplace. He rubbed his eyes in surprise, and then a great fear began to come upon him. In the centre of the picture was a great irregular patch of brown canvas, as fresh as when it was stretched on the frame. The background was as before, with chair and chimney corner and rope, but the figure of the judge had disappeared. Malcolmson, almost in a chill of horror, turned slowly round, and then he began to shake and tremble like a man in a palsy. His strength seemed to have left him, and he was incapable of action or movement, hardly even of thought. He could only see and hear. There, on the great high-backed, carved oak chair, sat the judge, in his robes of scarlet and ermine, with his baleful eyes glaring vindictively, smile of triumph on the resolute, cruel mouth, as he lifted with his hands a black cap. Malcolmson felt as if the blood was running from his heart, as one does in moments of prolonged suspense. There was a singing in his ears. Without, he could hear the roar and howl of the tempest, and through it, swept on the storm, came the striking of midnight by the great chimes in the marketplace. He stood for a space of time that seemed to him endless, still as a statue, and with wide-open, horror-struck eyes, breathless. As the clock struck, so the smile of triumph on the judge's face intensified, and at the last stroke of midnight, he placed the black cap on his head. Slowly and deliberately, the judge rose from his chair and picked up the piece of rope of the alarm bell which lay on the floor, drew it through his hands, as if he enjoyed its touch, and then deliberately began to knot one end of it, fashioning it into a noose. This he tightened and tested with his foot, pulling hard at it till he was satisfied, and then making a running noose of it, which he held in his hand. Then he began to move along the table on the opposite side to Malcolmson, keeping his eyes on him until he had passed him, when, with a quick movement, he stood in front of the door. Malcolmson then began to feel that he was trapped, and tried to think of what he should do. There was some fascination in the judge's eyes which he never took off him, and he had perforce to look. He saw the judge approach, still keeping between him and the door, and raise the noose and throw it towards him as if to entangle him. With a great effort he made a quick movement to one side and saw the rope fall beside him, and heard it strike the oaken floor. Again the judge raised the noose and tried to ensnare him, ever keeping his baleful eyes fixed on him, and each time, by a mighty effort, the student just managed to evade it. So this went on for many times, the judge seeming never discouraged nor discomposed at failure, but playing as a cat does with a mouse. At last, in despair, which had reached its climax, Malcolmson cast a quick glance round him. The lamp seemed to have blazed up, and there was a fairly good light in the room. At the many rat-holes, and in the chinks and crannies of the wainscot, he saw the rat's eyes, and this aspect, that was purely physical, gave him a gleam of comfort. He looked around and saw that the rope of the great alarm bell was laden with rats. Every inch of it was covered with them, and more were pouring through the small circular hole in the ceiling whence it emerged, so that with their weight the bell was beginning to sway. Hark! It had swayed till the clapper had touched the bell. The sound was a tiny one, but the bell was only beginning to sway, and it would increase. At the sound, the judge, who had been keeping his eyes fixed on Malcolmson, looked up, and a scowl of diabolical anger overspread his face. His eyes fairly glowed like hot coals, and he stamped his foot with a sound that seemed to make the house shake. A dreadful peal of thunder broke overhead as he raised the rope again,
whilst the rats kept running up and down the rope as though working against time. Instead of throwing it, he drew close to his victim and held open the noose as he approached. As he came closer, there seemed something paralysing in his very presence, and Malcolmson stood rigid as a corpse. He felt the judge's icy fingers touch his throat as he adjusted the rope. The noose tightened. Then the judge, taking the rigid form of the student in his arms, carried him over and placed him standing in the oak chair, and stepping up beside him, put his hand up and caught the end of the swaying rope of the alarm bell. As he raised his hand, the rats fled squeaking and disappeared through the hole in the ceiling. Taking the end of the noose which was round Malcolmson's neck, he tied it to the hanging rope bell, and then, descending, pulled away the chair. When the alarm bell of the judge's house began to sound, a crowd soon assembled. Lights and torches of various kinds appeared, and soon a silent crowd was hurrying to the spot. They knocked loudly at the door, but there was no reply. Then they burst in the door and poured into the great dining room, the doctor at the head. There, at the end of the rope of the great alarm bell, hung the body of the student, and on the face of the judge in the picture was a malignant smile.
The Mezzotint by M.R. James. Some time ago, I believe I had the pleasure of telling you the story of an adventure which happened to a friend of mine by the name of Denistone during his pursuit of objects of art for the museum at Cambridge. He did not publish his experiences very widely upon his return to England, but they could not fail to become known to a good many of his friends, and among others to the gentleman who at that time presided over an art museum at another university. It was to be expected that the story should make a considerable impression on the mind of a man whose vocation lay in lines similar to Denistone's, and that he should be eager to catch at any explanation of the matter which tended to make it seem improbable that he should ever be called upon to deal with so agitating an emergency. It was indeed somewhat consoling to him to reflect that he was not expected to acquire ancient manuscripts for his institution. That was the business of the Shelburnian Library. The authorities of that institution might, if they pleased, ransack obscure corners of the continent for such matters. He was glad to be obliged at the moment to confine his attention to enlarging the already unsurpassed collection of English topographical drawings and engravings possessed by his museum. Yet, as it turned out, even a department so homely and familiar as this may have its dark corners, and to one of these Mr. Williams was unexpectedly introduced. Those who have taken even the most limited interest in the acquisition of topographical pictures are aware that there is one London dealer whose aid is indispensable to their researches. Mr. J.W. Bricknell publishes at short intervals very admirable catalogues of a large and constantly changing stock of engravings, plans, and old sketches of mansions, churches, and towns in England and Wales. These catalogues were, of course, the ABC of his subject to Mr. Williams, but as his museum already contained an enormous accumulation of topographical pictures, he was a regular rather than a copious buyer, and he rather looked to Mr. Bricknell to fill up gaps in the rank and file of his collection than to supply him with rarities. Now, in February of last year, there appeared upon Mr. Williams's desk at the museum a catalogue from Mr. Bricknell's emporium, and accompanying it was a typewritten communication from the dealer himself. This latter ran as follows. Dear Sir, we beg to call your attention to number 978 in our accompanying catalogue, which we shall be glad to send on approval. Yours faithfully, J.W. Bricknell. To turn to number 978 in the accompanying catalogue was with Mr. Williams, as he observed to himself, the work of a moment, and in the place indicated he found the following entry. 978. Unknown. Interesting Mezzotint. View of a manor house, early part of the century. 15 by 10 inches, black frame, 2 guineas. It was not specially exciting, and the price seemed high. However, as Mr. Britnell, who knew his business and his customer, seemed to set store by it, Mr. Williams wrote a postcard asking for the article to be sent on approval, along with some other engravings and sketches which appeared in the same catalogue, and so he passed without much excitement of anticipation to the ordinary labours of the day. A parcel of any kind always arrives a day later than you expect, and that of Mr. Britnell proved, as I believe the right phrase goes, no exception to the rule. It was delivered at the museum by the afternoon post of Saturday, after Mr. Williams had left his work, and it was accordingly brought round to his rooms in college by the attendant, in order that he might not have to wait over Sunday before looking through it, and returning such of the contents as he did not propose to keep. And here he found it when he came into tea with a friend. The only item with which I am concerned was the rather large, black-framed Mezzotint, of which I have already quoted the short description given in Mr. Britnell's catalogue. Some more details of it will have to be given, though I cannot hope to put before you the look of the picture as clearly as it is present to my own eye. Very near the exact duplicate of it may be seen in a good many old inn parlours, or in the passages of undisturbed country mansions at the present moment. It was a rather indifferent Mezzotint, and an indifferent Mezzotint is perhaps the worst form of engraving known. It presented a full-face view of a not very large manor-house of the last century, with 3 rows of plain sashed windows with rusticated masonry about them, a parapet with balls or vases at the angles, and a small portico in the centre. On either side were trees, and in front a considerable expanse of lawn. The legend AWF Sculpsit was engraved on the narrow margin, and there was no further inscription. The whole thing gave the impression that it was the work of an amateur. What in the world Mr. Britnell could mean by affixing the price of 2 guineas to such an object was more than Mr. Williams could imagine. He turned it over with a good deal of contempt. Upon the back was a paper label, the left hand of which had been torn off. All that remained were the ends of 2 lines of writing. The first had the letters Ingley Hall, and the second Sex. It would perhaps be just worthwhile to identify the place represented, which you could easily do with the help of a gazetteer, and then he would send it back to Mr. Britnell with some remarks reflecting upon the judgment of that gentleman. He lighted the candles, for it was now dark, made the tea, and supplied the friend with whom he had been playing golf, for I believe the authorities of the university I write of indulge in that pursuit by way of relaxation, and tea was taken to the accompaniment of a discussion which golfing persons can imagine for themselves, but which the conscientious writer has no right to inflict upon any non-golfing persons. The conclusion arrived at was that certain strokes might have been better, and that in certain emergencies neither player had experienced that amount of luck which a human being has a right to expect. It was now that the friend, let's call him Professor Binks, took up the framed engraving and said, "What's this place, Williams?" "Just what I'm going to try to find out," said Williams, going to the shelf for a gazetteer. "Look at the back. Something Lee Hall, either in Sussex or Essex. Half the name's gone, you see. You don't happen to know it, I suppose?" "It's from that man Britnell, I suppose, isn't it?" said Binks. "Is it for the museum?" "Well, I think I should buy it if the price was 5 shillings, said Williams. "But for some unearthly reason he wants 2 guineas for it. I can't conceive why. It's a wretched engraving, and there aren't even any figures to give it life." "It's not worth 2 guineas, I should think," said Binks, "but I don't think it's so badly done. The moonlight seems rather good to me, and I should have thought there were figures, or at least a figure, just on the edge at the front." "Let's look," said Williams. "Well, it's true the light is rather cleverly given. Where's your figure?" "Oh, yes, just the head, in the very front of the picture." And indeed there was hardly more than a black blot on the extreme edge of the engraving, the head of a man or a woman, a good deal muffled up, the back turned to the spectator and looking towards the house. Williams had not noticed it before. "Still," he said, "though it's a cleverer thing than I thought, I can't spend 2 guineas of museum money on a picture of a place I don't know." Professor Binks had his work to do and soon went, and very nearly up to hall time Williams was engaged in a vain attempt to identify the subject of his picture. If the vowel before the NG had only been left, it would have been easy enough, he thought. But as it is, the name might be anything from Guestingley to Langley, and there are many more names ending like this than I thought, and this rotten book has no index of terminations. Hall in Mr. Williams's college was at 7. It need not be dwelt upon, the less so as he met their colleagues who had been playing golf during the afternoon, and words which we have no concern were freely bandied across the table, merely golfing words, I would hasten to explain. I suppose an hour or more to have been spent in what is called common room after dinner. Later in the evening some few retired to Williams's rooms, and I have little doubt that whist was played and tobacco smoked. During a lull in these operations, Williams picked up the Mezzotint from the table without looking at it and handed it to a person mildly interested in art, telling him where it had come from and the other particulars which we already know. The gentleman took it carelessly, looked at it, then said in a tone of some interest, "It's really a very good piece of work, Williams. It has quite a feeling of the romantic period. The light is admirably managed, it seems to me, and the figure, though it's rather too grotesque, is somehow very impressive." "Yes, isn't it?" said Williams, who was just then busy giving whisky and soda to others of the company, and was unable to come across the room to look at the view again. It was by this time rather late in the evening, and the visitors were on the move. After they went, Williams was obliged to write a letter or two and clear up some odd bits of work. At last, some time past midnight, he was disposed to turn in, and he put out his lamp after lighting his bedroom candle. The picture lay face upwards on the table where the last man who looked at it had put it, and it caught his eye as he turned the lamp down. What he saw made him very nearly drop the candle on the floor, and he declares now, if he had been left in the dark at that moment, he would have had a fit. But, as that didn't happen, he was able to put down the light on the table and take a good look at the picture. It was indubitable, rankly impossible, no doubt, but absolutely certain. In the middle of the lawn in front of the unknown house, there was a figure, where no figure had been at 5 o'clock that afternoon. It was crawling on all fours towards the house, and it was muffled in a strange black garment, with a white cross on the back. I do not know what is the ideal course to pursue in a situation of this kind. I can only tell you what Mr. Williams did. He took the picture by one corner and carried it across the passage to a second set of rooms which he possessed. There he locked it up in a drawer, sported the doors of both sets of rooms, and retired to bed. But first he wrote out and signed an account of the extraordinary change which the picture had undergone since it had come into his possession. Sleep visited him rather late, but it was consoling to reflect that the behaviour of the picture did not depend upon his own unsupported testimony. Evidently, the man who had looked at it the night before had seen something of the same kind as he had. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to think that something gravely wrong was happening, either to his eyes or his mind. This possibility being fortunately precluded, 2 matters awaited him on the morrow. He must take stock of the picture very carefully and call in a witness for the purpose, and he must make a determined effort to ascertain what house it was that was represented. He would therefore ask his neighbour Nisbet to breakfast with him, and he would subsequently spend a morning over the gazetteer. Nisbet was disengaged and arrived about 9:20 a.m. His host was not quite dressed, I'm sorry to say, even at this late hour. During breakfast, nothing was said about the Mezzotint by Williams, save that he had a picture and he wished for Nisbet's opinion. But those who are familiar with university life can picture for themselves the wide and delightful range of subjects over which the conversation of 2 fellows of Canterbury College is likely to extend during a Sunday morning breakfast. Hardly a topic was left unchallenged, from golf to lawn tennis. Yet I am bound to say that Williams was rather distraught, for his interest naturally centred in that very strange picture which was now reposing, face downwards, in the drawer in the room opposite. The morning pipe was at last lighted, and the moment had arrived for which he looked. With very considerable, almost tremulous excitement, he ran across, unlocked the drawer, and extracting the picture, still face downwards, ran back and put it into Nisbet's hands. "Now," he said, "Nisbet, I want you to tell me exactly what you see in the picture. Describe it, if you don't mind, rather minutely. I'll tell you why afterwards." "Well," said Nisbet, "I have here a view of a country house, English, I presume, by moonlight." "Moonlight? You're sure of that?" "Certainly. The moon appears to be on the wane, if you wish for details, and there are clouds in the sky." All right, go on. I'll swear, added Williams in an aside, there was no moon when I saw it first. Well, there's not much more to be said, Nisbet continued. The house has 3 rows of windows, 5 in each row except at the bottom, where there's a porch instead of the middle one, and... But what about figures? Said Williams with marked interest. There aren't any, said Nisbet, but... What, no figure on the grass in front? Not a thing. You'll swear to that? Certainly I will, but there's just one other thing. What? Why, one of the windows on the ground floor, left of the door, is open. Is it really so? My goodness. He must have got in, said Williams, with great excitement, and he hurried to the back of the sofa on which Nisbet was sitting, and catching the picture from him, verified the matter for himself. It was quite true. There was no figure, and there was the open window. Williams, after a moment of speechless surprise, went to the writing table and scribbled for a short time. Then he brought 2 papers to Nisbet and asked him first to sign one, it was his own description of the picture which you have just heard, and then to read the other, which was Williams's statement written the night before. What can it all mean? Said Nisbet. Exactly, said Williams. Well, one thing I must do, or 3 things now I think of it. I must find out from Garwood, this was his last night's visitor, what he saw, and then I must get the thing photographed before it goes further, and then I must find out what the place is. I can do the photographing myself, said Nisbet, and I will, but, you know, it looks very much as if we were assisting at the working out of a tragedy somehow. The question is, has it happened already, or is it going to come off? You must find out what the place is, yes, he said, looking at the picture again. I expect you're right. He has got in. And if I don't mistake, there'll be the devil to pay in one of the rooms upstairs. I'll tell you what, said Williams. I'll take the picture across to old Green. This was the senior fellow of the college who had been bursar for many years. It's quite likely he'll know it. We have property in Essex and Sussex, and he must have been over the 2 counties a lot in his time. Quite likely he will, said Nisbet. But just let me take my photograph first. But look here, I rather think Green isn't up today. He wasn't in hall last night, and I think I heard him say he was going down for the Sunday. That's true too, said Williams. I know he's gone to Brighton. Well, if you'll photograph it now, I'll go across to Garwood and get his statement, and you keep an eye on it while I'm gone. I'm beginning to think 2 guineas is not a very exorbitant price for it now. In a short time he had returned, and brought Mr. Garwood with him. Garwood's statement was to the effect that the figure, when he had seen it, was clear of the edge of the picture, but had not got far across the lawn. He remembered a white mark on the back of its drapery, but couldn't be sure it was a cross. A document to this effect was drawn up and signed, and Nisbet proceeded to photograph the picture. Now what do you mean to do? He said. Are you going to sit and watch it all day? Well, no, I think not, said Williams. I rather imagine we're meant to see the whole thing. You see, between the time I saw it last night and this morning, there was time for lots of things to happen. But the creature only got into the house. It could easily have got through its business in the time and gone to its own place again, but the fact of the window being open, I think, must mean that it's in there now. So I feel quite easy about leaving it, and besides, I have a kind of idea that it wouldn't change much, if at all, in the daytime. We might go out for a walk this afternoon and come in to tea, or whenever it gets dark. I shall leave it out on the table here and sport the door. My skip can get in, but no one else. The 3 agreed that this would be a good plan, and further, that if they spent the afternoon together, they would be less likely to talk about the business to other people. For any rumour of such a transaction as was going on would bring the whole of the Phantasmalogical Society about their ears. We may give them a respite until 5 o'clock. At or near that hour, the 3 were entering Williams's staircase. They were at first slightly annoyed to see that the door of his rooms was unsported, but in a moment it was remembered that on Sunday the skips came in for orders an hour or so earlier than on weekdays. However, a surprise was awaiting them. The first thing they saw was the picture leaning up against a pile of books on the table as it had been left, and the next thing was Williams's skip, seated on a chair opposite, gazing at it with undisguised horror. How was this? Mr. Filcher, the name is not my own invention, was a servant of considerable standing, and set the standard of etiquette to all his own college and to several neighbouring ones, and nothing could be more alien to his practice than to be found sitting on his master's chair, or appearing to take any particular notice of his master's furniture or pictures. Indeed, he seemed to feel this himself. He started violently when the 3 men were in the room, and got up with a marked effort. Then he said, I ask your pardon, sir, for taking such a freedom as to set down. Not at all, Robert, interposed Mr. Williams. I was meaning to ask you some time what you thought of that picture. Well, sir, of course I don't set up my opinions against yours, but it ain't the picture I should hang where my little girl could see it, sir. Wouldn't you, Robert? Why not? No, sir, why the poor child? I recollect once she seen a door Bible with pictures not half what that is. We had to set it with her 3 or 4 nights afterwards, if you believe me, and if she was to catch a sight of this skeleton here, or whatever it is, carrying off the poor baby, she would be in a taking. You know how it is with children, how nervous they get with a little thing and all. But what I should say, it don't seem a right picture to be laying about, sir. Not where anyone that's liable to be startled could come on it. Should you be wanting anything this evening, sir? Thank you, sir. With these words, the excellent man went to continue the round of his masters, and you may be sure the gentlemen whom he left lost no time in gathering around the engraving. There was the house, as before, under the waning moon and the drifting clouds. The window that had been open was shut, and the figure was once more on the lawn, but not this time crawling cautiously on hands and knees. Now it was erect and stepping swiftly with long strides towards the front of the picture. The moon was behind it, and the black drapery hung down over its face, so that only hints of that could be seen. And what was visible made the spectators profoundly thankful that they could see no more than a white dome-like forehead and a few straggling hairs. The head was bent down, and the arms were tightly clasped over an object which could be dimly seen and identified as a child. Whether dead or living, it was not possible to say. The legs of the appearance alone could be plainly discerned, and they were horribly thin. From 5 to 7, the 3 companions sat and watched the picture by turns, but it never changed. They agreed at last that it would be safe to leave it, and that they would return after Hall and await further developments. When they assembled again at the earliest possible moment, the engraving was there, but the figure was gone, and the house was quiet under the moonbeams. There was nothing for it but to spend the evening over gazetteers and guidebooks. Williams was the lucky one at last, and perhaps he deserved it. At 11:30 p.m. he read from Murray's Guide to Essex the following lines. 16.5 miles, Anningley. The church has been an interesting building of Norman date, but was extensively classicised in the last century. It contains the tomb of the family of Francis, whose mansion, Anningley Hall, a solid Queen Anne house, stands immediately beyond the churchyard in a park of about 80 acres. The family is now extinct, the last heir having disappeared mysteriously in infancy in the year 1802. The father, Mr. Arthur Francis, was locally known as a talented amateur engraver in Mezzotint. After his son's disappearance, he lived in complete retirement at the Hall, and was found dead in his studio on the 3rd anniversary of the disaster, having just completed an engraving of the house, impressions of which are of considerable rarity. This looked like business, and indeed Mr. Green on his return at once identified the house as Anningley Hall. "Is there any kind of explanation of the figure, Green?" was the question which Williams naturally asked. "I don't know, I'm sure, Williams. What used to be said in the place, when I first knew it, which was before I came up here, was just this. Old Francis was always very much down on these poaching fellows, and whenever he got a chance he used to get a man whom he suspected of it turned off the estate, and by degrees he got rid of them all but one. Squires could do a lot of things then that they daren't think of now. Well, this man that was left was what you find pretty often in that county, the last remains of a very old family. I believe they were lords of the manor at one time. I recollect just the same thing in my own parish." "What, like the man in Tess of the D'Urbervilles?" Williams put in. "Yes, I dare say. It's not a book I could ever read myself, but this fellow could show a row of tombs in the church there that belonged to his ancestors, and all that went to sour him a bit. But Francis, they said, could never get at him. He always kept just on the right side of the law, until one night the keepers found him at it in a wood right at the end of the estate. I could show you the place now. It marches with some land that used to belong to an uncle of mine. And you can imagine there was a row. And this man, Gaudy, I thought I should get it, Gaudy, he was unlucky enough, poor chap, to shoot a keeper. Well, that was what Francis wanted, and grand juries, you know what they would have been then. And poor Gaudy was strung up in double quick time. And I've been shown the place he was buried in, on the north side of the church. You know the way in that part of the world. Anyone that's been hanged or made away with themselves, they bury them on that side. And the idea was that some friend of Gaudy's, not a relation because he had none, poor devil, must have planned to get hold of Francis's boy and put an end to his line too. I don't know, it's rather an out-of-the-way thing for an Essex poacher to think of, but, I should say now it looks more as if old Gaudy had managed the job himself. Boo, I hate to think of it. Have some whiskey, Williams." The facts were communicated by Williams to Dennistoun, and by him to a mixed company, of which I was one, and the Sadducean professor of ophiology another. I am sorry to say that the latter, when asked what he thought of it, only remarked, "Oh, those Bridgeford people will say anything," a sentiment which met with the reception it deserved. I have only to add that the picture is now in the Ashleyan Museum, that it has been treated with a view to discovering whether sympathetic ink has been used in it, but without effect. That Mr. Britnell knew nothing of it, save that he was sure it was uncommon, and that, though carefully watched, it has never been known to change again.
The Monkey's Paw by W. W. Jacobs. 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess, the former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady, knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check. I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathways a bog, and the roads a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White as the gate banged to loudly, and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said tut-tut and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands and, taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest his visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair, and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues, and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look around a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips, and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket, "it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major, "a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What'd you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It's caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw and, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major, "but I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back into his pocket and, placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second instalment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he's been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200 then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman, as his son, with a solemn face somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran towards him. "It moved," he cried with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table, "and I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though, there's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again while the 2 men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night, "and something horrible squatting on top of the wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with a little uneasy laugh he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room, which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched up on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt your father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity. All of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant majors of bibulous habits, when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, that I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I just— What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed, and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open, and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Bourne Meggins." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down, and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir," and he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he's not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that, thank—" She broke off suddenly as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's perverted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length, in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery?" repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly out at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it, as he had been wont to do in their old courting days, nearly 40 years before. He was the only one left to us, he said, turning gently to the visitor. It is hard, the other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss, he said without looking round. I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant may have carried into his first action. I was to say that Morn Meggins disclaim all responsibility, continued the other. They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. How much? £200 was the answer, and conscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped, a senseless heap, to the floor. 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that, the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You'll be cold." "It's colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room towards him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was that not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, you're mad," he cried aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly and wish, oh, my boy, my boy." Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you're saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He's been dead 10 days. And besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. "Do you think I fear the child I've nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him, ere he could escape from the room, seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish," she cried in a strong voice. "It's foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish," repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank, trembling, into a chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls, until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended, until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert," she screamed. "It's Herbert." She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy, it's Herbert," she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go, I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert, I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman with a sudden wrench broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back, and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt," she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back, and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him the courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road.
New York, September the 30th, CP Flash. Ambassador Hollywell died here today. The end came suddenly as the ambassador was alone in his study. There is something ungodly about these night-wire jobs. You sit up here, on the top floor of a skyscraper, and listen in to the whispers of a civilization. New York, London, Calcutta, Bombay, Singapore, they're your next-door neighbors after the street lights go dim and the world has gone to sleep.
Alone in the quiet hours between 2 and 4, the receiving operators doze over their sounders, and the news comes in. Fires and disasters and suicides. Murders, crowds, catastrophes. Sometimes an earthquake with a casualty list as long as your arm. The Nightwire man takes it down almost in his sleep, picking it off on his typewriter with one finger. Once in a long time, you prick up your ears and listen. You've heard of someone you knew in Singapore, or Halifax, or Paris long ago. Maybe they've been promoted, but more probably they've been murdered or drowned. Perhaps they just decided to quit and took some bizarre way out, made it interesting enough to get into the news. But that doesn't happen often. Most of the time you sit and doze and type, tap, tap on your typewriter and wish you were home in bed. Sometimes, though, queer things happen. One did the other night, and I haven't got over it yet. I wish I could. You see, I handle a night manager's desk in a western seaport town. What the name is doesn't matter. There is, or rather there was, only one night operator on my staff, a fellow named John Morgan, about 40 years of age, I should say, and a sober, hard-working sort. He was one of the best operators I ever knew, what is known as a double man. That means he could handle 2 instruments at once and type the stories on different typewriters at the same time. He was one of the 3 men I ever knew who could do it consistently, hour after hour, and never make a mistake. Generally, we used only one wire at night, but sometimes, when it was late and the news was coming fast, the Chicago and Denver stations would open up a second wire, and then Morgan would do his stuff. He was a wizard, a mechanical, automatic wizard who functioned marvelously, but was without imagination. On the night of the 16th, he complained of feeling tired. It was the first and last time I had ever heard him say a word about himself, and I'd known him for 3 years. It was just 3 o'clock, and we were running only one wire. I was nodding over reports at my desk and not paying much attention to him when he spoke. "Jim," he said, "does it feel close in here to you?" "Why, no, John," I answered, "but I'll open a window if you like." "Never mind," he said, "I reckon I'm just a little tired." That was all he said, and I went on working. Every 10 minutes or so I would walk over and take a pile of copy that had stacked up neatly beside the typewriter as the messages were printed out in triplicate. It must have been 20 minutes after he spoke that I noticed he'd opened up the other wire and was using both typewriters. I thought it was a little unusual, as there was nothing very hot coming in. On my next trip, I picked up the copy from both machines and took it back to my desk to sort out the duplicates. The first wire was running out the usual sort of stuff, and I just looked over it hurriedly. Then I turned to the second pile of copy. I remembered it particularly because the story was from a town I'd never heard of, Zebico. Here's the dispatch. I saved a duplicate of it from our files. Zebico, September 16, CP, Bulletin. The heaviest mist in the history of the city settled over the town at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. All traffic has stopped, and the mist hangs like a pall over everything. Lights of ordinary intensity fail to pierce the fog, which is constantly growing heavier. Scientists here are unable to agree as to the cause, and the local weather bureau states that the like has never occurred before in the history of the city. At 7 p.m. last night, municipal authorities... More. That was all there was. Nothing out of the ordinary at a bureau headquarters. But as I say, I noticed the story because of the name of the town. It must have been 15 minutes later that I went over for another batch of copy. Morgan was slumped down in his chair and had switched his green electric light shade so that the gleam missed his eyes and hit only the top of the 2 typewriters. Only the usual stuff was in the right-hand pile. But the left-hand batch carried another story from Zebico. All press dispatches come in takes, meaning that parts of many different stories are strung along together, perhaps with but a few paragraphs of each coming through at a time. The second story was marked Add Fog. Here's the copy. At 7 p.m, the fog had increased noticeably. All lights were now invisible, and the town was shrouded in pitch darkness. As a peculiarity of the phenomenon, the fog is accompanied by a sickly odour, comparable to nothing yet experienced here. Below that, in customary press fashion, was the hour, 3:27, and the initials of the operator, J.M. There was only one other story in the pile from the second wire. Here it is. Second ad, Zebico fog. Accounts as to the origin of the mist differ greatly. Among the most unusual is that of the sexton of the local church, who groped his way to headquarters in a hysterical condition and declared that the fog originated in the village churchyard. It was first visible as a soft grey blanket clinging to the earth above the graves, he stated. Then it began to rise higher and higher. A subterranean breeze seemed to blow it in billows, which split up and then joined together again. Fog phantoms, writhing in anguish, twisted the mist into queer forms and figures, and then, in the very thick midst of the mass, something moved. I turned and ran from the accursed spot. Behind me, I heard screams coming from the houses bordering on the graveyard. Although the sexton's story is generally discredited, a party has left to investigate. Immediately after telling his story, the sexton collapsed and is now in a local hospital, unconscious. Queer story, wasn't it? Not that we aren't used to it, for a lot of unusual stories come in over the wire. But for some reason or other, perhaps because it was so quiet that night, the report of the fog made a great impression on me. It was almost with dread that I went over to the waiting piles of copy. Morgan didn't move, and the only sound in the room was the tap-tap of the sounders. It was ominous, nerve-wracking. There was another story from Zebico in the pile of copy. I seized on it anxiously. New lead, Zebico Fog, CP. The rescue party, which went out at 11 p.m. to investigate a weird story of the origin of a fog which, since late yesterday, has shrouded the city in darkness, has failed to return. Another and larger party has been dispatched. Meanwhile, the fog has, if possible, grown heavier. It seeps through the cracks in the doors and fills the atmosphere with a depressing odour of decay. It is oppressive, terrifying, bearing with it a subtle impression of things long dead. Residents of the city have left their homes and gathered in the local church where priests are holding services of prayer. The scene is beyond description. Grown folk and children are alike terrified, and many are almost beside themselves with fear. Amid the wisps of vapour, which partly veil the church auditorium, an old priest is praying for the welfare of his flock. They alternately wail and cross themselves. From the outskirts of the city may be heard cries of unknown voices. They echo through the fog in queer uncadenced minor keys. The sounds resemble nothing so much as wind whistling through a gigantic tunnel. But the night is calm, and there is no wind. The second rescue party, more. I am a calm man, and never in a dozen years spent with the wires have been known to become excited, but despite myself, I rose from my chair and walked to the window. Could I be mistaken? Or far down in the canyons of the city beneath me, did I see a faint trace of fog? It was all imagination.
In the press room, the click of the sounders seemed to have raised the tempo of their tune. Morgan alone hadn't stirred from his chair. His head had sunk between his shoulders. He tapped the dispatches out on the typewriters with one finger of each hand. He looked asleep. But no, endlessly, efficiently, the two machines rattled off line after line as relentlessly and effortlessly as death itself. There was something about the monotonous movement of the typewriter keys that fascinated me. I walked over and stood behind his chair, reading over his shoulder the type as it came into being, word by word. Here was another. Flash, Zebico, CP. There will be no more bulletins from this office. The impossible has happened. No messages have come into this room for 20 minutes. We are cut off from the outside, and even the streets below us. I will stay here with the wire until the end. It is the end, indeed. Since 4 p.m. yesterday, the fog has hung over the city. Following reports from the sexton of the local church, 2 rescue parties were sent out to investigate conditions on the outskirts of the city. Neither party has ever returned. Nor was any word received from them. It is quite certain now that they will never return. From my instrument, I can gaze down on the city beneath me. From the position of this room on the 13th floor, nearly the entire city can be seen. Now I can see only a thick blanket of blackness where customarily are lights and life. I fear greatly that the wailing cries heard constantly from the outskirts of the city are the death cries of the inhabitants. They are constantly increasing in volume and are approaching the centre of the city. The fog hangs over everything. If possible, it is even heavier than before. But the conditions have changed. Instead of an opaque, impenetrable wall of odorous vapour, there now swirls and writhes a shapeless mass in contortions of almost human agony. Now and again, the mass parts and I catch a brief glimpse of the streets below. People are running to and fro, screaming in despair. A vast bedlam of sound flies up to my window, and above all is the immense whistling of unseen and unfelt winds. The fog has again swept over the city, and the whistling is coming closer and closer. It is now directly beneath me. God, an instant ago the mist opened and I caught a glimpse of the streets below. The fog is not simply vapour. It lives. By the side of each moaning and weeping human is a companion figure, an aura of strange and vari-coloured hues. How the shapes cling, each to a living thing. The men and women are down, flat on their faces. The fog figures caress them lovingly. They are kneeling beside them. They are. But I dare not tell it. The prone and writhing bodies have been stripped of their clothing. They are being consumed, piecemeal. A merciful wall of hot, steamy vapour swept over the whole scene. I can see no more. Beneath me, the wall of vapour is changing colours. It seems to be lighted by internal fires. No, it isn't. I've made a mistake. The colours are from above, reflections from the sky. Look up, look up. The whole sky is in flames. Colours as yet unseen by men or demons. The flames are moving. They've started to intermix. The colours are rearranging themselves. They're so brilliant that my eyes burn, yet they're a long way off. Now, they've begun to swirl, to circle in and out, twisting in intricate designs and patterns. The lights are racing each with each, a kaleidoscope of unearthly brilliance.
I have made a discovery. There is nothing harmful in the lights. They radiate force and friendliness, almost cheeriness. But by their very strength, they hurt. As I look, they are swinging closer and closer, 1,000,000 miles at each jump, millions of miles with the speed of light. It is light, the quintessence of all light. Beneath it, the fog melts into a jeweled mist, radiant, rainbow-colored, of 1,000 varied spectra. I can see the streets. Why? They're filled with people. The lights are coming closer. They're all around me. I'm enveloped. The message stopped abruptly. The wire to Zebico was dead. Beneath my eyes, in a narrow circle of light from under the green lampshade, the black printing no longer spun itself letter by letter across the page. The room seemed filled with a solemn quiet, a silence, vaguely impressionable, powerful. I looked down at Morgan. His hands had dropped nervelessly at his sides, while his body had hunched over peculiarly. I turned the lampshade back, throwing the light squarely in his face. His eyes were staring, fixed, filled with a sudden foreboding. I stepped beside him and called Chicago on the wire. After a second, the sounder clicked its answer. Why? But there was something wrong. Chicago was reporting that Wire 2 had not been used throughout the evening. Morgan, I shouted, Morgan, wake up. It isn't true. Someone's been hoaxing us. Why? In my eagerness, I grasped him by the shoulder. His body was quite cold. Morgan had been dead for hours. Could it be that his sensitized brain and automatic fingers had continued to record impressions even after the end? I shall never know, for I shall never again handle the night shift. Search in a world atlas discloses no town of Zebico. Whatever it was that killed John Morgan will forever remain a mystery.
The room in the tower. It is probable that everybody who is at all a constant dreamer has had at least one experience of an event or a sequence of circumstances which have come to his mind in sleep, being subsequently realized in the material world. But, in my opinion, so far from this being a strange thing, it would be far odder if this fulfillment did not occasionally happen, since our dreams are, as a rule, concerned with people whom we know and places with which we are familiar, such as might very naturally occur in the awake and daylit world. True, these dreams are often broken into by some absurd and fantastic incident which puts them out of court in regard to their subsequent fulfillment. But on the mere calculation of chances, it does not appear in the least unlikely that a dream imagined by anyone who dreams constantly should occasionally come true. Not long ago, for instance, I experienced such a fulfillment of a dream, which seems to me in no way remarkable, and to have no kind of psychical significance. The manner of it was as follows. A certain friend of mine, living abroad, is amiable enough to write to me about once a fortnight. Thus, when 14 days or thereabouts have elapsed since I last heard from him, my mind, probably either consciously or subconsciously, is expectant of a letter from him. One night last week, I dreamed that as I was going upstairs to dress for dinner, I heard, as I often heard, the sound of the postman's knock on my front door, and diverted my direction downstairs instead. There, among other correspondence, was a letter from him. Thereafter the fantastic entered, for on opening it I found inside the ace of diamonds, and scribbled across it, in his well-known handwriting, "I am sending you this for safe custody, as you know it is running an unreasonable risk to keep aces in Italy." The next evening I was just preparing to go upstairs to dress when I heard the postman's knock, and did precisely as I had done in my dream. There, among the other letters, was one from my friend, only it did not contain the ace of diamonds. Had it done so, I should have attached more weight to the matter, which, as it stands, seems to me a perfectly ordinary coincidence. No doubt I consciously or subconsciously expected a letter from him, and this suggested to me my dream. Similarly, the fact that my friend had not written to me for a fortnight suggested to him that he should do so. But occasionally it is not so easy to find such an explanation. And for the following story, I can find no explanation at all. It came out of the dark, and into the dark it has gone again. All my life I have been a habitual dreamer. The nights are few, that is to say, when I do not find on awaking in the morning that some mental experience has been mine. And sometimes, all night long, apparently a series of the most dazzling adventures before me. Almost without exception, these adventures are pleasant, though often merely trivial. It is of an exception that I am going to speak. It was when I was about 16 that a certain dream first came to me, and this is how it befell. It opened with my being set down at the door of a big red brick house, where I understood I was going to stay. The servant who opened the door told me that tea was being served in the garden, and led me through a low, dark-panelled hall with a large open fireplace onto a cheerful green lawn set round with flower-beds. There were grouped about the tea-table a small party of people, but they were all strangers to me except one, who was a schoolfellow called Jack Stone, clearly the son of the house, and he introduced me to his mother and father and a couple of sisters. I was, I remember, somewhat astonished to find myself here, for the boy in question was scarcely known to me, and I rather disliked what I knew of him. Moreover, he had left school nearly a year before. The afternoon was very hot, and an intolerable oppression reigned. On the far side of the lawn ran a red brick wall with an iron gate in its centre, outside which stood a walnut tree. We sat in the shadow of the house opposite a row of long windows, inside which I could see a table with cloth laid, glimmering with glass and silver. This garden front of the house was very long, and at one end of it stood a tower of 3 stories, which looked to me much older than the rest of the building. Before long, Mrs. Stone, who, like the rest of the party, had sat in absolute silence, said to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Quite inexplicably, my heart sank at her words. I felt as if I had known that I should have the room in the tower, and that it contained something dreadful and significant. Jack instantly got up, and I understood that I had to follow him. In silence we passed through the hall, and mounted a great oak staircase with many corners, and arrived at a small landing with 2 doors set in it. He pushed one of these open for me to enter, and without coming in himself, closed it after me. Then I knew that my conjecture had been right. There was something awful in the room, and with the terror of nightmare growing swiftly and enveloping me, I awoke in a spasm of terror. Now, that dream, or variations on it, occurred to me intermittently for 15 years. Most often it came in exactly this form: the arrival, the tea laid out on the lawn, the deadly silence succeeded by that one deadly sentence, the mounting with Jack Stone up to the room in the tower where horror dwelt, and it always came to a close in the nightmare of terror at that which was in the room, though I never saw what it was. At other times I experienced variations on this same theme. Occasionally, for instance, we would be sitting at dinner in the dining room, into the windows of which I had looked on the first night when the dream of this house visited me. But wherever we were, there was always the same silence, the same sense of dreadful oppression and foreboding, and the silence I knew would always be broken by Mrs. Stone saying to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Upon which, this was invariable, I had to follow him up the oak staircase with many corners, and enter the place that I dreaded more and more each time that I visited it in sleep. Or again, I would find myself playing cards still in silence in a drawing-room lit with immense chandeliers that gave a blinding illumination. What the game was, I have no idea. What I remember, with a sense of miserable anticipation, was that soon Mrs. Stone would get up and say to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." This drawing-room where we played cards was next to the dining-room, and, as I have said, was always brilliantly illuminated, whereas the rest of the house was full of dusk and shadows. And yet, how often, in spite of those bouquet of lights, have I not pored over the cards that were dealt to me, scarcely able for some reason to see them. Their designs, too, were strange. There were no red suits, but all were black, and among them there were certain cards which were black all over. I hated and dreaded those. As this dream continued to recur, I got to know the greater part of the house. There was a smoking room beyond the drawing-room, at the end of the passage with a green baize door. It was always very dark there, and as often as I went there, I passed somebody whom I could not see in the doorway, coming out. Curious developments, too, took place in the characters that peopled the dream as might happen to living persons. Mrs. Stone, for instance, who when I first saw her had been black-haired, became grey, and instead of rising briskly as she had done at first when she said, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower," got up very feebly, as if the strength was leaving her limbs. Jack also grew up and became a rather ill-looking young man, with a brown moustache, while one of the sisters ceased to appear, and I understood she was married. Then it so happened that I was not visited by this dream for 6 months or more, and I began to hope, in such inexplicable dread did I hold it, that it had passed away for good. But one night after this interval, I again found myself being shown out onto the lawn for tea, and Mrs. Stone was not there, while the others were all dressed in black. At once I guessed the reason, and my heart leaped at the thought that perhaps this time I should not have to sleep in the room with the tower. And though we usually all sat in silence, on this occasion the sense of relief made me talk and laugh as I had never yet done. But even then matters were not altogether comfortable, for no one else spoke, but they all looked secretly at each other. And soon the foolish stream of my talk ran dry, and gradually an apprehension worse than anything I had previously known gained on me as the light slowly faded. Suddenly a voice which I knew well broke the stillness, the voice of Mrs. Stone saying, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." It seemed to come from near the gate in the red brick wall that bounded the lawn, and looking up, I saw that the grass outside was sown thick with gravestones. A curious greyish light shone from them, and I could read the lettering on the grave nearest to me, and it was, "In evil memory of Julia Stone." And as usual, Jack got up, and again I followed him through the hall and up the staircase with many corners. On this occasion it was darker than usual, and when I passed into the room in the tower, I could only just see the furniture, the position of which was already familiar to me. Also, there was a dreadful odour of decay in the room, and I woke screaming. This dream, with such variations and developments as I have mentioned, went on at intervals for 15 years. Sometimes I would dream it 2 or 3 nights in succession. Once, as I have said, there was an intermission of 6 months, but taking a reasonable average, I should say that I dreamed it quite as often as once in a month. It had, as is plain, something of nightmare about it, since it always ended in the same appalling terror, which, so far from getting less, seemed to me to gather fresh fear every time that I experienced it. There was, too, a strange and dreadful consistency about it. The characters in it, as I have mentioned, got regularly older. Death and marriage visited this silent family, and I never in the dream, after Mrs. Stone had died, set eyes on her again. But it was always her voice that told me that the room in the tower was prepared for me, and whether we had tea out on the lawn or the scene was laid in one of the rooms overlooking it, I could always see her gravestone, standing just outside the iron gate. It was the same, too, with the married daughter. Usually she wasn't present, but once or twice she returned again in company with a man whom I took to be her husband. He, too, like the rest of them, was always silent, but owing to the constant repetition of the dream, I had ceased to attach, in my waking hours, any significance to it. I never met Jack Stone again during all those years, nor did I ever see a house that resembled this dark house of my dream. And then something happened. I had been in London in this year up till the end of July, and during the first week in August went down to stay with a friend in a house he had taken for the summer months in the Ashdown Forest district of Sussex. I left London early, for John Clinton was to meet me at Forest Row Station, and we were going to spend the day golfing and go to his house in the evening. He had his motor with him, and we set off about 5 of the afternoon after a thoroughly delightful day for the drive, the distance being some 10 miles. As it was still so early, we did not have tea at the clubhouse, but waited till we should get home. As we drove, the weather, which up till then had been, though hot, deliciously fresh, seemed to me to alter in quality and become very stagnant and oppressive, and I felt that undefinable sense of ominous apprehension that I am accustomed to before thunder. John, however, did not share my views, attributing my loss of lightness to the fact that I had lost both my matches. Events proved, however, that I was right, though I do not think that the thunderstorm that broke that night was the sole cause of my depression. Our way lay through deep, high-banked lanes, and before we had gone very far, I fell asleep, and was only awakened by the stopping of the motor, and with a sudden thrill, partly of fear, but chiefly of curiosity, I found myself standing in the doorway of my house of dream. We went, I half wondering whether or not I was dreaming still, through a low oak-panelled hall and out onto the lawn, where tea was laid in the shadow of the house. It was set in flower beds, a red brick wall with a gate in it bounded one side, and out beyond that was a space of rough grass with a walnut tree. The facade of the house was very long, and at one end stood a 3-storied tower, markedly older than the rest. Here, for the moment, all resemblance to the repeated dream ceased. There was no silent and somehow terrible family, but a large assembly of exceedingly cheerful persons, all of whom were known to me. And in spite of the horror with which the dream itself had always filled me, I felt nothing of it now that the scene of it was thus reproduced before me, but I felt the intensest curiosity as to what was going to happen. Tea pursued its cheerful course, and before long Mrs. Clinton got up, and at that moment I think I knew what she was going to say. She spoke to me, and what she said was, "Jack will show you to your room. I have given you the room in the tower." And that, for half a second, the horror of the dream took hold of me again. But it quickly passed, and again I felt nothing more than the most intense curiosity. It was not very long before it was amply satisfied. John turned to me. "Right up at the top of the house," he said, "but I think you'll be comfortable. We're absolutely full up. Would you like to go and see it now? By Jove, I believe that you're right and that we're going to have a thunderstorm. How dark it has become." I got up and followed him. We passed through the hall and up the perfectly familiar staircase. Then he opened the door and I went in. And at that moment, sheer, unreasoning terror again possessed me. I did not know what I feared. I simply feared. Then, like a sudden recollection when one remembers a name which has long escaped the memory, I knew what I feared. I feared Mrs. Stone, whose grave, with the sinister inscription, "In evil memory," I had so often seen in my dream, just beyond the lawn, which lay below my window. And then, once more, the fear passed so completely that I wondered what there was to fear, and I found myself sober and quiet and sane in the room in the tower, the name of which I had so often heard in my dream, and the scene of which was so familiar. I looked around it with a certain sense of proprietorship, and found that nothing had been changed from the dreaming nights in which I knew it so well. Just to the left of the door was the bed, lengthways along the wall, with the head of it in the angle. In a line with it was the fireplace and a small bookcase. Opposite the door, the outer wall was pierced by two lattice-paned windows, between which stood the dressing-table, while ranged along the fourth wall was the washing-stand and a big cupboard. My luggage had already been unpacked, for the furniture of dressing and undressing lay orderly on the washstand and toilet table, while my dinner clothes were spread out on the coverlet of the bed. And then, with a sudden start of unexplained dismay, I saw that there were two rather conspicuous objects which I had not seen before in my dreams. One, a life-sized oil painting of Mrs. Stone. The other, a black and white sketch of Jack Stone, representing him as he had appeared to me only a week before in the last of the series of these repeated dreams. A rather secret and evil-looking man of about 30. His picture hung between the windows, looking straight across the room to the other portrait, which hung at the side of the bed. At that I looked next, and as I looked, I felt once more the horror of nightmare seize me. It represented Mrs. Stone as I had seen her last in my dreams, old and withered and white-haired. But in spite of the evident feebleness of body, a dreadful exuberance and vitality shone through the envelope of flesh, an exuberance wholly malign, a vitality that foamed and frothed with unimaginable evil. Evil beamed from the narrow, leering eyes. It laughed in the demon-like mouth. The whole face was instinct with some secret and appalling mirth. The hands, clasped together on the knee, seemed shaking with suppressed and nameless glee. Then I saw also that it was signed in the left-hand bottom corner, and wondering who the artist could be, I looked more closely and read the inscription. Julia Stone, by Julia Stone. There came a tap at the door, and John Clinton entered. "Got everything you want?" he asked. "Rather more than I want," I said, pointing to the picture. He laughed. "Hard-featured old lady," he said. "By herself, too, I remember. Anyway, she can't have flattered herself much." "But don't you see," I said, "it's scarcely a human face at all. It's the face of some witch, of some devil." He looked at it more closely. "Yes, it isn't very pleasant," he said. "Scarcely a bedside manner, eh? Yes, I can imagine getting the nightmare if I went to sleep with that close by my bed. I'll have it taken down if you like." "I really wish you would," I said. He rang the bell, and with the help of a servant we detached the picture and carried it out onto the landing and put it with its face to the wall. "By Jove, the old lady's a weight," said John, mopping his forehead. "I wonder if she had something on her mind." The extraordinary weight of the picture had struck me too. I was about to reply when I caught sight of my own hand. There was blood on it, in considerable quantities, covering the whole palm. "I've cut myself somehow," said I. John gave a little startled exclamation. "Why, I have too," he said. Simultaneously, the footman took out his handkerchief and wiped his hand with it. I saw that there was blood also on his handkerchief. John and I went back into the tower room and washed the blood off, but neither on his hand nor on mine was there the slightest trace of a scratch or cut. It seemed to me that, having ascertained this, we both, by a sort of tacit consent, did not allude to it again. Something in my case had dimly occurred to me that I did not wish to think about. It was but a conjecture, but I fancied that I knew the same thing had occurred to him. The heat and oppression of the air, for the storm we had expected was still undischarged, increased very much after dinner, and for some time most of the party, among whom were John Clinton and myself, sat outside on the path bounding the lawn, where we had had tea. The night was absolutely dark, and no twinkle of star or moon ray could penetrate the pall of cloud that overset the sky. By degrees our assembly thinned. The women went up to bed, men dispersed to the smoking or billiard room, and by 11 o'clock my host and I were the only two left. All the evening I thought that he had something on his mind, and as soon as we were alone, he spoke. "The man who helped us with the picture had blood on his hand too. Did you notice?" he said. "I asked him just now if he had cut himself, and he said he supposed he had, but that he could find no mark of it. Now where did that blood come from?" By dint of telling myself that I was not going to think about it, I had succeeded in not doing so, and I did not want, especially just at bedtime, to be reminded of it. "I don't know," said I, "and I don't really care, so long as the picture of Mrs. Stone is not by my bed." He got up. "But it's odd," he said. "Ah, now you'll see another odd thing." A dog of his, an Irish terrier by breed, had come out of the house as we talked. The door behind us into the hall was open, and a bright oblong of light shone across the lawn to the iron gate which led onto the rough grass outside, where the walnut tree stood. I saw that the dog had all his hackles up, bristling with rage and fright. His lips were curled back from his teeth, as if he was ready to spring at something, and he was growling to himself. He took not the slightest notice of his master nor me, but stiffly and tensely walked across the grass to the iron gate. There he stood for a moment, looking through the bars, and still growling. Then, of a sudden, his courage seemed to desert him. He gave one long howl and scuttled back to the house with a curious crouching sort of movement. "He does that half a dozen times a day," said John. "He sees something which he both hates and fears." I walked to the gate and looked over it. Something was moving on the grass outside, and soon a sound which I could not instantly identify came to my ears. Then I remembered what it was. It was the purring of a cat. I lit a match and saw the purrer, a big blue Persian, walking round and round in a little circle just outside the gate, stepping high and ecstatically, with tail carried aloft like a banner. Its eyes were bright and shining, and every now and then it put its head down and sniffed at the grass. I laughed. "The end of that mystery, I'm afraid," he said. "Here's a large cat having a Walpurgis night all alone." "Yes, that's Darius," said John. "He spends half the day and all night there. But that's not the end of the dog mystery, for Toby and he are the best of friends, but the beginning of the cat mystery. What's the cat doing there? And why is Darius pleased while Toby is terror-stricken?" At that moment I remembered the rather horrible detail of my dreams when I saw through the gate, just where the cat was now, the white tombstone with the sinister inscription. But before I could answer, the rain began, as suddenly and heavily as if a tap had been turned on, and simultaneously the big cat squeezed through the bars of the gate and came leaping across the lawn to the house for shelter. There it sat in the doorway, looking out eagerly into the dark. It spat and struck at John with its paw as he pushed it in order to close the door. Somehow, with the portrait of Julia Stone in the passage outside, the room in the tower had absolutely no alarm for me, and as I went to bed, feeling very sleepy and heavy, I had nothing more than interest for the curious incident about our bleeding hands and the conduct of the cat and dog. The last thing I looked at before I put out my light was the square empty space by my bed where the portrait had been. Here the paper was of its original full tint of dark red. Over the rest of the walls it had faded. Then I blew out my candle and fell instantly asleep. My awaking was equally instantaneous, and I sat bolt upright in bed under the impression that some bright light had been flashed in my face, though it was now absolutely pitch dark. I knew exactly where I was, in the room which I had dreaded in dreams, but no horror that I ever felt when asleep approached the fear that now invaded and froze my brain. Immediately after, a peal of thunder crackled just above the house, but the probability that it was only a flash of lightning which awoke me gave no reassurance to my galloping heart. Something, I knew, was in the room with me, and instinctively I put out my right hand, which was nearest the wall, to keep it away, and my hand touched the edge of a picture frame hanging close to me. I sprang out of the bed, upsetting the small table that stood by it, and I heard my watch, candle, and matches clatter onto the floor. But for the moment there was no need of light, for a blinding flash leaped out of the clouds and showed me that by my bed again hung the picture of Mrs. Stone, and instantly the room went into blackness again. But in that flash I saw another thing also, namely a figure that leaned over the end of my bed, watching me. It was dressed in some close-clinging white garment, spotted and stained with mould, and the face was that of the portrait. Overhead the thunder cracked and roared, and when it ceased, and the deathly stillness succeeded, I heard the rustle of movement coming nearer me, and, more horrible yet, perceived an odour of corruption and decay. And then a hand was laid on the side of my neck, and close beside my ear I heard quick-taken, eager breathing. Yet I knew that this thing, though it could be perceived by touch, by smell, by eye, and by ear, was still not of this earth, but something that had passed out of the body and had power to make itself manifest. Then a voice, already familiar to me, spoke. "I knew you would come to the room in the tower," it said. "I have been long waiting for you. At last you have come. Tonight I shall feast. Before long we will feast together." And the quick breathing came closer to me. I could feel it on my neck. At that, the terror which I think had paralyzed me for the moment gave way to the wild instinct of self-preservation. I hit wildly with both arms, kicking out at the same moment, and heard a little animal squeal, and something soft dropped with a thud beside me. I took a couple of steps forward, nearly tripping up over whatever it was that lay there, and by the merest good luck found the handle of the door. In another second I ran out onto the landing and had banged the door behind me. Almost at the same moment I heard a door open somewhere below, and John Clinton, candle in hand, came running upstairs. "What is it?" he said. I sleep just below you, and heard a noise as if... Good heavens, there's blood on your shoulder." I stood there, so he told me afterwards, swaying from side to side, white as a sheet, with a mark on my shoulder, as if a hand covered with blood had been laid there. "It's in there," I said, pointing. "She, you know, the portrait's in there too, hanging up on the place we took it from." At that he laughed. "My dear fellow, this is mere nightmare," he said. He pushed by me and opened the door, I standing there simply inert with terror, unable to stop him, unable to move. "Phew, what an awful smell," he said. Then there was silence. He had passed out of my sight behind the open door. Next moment he came out again, as white as myself, and instantly shut it. "Yes, the portrait's there," he said, and on the floor is a thing spotted with earth, like what they bury people in. Come away, quick, come away." How I got downstairs I hardly know. An awful shuddering and nausea of the spirit rather than of the flesh had seized me, and more than once he had to place my feet upon the steps, while every now and then he cast glances of terror and apprehension up the stairs. But in time we came to his dressing room on the floor below, and there I told him what I have here described. The sequel can be made short. Indeed, some of my readers have perhaps already guessed what it was, if they remember that inexplicable affair of the churchyard at West Fawley some 8 years ago, where an attempt was made 3 times to bury the body of a certain woman who had committed suicide. On each occasion the coffin was found in the course of a few days again protruding from the ground. After the 3rd attempt, in order that the thing should not be talked about, the body was buried elsewhere in unconsecrated ground. Where it was buried was just outside the iron gate of the garden belonging to the house where this woman had lived. She had committed suicide in a room at the top of the tower in that house. Her name was Julia Stone. Subsequently, the body was again secretly dug up, and the coffin was found to be full of blood.
The Child by L.A. Lewis. Because I'm not a member of the Psychical Research Society, and because I have never attempted to write a work of reference on occult subjects, I do not arrogate to myself any claim as an authority on such matters. Therefore, I shall not put forward a so-called scientific explanation of my experience at Wailing Dip, preferring to leave this task to anyone clever enough to recognise the place from my account. Its real name, of course, is different. Naturally, I've read a mint of other people's efforts, both serious textbooks and works of fiction, but in spite of all the mass of conjectures about spirit manifestation which they have contained, I am left guessing as to whether what I encountered in that revolting house was a spirit craving incarnation and angered by cruelly thwarted desire, or some monstrous survival, if anything more horrifying still. I got let in for the business entirely through my own curiosity, having always been keen on tales of the supernatural. I happened to be making a trip on my motorcycle to spend a couple of weeks with an old school friend on the other side of England, and having plenty of time to spare, was amusing myself, side-tracking from the main road wherever the countryside looked most attractive, in the hope of discovering some of those really old-world villages that one may still occasionally unearth in these days of the char-a-bang and filling station. Wailing Dip, its real name is equally quaint, proved to be one of those, and so charmingly unspoilt that I suppose I should have eventually paid it a lengthy visit even if my machine had not elected to break down just as I arrived. As it was, I found that it would be quite 2 days before the nearest garage could get spares from London and have me ready for the road again, and as I was still far from my destination, I decided to stop to supervise the job. I accordingly wired my friend that I was hung up and went to arrange accommodation at the village inn. The latter was in every way in keeping with the place itself, a dear little half-timbered cottage with delightful rose gardens at the back, extending to the borders of a dense wood. The landlady, an old-fashioned motherly sort, who told me she'd been running the place with the help of her 2 daughters since her husband's death 6 years before, made no difficulty about giving me a bed, and it was not long before I had collected my bag from the carrier of the motorcycle, washed my hands and face over the sink in the back kitchen, and taken a pint of beer out to a little table in the garden, where I relaxed myself to that particularly keen enjoyment which only a summer evening in the heart of the country can give. Mrs. Jackson, as I will call the landlady, came out about half an hour later to see if I wanted any more ale, and her daughters, apparently being able to cope with whatever business was in the tap-room, stayed talking for some little while. After I had told her a few things about myself, where I was bound for, and how I came to be passing through the village, I remarked on my appreciation of a place so wonderfully restful and off the beaten track, and began to question her about the locality. "Seeing that the spares I'm held up for can hardly get here before tomorrow evening," I said, "but I should like to spend the day exploring the neighbourhood. Perhaps you can advise me if there are any places of special interest that I ought to see." She mentioned 1 or 2 old churches within a 5-mile radius, in addition to Gormingley Park, the seat of the local county family. She feared, however, that I would not be able to look over the last-named place, since the family were in residence. They were, she explained, the chief landowners of the district, Whaling Dip itself being all part of the property. The squire's one of the best, she added, old-fashioned like the village. He's never yet turned out a tenant who couldn't pay his rent so long as it was really a case of hard luck or illness. And as for trespassing, why, the village folk can come and go as they like on his estate, outside the gardens, of course, and he never summons them, not unless they're poaching. Well, I replied, if that's the case, I think I'll spend an hour or two at least rambling in that wood. It looks beautiful and no distance to walk. As Mrs. Jackson made no reply, I turned to look at her, and found, to my surprise, that she was staring at me with an expression of the utmost concern. "Don't go in that wood, sir," she said, almost in a whisper. "There are plenty of others as pretty." "But, good Lord," I exclaimed, "what's the matter with the place?" For I could read positive fear in her eyes. Then I added, for the sake of saying something, "It's an old-fashioned district, but surely you don't date back to the dragons." "There you go, sir," she retorted most angrily, "laughing at everything before you even know what it is, just like the present generation." Then, realizing that I might be offended, for after all she'd only known me an hour, she went on with rather a forced smile. "You young gentlemen from the big cities today don't believe in anything you can't see and touch, so I'm not going to say any more. But speaking for myself, I wouldn't go in that wood alone for £1,000, and if you want to laugh, sir, you may, but I still won't go." I was intrigued. This smelt like something really worth investigating. "Mrs. Jackson," I said, "because I arrive in this village on a motorcycle, a form of transport that I detest, but can afford, don't class me with the type that carries a leggy flapper on the pillion and sports a cigarette holder a yard long. Believe me, I have really quite a serious mind. I've never seen a ghost, but would like to. I certainly don't laugh at them. You obviously have a good story to tell. Now, be an equally good soul, get me another tankard, bring yourself just what you feel like, and spare a bit more time to tell it." I had to say a lot more to convince her of my earnestness, but eventually elicited an unpleasant piece of local history, which would have been interesting enough, even without the sequel. It appeared that, situated near the middle of the wood, which was 100 acres in extent and very dense, there was a gamekeeper's cottage, which had been inhabited by the same family in the squire's employ for an indefinite period, the job of safeguarding that particular covert having passed from father to son for several generations. The last gamekeeper, however, had never had any children, and on his death, only 7 years ago, a north countryman and his wife had been taken on to fill the vacancy. The man, according to Mrs. Jackson, had been quite a decent sort, if just a bit morose and unwilling to mix with the village people, but his wife, though good-looking, had aroused an antagonism soon amounting to hatred from the first moment she appeared. She was extremely selfish and greedy for money, and seemed to derive no pleasure from looking after the cottage for her husband, with whom, it was said, she continually had the most frightful scenes. Unlike him, she was not averse to the society of her fellow creatures, nor was she above coming into the inn unescorted and drinking gin copiously with any poacher or passing tramp who would join her. At these times, when her tongue was loosened, she made no secret of her opinions as to the dead and alive character of the village, the shamefully humble nature of her husband's work, and the even more shameful smallness of his wages. Some of the older women in the village had tried to reason with her, pointing out that many others were satisfied with similar occupations on the squire's land, and found their men's pay ample to bring up a happy family into the bargain, to which she flashed out that she wanted no squalling brat to guzzle the money that was already insufficient for two. Presently, however, the word went round, as such things will in a small community, that she was undoubtedly going to have a baby, and many were the hopes expressed that its advent would soften her and bring out the good which must be somewhere in her nature. In due time the child was stillborn and buried a few days later near the village churchyard, the father alone attending the funeral. When the wife was able to be about again, it was at once seen that no good had come of her experience. Rather, she was more slovenly and discontented than ever, and began to pay more frequent visits to the tap-room. Some pitied her, putting down her behaviour to the sense of fruitless travail. Others swore, by her own former statement, that she was glad to have no extra mouth to feed. A few hinted that the child had not been stillborn. The following year she brought another one into the world with the help of an old midwife who had attended all the births in the village for half a century, but who had not been called in the first time. It lived a fortnight, and was found by its father suffocated in its cradle the day after the old cottager had gone back to her home. The wife said that she had been out in the wood for an hour chopping sticks, and that the baby must have turned over in its sleep. The third year there came another, and this too met with an untimely end, being found with its neck broken on the floor beneath the cradle, which stood on a comparatively high trestle table, to be, as the mother explained, less easy for the cat to reach. By this time everybody was talking, which, considering the woman's reputation, was not surprising, and when, the following year, a fourth tragedy took place, the 2 months' child this time having no marks to indicate the cause of death, an inquest was held by the express order of the squire. The post-mortem revealed that some sharp, thin instrument, such as a hat-pin, had been passed through one of the eardrums into the brain, and the traces of any external bleeding must have been carefully washed away after the flow had ceased. A verdict of wilful murder was recorded against the mother, and the case passed to the next assizes, where she was found guilty but insane, and sent to an asylum. Her husband then threw up his job and left the neighbourhood, and the village concluded that the terrible drama it had witnessed was at an end. There was, however, one more act to come. Several months later the woman made her escape, and though the asylum authorities tried to keep it dark while attempting her recapture, the fact leaked out owing to her being seen by a courting couple entering the wood at Wailing Dip. Suspecting what had happened, these young people notified the village constable, who, through his county station, confirmed the escape. He also learned that the convicted murderess, who, it must be remembered, had not committed her crime until her last-born was 2 months old, was once more an expectant mother. A search party was formed, and had already spent some hours beating the side of the wood adjacent to the village, when word came through that the fugitive had been seen emerging on the far side, and making her way towards a desolate stretch of moorland known as the Great Waste. Further scouring of the wood was thereupon called off, and those of the search party who were willing to continue their services were taken round to the new starting point in police cars. To cut a long story short, the madwoman was never captured. She had had nearly 2 hours' start from the time she left the wood, owing to the fact that her second witness, not knowing of the hue and cry, had failed to report seeing her leave it. With the assistance of bloodhounds, she was traced to the edge of the abysmally deep potholes which dot the moor in that region. Failure to pick up the scent from that point was proof enough that she had either jumped or fallen into the abyss, and there the matter had to rest after a few half-hearted attempts to descend with ropes and lanterns. But ever since then, Mrs. Jackson concluded, the feeling has grown around here that the wood and the cottage are haunted, and I doubt if a solitary soul has stepped inside its boundaries these 2 years, excepting one poacher from a hamlet 20 miles away, who went there after pheasants, and came in to me for the stiffest drink I'd got, that scared he couldn't, or wouldn't, tell exactly what he'd seen. But, I said, doesn't he sometimes shoot over it? Mrs. Jackson shook her head. Since that night, sir, there's never been a game bird in the whole covert, never a fox, never even a badger, as far as I know. You could stop with me a 12-month, and you'd never hear the cry of one, night or day. Plenty in the other woods, but not this side of the house. Besides, she dropped her tone to a whisper, it's not only what doesn't live in the woods, sir, it's the poultry, and things that's killed and taken away from the village, sir, by something that comes out of the wood. So people say. But good God, ejaculated, what do they think it is that haunts the wood? Your story's horrible enough in all conscience without the final touch about stolen chickens, which are most likely taken by foxes. But has anyone ever seen a ghost there? If so, what's it like? Is it the madwoman herself, or the poor little wretches she destroyed? Surely they would excite more pity than fear. Mrs. Jackson looked at me fixedly for a long, long moment before she answered, and twice I thought she was about to speak, and twice she failed. Then at last, "I have seen nothing, sir, and I don't think there's another woman or man in the village who has, because we've never stepped through the fence since that night she died. It's just the way we feel, and, as I've told you, sir, I, for my part, will not for £10,000. But the poacher," I cried out, "the man from 20 miles away who's after pheasants." Once more she looked at me fixedly in the same compelling silence. "He died, sir, within the month, of drink and delirium, shouting out the words he first uttered when he staggered into my kitchen long after I'd closed the bar. 'The child! Oh, God! The horrible child!' As may be imagined, this revolting story did more than fire my imagination for a ghost hunt. So graphically had Mrs. Jackson told it, and so obviously certain was she in her own mind that some dreadful curse or haunting had been left in the wood, that I found myself visualizing the murder or murders with uncomfortable clarity. And although I enjoyed the excellently cooked supper which I later consumed in a cosy lamplit parlour, I quite failed to derive the anticipated comfort from my night's rest in a little lean-to room, which I had first much admired, notwithstanding the old-fashioned luxury of a feather bed. My window, for one thing, looked out upon the wood, and I must confess that my brain persisted in speculating on what I should encounter there the next day, for I had determined to reconnoitre it when full daylight should give me confidence. Towards morning I slept a little, my rest broken by half-waking dreams of weird formless things watching my window from the gloom of the thicket. I rose early and breakfasted well, telling Mrs. Jackson that 1 o'clock would suit me admirably for lunch. Then, carefully leaving my cap behind, for I knew that she would otherwise ask my destination and try to dissuade me, I strolled out, ostensibly to admire the garden. Once there, I quickly got out of sight among the pergolas and was soon through the wire fencing. My first action, after progressing some yards among the trees, was to produce my penknife and cut a stout branch from an ash sapling, which I trimmed off to a length of 3 feet. This imparted a measure of comfort, and would be useful for poking into hollow trunks or killing possible adders. For one half of me never expected results in the ghost hunt, and sought to treat the expedition as a nature study ramble. The thickness of the undergrowth amazed me, since the upper foliage was extremely luxuriant, and I had noticed in other woods that such a condition usually killed off ground vegetation through lack of sun. Here, apparently, the soil, or some kind of dark loam, was sufficiently fertile to counteract this tendency, so that, what with trailing brambles and wild briars and thick curtains of creepers falling from higher branches, progress was really hard. I remember thinking, too, that it was for the same reason quite the gloomiest wood I had seen, a place of perpetual twilight even in this glorious June weather. I had made up my mind to seek out the cottage first, and then, if it revealed nothing of interest, to spend the rest of the morning idling about after insects and wildflowers. So, remembering that it was near the centre of the wood, I endeavoured to keep a course at right angles to the border from the point of entry, no easy matter in so tangled a thicket. At last, however, I burst through a screen of dead brushwood into a kind of leafy tunnel, much overgrown, but clearly a path. Just to my right, another track branched off on the opposite side, roughly in the direction I had been following, and after a moment's thought, I took to it, beating the brambles aside with my stick as I went along. All this time, but for the occasional clatter of a wood-pigeon taking flight 40 feet overhead, I realized that I had been progressing in most uncanny silence. There had been no bird-song, no scuttling of rabbits or rats, and never a sign of a squirrel. The fact dawned on me queerly, and I began to look round more carefully for traces of wildlife. There were, I observed, plenty of old nests in the bushes, and I had already stumbled into more than one rabbit hole, but whether any rabbits slept in the warrens underground, or whether they had been killed or driven out by fear of the unknown thing at which Mrs. Jackson had hinted, but I couldn't guess. Despite the warmth, I shivered, and tramped on along the winding path. Then, round a sharp bend, I was suddenly confronted by the cottage, a grey stone building, slate-roofed, and almost buried in a mass of ivy. Unlike those of most deserted dwellings, its windows were intact, though of course uncurtained, and the fact that the front door stood wide open, mute testimony to that last gamekeeper's state of mind when he took away his sticks of furniture, almost lent the place an air of immediate habitation. The cottage was much larger than I'd expected, having 2 stories, and I stood gazing at it for quite a minute before approaching further. Then, acting on some impulse of caution that I've never quite defined, I removed my shoes and stole in absolute silence across the small clearing until I stood on the front step, peering into the cobwebby little hall. The benefit I might have expected from the break in the trees forming the dwelling site was negatived by the obvious fact that the fine spell was at an end, for during my short journey the sky had become obscured by thunderclouds, so that the interior of the house was no lighter than the thicket through which I had come. But for this, I might have seen the baby handprints in the dust before I heard the cry. As it was, the sound reached me first, and I stiffened against the lintel in sheer astonishment. "Dada? Dada?" came clearly in a childish treble from somewhere upstairs, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of some hard object on the bare boards. I stood absolutely petrified. It was so unmistakably the babble of a very young child that has not yet learned to speak, and yet Mrs. Jackson had said definitely that no one lived in the place, or indeed would venture near it. Still, someone must obviously be residing here unknown to the village, and I was about to announce myself with a "Hello there!" when I realized that if so, they must be purposely in hiding, perhaps from the law, and closed my lips. It was then that I glanced down and saw the little hand marks in the dust on the red tiles. They made definite tracks in all directions, crossing and recrossing each other, many of them partially smudged out where the baby's knees had followed as it had evidently crawled on all fours. Some traversed the step on which I was standing, indicating that it had been outside the cottage as well, and quite recently too, for there was not a speck of dust on these more clearly visible impressions. It struck me then, with a shudder for which I could not quite account, since the matter was more odd than terrifying, that every single imprint I could see had been made by the child itself. Nowhere was there the least sign of an adult footprint, and yet such thick dust must have lain many days, I could have believed months, since the last sweeping. I frowned thoughtfully and began tiptoeing across the flags to the foot of the stairs. After all, I was not going back at this point without solving the mystery, and if these queer people were, as they must be, fugitives from justice, they could not prosecute me for trespass, whilst, should they prove aggressive, I still had my ash plant and a strong arm. By this time, the great storm, which had gathered so speedily since I set out, began to break, and after a preliminary flash and distant rumble of thunder, a deluge of rain poured out of the sulphurous skies, its impact on the surrounding trees making a sullen, monotonous roar, above which I could still faintly hear the thumps of the child playing in the upstairs room, and its shrill "Dada! Dada!" My own muffled footfalls were quite inaudible, and so, hastening them, I stood a few seconds later on the almost pitch-dark landing outside the half-open door of the room from which the noise was coming. There was more light inside the room than in the hall below, the surrounding trees on that side of the house being somewhat stunted, and I could see quite distinctly the half that was visible through the doorway. Like the rest of the place, it was totally unfurnished, but close against the wall to the right, I noticed with astonishment a tumbled heap of carcasses of what appeared to be hens, rabbits, and other small creatures, furred or feathered, some just like white skeletons, but others more or less lately killed and strangely gashed and mutilated. A disgusting odour of rottenness emanated from the heap, and the floorboards all around seemed to be streaked with great gouts of blood. I think it was at this juncture that I felt my first thrill of real horror. as I asked myself into what hellhole I had wandered, where a little child played among the putrid bodies of birds and beasts, and there was still no sign of parent or nurse, depraved beyond all measure though such a person must be. But the sight that met me, as I at last nerved myself to peer furtively through the crack of the hinge, was the most weirdly unbelievable of all. Seated in the middle of the floor, with its back to me, it was the naked figure of a baby of perhaps 2 years, prattling wordlessly in its sing-song treble as it played with a pile of gleaming white objects arranged about it in a circle. One of these, a globular thing of peculiar configuration, it grasped in its right hand and banged down noisily among the rest. Opposite, just discernible, in the shadowy corner, sat the largest brindled cat I had ever seen, dreamily watching the play through half-closed, flame-yellow eyes. I suppose it must have been many minutes that I stood there, dumbfounded, staring at this incredible spectacle, before my dazed senses registered its full hideousness, and then a strangled gasp escaped me, for I saw that the toy in the child's hand was a tiny human skull, and that all the other white things were the various bones of an infant skeleton. Slight as it had been, my involuntary intake of breath broke the spell that had enfolded that dreadful room. With a hellish scream, the cat leapt to the open door, glared at me in bestial rage, and bounded past me down the stairs, whilst the child dropped the skull and sprang with almost equal agility to the heap of rotting carcasses. There it paused, and with no further sign of panic, slowly turned its face to mine. That was not only the most ghastly moment of my life, but the most faith-killing. I would not have believed it possible for such stark fear to engulf a human mind without destroying it. One can visualize the malignant expression of a brute desperado who never knew care or kindness, making his last stand for life. One can picture him equally unleashing all his lust, malice, and cruelty on defenseless women in time of revolution, and one only looks at him with anger and loathing, tempered, if one is very, very just, by pity that his loving child soul was crushed before it could develop. Somehow one always knows, pretty fancies apart, that he was once a child, loving and asking for love. This thing that confronted me in that place of death was spawn of hell, a foul thing, the greatest contradiction of faith that human eyes have ever beheld. It had the body of a child and the expression of the most frightful fiend. As I watched, petrified with terror, these thoughts tumbling tumultuously through my brain, I saw its malignant eyes light up with an unholy inner glow of triumph, and I saw one of its miniature hands delve down into the carcasses and come back bloody and holding a filthy old common kitchen knife. It gave a little babyish chuckle, infinitely horrible, and began to crawl towards me. And in the same moment I knew by some strange sense, without daring to look, that the great cat was creeping stealthily up the stairs behind me, its head swinging from side to side, and its baleful yellow orbs fixed with dreadful purpose on the back of my head. Shrieking like a frightened beast, I sprang backwards, twisting in the air as I went, and the next thing I can remember is running on and on in a drenching rain down one of the forest paths, whipping my face to ribbons on the thorns and nearly bursting my tortured lungs. They told me when I was better that I said nothing understandable during my period of delirium, for I do not know if what I saw was a spirit or an unthinkable survival, that of the fifth child born as the woman passed through the wood on her way to death on the moor. After all, chickens feed themselves from the moment of hatching. The fact to be remembered is, however, that I will not divulge the real name of the place, for if I did, I should somehow be compelled to join another search party, and I could not bear to look at the child again. The Black Widow by John S. Glasby. Philip Ransom put his foot down on the accelerator, and the car rounded a corner with a shriek of rubber compressed to the utmost by the sudden turn. The long vista of forested slopes ahead suddenly reminded him strongly of a journey he'd made once before when he had driven into a dark forest. But although the memory was so strong, he couldn't remember where or when it had been. Certainly it was not here, for this was the first time that he had visited the south of France. Beside him, Anne sat easily in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the dim road ahead with a curious lack of emotion. "Philip," she said finally, "are you sure we did the right thing, renting this villa without even seeing it?" Philip squeezed her waist and then let go as the road abruptly narrowed, twisting and turning in a series of hairpin bends. "Why? You think there may be something wrong with it?" I don't know. But after all, we got it for next to nothing. One doesn't usually have that kind of luck. I suppose that's what's so worrying." Anne gave him a resigned glance which made him smile uncertainly. There must be something wrong. No one would rent it out for such an absurdly low price if it's everything they claim it to be. Philip switched on the headlights as the trees shut out the overcast autumn sky. It wasn't like driving at night, because he knew that the sky was still light somewhere above the thickly tangled branches. "We've been through all this before, Anne," he said finally. "We'd be fools to turn down an offer like this." Anne leaned back, eyes closed. "It isn't just the price. I've got a strange feeling about this place, that's all." "But we haven't seen it yet," Philip insisted. "I don't have to see it," Anne countered illogically. "Another of your premonitions. Call it that if you like." Her tone implied that she didn't want to discuss it any further. Philip peered ahead, watching the road intently. They were now moving along the steep downgrade, and it was so dark that he could only see clearly to the limit of the headlights. The twisted branches leaned over the road to form an impenetrable arch. Here and there were dips in the road, and he had the odd feeling that the gloom was striving to drag them down whenever they passed over one. In spite of his desire to be out in the open again, he was forced to drive slowly in third gear. Then, just as he rounded a bend, he slammed his foot hard on the brake. Anne was hurled forward before the belt jerked her back into the padded seat. "What the hell?" Philip stared incredulously through the windscreen. The twin beams picked out the figure standing in the middle of the road, perhaps 30 yards away, thrusting forward a white face that stared at them from beneath the hood of a black cloak. The engine had stalled, and there was only the muted whir of the interior air conditioning in the silence. "What is it?" Anne asked in a hoarse whisper that seemed stuck in her throat. Philip sucked in his breath in a long, heaving gasp. There was a chill dampness on his forehead, and his fingers were trembling on the wheel. "It's a woman." He got the words out with an effort. "But what's she doing out here, miles from anywhere? Damn fool, she could get herself killed." He opened the door to get out, and for an instant his glance left the black figure. Straightening, he looked back. The road was empty. He had a moment of panic as he continued to stare. Then he turned his head towards Anne. She, too, was peering into the gloom, a horrified expression on her face. "Did you see where she went?" he asked. Anne shook her head numbly. "She just vanished." "Into the trees, you mean?" Philip could feel his heart jumping against his ribs. "No, I'd have seen her if she had. One second she was there, and the next she was gone." Philip strained his eyes to peer into the gloomy array of tree trunks on either side. All of his senses were intensified. "You think we imagined it?" He willed himself to keep his voice down. The utter silence didn't help, and he knew that Anne was closer to panic than he was. There had been something uncanny about that menacing shape. "Maybe." Anne's muted whisper reached him from inside the car. "But it's gone now. Let's get the car started and get out of this place." He slipped in beside her, slammed the door shut, welcoming the loud noise. Twisting the key in the ignition, he had to try the engine twice before it caught. and he could feel the fear rising within him as he willed the engine to keep turning. Engaging the gears, he drove forward, eyes flicking from side to side, expecting to see that ghostly figure in black emerge from the trees close at hand at any moment. 100 yards further on, they passed between two large encroaching overhangs of rock which seemed intent on crushing them under their ponderous weight. Philip spun the wheel automatically as they came out into the open. Down below lay the small village straddling the narrow road. By now it was early evening, and most of the small windows gleamed with yellow lights. In places, the road narrowed as they crossed swift-rushing streams, so that they barely scraped between the low parapets of ancient stone. Passing through the village, the road began rising as more trees showed on the rocky slopes. It was now almost completely dark, but the moon, full and bright, allowed them to pick out the villa, perched high above the road. There was a screen of conifers fronting it, blocking their view a little, so they couldn't make out all the details. 2 kilometres from the village, the headlights picked out the large metal gates on their right. Once through the gates, the drive curved, then curved again. There was a wide lawn sloping down from the villa, and Philip rolled down the window to get a better view as they approached. Anne found herself wishing everything wasn't quite so still. There didn't seem to be a breath of wind. She couldn't recall when she had last felt so deep a silence. It must have been the utter stillness which made her imagine she glimpsed movement among the trees on the far side of the grounds. Her premonitory fears were working on her, she told herself. Her yearning to fill the stillness and silence was making her think she saw someone walking among the shrubbery beyond the lawn. The villa was supposed to be empty. The agent had written to say that if they required any help during the day, they could engage someone from the village once they arrived. So there would be no one in the grounds, particularly at this time of night. It must be a bush bearing an oddly human shape, of course, and their own movement gave it the illusion of changing its position. She didn't want to mention it to Philip, not after that frightening encounter on the forest road. Philip was peering ahead, slowing the car as he drove around the neatly trimmed garden. He pulled up in front of the imposing entrance. Opening the door, he got out, breathing in the cool, crisp night air. Turning slowly, his brain seemed to fill up with the details of the villa. It looked more modern than he had expected. The photographs he'd seen had not done it justice. So often photographs painted a glowing picture which was not realized in reality. He knew he ought to be pleased at getting a place like this for 3 months, and for much less than he would have had to pay for a much smaller place in England. But for some reason he couldn't fathom, there was a nagging little idea at the back of his mind that everything wasn't quite what it should be. "Well, what do you think, Anne?" "It looks all right," she said, slowly, running her gaze over the building and grounds. "Somehow it's different from what I imagined it would be like." Philip took the cases from the car while Anne opened the door. They went inside, closing the door behind them. In spite of the pleasant warm atmosphere inside the place, Philip felt a little flutter of panic in his mind as they walked down the hall into the front room. Instinctively, he tried to throw off the feeling that they were being watched. He had a sudden flash of conviction that they were being scrutinized by eyes peering from the stairway. Unfriendly eyes. Some part of his mind, curiously detached from the rest, seemed to reach out ahead of him, beyond Anne, and up the wide stairway, to detect a presence there. "Is there anything wrong, Philip?" With an effort he pulled himself together and forced himself to meet Anne's worried gaze. "Why, no." He put the cases down. "You looked so strange, almost—" Anne broke off momentarily. "Almost as if you were seeing something, or waiting for something. Yes, that's it. Waiting for something." "Nothing like that." Giving a shrug, he forced conviction into his tone. "Just finding the place empty like this, I guess." He put an arm round her waist. "We'll soon settle in and enjoy our holiday." Sometime during the night, Philip woke.
He was instantly wide awake, his flesh tingling and his fingers gripping the coverlet in a convulsive grasp. White moonlight threw a maze of long shadows across the floor. Everything was absolutely still and silent, except for the quiet sound of Anne's breathing next to him. Whatever had woken him so suddenly had not disturbed her. He sat up slowly, tensed and rigid. His heart was palpitating wildly as if he had just woken from some frightful nightmare. But he was not a man prone to nightmares, and he instinctively sought for some external reason for his awakening. At that instant he picked out the stealthy sound, unmistakably that of footsteps, moving cautiously up the stairs. The idea that there was someone else in the villa started a little germ of panic screaming in his mind. There had been several cases of foreign holiday-makers being murdered in France, and if there was a burglar out there, he and Anne didn't stand a chance. There was no weapon in the room he could use to defend himself. But he couldn't simply sit there and wait for some killer to burst into the bedroom. Somehow he galvanized himself into action. Swinging his legs to the floor, he edged towards the door. The sound of someone moving outside was unmistakable now. They were deliberate, measured steps, those of someone who knew where he wanted to go and obviously was familiar with the interior of the villa. Had the owner returned, not knowing they had already moved in? He tried to reassure himself with this possibility as he reached out and curled his fingers around the doorknob. The metal felt cold as ice to his touch. Drawing in a deep breath, he pulled the door open sharply and stared out into the corridor. Through the wide windows at the end, brilliant moonlight flooded along the landing. He could see the whole of the corridor and the long sweep of the stairs quite clearly. He could still hear the footsteps moving away, and somehow he forced himself forward, leaning over the ornate banisters along the landing. There was a flicker of movement at the bottom. He had the unmistakable impression of a tall figure, dressed in black, that glided across the room below. Her back was toward him, and he could see nothing of her features, but the sheer malevolence which shrouded the figure brought all of his fear back with a rush, together with instant recognition. He did not doubt. It was the same figure they had encountered on the forest road. Philip realized he was holding his breath until the throbbing of blood in his throat threatened to choke him. He felt as if there was a cloud of darkness over him, pressing his head forward on his neck, forcing him forward over the banisters. Gasping hoarsely, he succeeded in taking small, shallow breaths. He was trembling violently, and it was only with a supreme effort of will that he managed to thrust himself backward and upright. Otherwise, he would surely have toppled into the room below. The figure had vanished, but the atmosphere of malignity, of something evil, remained. Somehow he stumbled back into bed, taking care not to wake Anne. He lay there, staring rigidly at the ceiling for more than an hour, before he fell into an uneasy sleep. When he woke the next morning, he had a splitting headache. Anne was already up, and he could hear the clatter of dishes in the dining room downstairs. Dressing quickly, he swallowed a couple of aspirins and tried to force the events of the night into the background of his mind. Splashing cold water onto his face, he rubbed himself dry, then went downstairs into the dining room at the rear. He told himself there had to be a logical explanation, but the only reassuring one was that he had imagined or dreamed it all. He didn't even want to consider the probability that the villa was haunted, nor did he want to frighten Anne. She was the one who had these strange premonitions. He had always been the earthy, practical type. Perhaps, if he got the opportunity, he would have a talk with one of the villagers. If there was anything strange about the villa, they would certainly know all of the details. Though whether they would be inclined to talk to a stranger was a different matter. The kitchen door opened, and Anne came in with 2 plates heaped with bacon and eggs. She set them down on the table and threw him a swift glance. "Didn't you sleep well, Philip? You look ghastly." Not too well, I'm afraid. He would have to be careful what he said. Being in a strange place, I guess. God, I slept like a log. Must have been a long drive. She sat down. Funny how different everything looks in the sunlight. Philip paused with his fork halfway to his mouth. Then you've got over your doubts about the place. Anne laughed. I'll admit it did look a little ghostly last night, in the dark. But it looks beautiful now, and the agent has arranged everything for us. Plenty of food and drink, and no trouble with the cooker. It's all so clean and tidy. He must have had someone from the village come in to get it all ready for us. I'll probably go down and have a word with him today. After breakfast, I want to explore the whole place. Then I thought we might take a walk into the village. Philip nodded in agreement. Already he was feeling a little better, more easy in his mind. If Anne no longer felt there was anything odd about the place, it might have been nothing more than a nightmare that he had imagined he had heard those footsteps and seen that black, gliding shape. Once the dishes had been washed and dried, they began their tour of the villa. It was soon obvious that it was much larger than either of them had imagined. Everything they saw indicated that the owner had to be extremely wealthy. Large crystal chandeliers hung from the ceilings. The furniture was of the best quality, with a number of antiques, which would have fetched several £1,000s at an auction. Taking in all that he saw, Philip could not help wondering why such a place was let out to strangers, not because the owner needed the money, nor merely for the purpose of keeping the place aired and clean. He was sure there had to be another, deeper reason. As he went round with Anne, he found himself listening to every little sound the house made, every nerve and fibre in his body stretched almost to breaking point. Relax, he told himself angrily as he followed his wife along a long, shadowy corridor. The idea that anything could be wrong here was ludicrous, utterly ridiculous. Quite suddenly, he stopped. Out of the shadowed wall directly in front of him, a shape appeared, and in the shape, 2 eyes. Standing there, it seemed as though the night and the darkness were looking at him through a pair of eyes. Involuntarily, he staggered back a couple of paces, bumping into Anne. "Philip, what's the matter?" "Nothing, He found himself stammering, barely able to get the words out. His tongue seemed jammed against the roof of his mouth. "It's just a picture, but it gave me quite a shock." Somehow he felt afraid to look at the large, full-length portrait. Even before he made it out clearly, he knew who it was. "Oh, my God!" Anne reached out and gripped his arm, her fingers biting deeply into the flesh. "That's the woman we saw in the road?" "Yes!" "Then there's only one explanation. She must be the present owner. The agent said something in his last letter about her being a widow." He stood back a little, Anne still holding on to him. The woman in the portrait was seated at a table which he recognized as the one in the dining room along the corridor. She wore the same long black cloak he recalled from the previous day, the hood partly thrown back to reveal her face. There was, he realized, little remarkable about her features, apart from the eyes. Philip saw that they were fixed on him with a stare of calculated, sardonic amusement, as though daring him to look away and break the hypnotic spell they held for him. For some reason he couldn't understand, his legs were shaking. There was an aura of evil malignancy surrounding the seated figure, which almost overpowered him. It was like a dark, nebulous shadow, which seemed to emanate from the portrait, reaching out with cold, clammy tendrils, touching his skin and speeding up his heartbeat into an abnormally jerky rhythm. Biting his lower lip, he pulled his gaze away, took Anne's arm and led her along the corridor. He hoped he had managed to convince her about the identity of the woman, that her own common sense would tell her the owner now probably lived somewhere in the village, and there was nothing supernatural about seeing her on that forest road. Later that morning, they walked down the winding road into the village. The steep slopes glowed several different shades of grey and brown beneath the cloudless sky, and the sun was hot on their shoulders. Overalled workers, the women with brightly coloured handkerchiefs around their heads, were working in the vineyards, and several waved friendly greetings to them. While Anne went on a tour of the quaint little village, Philip sought out Monsieur Renaud, the agent, checking the address on the last letter he had received before they left England. He found the small chalet on the very outskirts of the village, a neatly tended garden bordering the cobbled street. Going up to the door, he pushed the bell with his forefinger. There was a faint chime inside the house, followed by the push of footsteps on the carpeted floor. The door opened. "Monsieur Renaud?" "Oui?" The man eyed him inquisitorially. "I'm Philip Ransom. My wife and I rented the Villa Cuvier for the autumn." "Oh, but of course, forgive me. I should have realized at once. Please, come in." Philip followed him into the small parlour where Renaud waved him to a chair. Taking a bottle from the table, Renaud poured out 2 glasses, handing one to Philip. "The local vintage," he said, raising his glass. "Thanks." Philip sipped the wine appreciatively. He had noticed several bottles in the villa, but so far he and Anne had not tried any. "Excellent," he said in answer to Renaud's inquiring glance. "I'm glad you like it, but I presume you came to see me about something in particular. I trust you find everything to your satisfaction at the villa." "Everything's perfect." Philip finished his wine and accepted a second glass. "There are, however, just 1 or 2 points I'd like to clear up." "Certainly, if there's anything you wish to know, please ask." Philip felt himself stiffen slightly. Was there a note of veiled uneasiness in the agent's tone, as if he had been taken by surprise by the remark? "My wife is a little worried by the ridiculously low sum you're asking for renting the villa." Renaud placed his glass on a small table with an exaggerated care before speaking. "I think I should point out that the sum you mentioned was fixed by the owner and has nothing to do with me. I merely carry out her instructions. Apparently, she considers it to be reasonable." He paused significantly. "I should say that so far none of the other tenants have complained." "So there have been others there?" "Oh, yes. When Madame Cuvier's husband died 2 years ago, she decided not to live there any longer, but to rent the villa for 3 months each year during the autumn." "Do you know where she lives now?" "I'm afraid not. I have had no contact with her for over 2 years." Philip stared at him in surprise. "Doesn't that strike you as odd?" "Not really, monsieur. Before she left, she gave me specific instructions regarding the letting of the villa. All monies I receive are duly paid into her account. Any arrangements concerning food and maintenance I carry out myself." "I see. And the painting hanging in the corridor, is that of her?" "Why, yes, but why do you ask?" "Because as we were driving here along the forest road, we saw a woman standing in the middle of the road. I realize it was dark among the trees, and we only saw her for a few moments in the headlights, but she was wearing exactly the same kind of black cloak as that woman in the portrait." "But that is impossible, monsieur. You must have been mistaken. A shadow, perhaps, or the branch of a tree. It is so easy to be deceived, I assure you." "Perhaps, but we both saw her." Renaud spread his bony hands and placed them on his knees. "Then I can offer no explanation." Philip intended to tell him of his eerie experience during the night, but decided against it, knowing it would only meet with the same response. Yet he felt certain the agent was hiding something, holding back some important information. When he left 5 minutes later, it was with a feeling of intense dissatisfaction. Anne was walking down the cobbled street towards him. She waved and quickened her step, hurrying up to him. "Did you get anything out of him?" "Not much." Briefly, he told her what he had learned from Renaud. When he had finished, she looked frustrated. "Do you agree with him that we both imagined what we saw on the road?" "Either that or this widow Cuvier became eccentric after her husband's death and is living somewhere near the forest. These things sometimes happen, you know." "I suppose so," Anne sighed. She fell into step with him as they walked back to the villa. By early evening, the sun had been swallowed up by long bars of black cloud, building into towering thunderheads over the mountains. The heat in the air became oppressive without a breath of wind, and the suffocating silence was a dense blanket, pressing the atmosphere against the ground. There came an occasional rumble of distant thunder, but the storm didn't break until almost midnight. By that time, Anne had fallen asleep, but Philip lay in the bed, wide awake, wincing each time the lightning flashed, lighting the room with a harsh, actinic glare. Each stroke was accompanied by a sharp crack, followed almost immediately by the crash of the thunder. At times he thought the entire building shook to its very foundations, and he wondered how Anne could possibly sleep through it all, wishing he could close his eyes and not wake until morning. Maybe, he thought, if he closed the thick drapes across the windows, they would blot out much of the lightning. He hauled himself out of bed and padded to the windows. Oddly, there was no rain with the storm. The ground outside was as dry as a bone in the dazzling flash of a forked streak that speared from the clouds towards the peals. In the afterglow of that searing brilliance, he seemed to see everything in stark black and white, like a photographic negative burned into his brain. Then pale blurs swarmed into his vision as his eyes watered. But in that single instant, he saw something which sent him reeling back from the windows. The cloaked figure was standing in the middle of the lawn, directly beneath the windows, head thrown back a little, as if watching him. Savagely, he fought for self-control, and when a second flash came, he forced himself to look again. The grounds were empty, yet he knew she had been there, that this time he had not been mistaken. He spun frantically on his heel, jerkily, his heart racing, the blood pounding painfully in his temples. There had been something chill and dead about that figure, and he felt the muscles of his stomach contract sharply as he realized it had not been a thing of flesh and blood. But there was something he had to know, had to see for himself. He opened the bedroom door quietly, although he doubted whether it would make any difference. If Anne could sleep through the resounding din of the storm, and the mere sound of the door opening wouldn't waken her. For an instant, he expected to see that ghostly black figure waiting for him in the corridor. But there was nothing. The place was in darkness, but he felt his way along until his outstretched fingers touched the edge of the portrait on the wall. He jerked his hand back and edged away until his shoulders came up against the opposite wall. It was too dark to see anything, but he didn't have to wait long for another vivid flash which lit up everything in stark detail. The table and the chair were there in the picture, exactly as he remembered them from the previous morning, but where the woman had been, there was simply a blank, grey space. Philip was breathing faster than he liked by the time it dawned on him that he wasn't imagining things. The wall behind him bruised his shoulders, but its solidity felt reassuring, as familiar as anything could be in this horrifying place. He knew he ought to wake Anne, get dressed as quickly as possible, and drive away from this haunted villa. Somehow he forced his feet to move. There was only one thought in his mind now. They had to get away in spite of the storm, if only to preserve their own lives and sanity. He fell against the edge of the banister, hitting his side hard, but he scarcely noticed it. Madly, he scrambled up the stairs, thrusting open the bedroom door. Anne was still asleep, mercifully unaware of what was happening. Frenziedly, he shook her by the shoulder until she mumbled something drowsily and opened her eyes. "Wake up, Anne!" He realized he was shouting the words. "We've got to get out of here!" Anne sat up, shaking her head. "What's wrong, Philip?" she demanded. "I've just seen that woman again. Out there, on the lawn." He knew the words were tumbling out in a rush, but he couldn't help it any more than he could stop his hands from trembling. She was staring up the window, watching. Then, go on. Then I went downstairs to take a look at that portrait. She's not in it, Anne. There's just a blank space. Nonsense, you've been having a nightmare. Philip stared down at her in shocked surprise. He'd expected her to find it hard to believe him, but not to be so vehemently dogmatic in her denial as this. She threw back the covers and got out of bed. "Now try to calm yourself, Philip. I don't doubt that you saw something out there. I thought I saw a figure the night we arrived, but it was only a bush which gave the appearance of moving. This was no bush. He swallowed hard, fought the muscles in his hands until they steadied. I've seen and heard other things in this place. All right, Anne took his arm. Let's go and take another look at his painting. Wordlessly, he allowed her to lead him down the stairs and into the corridor. There, Anne said. It's just as it's always been. Philip stared. Amused eyes looked down at him contemptuously from the picture. But I tell you, I saw... Something seemed to stick in his throat, blocking off the rest of what he intended to say. Really, I don't know what's come over you, Philip. When we were on our way here, it was me who thought there was something wrong with this place, and you blamed it all on my premonitions. But now it's you imagining things. Come back to bed. You'll feel better in the morning. There was a final crash of thunder as they made their way back into the bedroom. The storm was passing over, receding inland. By mid-morning the sun came out, hot and bright, and there was the smell of the vineyards in the air. Leaving Anne pottering around the villa, Philip climbed down the rocky slope to where the massive metal gates stood like grim sentinels on either side of the drive. There was a sound of a tractor somewhere in the distance, and now and again he picked out a peal of laughter where some children were playing while their parents worked among the tall vines. There was a normality about the scene and the sounds, which contrasted starkly with the chaotic thoughts which continued to bubble away inside his mind. Over breakfast, he had tried his hardest to persuade Anne not to remain there any longer, had done his best to convince her that the place was haunted, but she had been adamant. As far as she was concerned, they were going to enjoy their holiday. They had paid for the tenancy, and it was up to him to rid himself of this idiotic obsession about the villa. He abruptly realized that even this strange change in her attitude was weird. There had been a number of occasions in the past when they had sensed some odd atmosphere about a place they were visiting, and in every case, he remembered, it had subsequently come to light that some tragedy or murder had occurred there. Yet now, when the roles were reversed, she had sensed nothing out of the ordinary. He started abruptly at a sudden movement. The man appeared without warning at the foot of the slope, beyond the gates, an old man leaning heavily on a stick. Philip eyed him curiously as he hobbled towards him, pausing just outside the gates, as if reluctant to approach any closer. Monsieur Ransom, the man spoke excellent English, with scarcely a trace of accent. Why, yes. Surprised, Philip walked forward. How do you know my name? My old friend, Charles Reynaud, told me some time ago you were renting the villa. Did he tell you anything about it? He must have noticed Philip's blank stare, for he went on quickly. No, I see he didn't. If there's anything you can tell me, I'd certainly be grateful for any information. Philip motioned with his hand. Won't you come inside while we talk? The old man shook his hand vehemently. I'll stay here, if you don't mind. His rheumy eyes flicked from side to side as if he were regarding the looming gates as a boundary beyond which he dared not pass. As you wish. You've already heard something here, or seen something, haven't you? The old man peered intently at him, a note of conviction in his voice. Philip nodded slowly, taken aback by the old man's strange perception. I thought so. Maybe you've seen her. The Black Widow. Yes, but according to Monsieur Reynaud, she's the present owner. The present owner. The old Frenchman repeated the words like a curse and uttered a cackling laugh, his breath wheezing in his throat. Oh, yes. There's no doubt about that. She's the owner, all right. I'm afraid I don't understand. Philip made his face expressionless, inwardly wondering if he was in the presence of a senile peasant. I was the gardener here when Monsieur Cuvier was alive. Madame Cuvier was much younger than him, and there was a lot of talk about her and some of the men in the village. I think he knew what was going on, although he never said anything to my knowledge. But he was a very strange man, and I was sure he was planning something. He had that portrait painted of her, you know. Nobody knows who the artist was, except that he was a foreigner, came specially from somewhere in Eastern Europe, they say. But what had that got to do with... The old man silenced him with a brusque motion of his stick. Listen, monsieur, and perhaps you may understand that there are some things in this world which we cannot explain rationally. Monsieur Cuvier died very suddenly and mysteriously. There were rumours that he had been poisoned by his wife, and I remember Mademoiselle Mignon saying that just as he died he laughed and pointed a finger at his wife, telling her she would never be free. Philip couldn't keep the little tremor out of his voice. You believe he was murdered? I believe it, monsieur. The old man raised his stick to point down the hill. He was buried yonder, and she stood at the head of the grave, dressed in the same black cloak you see in the portrait. Then she returned to the villa, dismissed all of the servants, and no one ever saw her again. Not alive, that is. Then she is dead. Philip recalled what Renaud had told him, how he had had no contact with Madame Cuvier since her husband's death. That depends what you mean by dead, said the old man enigmatically. He placed both hands on his stick as if needing it to support him. If you want to know what I believe, I and most of the villagers, her husband cursed her just before he died. I've heard rumours of some who've seen her in the churchyard and up on the forest road yonder, but it was no living creature they saw. Her black soul is imprisoned in that painting, and she's doomed to wander until she can find someone else to take her place. Only then will she be free. That froze Philip. He knew that as a rational man he ought not to believe a single word of this superstitious gossip. But in a strange and frightening way, all that the old man had just told him fitted everything together, slotted all that had happened since they had driven here into a coherent but horrifying picture. My wife, he said hoarsely, she's back there in the villa, alone. Without waiting for any reply, he spun on his heel and ran back along the drive, accelerating his pace until his breath was ragged in his throat. Anne! He yelled her name as he reached the door and ran inside. His shout echoed around the walls. Wildly he dashed into the kitchen and then the dining room. Both were empty. And there was a silence all around him, as if a vacuum had suddenly sucked up every sound. Blindly he stumbled along the corridor, staring at the painting, afraid of what he might see. For a moment it looked just as before. Then he peered closer, and a low whimper bubbled from his shaking lips. It was Anne's face that stared at him from beneath the black hood, her eyes wide and filled with a mute pleading that drove all reasoning thought from his mind. He felt as if he had passed beyond all horror. Staggering wildly, he scrambled backward. He didn't know where he was going, except away from that ghastly painting and out of the villa. Somehow, his stumbling footsteps carried him in the right direction. He found himself at the front door, his shaking fingers reaching out for the handle. Before he could grasp it, the handle moved. Through the frosted glass he made out the shape which had suddenly materialized outside. The door began to open slowly.
The Tower by Marghanita, Laski. The road begins to rise in a series of gentle curves, passing through pleasing groves of olives and vines. 5 kilometers on the left is the fork for Florence. To the right may be seen the Tower of Sacrifice, 470 steps, built in 1535 by Niccolò di Faramano. Superstitious fear left the tower intact when, in 1549, the surrounding village was completely destroyed. Triumphantly, Caroline lifted her finger from the fine italic type. There was nothing to mar the success of this afternoon.
Not only had she taken the car out alone for the first time, driving unerringly on the right-hand side of the road, but what she had achieved was not a simple drive but a cultural excursion. She had taken the Italian guidebook Neville was always urging on her, and hesitantly, haltingly, she had managed to piece out enough of the language to choose a route that took in 4 well-thought-of frescoes, 2 universally admired campaniles, and 1 wooden crucifix in a village church quite a long way from the main road. It was not, after all, such a bad thing that a British Council meeting had kept Neville in Florence. True, he was certain to know all about the campaniles and the frescoes, but there was just a chance that he hadn't discovered the crucifix, and how gratifying if she could, at last, have something of her own to contribute to his constantly accumulating hoard of culture. But could she add still more? There was at least another hour of daylight, and it wouldn't take more than 35 minutes to get back to the flat in Florence. Perhaps there would just be time to add this tower to her dutiful collection. What was it called? She bent to the guidebook again, carefully tracing the text with her finger to be sure she was translating it correctly, word by word. But this time her moving finger stopped abruptly at the name of Niccolo di Faramano. There had risen in her mind a picture. No, not a picture, a portrait, of a thin white face with deep-set black eyes that stared intently into hers. Why a portrait, she asked, and then she remembered. It had been about 3 months ago, just after they were married, when Neville had first brought her to Florence. He himself had already lived there for 2 years, and during that time had been at least as concerned to accumulate Tuscan culture for himself as to disseminate English culture to the Italians. What more natural that he should wish to share, perhaps to even show off, his discoveries to his young wife. Caroline had come out to Italy with the idea that when she had worked through 1 or 2 galleries and made a few trips, say to Assisi and Siena, she would have done her duty as a British Council wife and could then settle down to examining the Florentine shops, which everyone told her were too marvellous for words. But Neville had been contemptuous of her programme. You can see the stuff in the galleries at any time, he had said, but I'd like you to start with the pieces the ordinary tourist doesn't see. And of course, Caroline couldn't possibly let herself be classed as an ordinary tourist. She had been proud to accompany Neville to castles and palaces privately owned, to which his work gave him entry, and there to gaze with what she hoped was pleasure on the undiscovered Raphael, the Titian that hung on the same wall ever since it was painted. The Giotto fresco under which the family had originally commissioned it still said their prayers. It had been on one of these pilgrimages that she had seen the face of the young man with the black eyes. They had made a long, slow drive over narrow, ill-made roads, and at last had come to a castle on the top of a hill. The family was, to Neville's disappointment, away, but the housekeeper remembered him and led them to a long gallery lined with 5 centuries of family portraits. Though she could not have admitted it, even to herself, Caroline had become almost anesthetized to Italian art. Dutifully, she had followed Neville along the gallery, listening politely, while in his light, well-bred voice he had told her intimate anecdotes of history, and involuntarily she had let her eyes wander round the room, glancing anywhere but at the particular portrait of Neville's immediate dissertation. It was thus that her eye was caught by a face on the other side of the room, and forgetting what was due to politeness, she caught her husband's arm and demanded, "Neville, who's that girl over there?" But he was pleased with her. He said, I'm glad you picked that one out. It's generally thought to be the best thing in the collection. A Bronzino, of course." And they went over to look at it. The picture was painted in rich pale colours, a green curtain, a blue dress, a young face with calm brown eyes under plaits of honey-gold hair. Caroline read out the name under the picture. Giovanna di Faramano, 1531 to 1549. That was the year the village was destroyed, she remembered now, sitting in the car by the roadside. But then she had exclaimed, "Neville, she was only 18 when she died." They married young in those days, Neville commented, and Caroline said in surprise, "Oh, was she married?" It had been the radiantly virginal character of the face that had caught at her inattention. "Yes, she was married," Neville answered, and added, "Look at the portrait beside her. It's Bronzino again. What do you think of it?" And this was when Caroline had seen the pale young man. There were no clear light colours in this picture. There was only the whiteness of his face, the blackness of the eyes, the hair, the clothes, and the glint of gold letters on the pile of books on which the young man rested his hand. Underneath this picture was written, "Portrait of an unknown gentleman." "Do you mean he's her husband?" Caroline asked. Surely they'd know if he was, instead of calling him an unknown gentleman. "He's Niccolo di Faramano, all right," said Neville. "I've seen another portrait of him somewhere, and it's not a face one would forget, but," he added reluctantly, because he hated to admit ignorance, "there's apparently some queer scandal about him, and though they don't turn his picture out, they won't even mention his name. Last time I was here, the old Count himself took me through the gallery. I asked him about little Giovanna and her husband." He laughed uneasily. "Mind you, my Italian was far from perfect at that time, but it was horribly clear that I shouldn't have asked." "But what did he say?" Caroline demanded. "I've tried to remember," said Neville. "For some reason, it stuck in my mind. He said either she was lost or she was damned. But which word it was, I can never be sure. The portrait of Niccolo he just ignored altogether." "What was wrong with Niccolo, I wonder?" mused Caroline. And Neville answered, "I don't know, but I can guess. Do you notice the lettering on those books up there under his hand? It's all in Hebrew or Arabic. Undoubtedly the unmentionable Niccolo dabbled in black magic." Caroline shivered. "I don't like him," she said. "Let's look at Giovanna again." And they had moved back to the first portrait, and Neville had said casually, "Do you know, she's rather like you." "I've just got time to look at the tower," Caroline now said aloud. And she put the guidebook back in the pigeonhole under the dashboard and drove carefully along the gentle curves until she came to the fork for Florence on the left. On the top of a little hill to the right stood a tall, round tower. There was no other building in sight. In a land where every available piece of ground is cultivated, there was no cultivated ground around this tower. On the left was the fork for Florence. On the right, a rough track led up to the top of the hill. Caroline knew that she wanted to take the fork to the left, to Florence and home and Neville and, said an urgent voice inside her, for safety. This voice so much shocked her that she got out of the car and began to trudge up the dusty track towards the tower. "After all, I may not come this way again," she argued. "It seems silly to miss the chance of seeing it when I've already got a reason for being interested. I'm only just going to have a quick look," and she glanced at the setting sun, telling herself that she would indeed have to be quick if she were to get back to Florence before dark. And now she had climbed the hill and was standing in front of the tower. It was built of narrow red bricks, and only thin slits pierced its surface right up to the top, where Caroline could see some kind of narrow platform encircling it. Before her was an arched doorway. "I'm just going to have a quick look," she assured herself again, and then she walked in. She was in an empty room with a low arched ceiling. A narrow stone staircase clung to the wall and circled around the room to disappear through a hole in the ceiling. "There ought to be a wonderful view at the top," said Caroline firmly to herself, and she laid her hand on the rusty rail and started to climb, and as she climbed, she counted. 39, 40, 41, she said, and with the 41st step she came through the ceiling and saw over her head, far, far above, the deep blue evening sky, a small circle of blue framed in a narrowing shaft, round which the narrow staircase spiraled. There was no inner wall, only the rusty railing protected the climber on the inside. 83, 84, counted Caroline. The sky above her was losing its colour, and she wondered why the narrow slit windows in the wall had all been so placed that they spiraled round the staircase too high for anyone climbing it to see through them. "It's getting dark very quickly," said Caroline at the 150th step. "I know what the tower is like now. It would be much more sensible to give up and go home." At the 269th step, her hand, moving forward on the railing, met only empty space. For an interminable second she shivered, pressing back to the hard brick on the other side. Then hesitantly she groped forward, upwards, and at last her fingers met the rusty rail again, and again she climbed.
But now the breaks in the rail became more and more frequent. Sometimes she had to climb several steps with her left shoulder pressed tightly to the brick wall before her searching hand could find the tenuous rusty comfort again. At the 375th step, the rail, as her moving hand clutched it, crumpled away under her fingers. I'd better just go by the wall, she told herself, and now her left hand traced the rough brick as she climbed up and up. 422, 423, counted Caroline with part of her brain. I really ought to go down now, said another part. I want to go down now. But she could not. It would be so silly to give up, she told herself desperately, trying to rationalize what drove her on, just because one's afraid. And then she had to stifle that thought too. There was nothing left in her brain but the steadily mounting tally of the steps. 470, said Caroline aloud, with explosive relief, and then she stopped abruptly, because the steps had stopped too. There was nothing ahead but a piece of broken railing barring her way, and the sky, drained now of all its colour, still some 20 feet above her head. But how idiotic, she said to the air. The whole thing's absolutely pointless. And then the fingers of her left hand, exploring the wall beside her, met not brick, but wood. She turned to see what it was, and there in the wall, level with the top step, was a small wooden door. So it does go somewhere after all, she said, and fumbled with the rusty handle. The door pushed open, and she stepped through. She was on a narrow stone platform about a yard wide. It seemed to encircle the tower. The platform sloped downwards away from the tower, and its stones were smooth and very shiny, and this was all she noticed before she looked beyond the stones and down. She was immeasurably, unbelievably high, and alone, and the ground below was a world away. It was not credible, not possible that she should be so far from the ground. All her being was suddenly absorbed in the single impulse to hurl herself from the sloping platform. I cannot go down any other way, she said, and then she heard what she said and stepped back, frenziedly clutching the soft rotten wood of the doorway with hands sodden with sweat. There is no other way, said the voice in her brain. There is no other way. This is vertigo, said Caroline. I've only just got to close my eyes and keep still for a minute and it will pass off. It's bound to pass off. I've never had it before, but I know what it is, and it's vertigo. She closed her eyes and kept very still, and felt the cold sweat running down her body. I shall be all right now, she said at last, and carefully she stepped back through the doorway onto the 470th step and pulled the door shut before her. She looked up at the sky, swiftly darkening with night. Then, for the first time, she looked down into the shaft of the tower, down to the narrow, unprotected staircase spiraling round and round and round, and disappearing into the dark. She screamed, I can't go down. She stood still on the top step, staring downwards, and slowly the last light faded from the tower. She could not move. It was not possible that she should dare to go down step by step down the unprotected stairs into the dark below. It would be much easier to fall, said the voice in her head, to take one step to the left and fall, and it would all be over. You cannot climb down. She began to cry, shuddering with the pain of her sobs. It could not be true that she had brought herself to this peril, that there could be no safety for her unless she could climb down the menacing stairs. The reality must be that she was safe at home with Neville. But this was the reality, and here were the stairs. At last she stopped crying and said, Now I shall go down. 1, she counted, and her right hand tearing at the brick wall, she moved first one and then the other foot down to the second step. 2, she counted, and then she thought of the depth below her and stood still, stupefied with terror. The stone beneath her feet, the brick against her hand were two frail protections for her exposed body. They could not save her from the voice that repeated that it would be easier to fall. Abruptly, she sat down on the step. 2, she counted again, and spreading both her hands tightly against the step on either side of her, she swung her body off the second step down onto the third. 3, she counted, then 4,
then 5, pressing closer and closer into the wall, away from the empty drop on the other side. At the 21st step, she said, "I think I can do it now." She slid her right hand up the rough wall and slowly stood upright. Then, with the other hand, she reached for the railing. It was now too dark to see, but it was not there. For timeless time, she stood there knowing nothing but fear. 21, she said. 21, over and over again. But she could not step onto the 22nd stair. Something brushed her face. She knew it was a bat, not a hand, that touched her, but still it was horror beyond conceivable horror, and it was this horror, without any sense of moving from dread to safety, that at last impelled her down the stairs. 23, 24, 25, she counted, and around her the air was full of whispering, skin-stretched wings. If one of them should touch her again, she must fall. 26, 27, 28. The skin of her right hand was torn and hot with blood, for she would never lift it from the wall, only press it slowly down and force her rigid legs to move from the knowledge of each step to the peril of the next. So Caroline came down the dark tower. She could not think. She could know nothing but fear. Only her brain remorselessly recorded the tally. 501, it counted. 502, and 3, and 4.
Where Angels Fear by Manly Wade Wellman. Recommended by Nancy Weitendorf. Half a mile from McCormack's cabin, a paved highway crossed the rutted woodland road, and here a post held aloft in the misty darkness an electric light. Muriel Fisher paused in its brightest glow and turned up her spectacled, good-humoured young face. "Let's interview that whiskey, Scotty," she said. McCormack smiled and drew the silver flask from under the tail of his old shooting coat. He was a tall, gaunt young man, made sturdy just now by rough, heavy clothes. Between his plaid scarf and the brim of his felt hat showed a fine, bony face, Gaelically wide in jaw and brow, with a narrowness through the cheeks. "Drink," he invited, and drew the stopper for her. She drank with honest heartiness. Her bandana-framed face, tilting back under the white light, seemed to have lost a touch of its healthy pink, but she looked ready enough in her tweed suit, turtleneck brown sweater, woolen stockings and Oxfords. "That braces me to the adventure," she said, handing back the flask. "This is like the beginning of a Sherlock Holmes story. Old clothes, thick walking sticks, a bottle of liquor, and a dark road to travel." Her spectacles turned to scan the extension of the road on the other side of the pavement. It seemed suddenly to dwindle, to become no more than a trail in the deepening fog. Only, she added, Sherlock Holmes was too rational to believe in haunted houses. "His creator wasn't," said McCormack, and drank in turn. The potent whisky cut from his mouth the savour of those sardines they had eaten together just before starting into the night. Conan Doyle believed in ghosts, fairies, and God. "What time is it, Muriel?" She peeled down a knitted glove and looked at her wristwatch. 20 minutes after 11. We'd better hurry if we're going to reach this boogie bin of yours before midnight. They crossed the highway and plunged into the half-gloom beyond. Only a narrow strip of the sky hung between the two blocky masses of trees, and from it there filtered a slaty blue light. The moon would be full, or almost, but the holy mist clouds obscured it. Underfoot the going was uneven and turfy, and the tip of McCormack's walking stick sent a pebble scuttling. Muriel started violently, laughed to deprecate her own nervousness, and fumbled for a cigarette. McCormack found himself grateful for the brief flare of her match. "Tell me all about the house, Scotty," she begged. "It's a treasure trove of goblins, if it's authentic," he complied. "I've seen it only twice, and by daylight both times. It has the traditional look, all right. A big, square-roofed ruin 2 stories high, on a rock above a stream. The local gossips tell me that it was built maybe 60 years ago by a young couple who were found one morning in an upstairs room, hanging by the necks. Suicide? Asked Muriel, or murder? Nobody's sure. After a while, some relatives moved in, a man with his wife and young son. During the first week, so I understand, the mother died suddenly and mysteriously, and the little boy was so scared by something that he had to be taken to hospital. Next morning, the father was dangling and dead in the same upstairs room. That was the last of regular residents at the place. Muriel drew up her shoulders. I don't wonder. What about the poor little boy? He didn't entirely recover. The grocery man down at the village says he's at the state hospital. Mental case. Can't rightly remember who he is or how he got there. Quiet, harmless, but they don't dare leave as much as 3 feet of rope where he can get to it. And nobody's lived in his house since, prompted the girl. Well, not lived in it, McCormack told her. Once a convict escaped from the prison camp and ran away through the woods. That was the year before last. I was spending the summer at my cabin. The state police tracked him to the house and cut him down from the hook where he was hanging. Ooh, gasped Muriel with shivery relish. In the upstairs room? In the upstairs room. McCormack lighted his pipe. Its bowl sent forth a soft rose-coloured glimmer that relieved his strong, bony features with an impression of whimsical gentleness. The night was strangely still, except for the footfalls and respirations of man and woman. No insect chirped or creaked. The autumn leaves did not rustle on the branches. McCormack thought that cold perspiration was starting on his forehead, but perhaps it was the condensation of the mist. I dare hope that nobody knows we're out ghost hunting, he remarked. Some heavy-handed jokester might dress up in a sheet and come to call. Have you brought any charms along? His companion asked. Wolfbane, a crucifix, holy water. Anything of that description? McCormack shook his head. I'm out to see ghosts, not drive them away, he replied, and smiled. He had an agreeable smile, but with his pipe fire half screened in ashes, his face looked like a clay mask in the blue dimness. Muriel Fisher felt less cheerful than she had at the beginning of the walk, and far less sceptical of ghosts than when she and McCormack had shared sandwiches and coffee in his snug cabin. That cabin seemed far away just now. But she refused to wish herself back. She had come out here expressly tonight to see a haunted house. Where's the scene of all these Gothic horrors? She asked after a time. Almost directly ahead, her companion informed her. Yes, here's the creek, and the road ends. There was a bridge once, I dare say, but not now. The trees shrank away from this spot, and the fog-strained moonlight was almost strong around the two adventurers. Before them, set deep between rocky banks, ran black, swift water. McCormack stepped cautiously to the very edge, peered down, and then across. It looked narrower by day, I must confess, he remarked. However, I think I can jump it. He flung his walking stick to the far bank, gathered his body suddenly, and straddled his long legs into a skipping leap. He seemed to swing across the stream, gained the rough-looking rocks beyond, and turned back. His thin face was like a genial skull in the moonlight. If you go only a little way down, it's narrower, he called to Muriel, but she, too, flung her stick across. Don't coddle me, she cried gaily. I can jump as far as you can. She suited the action to the word, and bravely, but her stride could not match McCormack's, and her skirt hampered the scissory thrash of her legs. One blunt Oxford touched the edge of the far bank. Rock crunched and crumbled beneath it. She felt herself falling backward. McCormack, moving quickly for so big a man, shot out a hand and clutched her by the wrist. With a mighty heave, he fairly whipped her to safety. "Thanks, Scotty," she gasped, and straightened her spectacles, then the bandana that was bound over her head and beneath her chin, peasant style. "You spared me a cold bath." They both smiled and breathed deeply in mutual relief. "I take that escape as a good omen," she went on. "Now, is this the haunted house? It looks to be." They had come into a larger clearing, but here the mist had thickened to a pearly cloud. In its heart rose a great cliff-like structure with towering walls and a flat roof. The walls had weathered to a gloomy night grey, in which shuttered windows formed indistinct deviations. A porch had once run the entire width of the front, but the roof was collapsed, the pillars fallen, and the floor all but in ruins. "Isn't that a lightning-blasted oak in the front yard?" asked Muriel, pointing with her recovered stick. "I suppose owls hoot in its branches to foretell the death of the heir." "There aren't any heirs," McCormack reminded her. "All of them died or were hanged. Come round to the side. There's supposed to be an open window there." He led the way, up a rise in the overgrown yard and through thick-set brambles that may once have been a bank of roses. 3 windows were ranged in line on the right side of the house, and the rearmost showed blacker than its fellows. McCormack pushed close to it, knee-deep in rank shrubs that showed 1 or 2 wax-petalled flowers. "No shutters," he reported, "and the glass is all broken out of the sash. Where are you, Muriel?" "Right with you," came her reply from just behind his arm. He turned, set his hands to her waist, and lifted her lightly through the opening. "Ooh, it's dark," she cried in protest as her feet came to light on the dully echoing floor. At once she struck a match. It gave blotchy glimpses of a big, crumbling room, apparently running all the way from front to back of this part of the house. McCormack struggled in through the gap where the window had been. His bracing fingers found the wood spongily dry, as if the house had been decaying for 6 centuries instead of 60 years. "I brought no flashlight," he informed Muriel, "only a candle." "You did exactly right. Why chase away spirits with electricity?" She watched as he ignited the fat tallow cylinder, which yielded a clear, courageous tag of flame. "Now where?" she asked him. "There should be stairs leading upward," he said, and moved across the room. Its boards creaked and buckled under his shoes, and crumbs of plaster fallen from the shattered ceiling made harsh, crunching noises. The candle showed them a doorway, through which they walked together. Beyond, they found themselves in a central hall. Here was the flight of stairs they sought, its railings fallen away in a heap, and clotted blackness above. The plaster of the walls had broken away in sheets. Again they were aware of the presence in the house of decay's very soul. "Do we go up?" inquired Muriel, her voice automatically hushed. And McCormack nodded and again led the way. His left hand held the candle high, his right clutched his stick tightly, as though to be ready to strike a blow. He could not have told what he feared to meet. The upper landing was encircled with mouldy-looking doors, 2 of them fallen from their hinges. McCormack went to each, Muriel close at his heels, and held in his candle for quick examination. He stopped at the right rear chamber, just above the window by which they had entered. "Here's our haunted room," he announced. "See the hooks there, on the wall at the back?" The hooks he mentioned were set well into the plaster, within inches of the ceiling. Strangely enough for that house of ruin and rot, they appeared to shine in the candlelight, as if new and rustless. Elsewhere clung a strange pall of gloom. though the flaked and ragged wallpaper must have been reasonably light in colour. "I wonder if a 100-watt lamp would help this room any," grunted the tall man. "It looks to be in mourning for the 4 who were hanged. But we'll douse the candle anyway, in a minute. Hold it, Muriel, while I spread something for us to sit down." From a big pocket of his shooting coat he fished a folded newspaper, and spreading it out, covered a space against the wall directly beneath the hooks. "Now," he said, "light another cigarette if you like. I'll put a fresh fill in this pipe. Ready?" He took back the candle and blew it out, and they sat down in the dark. After a blinded moment, they saw that a dim radiance stole into the room. There must have been chinks in the window shutter somewhere, and the moon, now close to zenith, was fighting its way through the mist so as to peer in. The 2 ghost challengers sat shoulder to shoulder, each silently grateful for the touch of the other. Muriel again peered at the illuminated dial of her watch. "It lacks only 7 or 8 minutes of midnight," she announced in half a whisper. "Scotty, you're quite willing to stay?" "Strange as it may seem," returned McCormack, "I'm suddenly quite willing to depart. But I won't. I came here to see ghosts, if there are any, and I don't intend to leave so close to the proverbial witching hour." It was not much of a success as careless chatter. Silence fell again, and awkwardly. Muriel broke in a voice no louder than a sigh. "Look." They both saw, or thought they saw, a stir in the soft shimmer of gauzy light. It might have been streaks of silent rain falling, had the roof been open. Again, it might have been the rhythmic creeping of long spider legs without a tangible body. McCormack felt something fasten tightly upon his biceps and started violently. But it was Muriel's fingers, closing for comfort on his flesh. Her hand slid down into his own grasp. He too regained something of serenity and strength in being able to reassure her. "Scotty," she was breathing at his ear, "I wonder if there's something the matter with the doorway. Is it closing?" He stared. His eyes had grown more used to the almost darkness. "Not closing," he made easy-sounding reply. "The door's off the hinges. There, it leans against the wall, but the opening does look smaller somehow, growing narrower. And lower," she added. "It's only an optical illusion, of course," and she chuckled nervously. "But I'd bet good money that you'd have to stoop to get through it." Again, the illusion of bandy-leg lines stirring in the room, this time very near. McCormack at least fancied that he heard something like a stealthy scramble, and once again he lifted the stick that had never quitted his strong right hand. His left squeezed Muriel's wrist, trying to win back some of the calmness he had transmitted to her. But when he tried to fix his eyes on the spidery movement, it seemed to fade, to retreat. He echoed in his heart the words of his companion. "Optical illusion, of course." "I'd have to stoop too," Muriel was telling him. "It looks like the door to a dollhouse." Again her chuckle, more hysterical than before. "Chin up," McCormack exhorted her. "When we get up from here and walk toward it, there'll be width and height enough. Are you so anxious to see ghosts now?" she fairly quavered. McCormack did not wish to heighten her terror by denying. He did not wish to tempt any strange and sudden visitation by agreeing. He therefore kept his peace and quartered the floor and walls with his straining eyes. Once again, something rustled nearby, menacingly stealthy. He leaned hard against the wall, and drew up his legs so that his feet would come under him and bring him, if necessary, swiftly erect. Too much imagination, he accused himself. This was undoubtedly the way that psychical investigators conditioned themselves to experience phenomena that never really happened. No wonder people had been frightened into hanging themselves on those hooks overhead. But he was too rational a being to be thus stampeded. Optical illusion, he insisted once again to his thundering heart. At most, none of the things he almost saw or heard would be too terrible to face. A blow of his stick. But what if it lashed out and met no substance?
I keep thinking I hear voices,
Muriel said once again. Not human voices. Not exactly. They're too soft and... Like whispers, McCormack suggested, as casually as he could manage. No, less audible than that. They're like an echo, a memory. They can be felt, not heard. Imagination, said McCormack rather rudely. His eyes sought the door again. There was no door. Only blank wall, solidly pale in the dimness. He felt a tightness on his heart and throat, and with real savagery tried to persuade himself that this was no more than curious, notable, absorbing.
"We're shut in,"
Muriel said aloud, and the ring of apprehension in her voice made him jump. Next moment, a bell rang, clear and far away, rang again. Again. It's midnight, he said briskly, and with the greatest relief he had known in years. Hear that clock striking? Let's clear out. Let's head back to the cabin. He rose to his feet, feeling unaccountably light, as though he had floated up. Once more he led the way, trying to make out the vanished door through which they had come short minutes ago. Muriel's cry of agonized terror brought him short. Scotty, look back there, where we were sitting. What do you mean? He sprung round, still with that strange airy lightness. Against the wall dangled two silent figures. Bands or nooses of rope held them by the necks to the gleaming hooks that jutted close to the ceiling. The figures hung limp, lank, unmistakably dead. One was long and thin in rough coat and trousers. The other, smaller and unmistakably feminine, wore a tweed suit and scuffed walking shoes. To McCormack, these two corpses looked vaguely familiar. Again, Muriel's fear-loud cry beside him. Scotty, I can't see you. Where have you gone? I'm right here, he said hoarsely, and turned in the direction of her wail. He could not see her either. He put out a hand to touch her. He could not see the hand. Immediately, he knew what man and woman were hanged on the wall of the haunted room. The Red Lodge by H.R. Wakefield. I am writing this from an imperative sense of duty, for I consider the Red Lodge is a foul death trap and utterly unfit to be a human habitation. It has its own proper denizens, and because I know its owner to be an unspeakable blackguard, to allow it so to be used for his financial advantage. He knows the perils of the place perfectly well. I wrote him of our experiences, and he didn't even acknowledge the letter. And 2 days ago, I saw the ghastly pest house advertised in Country Life. So anyone who rents the Red Lodge in future will receive a copy of this document, as well as some uncomfortable words from Sir William, And that scoundrel Wilkes can take what action he pleases. I certainly didn't carry any prejudice against the place down to it with me. I had been too busy to look over it myself, but my wife reported extremely favourably. I take her word for most things, and I could tell by the photographs that it was a magnificent specimen of the medium-sized Queen Anne house, just the ideal thing for me. Mary said the garden was perfect, and there was the river for Tim at the bottom of it. I had been longing for a holiday, and was in the highest spirits as I travelled down. I was not in the highest spirits for long. My first vague uncertainty came to me as soon as I had crossed the threshold. I am a painter by profession, and therefore sharply responsive to colour tone. Well, it was a brilliantly fine day. The hall of the Red Lodge was fully lighted, yet it seemed a shade off the key, as it were, as though I were regarding it through a pair of slightly darkened glasses. Only a painter would have noticed it, I fancy. When Mary came out to greet me, she was not looking as well as I had hoped, or as well as a week in the country should have made her look. "Everything all right?" I asked. "Oh, yes," she replied, but I thought she found it difficult to say so. And then my eye detected a curious little spot of green on the maroon rug in front of the fireplace. I picked it up. It seemed like a patch of river slime. "I suppose Tim brings those in," said Mary. "I've found several. Of course, he promises he doesn't." And then for a moment we were silent, and a very unusual sense of constraint seemed to set a barrier between us. I went out into the garden to smoke a cigarette before lunch, and sat myself down under a very fine mulberry tree. I wondered if, after all, I had been wise to have left it all to Mary. There was nothing wrong with the house, of course, but I am a bit psychic, and I always know the mood or character of a house. One welcomes you with the tail-writhing enthusiasm of a really nice dog, makes you at home and at your ease at once. Others are sullen, watchful, hostile, with things to hide. They make you feel that you have obtruded yourself into some curious affairs which are none of your business. I had never encountered so hostile, aloof, and secretive a living place as the Red Lodge seemed when I first entered it. Well, it couldn't be helped, though it was disappointing. And there was Tim coming back from his walk, and the luncheon gong. My son seemed a little subdued and thoughtful, though he looked pretty well, and soon we were all chattering away with those quick changes of key which occur when the respective ages of the conversationalists are 40, 33, and 6 1/2. And after half a bottle of Merceau and a glass of port, I began to think I had been a morbid ass. I was still so thinking when I began my holiday in the best possible way by going to sleep in an exquisitely comfortable chair under the mulberry tree. But I have slept better. I dozed off, but I had a silly impression of being watched, so that I kept waking up in case there might be someone with his eye on me. I was lying back and could just see a window on the second floor framed by a gap in the leaves, and on one occasion, when I woke rather sharply from one of these dozes, I thought I saw for a moment a face peering down at me, and this face seemed curiously flattened against the pane. Just a carryover from a dream, I concluded. However, I didn't feel like sleeping any more, and began to explore the garden. It was completely walled in, I found, except at the far end, where there was a door leading through to a path which, running parallel to the right-hand wall, led to the river, a few yards away. I noticed on this door several of those patches of green slime for which Tim was supposedly responsible. It was a dark little corner, cut off from the rest of the garden by 2 rowan trees. A cool, silent little place, I thought it. And then it was time for Tim's cricket lesson, which was interrupted by the arrival of some infernal callers. But they were pleasant people, as a matter of fact. The local nuts, I gathered, who owned the manor house, Sir William Prowse and his lady and his daughter. I went for a walk with him after tea. "Who had this house before us?" I asked. "People called Hawker," he replied. "That was 2 years ago." "I wonder the owner doesn't live in it," I said. "It isn't an expensive place to keep up." Sir William paused, as if considering his reply. I think he dislikes being so near the river. I'm not sorry, for I detest the fellow. By the way, how long have you taken it for?" 3 months," I replied, "till the end of October." "Well, if I can do anything for you, I shall be delighted. If you are in any trouble, come straight to me." He slightly emphasized the last sentence. I rather wondered what sort of trouble Sir William envisaged for me. Probably he shared the general opinion that artists are quite mad at times, and that when I had one of my lapses I should destroy the piece in some manner. However, I was duly grateful. I was sorry to find Tim didn't seem to like the river. He appeared nervous of it, and I determined to help him to overcome this, for the fewer terrors one carries through life with one, the better, and they can often be laid by delicate treatment in childhood. Curiously enough, the year before at Frinton, he seemed to have no fear of the sea. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, at least I think I can say so. After dinner, I strolled down to the end of the garden, meaning to go through the door and have a look at the river. Just as I got my hand on the latch, there came a very sharp, furtive whistle. I turned round quickly, but seeing no one, concluded it had come from someone in the lane outside. However, I didn't investigate further, but went back to the house. I woke up the next morning feeling a shade depressed. My dressing room smelled stale and bitter, and I flung its windows open. As I did so, I felt my right foot slip on something. It was one of those small, slimy green patches. Now, Tim would never come into my dressing room. An annoying little puzzle. How on earth had that patch, which question kept forcing its way into my mind as I dressed, how could a patch of green slime? Dropped from something? From what? I am very fond of my wife. She slaved for me when I was poor, and always has kept me happy, comfortable, and faithful, and she gave me my small son Timothy. I must stand between her and patches of green slime. What in hell's name was I talking about? And it was a flaming fine day. Yet all during breakfast my mind was trying to find some sufficient reason for these funny little patches of green slime, and not finding it. After breakfast I told Tim I would take him out in a boat on the river. "Must I, Daddy?" he asked, looking anxiously at me. "No, of course not," I replied a trifle irritably, "but I believe you'll enjoy it." "Should I be a funk if I didn't come?" "No, Tim, but I think you should try it once, anyway." All right," he said. He's a plucky little chap and did his very best to pretend to be enjoying himself, but I saw it was a failure from the start. Perplexed and upset, I asked his nurse if she knew of any reason for this sudden fear of water. "No, sir," she said. "The first day he ran down to the river just as he used to run down to the sea, but all of a sudden he started crying and ran back to the house. It seemed to me he'd seen something in the water which frightened him." We spent the afternoon motoring round the neighbourhood, and already I found a faint distaste at the idea of returning to the house, and again I had the impression that we were intruding, and that something had been going on during our absence which our return had interrupted. Mary, pleading a headache, went to bed soon after dinner, and I went to the study to read. Directly I had shut the door, I had again that very unpleasant sensation of being watched. It made the reading of Sidgwick's The Use of Words in Reasoning, an old favourite of mine, which requires concentration, a difficult business. Time after time I found myself peeping into dark corners and shifting my position. And there were little sharp sounds, just the oak panelling cracking, I supposed. After a time I became more absorbed in the book and less fidgety, and then I heard a very soft cough just behind me. I felt little icy rays pour down and through me,
But I would not look round, and I would go on reading. I had just reached the following passage. However many things may be said about Socrates, or about any fact observed, there remains still more that might be said if the need arose. The need is the determining factor. Hence the distinction between complete and incomplete description, though perfectly sharp and clear in the abstract, can only have a meaning, can only be applied to actual cases, if it be taken as equivalent to sufficient description, the sufficiency being relative to some purpose. Evidently, the description of Socrates as a man, scanty though it is, may be fully sufficient for the purpose of the modest inquiry whether he is mortal or not, when my eye was caught by a green patch which suddenly appeared on the floor beside me, and then another, and another, following a straight line towards the door. I picked up the nearest one, and it was a bit of soaking slime. I called on all my willpower, for I feared something worse to come, and it should not materialize, and then no more patches appeared. I got up and walked deliberately, slowly to the door, turned on the light in the middle of the room, and then came back and turned out the reading lamp, and went to my dressing room. I sat down and thought things over. There was something very wrong with this house. I had passed the stage of pretending otherwise, and my inclination was to take my family away from it the next day. But that meant sacrificing £168, and we had nowhere else to go. It was conceivable that these phenomena were perceptible only to me, being half a Highlander. I might be able to stick it out if I were careful and kept my tail up, for apparitions of this sort are partially subjective. One brings something of oneself to their materialization. That is a hard saying, but I believe it to be true. If Mary and Tim and the servants were immune, it was up to me to face and fight this nastiness. As I undressed, I came to the decision that I would decide nothing then and there, and that I would see what happened. I made this decision against my better judgment, I think. In bed, I tried to thrust all this away from me by a conscious effort to change the subject, as it were. The easiest subject for me to switch over to is the myriad-sided, useless, consistently abused business of creating things, stories out of pens and ink and paper, representations of things and moods out of paint, brushes and canvas, and our own miseries, perhaps, out of wine, women, and song. With a considerable effort, therefore, and with the edges of my brain anxious to be busy with bits of green slime, I recalled an article I had read that day on a glorious word, Jugendbewegung, the youth movement, that pregnant or merely wind-swollen Teutonism. How ponderously it attempted to canonize with its polysyllabic sonority that inverted boy scoutishness of the said youths and maidens, one bad, mad deed, sonnet, scribble of some kind, lousy daub a day. Bunk without spunk, source without force, futurism without a past, merely a transition from one yelping pose to another. And then I suddenly found myself at the end of the garden, attempting desperately to hide myself behind a rowan tree, while my eyes were held relentlessly to face the door. And then it began slowly to open, and something which was horridly unlike anything I had seen before began passing through it, and I knew, it knew, I was there. And then my head seemed to burst and flamed asunder, splintered and destroyed, and I awoke, trembling, to feel that something in the darkness was poised an inch or two above me, and then drip, 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 something began falling on my face. Mary was in the bed next to mine, and I would not scream, but flung the clothes over my head, my eyes streaming with the tears of terror, and so I remained cowering until I heard the clock strike 5, and dawn, the ally I longed for, came, and the birds began to sing. And then I slept. I awoke a wreck, and after breakfast, feeling the need to be alone, I pretended I wanted to sketch and went out into the garden. Suddenly I recalled Sir William's remark about coming to see him if there was any trouble. Not much difficulty in guessing what he had meant. I'd go and see him about it at once. I wished I knew whether Mary was troubled too. I hesitated to ask her, for if she were not, she was certain to become suspicious and uneasy if I questioned her. And then I discovered that while my brain had been busy with its thoughts, my hand had also not been idle, but had been occupied in drawing a very singular design on the sketching block. I watched it as it went automatically on. Was it a design or a figure of some sort? When had I seen something like it before? My God, in my dream last night. I tore it to pieces and got up in agitation and made my way to the manor house along a path through tall, bowing, stippled grasses hissing lightly in the breeze. My inclination was to run to the station and take the next train to anywhere, pure, undiluted panic, an insufficiently analysed word, that which causes men to trample on women and children when death is making his choice. Of course, I had Mary and Tim and the servants to keep me from it, but supposing they had no claim on me, should I desert them? No, I should not. Why? Such things are not done by respectable inhabitants of Great Britain, a people despised and respected by all other tribes, despised as Philistines, but it took the jawbone of an ass to subdue that hardy race. Respected for what? Birkenhead stuff. No, not the noble lord, for there were no glittering prizes for those who went down to the bottom of the sea in ships. My mind deliberately restricting itself to such highly debatable jingoism, I reached the manor house, to be told that Sir William was up in London for the day, but would return that evening. Would he ring me up on his return? Yes, sir. And then, with lagging steps, back to the Red Lodge. I took Mary for a drive in the car after lunch. Anything to get out of the beastly place. Tim didn't come, as he preferred to play in the garden. In the light of what happened, I suppose I shall be criticised for leaving Tim alone with the nurse, but at that time I held the theory that these appearances were in no way malignant, and that it was more than possible that even if Tim did see anything, he wouldn't be frightened, not realising it was out of the ordinary in any way. After all, nothing that I had seen or heard, at any rate during the daytime, would strike him as unusual. Mary was very silent, and I was beginning to feel sure, from a certain depression and oppression in her manner and appearance, that my trouble was hers. It was on the tip of my tongue to say something, but I resolved to wait until I had heard what Sir William had to say. It was a dark, sombre, and brooding afternoon, and my spirits fell as we returned for home. What a home! We got back at 6, and I had just stopped the engine and helped Mary out when I heard a scream from the garden. I rushed round to see Tim, his hands to his eyes, staggering across the lawn, the nurse running behind him, and then he screamed again and fell. I carried him into the house and laid him down on the sofa in the drawing-room, and Mary went with him. I took the nurse by the arm and out of the room. She was panting and crying down a face of chalk. "What happened? What happened?" I asked. "I don't know what it was, sir, but we had been walking in the lane and had left the door open. Master Tim was a bit ahead of me and went through the door first, and then he screamed like that." "Did you see anything that could have frightened him?" "No, sir, nothing." I went back to them. It was no good questioning Tim, and there was nothing coherent to be learned from his hysterical sobbing. He grew calmer presently and was taken up to bed. Suddenly he turned to Mary and looked at her with eyes of terror. "The green monkey won't get me, will it, Mummy?" No, it's all right now," said Mary. And soon after he went to sleep, and then she and I went down to the drawing-room. She was on the border of hysteria herself. "Oh, Tom, what is the matter with this awful house? I'm terrified. Ever since I've been here, I've been terrified." "Do you see things?" "Yes," I replied. "Oh, I wish I'd known. I didn't want to worry you if you hadn't. Let me tell you what it's been like. On the day we arrived, I saw a man pass ahead of me into my bedroom. Of course, I only thought I had. And then I've heard beastly whisperings. and every time I pass that turn in the corridor, I know there's someone just round the corner. And then, the day before you arrived, I woke suddenly and something seemed to force me to go to the window, and I crawled there on hands and knees and peeped through the blind. It was just light enough to see. And suddenly I saw someone running down the lawn, his or her hands outstretched, and there was something ghastly just beside him, and they disappeared behind the trees at the end. I'm terrified every minute. What about the servants? Nurse hasn't seen anything, but the others have, I'm certain. And then there are those slimy patches. I think they're the vilest of all. I don't think Tim has been troubled till now, but I'm sure he's been puzzled and uncertain several times. Well, I said, it's pretty obvious we must clear out. I'm seeing Sir William about it tomorrow, I hope, and I'm certain enough of what he'll advise. Meanwhile, we must think over where to go. It's a nasty jar, though. I don't mean merely the money, though that's bad enough, but the fuss, just when I hoped we were going to be so happy and settled. However, it's got to be done. We should be mad after a week of this filth-drenched hole. Just then the telephone bell rang. It was a message to say Sir William would be pleased to see me at 10:30 tomorrow. With the dusk came that sense of being watched, waited for, followed about, plotted against, an atmosphere of quiet, hunting malignancy. A thick mist came up from the river, and as I was changing for dinner, I noticed the lights from the windows seemed to project a series of swiftly changing pictures on its grey crawling screen. The one opposite my window, for example, was unpleasantly suggestive of three figures staring in and seeming to grow nearer and larger. The effect must have been slightly hypnotic, for suddenly I started back, for it was as if they were about to close on me. I pulled down the blind and hurried downstairs. During dinner, we decided that unless Sir William had something very reassuring to say, we would go back to London 2 days later and stay at a hotel till we could find somewhere to spend the next 6 weeks. Just before going to bed, we went up to the night nursery to see if Tim was all right. This room was at the top of a short flight of stairs. As these stairs were covered in green slime, and there was a pool of the muck just outside the door, we took him down to sleep with us. The permanent occupants of the Red Lodge waited till the light was out. But then I felt them come thronging, slipping in one by one, their weapon, fear. It seemed to me they were massed for the attack. A yard away, my wife was lying with my son in her arms. So I must fight. I lay back, gripped the sides of the bed, and strove with all my might to hold my assailants back. As the hours went by, I felt myself beginning to get the upper hand, and a sense of exultation came to me. But an hour before dawn, they made their greatest effort. I knew that they were willing me to creep on my hands and knees to the window and peep through the blind, and that if I did so, we were doomed. As I set my teeth and tightened my grip till I felt racked with agony, the sweat poured from me. I felt them come crowding round the bed and thrusting their faces into mine, and a voice in my head kept saying insistently,
"You must crawl to the window and look through the blind."
In my mind's eye, I could see myself crawling stealthily across the floor and pulling the blind aside. But who would be staring back at me? Just when I felt my resistance breaking, I heard a sweet, sleepy twitter from a tree outside and saw the blind touched by a faint suggestion of light, and at once those with whom I had been struggling left me and went their way, and, utterly exhausted, I slept. In the morning, I found, somewhat ironically, that Mary had slept better than on any night since she came down. 10:30 found me entering the manor house, a delightful nondescript old place, which started wagging its tail as soon as I entered it. Sir William was awaiting me in the library. "I expected this would happen," he said gravely, "and now Tell me." I gave him a short outline of our experiences. "Yes," he said, "it's always much the same story. Every time that horrible place has been let, I have felt a sense of personal responsibility, and yet I cannot give a proper warning, for the letting of haunted houses is not yet a criminal offence, though it ought to be, and I couldn't afford a libel action, and, as a matter of fact, one old couple had the house for 15 years and were perfectly delighted with it, being troubled in no way. But now, let me tell you what I know of the Red Lodge. I have studied it for 40 years, and I regard it as my personal enemy. The local tradition is that the second owner, early in the 18th century, wished to get rid of his wife, and bribed his servants to frighten her to death, just the sort of ancestor I can imagine that blackguard Wilkes being descended from. What devilries they perpetrated, I don't know, but she is supposed to have rushed from the house just before dawn one day and drowned herself, whereupon her husband installed a small harem in the house. But it was a failure, for each of these charmers, one by one, rushed down to the river just before dawn, and finally the husband did the same. Of the period between then and 40 years ago, I have no record, but the local tradition has it that it was the scene of tragedy after tragedy, and then was shut up for a long time. When I first began to study it, it was occupied by two bachelor brothers. One shot himself in the room which I imagine you use as your bedroom, and the other drowned himself in the usual way. I may tell you that the worst room in the house, the one the unfortunate lady is supposed to have occupied, is locked up. You know, the one on the second floor. I imagine Wilkes mentioned it to you. Yes, he did, I replied. Said he kept important papers there. Yes, well, he was forced in self-defense to do so 10 years ago, and since then the death rate has been lower, but in those 40 years 20 people have taken their lives in the house or in the river, and 6 children have been drowned accidentally. The last case was Lord Passover's butler in 1924. He was seen to run down to the river and leap in. He was pulled out, but had died of shock. The people who took the house 2 years ago left in a week and threatened to bring an action against Wilkes, but they were warned they had no legal case. And I strongly advise you, more than that, implore you to follow their example, though I can imagine the financial loss and great inconvenience. For that house is a death trap. I will, I replied. I forgot to mention one thing. When my little boy was so badly frightened, he said something about a green monkey. He did, said Sir William sharply. Well then, it is absolutely imperative that you should leave at once. You remember I mentioned the death of certain children. Well, in each case they have been found drowned in the reeds just at the end of that lane, and the people about here have a firm belief that the green thing, or the green death, it is sometimes referred to as the first and sometimes as the other, is connected with danger to children. Have you ever seen anything yourself? I asked. I go to the infernal place as little as possible, replied Sir William, but when I called on your predecessors, I most distinctly saw someone leave the drawing-room as we entered it. Otherwise, all I have noted is a certain dream which recurs with curious regularity. I find myself standing at the end of the lane and watching the river, always in a sort of brassy half-light. And presently something comes floating down the stream. I can see it jerking up and down, and I always feel passionately anxious to see what it may be. At first I think it is a log, but when it gets exactly opposite me, it changes its course and comes towards me. And then I see that it is a dead body, very decomposed. And when it reaches the bank, it begins to climb up towards me. And then, I am thankful to say, I always awake. Sometimes I have thought that one day I shall not wake just then, and that on this occasion something will happen to me, but that is probably merely the silly fancy of an old gentleman who has concerned himself with these singular events rather more than is good for his nerves. That is obviously the explanation, I said, and I am extremely grateful to you. We will leave tomorrow. But don't you think we should attempt to devise some means by which other people may be spared this sort of thing, and this brute Wilkes be prevented from letting the house again? I certainly do so, and we will discuss it further on some other occasion. And now, go and pack. A very great and charming gentleman, Sir William, I reflected, as I walked back to the Red Lodge. Tim seemed to have recovered excellently well, but I thought it wise to keep him out of the house as much as possible, so while Mary and the maids packed after lunch, I went with him for a walk through the fields. We took our time, and it was only when the sky grew black and there was a distant rumble of thunder and a menacing little breeze came from the west that we turned to come back. We had to hurry, and as we reached the meadow next to the house, there came a ripping flash and the storm broke. We started to run for the door into the garden when I tripped over my bootlace, which had come undone, and fell. Tim ran on. I had just tied the lace and was on my feet again when I saw something slip through the door. It was green, thin, tall. It seemed to glance back at me, and what should have been its face was a patch of soused slime. At that moment Tim saw it, screamed, and ran for the river. The figure turned and followed him, and before I could reach him, hovered over him. Tim screamed again and flung himself in. A moment later I passed through a green and stenching film and dived after him. I found him, writhing in the reeds, and brought him to the bank. I ran with him in my arms to the house, and I shall not forget Mary's face as she saw us from the bedroom window. By 9 o'clock we were all in a hotel in London, and the Red Lodge was an evil, fading memory. I shut the front door when I had packed them all into the car. As I took hold of the knob, I felt a quick and powerful pressure from the other side, and it shut with a crash. The permanent occupants of the Red Lodge were in sole possession once more.
Blind Man's Buff by H.R. Wakefield. Well, thank heavens that yokel seemed to know the place, said Mr. Court to himself. First to the right, second to the left, black gates. I hope the oafian Wendover who sent me 6 miles out of my way will freeze to death. It's not often like this in England, cold as the penny in a dead man's eye. He'd barely reached the place before dusk. He let the car out over the rasping frozen roads. First to the right must be this. Second to the left must be this. And there were the black gates. He got out, swung them open, and drove cautiously up a narrow, twisting drive, his headlights peering suspiciously round the bends. Those hedges wanted clipping, he thought, and this lane would have to be remetalled, full of holes. Nasty drive up on a bad night. It would cost some money, though. The car began to climb steeply and swing to the right, and presently the high hedges ended abruptly, and Mr. Court pulled up in front of Lawn Manor. He got out of the car, rubbed his hands, stamped his feet, and looked about him. Lawn Manor was embedded halfway up a Chiltern spur, and, as the agent had observed, commanded extensive vistas. The place looked its age, Mr. Court decided, or rather ages, for the double Georgian brick chimneys ward of the Queen Anne left front. He could just make out the date 1703 at the base of the nearest chimney. All that wing must have been added later. Big place, marvellous bargain at 7,000. Can't understand it. How those windows with their little curved eyebrows seem to frown down on one. And then he turned and examined the vistas. The trees were tinted exquisitely to an uncertain glory as the great red sinking sun flashed its rays on their crystal mantle. The vale of Aylesbury was drowsing beneath a slowly deepening shroud of mist. Above it, the hills, the crests rounded and shaded by silver and rose coppices, seemed to have set in them great smoky eyes of flame where the last rays burned in them. It's like some dream world, thought Mr. Court. It's curious how, wherever the sun strikes it, it seems to make an eye, and each one fixed on me. Those hills, even those windows. But, judging from that mist, I shall have a slow journey home. I'd better have a quick look inside, though I've already taken a prejudice against the place. I hardly know why.
Too lonely and isolated, perhaps. And then the eyes blinked and closed, and it was dark. He took a key from his pocket and went up 3 steps and thrust it into the keyhole of the massive oak door. The next moment he looked forward into absolute blackness, and the door swung to and closed behind him. This, of course, must be the palatial panelled hall which the agent described. He must strike a match and find the light switch. He fumbled in his pockets without success, and then he went through them again. He thought for a moment. I must have left them on the seat in the car, he decided. I'll go and fetch them. The door must be just behind me here. He turned and groped his way back, and then drew himself up sharply, for it had seemed that something had slipped past him. And then he put out his hands to touch the back of a chair, brocaded, he judged. He moved to the left of it and walked into a wall, changed his direction, went back past the chair, and found the wall again. He went back to the chair, sat down, and went through his pockets again, more thoroughly and carefully this time. Well, there was nothing to get fussed about. He was bound to find a door sooner or later. Now, let him think. When he came in, he had gone straight forward 3 yards, perhaps, but he couldn't have gone straight back because he'd stumbled into this chair. The door must be a little to the left or the right of it. He'd try each in turn. He turned to the left first and found himself going down a little narrow passage. He could feel its sides when he stretched out his hands. Well then, he tried to the right. He did so, and walked into a wall. He groped his way along it, and again it seemed as if something slipped past him. I wonder if there's a bat in here, he asked himself, and then found himself back at the chair. How Rachel would laugh if she could see him now. Surely he had a stray match somewhere. He took off his overcoat and ran his hands round the seam of every pocket, and then he did the same to the coat and waistcoat of his suit. And then he put them on again. Well, he'd try again. He'd follow the wall along. He did so and found himself in a little narrow passage. Suddenly he shot out his right hand, for he had the impression that something had brushed his face, very lightly. I'm beginning to get a little bored with that bat and this blasted room generally, he said to himself. I could imagine a more nervous person than myself getting a little fussed and panicky, but that's the one thing not to do. Ah, here was that chair again. Now I'll try the wall on the other side. Well, that seemed to go on forever, so he retraced his steps till he found the chair and sat down again. He whistled a little snatch resignedly. What an echo! The little tune had been flung back at him so fiercely, almost menacingly. Menacingly. That was just a feeble, panicky word a nervous person would use. Well, he'd go to the left again this time. As he got up, a quick spurt of cold air fanned his face. Is anyone there? He said. He had purposely not raised his voice. There was no need to shout. Of course no one answered. Who could there have been to answer, since the caretaker was away? Now let him think it out. When he came in, he must have gone straight forward and then swerved slightly on the way back. Therefore, no, he was getting confused. At that moment he heard the whistle of a train and felt reassured. The line from Wendover to Aylesbury ran half left from the front door, so it should be about there. He pointed with his finger, got up, groped his way forward, and found himself in a little narrow passage. Well, he must turn back and go to the right this time. He did so, and something seemed to slip just past him, and then he scratched his fingers slightly on the brocade of the chair. Talk about a maze, he thought to himself. It's nothing to this. And then he said to himself under his breath, curse this vile, God-forsaken place. A silly, panicky thing to do, he realized, almost as bad as shouting aloud. Well, it was obviously no use trying to find the door. He couldn't find it, just couldn't. He'd sit in the chair till the light came. He sat down. How very silent it was. His hands began searching in his pockets once more, except for that sort of whispering sound over on the left somewhere. Except for that, It was absolutely silent, except for that. What could it be? The caretaker was away. He turned his head slightly and listened intently. It was almost as if there were several people whispering together. One got curious sounds in old houses. How absurd it was. The chair couldn't be more than 3 or 4 yards away from the door. There was no doubt about that. It must be slightly to one side or the other. He tried the left once more. He got up, and something lightly brushed his face. "Is anyone there?" he said. And this time, he knew he had shouted. "Who touched me? Who's whispering? Where's the door?" What a nervous fool he was to shout like that. Yet someone outside might have heard him. He went groping forward again and touched a wall. He followed it along, touching it with his fingertips. And there was an opening. The door, it must be. And he found himself going down a little narrow passage. He turned and ran back, and then he remembered he had put a matchbook in his note case. What a fool to have forgotten it and made such an exhibition of himself. Yes, there it was, but his hands were trembling, and the booklet slipped through his fingers. He fell to his knees and began searching about on the floor. It must be just here. It can't be far. And then something icy cold and damp was pressed against his forehead. He flung himself forward to seize it, but there was nothing there. And then he leapt to his feet with tears streaming down his face, cried, "Who is there? Save me! Save me!" And then he began to run round and round, his arms outstretched. At last he stumbled against something, the chair, and something touched him as it slipped past. And then he ran screaming round the room, and suddenly his scream slashed back at him, for he was in a little narrow passage. "Now, Mr. Runt," said the coroner, "you say you heard screaming coming from the direction of the manor. Why didn't you go to find out what was the matter?" "None of us chaps goes to the manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Oh, I know there's some absurd superstitions about the house, but you haven't answered the question. There were screams, obviously coming from someone who wanted help. Why didn't you go to see what was the matter instead of running away?" "None of us chaps goes to the manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Don't fence with the question. Let me remind you that the doctor said Mr. Court must have had a seizure of some kind, but that had help been quickly forthcoming, his life might have been saved. Do you mean to tell me that even if you had known this, you would have still acted in so cowardly a way?" Mr. Runt fixed his eyes on the ground and fingered his cap. "None of us chaps goes to the manor after sundown,"